Attain the cosmos of the Dantian. Summon the legendary heroes of ages past. Here stands Guan Yinchang. I shall not strike down the nameless. The illustrious warrior Guan Yu, wielding the green dragon crescent blade, rides upon the steed red hair, exuding an aura as fierce as a tiger swallowing the vastness of the land. With 10 steps, I take a life 1,000 miles, leave no trace. The immortal poet Li Bai, with quill in hand, slays foes with every stroke. I am the emperor of the wild heavens, destined to suppress all adversaries of the world. The emperor of the wild heavens, holding a pagoda, stands astride the heavens. Gazing down upon eternity with a mere gesture, he can obliterate the cosmos. Summon Li Yuanba to sweep through legions. Valiant and invincible summon Sun Wukong, master of 72 transformations, ever-changing summon Pangu, who opened the heavens and reshaped the stars. I possess a breath of profound yellow qi, capable of consuming the heavens, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Has the heavens truly brought me to this world merely to torment me for a decade? Why? Why? In the Yi family of Qingyun town, a youth gazed vacantly at the sky, his emotions spiraling out of control, raging within his heart. His name is Yi Kuang, hailing from a blue planet known as Earth. Due to an unforeseen accident, he traversed into this continent, revered for martial prowess, and found himself inhabiting the body of a young master from a minor clan. In his past life, he had been a paragon among scholars in the illustrious lands of Huaxia, surrounded by a myriad of accolades and glory, basking in the admiration and envy of countless souls. Yet now, in this humble Qingyun town, he is an infamous wastrel, devoid of a dantian, unable to cultivate, reduced to a laughingstock among the masses. A lifetime of genius, followed by a lifetime of failure. The stark contrast between his past and present, even after a decade, continues to haunt him. The only solace is my extraordinary sensitivity to spiritual energy, Yi Kuang mused with a bitter smile, shaking his head, his expression steeped in melancholy. For reasons unknown, he has always possessed the uncanny ability to perceive spiritual energies invisible to others. No one could provide an explanation, leaving him shrouded in confusion. Brother Yi, can we begin? A melodious voice pierced through his reverie. At the sound, Yi Kuang lifted his gaze to the front, where an expansive plaza awaited. In the plaza stood towering ancient yellow stone pillars, connected by threads of special silk, subtly forming a unique formation. Seated within the formation was a girl clad in white. Her beauty was unparalleled, her skin fair and radiant, and her clear, captivating eyes exuded an extraordinary grace. Shangguan Yu, the rare jewel of Qingyun town, began her cultivation at the tender age of 3, reached the 3rd level of the spirit pattern realm by 5, and was recognized by the formidable Jade Sword sect as a core disciple before she even turned 12. However, even the most precious jade may bear flaws. This illustrious girl, cloaked in countless accolades, harbored a congenital defect. Her spiritual energy was incomplete. This single flaw would render Shangguan Yu's path to cultivation exceedingly narrow, preventing her from breaking through the constraints of the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm and achieving the innate 3rd realm, thus becoming a true martial artist. Clearly, such a reality was unbearable for the proud Shangguan Yu. Her standing within the Jade Sword sect was consequently shaken. Even those disciples who had once been overshadowed by her brilliance began to weave tales to tarnish her reputation. As Yi Kuang gazed at the smile adorning the girl's face, he found himself entranced. For this childhood friend and betrothed, he yearned to cradle her in his hands, shielding her from any harm. Even if I cannot cultivate, I shall spare no effort to make you wear flawless, he silently vowed, stepping into the formation and sitting behind the girl. The bustling atmosphere surrounding the Yi family today was due to the presence of nearly the entire town, gathered to witness him. With his unique sensitivity to spiritual energy, assist Shangguan Yu in mending her incomplete spiritual essence. Brother Yi, is it truly possible? Shangguan Yu's delicate brows furrowed, a hint of worry flickering across her fair visage. Rest assured, it shall succeed, Yi Kuang replied, a gentle smile gracing his features. Yuer believes in Brother Yi. Shangguan Yu nodded, her alabaster chin tilting slightly. Yuer, focus your mind and calm your spirit. I will harness the power of the primordial spirit formation to repair your spiritual essence. Yi Kuang instructed with a faint smile. The primordial spirit formation possessed miraculous effects in nurturing and healing spiritual energies, provided by the Jade Sword sect. Otherwise, the Yi family's meager resources would never have enabled the construction of such a complex and profound formation. Shang Guanyu fluttered her long eyelashes before slowly closing her beautiful eyes, following the youth's guidance. Yi Kuang mirrored her actions, shutting his own eyes, and as he did, a transformation enveloped him. The world around seemed to become translucent, and the girl's spiritual essence appeared vividly before him. Her spiritual energy was dim, marred with mottled hues, akin to dust-covered jade, evoking a sense of lament. "Rest easy. You are, I will heal you," Yi Kuang murmured to himself, his fingers moving deftly as he directed the unique formation's light to intertwine with the girl's spiritual essence. The mottled and dim essence began to exhibit significant changes. Streams of pure light quietly emanated from within. The incomplete spiritual essence was being restored. Around them, the men and women from various families gazed in awe at this spectacle. Though they could not perceive the spiritual energies, they sensed the transformation occurring within the girl. What a pity if this youth were not inherently devoid of a dantian. He would undoubtedly be a prodigy of cultivation, remarked a white-clad young man seated upon a golden stone seat at the forefront of the plaza, shaking his head. Upon hearing his words, a rugged-faced, stern middle-aged man beside him could not suppress a change in countenance. This was Yi Kuang's father, the head of the Yi family, Yi Qing. "Wu Chen, does even your Jade Sword sect lack the means to resolve this issue?" Yi Qing hesitated before inquiring. The white-clad youth named Wu Chen shook his head, his tone tinged with indifference. "No." The flicker of hope in Yi Qing's eyes gradually extinguished, his resolute visage now shadowed by despondency. Wu Chen, noticing this, offered a faint smile, his gaze drifting to the exquisite figure within the formation. More precisely, his attention was drawn to the beautiful silhouette, a hint of fervor flickering in his eyes. Once her spiritual essence is restored, Shang Guanyu would undoubtedly be the unrivaled genius of the Jade Sword sect, her future potential limitless. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze unwittingly shifted to the youth beside him, his brow furrowing in displeasure. This fellow was destined to remain incapable of cultivation, merely serving as a pawn for others. Thus, in his view, the relationship between Yi Kuang and Shang Guanyu resembled a pristine swan marred by a speck of dust unsightly, no matter how one looked at it. "Young man, this is the will of the sect leader. I hope you can calmly accept your fate. Some things are destined to be beyond the reach of the mediocre, even if they once crossed paths." Wu Chen gently shook his head, his tone infused with a hint of pity, mingled with an imperceptible jealousy. Perhaps, in his subconscious, he had already elevated Shang Guanyu to the status of a goddess, resolutely forbidding anything from tarnishing the idealized beauty he held in his heart. Chapter 2. I, Yi Kuang, have been blind, unbeknownst to him. Half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. Within the spirit formation, the array that once radiated a brilliant light now dimmed into silence. Amidst this, Shang Guanyu appeared increasingly resplendent, akin to a gem at the pinnacle of a pyramid, exuding an extraordinary brightness. Behind her, Yi Kuang's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat dotted his face, and the veins on his forehead throbbed incessantly, reflecting his profound agony. His body trembled slightly, yet the trials of recent years had forged a resilient character within the youth, allowing him to grit his teeth and persevere. He continued to manipulate the power of the formation, gradually repairing his fiancée's fractured spiritual essence. "Just a little more, just a little more," Yi Kuang urged through clenched teeth. As time trickled by, another half an hour elapsed. At a certain moment, Yi Kuang suddenly pointed down, directing the last wisp of light into the girl's shoulder. Following this, his entire being quivered violently, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from his lips as he fell backward, drenched in sweat. Assisting Shang Guanyu in restoring her spiritual power had drained him of too much mental energy, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. At that moment, Shang Guanyu's delicate form shook, and torrents of visible spiritual energy converged from all directions, merging into her being. The girl's aura surged rapidly. She ascended through the ranks of the spirit pattern realm, 7th, 8th, 9th leveled. In the midst of countless astonished gazes, Shang Guanyu's cultivation remarkably leapt 3 levels, reaching the pinnacle of the spirit pattern realm. "Excellent," Wu Chen exclaimed, rising from his seat, his face flushed with excitement. For years, Shang Guanyu's cultivation had remained stagnant due to her spiritual power deficiency, preventing her from breaking through. Now, with the complete restoration of her spiritual essence, the foundation she had accumulated over time finally erupted at this moment. It wouldn't be long before the junior sister would advance to the innate 3rd stage. Wu Chen clapped his hands vigorously, his spirit uplifted. The innate 3rd stage encompasses creation, spirit communication, and 9 tripods, with each stage further divided into minor achievements, major achievements, perfection, grand perfection, and 5 substages. If someone of Shangguan Yu's age were to reach this level, she would be regarded as a rare genius in the Jade Sword sect, deserving of the utmost cultivation from the sect. In the future, she would undoubtedly become a pillar of the sect. Haha, congratulations! The Yi family has a wonderful daughter-in-law, truly a cause for celebration. Indeed. Yet, as Yi Qing listened to these congratulatory remarks, a complex expression crossed his face. He gazed downward, and under the dazzling radiance surrounding the girl, his own son appeared so dim, he sighed softly, forcing a smile as he acknowledged the crowd in the arena. Shangguan Yu rose to her feet, feeling the surge of her cultivation and the envious glances cast her way. Causing her cheeks to flush slightly, her vanity was greatly satisfied. Yuer, I am truly happy for you, a youthful voice called from behind. Shangguan Yu turned to see the swaying figure of Yi Kuang struggling to stand. Her brows instinctively furrowed, her gaze flickering. However, she concealed her feelings and stepped forward to assist the young man. Thank you, Brother Yi. Her voice remained gentle and sweet, yet for some reason, it carried an air of cold detachment. Now immaculate and flawless, she found herself looking at the young man with whom she had an engagement, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. It was akin to a person of great achievement, unwilling to recall their past failures. In her subconscious, Yi Kuang represented that very failure. Yi Kuang, oblivious to her sentiments, reached for his fiancée's delicate hand, but she deftly evaded him. Yuer. His expression froze in surprise as he gazed at the girl. Shangguan Yu's eyes momentarily darted away, and she feigned nonchalance. In front of so many people, it might not be appropriate. Indeed, Yi Kuang chuckled, assuming she was merely shy, and did not dwell on it. He lifted his gaze to his father, his tone brimming with excitement. Father, I have already mentioned this before. Once Yuer restores her spiritual power, we shall officially hold our wedding. Brother Yi, wouldn't that be a bit hasty? Shangguan Yu's fair face flushed in alarm as she interjected. How could it be? Did we not agree upon this? Yi Kuang replied with a faint smile. But Shangguan Yu's words remained unfinished, interrupted by his father. Very well, I shall issue the orders today to arrange the wedding for you and Yuer, Yi Qing declared, suppressing the complex emotions within him. Yi Kuang's smile broadened at once. Wait. At that moment, Wu Chun from the Jade Sword sect suddenly spoke up. Yi Kuang turned his gaze, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. Observing Wu Chin's demeanor, he felt an inexplicable unease creeping into his heart. Yi Qing frowned. Wu Chun, what do you mean by that? Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Wu Chun offered a slight smile and withdrew a jade-colored scroll, slowly unfurling it. Patriarchy, I regret to inform you that the wedding between your son and the junior sister cannot proceed. Why not? Yi Qing's expression darkened. Wu Qin glanced at the crowd below. This is a letter personally penned by our sect leader. She wishes to take the junior sister as her personal disciple, imparting the Jade Sword sect's divine technique to her, in preparation for the future succession of the sect leader's position. What you and your son may not know is that anyone practicing the divine technique is strictly forbidden from engaging with men, let alone discussing matters of marriage. Therefore, I trust you understand my implications. These words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Yi Kuang utterly stunned. Young Master Yi, I hope you understand the stakes and do not obstruct the junior sister's future. Wu Chun continued. Yi Kuang's face shifted between shades of blue and red, and after a prolonged moment, he finally managed to stammer. What do you mean by this? Wu Chun smiled lightly, his expression laced with pity. Young Master Yi, why bother feigning ignorance? Since you choose to play the fool, I must lay everything bare. He turned to address the crowd. Before coming here, the sect leader instructed me to convey that the junior sister's engagement must be annulled, or it will jeopardize the sect's grand plans. Yi Kuang's expression morphed entirely, his mind buzzing around him. Countless gazes were filled with sympathy. This young man was indeed pitiable, publicly jilted. Yi Kuang's body trembled as he turned to the silent Shangguan Yu. His voice quaking. Yuer, did you know about this before coming here? Shangguan Yu bit her lip, her delicate face torn with conflict. Tell me. Yi Kuang's voice rose sharply, his expression twisting with barely suppressed rage. Tell me, what is your choice? Shangguan Yu, proud and lofty, found herself cornered by his public questioning, her fair face reddening in embarrassment. Clenching her silver teeth, she replied, I do not wish to give up the opportunity to cultivate the divine technique. Boom! Yi Kuang's mind erupted, his entire face flushing crimson. He pointed at the girl, his voice trembling with indignation. Very well. So you do not wish to relinquish the chance to practice the divine technique. Shangguan Yu, Yi Kuang, must be blind. His voice was steeped in resentment and despair, laced with profound sorrow. Was this truly the gentle and charming fiancé he had once known? What a mockery it was. Chapter 3. Who wasn't young once? Shang Guanyu gazed at Yi Kuang in that moment, a pang of guilt piercing her heart. She bit her red lip, hesitating. Brother Yi, to express my remorse, I will leave this spirit formation for the Yi family. And then at this juncture, her gaze shifted to Wu Chun, who understood her cue and tossed a jade token her way. This is the disciple token of the Jade Sword sect. With it, even if you cannot cultivate, you may still join the sect. As she spoke, the jade token soared through the air, tracing an arc before landing at Yi Kuang's feet. Thud. The token hit the ground, producing a crisp sound that echoed in everyone's ears. Yi Kuang stared at the token beneath him, his gaze momentarily dazed. His already flushed youthful face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. The years of desolation had accustomed him to the whispers of others, teaching him the art of endurance. However, every individual possesses their own dignity and boundaries, which should not be trampled upon by anyone. Moreover, the one doing the trampling was the very person who had once occupied the softest corner of his heart. It felt as though a sharp sword had pierced his heart, inflicting a cruel, bloody pain. Ha! Wonderful! Yi Kuang laughed bitterly, and with a heavy foot, he crushed the jade token beneath him, reducing it to shards. Shang Guanyu, though I, Yi Kuang, am but a joke, I do not require anyone's charity, especially not yours. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot as he stepped forward, delivering a forceful palm strike onto a stone pillar at the center of the formation. Boom! This strike was not particularly powerful, yet it shattered the core of the spirit formation, causing the entire array to begin collapsing, waves of violent shockwaves surging outward. Yi Kuang's body swayed like a leaf in the wind, on the brink of toppling. Yet, even so, he stood defiantly, refusing to fall. In stark contrast, Shang Guanyu, empowered by her sudden surge in cultivation, remained impervious to the shockwaves, standing there with an exceptionally radiant demeanor. You dare to destroy the spirit formation? Shang Guanyu stared at the young man's audacious act, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. This object, however, is a treasure of the Jade Sword sect, exceedingly precious. Utterly outrageous. Wu Chun erupted in fury, his face ablaze with anger, ready to strike. Young Master Wu, this is the Yi family. Yi Qing's expression darkened, as he slammed his palm onto the armrest, his icy voice tinged with a chilling intent. The Jade Sword sect truly goes too far. As he spoke, a vast pressure of spiritual energy emanated from his body, enveloping Wu Qian. Wu Qian's gaze sharpened, and he quickly withdrew his own power. Although he was a disciple of the Jade Sword sect, he found himself greatly overshadowed by Yi Qing, the head of the Yi family, who had trained for decades. Yi family head, I will report this matter to the sect, he threatened. Yi Qing closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the fury within, and spoke in a low, grave tone. Please do as you wish, but I do not wish for anyone to meddle in today's affairs. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wu Qian's expression shifted, ultimately letting out a cold snort, refraining from saying more. He was curious to see what tricks that young man could conjure in the square. Within the shattered formation, Yi Kuang's blood-red eyes fixated on the young girl opposite him. His entire being brimming with malice, he truly yearned to kill. However, the Yi family could not withstand the wrath of the Jade Sword sect. Taking a deep breath, Yi Kuang struggled to rein in his inner fury as he approached the girl step by step. What do you intend to do? The girl's delicate face paled slightly. Despite her formidable cultivation, she lacked experience and felt a twinge of fear under his ferocious gaze. Yet, Yi Kuang merely brushed past her, continuing onward. The sound of his heavy footsteps echoed across the square, his trembling form rendering many silent. What on earth is he planning? A question arose in the hearts of the onlookers. Eventually, Yi Kuang halted at the edge of the square, slowly lifting his gaze. Before him stood a red stone, inscribed with two names, Yi Kuang and Shang Guanyu. This was the Fate Stone, established by his father to express a beautiful wish, using a knife to achieve one's ends. Yi Kuang's voice was low as he swiftly drew a steel blade from the waist of a nearby guard. His gaze fixated on the Fate Stone, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In hindsight, this object was utterly ironic. Yi Kuang's heart seethed with rage, his eyes ablaze as he swung the blade forcefully at the Fate Stone. Bang! The strike sent sparks flying as the blade collided with the stone. Producing a crisp sound, a distinct cut appeared upon the Fate Stone. Crack! Yi Kuang turned around, and cracks began to spread across the Fate Stone, precisely between the two names. He glared ahead, where the girl stood. Momentarily dazed, Shang Guanyu, you need not annul the engagement. Today, let us sever ties completely. When we meet again in the future, we shall be strangers. The humiliation of today, I shall personally reclaim from the Jade Sword sect in 3 years. By then, I hope you can still uphold the pride you possess today. The youth's words were as cold as the blade he wielded, each syllable piercing to the core. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanyu's cheeks flushed crimson. The poise she had managed to maintain thoroughly shattered. In the illustrious Jade Sword sect, she had always been a radiant figure. Never had she been so openly reprimanded. I have been more than patient. Since you are so merciless, do not blame me for my lack of compassion. Shang Guanyu bit her crimson lip, her voice icy as she replied. In 3 years, I shall await you at the Jade Sword sect. I hope by then, you possess the courage to show up. Otherwise, your words today are merely the childish utterances of a man trying to preserve his meager pride. With the mask torn away, Shang Guanyu's words now bore no pretense. Yi Kuang let out a cold laugh, his smile growing even more frigid. He fixed his gaze upon the girl and said, Shang Guanyu, do not take pride in your fleeting glory to assert your nobility. Yi Kuang, now tell you, even the Yellow River can clear up one day. Who does not experience moments of triumph? In this world, who has not been young? Today's desolation, can it not transform into soaring dragons in the future? 3 questions, each resounding like the clang of metal, echoing powerfully. Shang Guanyu's complexion flickered between shades of blue and red, her mouth opening for a moment, yet she found herself unable to utter a single word. I shall await you. She clenched her silver teeth, showing no intent to linger, turning instead to walk out of the square. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chan quickly leapt down from the square to follow her. Kid, I hope you do not come to regret this, a cold voice echoed behind them as they departed. Yi Kuang remained silent, turning to face the direction of his father, suddenly bending his knees and kneeling heavily on the ground. Touching his forehead to the earth in a deep bow, Father, I have been unfilial, bringing shame upon you. But rest assured, I will reclaim everything in the future, restoring your pride. Having said this, he rose and strode towards the opposite side of the square. On the stone seat, Yi Qing gazed at the somewhat desolate, emaciated figure, his fierce eyes glimmering with unshed tears. He patted the armrest forcefully, closing his eyes as he spoke in a low tone. Everyone, let today's matter conclude here. Please take your leave. Upon hearing this, the various parties gradually stood, shaking their heads with complex expressions before departing from the Yi family. Today, the Yi family had thoroughly lost face. Chapter 4. The beginning of a galaxy. As night fell, upon the icy cold bed, Yi Kuang lay with his arms behind his head, staring vacantly at the ceiling, at times lost in thought, at times consumed by rage. He knew that regardless of the events of today, once word spread, everyone would deem it a failure of the Yi family. All mockery and ridicule would fall upon them, for no one dared to offend the Jade Sword sect. Tomorrow, I shall seek a solution to my lack of a dantian. Yi Kuang pressed his lips together, suppressing the turbulent emotions within, forcing himself to drift into slumber. However, not long after, without any awareness, wisps of black light began to rise from his lower abdomen, gradually enveloping his entire being. Yi Kuang's consciousness grew hazy, drifting into a starry realm. Where is this place? Am I truly dreaming? He wished to rub his eyes, only to be astonished to find himself merely a drifting, semi-transparent orb of light. Is this my consciousness? Yi Kuang was filled with bewilderment. What was happening? How had his consciousness arrived here? His mind raced, instinctively scanning his surroundings, and he was immediately left dumbfounded. Before him lay an endless expanse of the cosmos. Within the starry firmament, nebulae formed from gathered stars, brilliant suns radiated dazzling light, and a black hole. Yi Kuang's gaze fixated on the center of the nebula, where a pitch-black vortex emanated a terrifying gravitational pull, drawing in the surrounding stars. This scene resembled the legendary black holes. As the thought crossed his mind, Yi Kuang could not help but shudder. Had he actually arrived in the universe? Just then, a beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens, merging into his mind. Moments later, Yi Kuang processed the information, his eyes widening in astonishment. Here, this is actually the galaxy, and furthermore, it is my dantian. Yi Kuang felt overwhelmed. This was utterly absurd. He had read numerous novels in his past life and knew that so-called traversers often possessed some form of golden finger. But to have an entire galaxy as one's dantian was simply preposterous, bordering on the unbelievable. It left him in disbelief, questioning whether he had fallen into an illusion. What is going on? Starting with a galaxy. Have I become the legendary cheat? Yi Kuang was filled with both confusion and amazement. Confronted with such changes, he had countless questions, yet no one to answer them. Even the information provided was shrouded in ambiguity, seeming to carry an inexplicable taboo. Perhaps these questions would only be clarified in the future. Yi Kuang shook his head, resolutely determined. As the saying goes, the barefoot need not fear the shod. He was already in dire straits, so why bother quibbling over such matters? He wondered if he could find Earth. Perhaps he could. A bold thought flickered through Yi Kuang's mind. He wished to become the first to traverse back. Yet regrettably, while the idea was beautiful, reality proved harsh. There indeed existed an Earth, but it was not the one he had known in his previous life. Disappointment washed over Yi Kuang as he realized his aspirations had been overly simplistic. After a moment, he pushed aside these distractions and focused on a nearby star. Now he understood why he had always possessed such keen sensitivity to spiritual energy. The source lay with this star. This entity was known as the spiritual star, containing immense spiritual power that could greatly enhance his perception of spiritual energy. However, according to the information, his galaxy Dantian had only awakened one spiritual star, while the others remained dormant. Yi Kuang murmured to himself. Here, there existed numerous types of stars, such as spirit power stars, martial arts stars, technique stars, and more. Each type of star serves a distinct purpose, bestowing upon its possessor unforeseen and miraculous effects. Moreover, the more stars of the same kind that awaken, the more formidable these effects become. Strictly speaking, this place should not be regarded as my Dantian. It resembles more of a repository or treasure trove. Yi Kuang murmured to himself. Generally, the power within one's Dantian can be fully harnessed for oneself. Yet his galactic Dantian is an exception, as only the awakened stars provide him with a fraction of their might. Nevertheless, this is already exceedingly abnormal. One must recognize that the energy of stars is immensely vast, and even a minuscule portion is sufficient to exponentially enhance his strength. Buzz! At that moment, a series of peculiar fluctuations drew his attention away. Yi Kuang directed his gaze and beheld two stars quivering incessantly, radiant brilliance erupting forth from them. They are about to awaken. Excitement surged in his eyes. He eagerly anticipated the nature of these two newly awakened stars. In the midst of this anxious waiting, the attributes of the two stars ultimately revealed themselves: the martial arts star and the spiritual power star. A wave of exhilaration washed over Yi Kuang. The martial arts star could assist him in cultivating martial arts, while the spiritual power star would enable him to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Both provided enhancements exceeding tenfold, truly monstrous in nature. Most importantly, once the spiritual power star awakened, it signified his ability to cultivate spiritual power, liberating him entirely from the label of a waste. Let us give it a try. With a thought, Yi Kuang projected several low-level martial arts techniques he was familiar with. In this world, martial arts and techniques are regarded similarly, classified into grades: Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, and Shen. Each grade is further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. The low-level martial arts he cast, Falling Leaf Palm, Whistling Wind Finger, and Flame Jade Seal, belong to the initial Huang grade. The moment the martial arts came into contact with the martial arts star, they swiftly transformed into a pool of liquid, silently melding into it. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yi Kuang felt his mastery over these three low-level martial arts reach a small accomplishment. At this rate, within a day, he could achieve perfection. Such speed was astonishing, for even the most talented individuals from major sects would require over 3 months to reach this stage. Now, with just a single martial arts star possessing such monstrous capabilities, one could only imagine what would transpire if he had 10 or even 100. Would he not be able to swiftly cultivate even D-grade or Tian-grade martial arts? This thought was nearly beyond belief. As he contemplated this, Yi Kuang's hand involuntarily clenched, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Shangguanyu, since heaven has granted me such a grand opportunity, 3 years hence, I shall make you rue the day. Chapter 5. The dogs of the Bai family, get out! In the vast emptiness of the starry sky, the boy's somewhat subdued voice reverberated, laden with unmistakable hatred and humiliation. The day that blades severed the fateful stone left a deep scar upon his heart. After a long while, Yi Kuang took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the space of his Dantian, before slowly withdrawing his consciousness. The cultivation of martial arts could be entrusted to the martial arts star. What he needed to do now was return to the outside world and test the enhancement the spiritual power star provided for absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the tranquil room, Yi Kuang sat cross-legged upon his bed. With a mere thought, the spiritual power star within his Dantian began to operate, a torrent of overwhelming and domineering pulling force surged forth from his body. Whoosh! The spiritual energy of the world rapidly converged toward him at an astonishing speed. Spiritual pattern realm first layer, spiritual pattern realm second layer, spiritual pattern realm third layer. In the brief span of an hour, Yi Kuang's cultivation soared to the third layer of the spiritual pattern realm, equivalent to years of effort for an ordinary person. Most crucially, this surge in strength was founded upon a solid base, devoid of any semblance of superficiality. However, transitioning from the third layer to the fourth layer was a hurdle that would require several more days to overcome. Yi Kuang bit his lip, settling his mind, and gradually entered a deeper state of cultivation. His breath surged and stabilized rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days slipped by. Whoosh! Yi Kuang slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, excitement illuminating his youthful face. Just one more day, and I will be able to condense the third spiritual pattern. He lowered his gaze to his body. Beneath his skin, 3 radiant white spiritual patterns shimmered faintly. Adjacent to these 3 white patterns, a subtle glow flickered, as if on the verge of forming a fourth in the 9th layer of the spiritual pattern realm. Each condensed spiritual pattern would elevate one's cultivation by a layer. Currently, he stood at the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the spiritual pattern realm. A fervent desire surged within Yi Kuang, compelling him to re-enter his cultivation. However, at that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in." He retracted his spiritual energy and spoke. Creak. An elderly man with white hair pushed the door open, hurriedly stating, "Young master, there has been an incident within the clan. If you have the time, you should go take a look." Yi Kuang sprang to his feet, leaping off the bed, his expression darkening instantaneously. "Who is it?" he inquired. "The Bai family," the elderly man replied. "Take me there." Yi Kuang's gaze turned frigid. The elderly man hesitated briefly before saying, "Young master, please do not act impulsively. There may be the shadow of the Yujian sect behind this incident." "The Yujian sect?" Yi Kuang's eyes narrowed, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Is that ruthless woman at it again? This individual truly seeks to eradicate the Yi family. Let us go. I will be cautious." Yi Kuang waved his hand, stating he was no longer the same as before. With the assistance of the martial arts star, he had perfected all 3 martial arts, alongside reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the spiritual pattern realm. He was no longer a soft target to be easily manipulated. The elderly man, seeing this, hastily followed suit. Yi family, conference hall. The atmosphere here felt somewhat oppressive. A voice laced with disdain and mockery reverberated throughout the hall. "Yi family head. All the assets under the Yi family's name, a mine, 3 taverns, 5 estates, 7 pawnshops, and 36 parcels of farmland, are now entirely transferred to the Bai family." A middle-aged man reclined casually in a sandalwood chair, speaking nonchalantly. "Here is the transfer agreement. Please sign it." He waved his hand dismissively, and an elderly servant stepped forward, presenting a document. Yi Qing's body trembled slightly as he gazed at the contract laid before him, his expression alternating between shades of green and red. These assets constituted the entirety of the Yi family's holdings. Surrendering them would signify annihilation. Bang! Yi Qing's pent-up fury erupted as he slammed his palm against the table, coldly declaring, "By family head, do not overstep your bounds." The individual before him was Bai Luo, the head of the Bai family, a rival family in Qingyan town. "Why should Yi family head be so agitated?" Bai Luo chuckled lightly. "You can only blame your incompetent son for being so ungrateful, daring to offend Miss Shangguanyu." Bai Luo clapped his hands, feigning a helpless demeanor. "Yi family head, sign swiftly. Otherwise, when the Yujian sect descends in wrath, your Yi family will be utterly obliterated." Yi Qing's countenance fluctuated with indignation, his eyes turning a fierce crimson. After a moment, he took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil. "This is all orchestrated by that woman, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Luo had yet to respond when a nearby youth interjected coldly. "A mere Yi family does not possess the qualifications for Miss Shangguanyu to employ the term orchestrate. This matter was instructed by young Master Wu before departing, intended to serve as a lesson to prevent you from overstepping your bounds and provoking calamity in the future." This person was Bai Longsheng, the young master of the Bai family, hailed as the second prodigy of Qingyun town, a designated disciple of the Yujian sect. As he spoke, Bai Longsheng sipped his tea nonchalantly, adding, "Let me remind you, do not attempt to struggle in front of the Yujian sect. Such actions will only lead to a more tragic demise. Furthermore, should you provoke Miss Shangguanyu's ire, it will not merely involve compensating for some assets, but will bring forth true catastrophe. Thus, I hope Yi family head will carefully consider before making a decision, avoiding any hasty and foolish remarks." As he spoke, he stood, approached Yi Qing, placed his hand upon the contract, and smiled. Yi family head, may I now inquire about your decision? Yi Qing's expression turned icy, fury surging in his eyes. By Longsheng, the possessions of my Yi family are not so easily taken. Boom! As his words fell, a violent force erupted from within him, a powerful pressure enveloping Bai Longsheng. Bai Longsheng's countenance shifted slightly. Despite being hailed as the second prodigy of Qingyun Town, facing Yi Qing, who had reached the third layer of the innate realm, he felt immense pressure. Why must Yi family head be so angry with a mere junior? Bai Luo smiled faintly, speaking as he too released a formidable wave of spiritual pressure to counteract Yi Qing's imposing aura. In fact, it subtly formed a sort of suppression. Since Yi family head is so unappreciative, do not blame Bai for being impolite. Bai Luo rose to his feet, an increasingly terrifying aura emanating from within him. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense and charged. However, at that moment, a sudden deafening sound reverberated, startling everyone present. Bang! The doors of the conference hall exploded open, shattering into countless fragments that tore outward. Simultaneously, a youthful and chilling voice resounded throughout the chamber. The dogs of the Bai family, get out! Chapter 6. The life and death challenge. The atmosphere in the conference hall momentarily froze, and soon, numerous gazes converged upon the broken entrance. There, a young figure strode in. Quanger. Yi Qing's expression faltered slightly, revealing an unexpected look that I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be the renowned young master of the Yi family, the so-called genius of the wedding dress. Bai Longsheng offered a faint smile, his face betraying an unmistakable hint of derision. Ever since the incident of the broken engagement, the moniker of wedding dress genius had spread. It referred simply to one who crafted wedding attire for others, hence the title. Young Master Yi, why aren't you mourning in solitude over your abandonment, instead of coming here to embarrass yourself? Bai Longsheng shook his head and remarked. Beside him, Bai Luo let out a scornful laugh. Commenting on the thickness of the boy's skin, if it were me, I would probably have dashed my head against a wall in shame. Yi Qing's expression shifted, and he hastily urged, Quanger, what are you doing here? Hurry back. The Bai family is in a fierce mood today, and I fear for your safety. He felt it was his duty as a father to shield his son from any potential outburst. Yi Quang halted his steps, looking up at his father. Father, rest assured, the possessions of the Yi family are not something anyone can seize. Foolish. Before Yi Qing could respond, Bai Longsheng shook his head dismissively. Young Master Yi, this is no place for you. You should leave at once. Hearing this, Yi Quang's lips curled into a cold smile. He said nothing but walked step by step toward the table, his gaze landing on the contract before him, a mine, 3 taverns, 5 estates, 7 pawn shops, and 36 parcels of land. Quite the insatiable appetite, don't you fear you might choke on it? His eyes glinted with an icy coldness, a faint killing intent radiating from him. How could my Bai family not consume such trifles? Bai Longsheng replied nonchalantly. Yi Quang sneered, locking his gaze onto Bai Longsheng. The dog of the Bai family truly excels in its role. If it weren't for the backing of the Jade Sword sect, how could the Bai family act so arrogantly? You seek death. Bai Longsheng suddenly rose, a wave of spiritual pressure emanating from him, enveloping the room. Yet, Yi Quang's expression remained unchanged, as indifferent as ever. Though his cultivation was indeed weaker, he was no longer the same as before. He would not flinch before such a minor show of force. Noticing this, Bai Longsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Something seemed amiss with this youth. You, a mere waste, have no right to mock my Bai family. An elder servant of the Bai family, who had accompanied him, suddenly turned cold, raising his hand to strike Yi Quang's crown. Kneel and apologize, he bellowed with a ferocious countenance. Before arriving today, the family head had ordered that they humiliate the Yi family without restraint. Bang, however, before the elder servant's hand could land, another hand shot out like lightning, fingers splayed and gripping his wrist. The elder servant's body stiffened, disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Yi Quang. How could this boy possibly withstand his strike? Wasn't he supposed to be without a dantian? A mere servant of the Bai family, daring to be so arrogant here? Yi Quang's gaze turned icy, his fingers tightening like iron. A scream pierced the air as the elder servant's wrist shattered, white bone protruding, blood pouring forth. Bang! Yi Quang showed no mercy, delivering a kick that sent the servant sprawling beneath his feet. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone in the hall. What is happening? Bai Longsheng's expression hardened. Although the elder servant was not particularly strong, he was still at the second level of the spiritual pattern realm, far from being an ordinary person. Bai Luo narrowed his eyes and said slowly, It seems that over the years, young Master Yi has concealed some of his abilities. Though he could not discern the exact level of Yi Kuang's strength, a cursory judgment indicated that he was at least stronger than his own family servants. Let go of my family member and apologize. The family head might not hold this against you, Bai Luo said with a cold smile. Let go? Yi Kuang's lips curled into a chilling arc. What a splendid proposal, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped down heavily, the sound of bones cracking echoing as a mouthful of blood erupted from the elder servant's mouth. Moments later, the man rolled his eyes back and fainted dead away. You seek death. Bai Luo's face turned frigid as a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, causing the entire conference hall to tremble. Master Bai, this is the Yi family. Yi Qing's deep voice resonated, rising slowly as he fixed his sharp gaze on Bai Luo. If anyone dares to harm Kuanger, I will ensure they pay a blood price. At these words, Bai Luo's aura receded slightly. Engaging in open conflict with the Yi family was not a wise choice at this juncture. Yi Qing snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to his son, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Why was Kuanger's performance so unusually striking today? What on earth had transpired? However, now was not the time for questions. Heh, it appears we have all misunderstood young Master Yi somewhat, Bai Longxing remarked, his narrowed eyes glinting. You just used spiritual energy, didn't you? At this revelation, all present were taken aback. Wasn't the young master of the Yi family supposed to be without a dantian? How could he possibly gather spiritual energy? Unbothered by their astonished gazes, Yi Kuang focused on Bai Longsheng. You Bai family wish to seize all the assets of the Yi family, correct? I have a proposal for you. I wonder if you dare accept it? The Yi family was currently too weak. If they were to confront the Jade Sword sect, there would be no chance of survival. He could face death without fear. But he could not drag his father and kin down with him. Bai Longxing's eyes narrowed. Speak. Yi Kuang smiled coldly, standing before the table and swiftly writing. Ink fell, the pen halted. In a matter of moments, a document was completed. He then took a small knife and swiftly sliced open his palm. A startling spray of blood dripped down, staining the document red. With a cold chuckle, Yi Kuang picked up the bloodied document, walking deliberately to the table between Bai Longxing and Bai Luo, slamming it down forcefully. Pop! Blood splattered, marking the youthful visage with a hint of defiance. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the sharp knife flying, piercing through the document and pinning it firmly to the table. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed. 1 month from now, during the selection of outer disciples from the 3 pavilions and 7 sects, you and I shall engage in a life and death battle. The victor shall claim all. Chapter 7. Do you dare? A life and death challenge? Bai Longxing stared at the blood-soaked document before him, his expression momentarily blank. He could hardly believe that a reputed waste from the Yi family would dare to propose such a dangerous contest. Was he not courting death? As for the so-called 3 pavilions and 7 sects, they were the 10 most powerful forces outside Qingyan town. The Jade Sword sect was among them, and it ranked quite favorably. The selection for outer disciples from the 3 pavilions and 7 sects was a grand event held every 3 years in Qingyan town. Entering one of the sects signified a meteoric rise, elevating one to the status of a noble warrior. However, due to Qingyan town being the weakest in the vicinity, only one outer disciple spot was available during each selection. Young Master Yi, have you lost your mind? I am an internally designated disciple of the Jade Sword sect. Why would I engage in a life and death battle with you? Bai Longxing shook his head, a look of derision crossing his face. For him, the outer disciple slot was already as good as his. Yi Kuang sneered. Internally designated disciple? You might be overestimating your position. Previously, it was merely that no one dared to challenge you for that singular spot, which gave rise to this so-called designation. Bai Longxing's expression turned icy. You are seeking your own demise. Oh, you dare accept? Yi Kuang's eyes sparkled with sharpness. Bai Longxing laughed derisively. I have no interest in fighting a waste. And even if I refuse this life and death challenge, the assets of the Yi family will still belong to my Bai family. Is that so? Yi Kuang retorted with a cold smile. You need not act so imposing here. With your Bai family strength, attempting to swallow the Yi family would likely result in you incurring significant losses while attempting to harm us. Would not the other forces in Qingyan town seize the opportunity to strike? Bai Longxing's expression shifted. Why Bai family has the support of the Jade Sword sect? Who would dare to take advantage of the situation? Support. Yi Kuang let out a cold laugh and said, You should be well aware of the extent of this support. Though you truly believe that the Yu Jian sect would dispatch a considerable number of personnel to assist your Bai family? Upon hearing this, Bai Longxing's expression soured slightly. It is not just their Bai family. Even Qingyan town is but an insignificant place in the eyes of the Yu Jian sect. How could such a formidable power be stirred for their sake? Thus, he understood all too well the minuscule probability of the Bai family being able to enlist the help of the Yujian sect. Do you genuinely dare to participate in the outer disciple selection of the 3 pavilions and 7 sects? Bai Longxing's gaze flickered as he asked. Yi Kuang smiled faintly. The conflict between the Yi family and the Bai family can be resolved in this manner. Is it not the best solution? Joining the 3 pavilions and 7 sects is the most effective path for me to grow stronger, so I will participate in the selection of outer disciples at all costs. Since this is the case, a life and death battle with Bai Longxing is inevitable. Why not lay out such a condition in advance to assist the Yi family in overcoming this crisis? Father, what do you think? Bai Longxing's gaze flickered as he turned to his father beside him. Bai Luo's expression was stern as he replied, You may decide this matter. I have complete confidence in my son. Why would I falter in front of a useless person? Therefore, in my eyes, this life and death battle is an excellent opportunity for our Bai family to seize all of the Yi family's assets without bloodshed. Kuang Yiqing's expression also shifted slightly as he spoke urgently. Yi Kuang pressed his lips together and said earnestly, Father, please trust me. Yi Yiqing gazed into his son's resilient and confident eyes, feeling an inexplicable stirring in his heart. Today's performance from Yi Kuang left him in awe. Perhaps he should choose to believe in his son. Very well, Yi Yiqing slapped the table and declared loudly, From this day forth, all matters shall be decided by Kuanger. At these words, a gentle smile graced Yi Kuang's face as he turned his gaze towards Bai Longxing, saying, So, do you dare to accept this life and death contract? Bai Longxing's eyes flickered, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face as he drew a sharp knife, slicing his palm and letting his blood drip onto the contract. Since you seek death, how could I refuse to grant you this favor? Bai Longxing grinned ominously as he pocketed the contract. Yi Kuang observed this without attempting to intervene. This contract holds the same value in anyone's hands. His opponent's actions were merely a precaution against his potential change of heart. You may leave now. Yi Kuang said coldly. Bai Longxing smirked, rising to his feet. 1 month later, when the results of the life and death battle are revealed, I will personally come to the Yi family to collect all the family assets. I hope by then, you will not bear expressions of despair. He laughed heartily, exiting the conference hall alongside his father and several Bai family attendants. Once they departed, Yiqing quickly approached, his expression grave. Kuanger, do you truly have confidence? Should the life and death battle end in failure, losing the family assets would be trivial compared to the importance of his son's life. Yi Kuang smiled slightly, and to reassure his father, he opened his palm, revealing 3 luminous spiritual patterns. Spiritual patterns, you can truly cultivate them? Yiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. His son, did he not lack a dantian? Yi Kuang nodded. Father, do not worry, I end the life and death battle a month from now. I will reclaim everything for the Yi family. Yi Yiqing hesitated before saying, As far as I know, Bai Longxing's strength is at least at the 5th level of the spiritual pattern realm, perhaps even higher. With your current strength, it may be difficult to contend with him. Yi Kuang chuckled. But there is still a month left, is there not? That is more than sufficient. With the existence of the galaxy Dantian, a month's time would allow him to surpass Bai Longxing. Yi Yiqing observed him, his expression shifting. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of mystery surrounding Kuanger. After a moment of silence, he placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, saying, Since you have confidence, your father will support you. Rest assured, even if unforeseen circumstances arise during the life and death battle, no one shall harm my son. Yi Kuang pressed his lips together and nodded gently. Father, I need to retrieve some medicinal herbs for healing from the family and then head to the beast forest outside Qingyan town for training. Although he had comprehended 3 martial arts techniques with the aid of the martial arts star, practical combat experience is essential for honing his skills. He could not afford any slack in preparing for the battle against Bai Longxing. Yiqing, after a moment's hesitation, said, You may go, but be cautious and do not venture into the heart of the beast forest. Do not worry. Father, I will only train in the outskirts. Yi Kuang assured him. With that, he wasted no time and strode out of the conference hall. Yi Yiqing watched his departing figure, a smile of relief appearing on his face. It seemed his son was beginning to mature. Chapter 8. The Hidden Hand. Young master, here are the medicinal herbs for healing that you requested, a total of 15 types, sufficient to address most external injuries. In the Yi family's herbal pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in black produced a box of herbs and pushed it forward. Thank you, Uncle Yi Kuang reached for the box. Turning to leave, he prepared to venture into the beast forest. He knew he would likely sustain some injuries, so carrying healing herbs was prudent. Shortly after his departure, a low, hoarse voice emerged from the herbal pavilion. Have all the arrangements been made? The middle-aged man nodded. replying, "No problem. As long as that useless one applies the herbs externally, it will lead to poisoning." "That is good to hear. The family head has already dispatched several assassins, and this time, we must eliminate that brat in the beast forest." The low voice responded again, "Is this truly necessary?" The middle-aged man questioned. "With that useless one's meager abilities, he may not even survive to exit the beast forest. Moreover, even if he does survive, he will undoubtedly perish at the hands of Bai Longxing in the life-and-death battle a month from now. Better safe than sorry. The family head is always cautious and does not allow for any variables." The low voice continued. Hearing this, the middle-aged man ceased further comments, his gaze drifting to the direction Yi Kuang had departed, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. This useless one truly has a hard fate. Those who deserve to die rarely escape. Outside Qingyun town, shortly after Yi Kuang's departure, an expansive primordial forest came into view. Distantly, a low growl echoed in the AI arc. "So this is the beast forest?" He lifted his head to gaze ahead, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. The continent he inhabited was known as the Martial Emperor Continent, divided into 4 regions: the Eastern Xian Kingdom, Western Xian Kingdom, Northern Xian Kingdom, and Southern Xian Kingdom. Beneath each kingdom lay numerous grand estates. Qingyun town was situated in the Tianlin estate under the Eastern Xian Kingdom, and the beast forest before him spanned the entirety of the Tianlin estate, reportedly occupying a third of its territory, a truly vast expanse. Contemplating these thoughts, Yi Kuang felt a surge of emotions. Compared to the immense Tianlin estate, even the 3 pavilions and 7 sects were merely overlords of a single region. Setting a goal, he resolved to enter the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Yi Kuang pressed his lips together, a hint of fervor igniting in his youthful cheeks. The emergence of the galaxy Dantian had rekindled his passion for the martial path. "Let's go." He pressed off the ground, his figure transforming into an arrow, rushing into the beast forest amidst a fierce wind. 3 days later, by the banks of a stream. Roar! A low growl resounded as a massive beast charged forth, exuding an intimidating aura that instilled fear in onlookers. In the next moment, its jaws opened, revealing razor-sharp fangs that were both fierce and terrifying. Bang! Just then, a hand tore through the air, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, crashing down on the beast's head. Upon impact, the beast's entire head violently shook, blood splattering forth. With a mournful wail, the enormous creature collapsed to the ground, sending dust flying into the AI ard. Yi Kuang dusted off his hands, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. After days of training, he had become increasingly adept at utilizing the falling leaf palm. The beast he had just slain was comparable to a typical 4th-level spiritual pattern warrior. However, just as Yi Kuang prepared to take a brief respite, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he turned without hesitation. Wind whisper finger. He thrust out a finger, 3 spiritual patterns flickering into existence, resonating with the sound of a phoenix's call, colliding with the sudden shadow that appeared. Boom! A dull thud echoed as blood erupted from the point of contact. Immediately, the shadow was sent flying, crashing against the rocks by the stream, shattering them, a black patterned snake. When Yi Kuang discerned the form of the shadow, his eyes narrowed. This creature harbored potent venom. A single bite could endanger even a 5th-level spiritual pattern warrior's life. Fortunately, his keen spiritual perception allowed him to detect the ambush in time, striking the black patterned snake dead with a single finger. The reputation of the beast forest was indeed well-deserved. Yi Kuang shook his head, marveling inwardly. This is merely the peripheral region, yet it is home to such ferocious beasts. If one were to venture into the central or even the core areas, the dangers would be unimaginable. It is said that in the central region, true ferocious beasts roam, beasts endowed with intelligence. Unlike these mindless creatures, Yi Kuang's gaze drifted into the distance as he murmured to himself. The ferocious beasts here are formidable enough to rival those at the creation realm. Their power is exceedingly terrifying. "Let us proceed," Yi Kuang said, pursing his lips. Just as he was about to continue his training, a sudden shift in his consciousness stirred within him, and an unmistakable look of joy illuminated his eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy surged, pouring toward him in an unending stream, assimilating into his body. "I am on the verge of a breakthrough." Yi Kuang's eyes narrowed. His cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the spirit pattern realm, and after days of relentless training, he had now encountered the opportunity to advance. With this thought, he opened a box and scattered a foul-smelling black blood around him. This was the coagulated blood of the black flame tiger, a beast he encountered during his training, capable of deterring others from approaching him. With this, he could safely pursue his breakthrough. Let the process begin. Yi Kuang seated himself on the ground, forming seals with his hands, and urged the stellar spiritual energy within him, absorbing the energy from the heavens and earth. Whoosh! The spiritual energy howled, transforming into a visible pale white light that enveloped him. The aura surrounding him surged at an astonishing speed. Around his body, spiritual light began to gather, and the once dim fourth spirit pattern gradually became clearer. Once it fully formed, it would signify his breakthrough to the fourth level of the spirit pattern realm. This process of cultivation lasted approximately half an hour. As the influx of spiritual energy from the heavens began to wane, the fluctuations emanating from Yi Kuang's body grew increasingly formidable. One moment. His tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, and a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted from his bones, a sensation of indescribable power coursing through him. Yi Kuang looked down, observing a faint golden glow surfacing on his skin. Golden skin. His expression shifted, brimming with joy. The most significant transformation at the fourth level of the spirit pattern realm was the golden skin, which greatly enhanced one's defensive capabilities. Beneath this golden skin, for spirit patterns radiated a dazzling light, captivating the eye. Indeed, in the path of cultivation, only through rigorous training can one truly enhance their strength. Yi Kuang clenched his fist, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Over these past few days, he had not only grown increasingly adept at using the wind whisper finger, falling leaf palm, and flame jade seal, but his cultivation had also unexpectedly surged by a whole level. Such a remarkable increase was nothing short of astonishing. Haha, congratulations, young Master Yi. A cold, mocking voice suddenly interjected at that moment. Yi Kuang's expression instantly hardened. Chapter 9. Black Sha Poison in the nearby forest. Several figures appeared atop the branches of ancient trees. Dressed in dark robes, they exuded an aura of malevolence. One among them bore a distinct diagonal scar across his face, rendering his countenance particularly sinister. Yi Kuang narrowed his eyes, fixating on the sudden intruders. Members of the Black Sha gang, as the scion of the Yi family, he was well acquainted with the various factions in Qingyun town, and the Black Sha gang was one of them, a ruthless and cunning underground syndicate notorious for its violent deeds. Hearing his words, the scarred man leaped down from the tree, advancing toward him step by step. By him Su Yang, the vice leader of the Black Sha gang. The scarred man halted a few paces away, the scar on his face twitching slightly, his smile appearing rather ghastly. Yi Kuang's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted. His knowledge. This vice leader had condensed 5 spirit patterns over half a year ago. His strength must be even more formidable now. Your presence here is certainly not without purpose, he said coldly. Su Yang merely smiled faintly, surveying the surroundings. This place seems a fitting grave, and thus I believe young Master Yi should meet his demise here. Yi Kuang's expression darkened abruptly as he scrutinized the man for a moment before lowering his gaze. The Bai family sent you, didn't they? Given the Black Sha gang's might, they would not dare challenge the Yi family without a powerful backing. Su Yang shrugged. The head of the Yi family is indeed astute, but unfortunately, the foolish actions taken on that day have drawn you into a deadly predicament. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several figures rushed forward, encircling Yi Kuang. Among them were 2 whose cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spirit pattern realm, while the remaining 3 were at the 3rd level. This formation was exceedingly formidable, capable of threatening even peak 5th level spirit pattern realm warriors. Yi family head. Your so-called genius from Qingyun town can now meet his end. Su Yang's gaze sharpened as he commanded. Whoosh! As his words fell, 5 Black Sha gang warriors brandished steel knives, ruthlessly descending upon Yi Kuang's head. Yi Kuang's expression turned icy. His internal spiritual energy surged, a faint golden light flickering beneath his skin. Thud! The steel knives struck down, yet no blood was spilled. Instead, they clashed against his skin as though striking metal, producing a resonant sound. 4th level of the spirit pattern realm, golden-skinned. Su Yang's expression shifted dramatically. When did this waste become so powerful? In an instant, Yi Kuang acted without hesitation. As the 5 Black Sha warriors hesitated, he pointed forward, unleashing a piercing sound akin to a phoenix's cry, piercing through one of them. Bang! His finger struck, leaving a gaping wound on the opponent's body, followed by an explosion of spiritual energy that sent him flying. Merely moments into the confrontation, one had already been severely injured. The remaining 4 Black Sha warriors exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Such a fierce offensive and mastery of martial arts. Was this truly something a mere genius could accomplish? Yi Kuang's eyes turned frosty as he shifted his stance, a faint crimson light gathering in his palm, swiftly transforming into a blazing red seal. Flames danced upon the seal, emanating an intense heat. Flame jade seal. Yi Kuang lunged forward, gripping the crimson seal, and struck furiously at a warrior at the 4th level of the spirit pattern realm. Bang! The opponent's defenses crumbled almost instantaneously, and the flame jade seal ruthlessly crashed down upon his crown. With a piercing scream, the man's expression twisted in agony as the searing flames engulfed him entirely. Yi Kuang raised his leg and delivered a heavy kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling back. Now it's your turn. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved, appearing before another warrior at the 3rd level of the spirit pattern realm, his golden-tinged palm crashing down upon his chest. The man spat blood and flew backward, his complexion paling considerably as he crashed heavily to the ground. The remaining 2 Black Sha warriors, witnessing this, immediately retreated in panic, fearing for their lives. Vice Leader Su, this kid is no ordinary foe, one of the warriors remarked darkly. Their 5-pronged assault had yielded no results, and instead, they had suffered grave injuries. Such prowess was beyond what these bloodthirsty individuals could achieve. Su Yang's expression soured as he glared at Yi Kuang. No wonder the Bai family is so cautious. They must have recognized your exceptional capabilities. Yi Kuang scoffed coldly. The dogs of the Bai family would eventually face his wrath. Let us see how you intend to kill me, he replied icily. Su Yang, upon hearing this, revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you really believe we would engage in a fair duel with you? What do you mean? Yi Kuang's gaze sharpened. Su Yang shook his head, and in the next moment, he stomped the ground and charged forward. Black Sha hand, he bellowed, 5 spirit patterns manifesting as he struck toward Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang, witnessing this, hastily summoned his internal power, channeling it toward his palm. Falling leaf palm, he stepped forward, launching his palm outward. Yet before his palm could land, Yi Kuang's body suddenly trembled, and the force dissipated in an instant. Su Yang's palm then fell mercilessly upon him. Bang! A deep thud resounded as Yi Kuang was sent flying backward, crashing into the stream behind him and splashing water everywhere. Struggling to rise, he barely steadied himself before feeling a surge of heat in his throat as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The crimson fluid was laced with a foul, dark energy, exuding a rancid odor, poison. Yi Kuang's expression shifted. When had he been poisoned? Haha, young Master Yi, this is the Black Sha poison specially prepared for you. It is colorless and odorless before consumption, utterly undetectable, Su Yang remarked with a chilling smile. Moreover, your recent use of martial arts has allowed the poison to circulate throughout your body, sealing all your meridians. Thus, you are now nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of even the strength to struggle. Yi Kuang's expression fell as he comprehended the dire situation. How could he have been afflicted by the Black Sha poison? The signature toxin of the Black Sha gang. Seize him and finish him off, Su Yang commanded, his expression indifferent as he gestured. The 2 Black Sha warriors lunged forward, their faces twisted with malice. This kid is now nothing more than a fish in a barrel. Chapter 10. An eye for an eye. Yi Kuang gazed at the 2 warriors from the Haisha gang charging towards him, his expression darkening considerably in his current state. It was not merely the warriors he had to fear. Even an ordinary person possessed the capability to take his life. Kid, you can only blame yourself for being so unperceptive. The 2 warriors sneered, their steel blades descending with lethal intent. This time, without the obstruction of the golden skin, these 2 strikes were more than sufficient to claim a life. Yi Kuang's face grew grim, and just as he prepared to evade with all his might, a sudden realization struck him. He flicked his gaze and chose not to dodge, allowing the steel blades to strike him directly. Seeking death, the 2 warriors snarled, their expressions twisted with malice, wondering if the boy had been rendered stupid by fear, unable even to evade. However, this made things easier for them, saving them unnecessary effort. Yet, bang bang, the 2 steel blades fell, producing crisp sounds that echoed, but no blood was shed. How is this possible? The warrior's eyes narrowed. Wasn't this kid poisoned? How could he still mobilize his spiritual energy? Whoosh, in a flash, Yi Kuang moved, his body enveloped in a fierce gust of wind, and he punched one of the warriors squarely in the chest. The man immediately spewed blood and was sent flying, his spiritual energy thrown into disarray. Falling leaf palm, Yi Kuang shouted, striking decisively with his palm, landing a heavy blow on the neck of the other warrior. Crack! A sharp sound of bone shattering filled the air as the warrior's neck twisted grotesquely, followed by a pained scream as he fell to the ground in a heap. Thus, all 5 warriors from the Haisha gang were severely injured. Su Yang's expression turned utterly grim. What kind of monster was this boy, capable of disregarding the Haisha poison? What alarmed him the most was the power and speed displayed by his opponent, as well as the mastery over martial arts that seemed to have reached an elite level, akin to decades of arduous training. Otherwise, such strength could not possibly stem from a mere beginner-level yellow-grade martial art. Yi Kuang's face remained expressionless as he fixed his gaze upon Su Yang, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. The reason he could ignore the Haisha poison was that a new star, named the Devouring Star, had awakened within his galaxy Dantian. Almost anything could be consumed and refined. A trifling Haisha poison was naturally nothing to worry about. What an unexpectedly formidable fellow, Su Yang mused darkly, raising his hand to slowly draw a black heavy sword from its sheath on his back. The sword struck the ground with a deep thud, causing the very earth beneath to tremble slightly. Yi Kuang's eyes narrowed. This heavy sword appeared to be quite extraordinary. It was a spiritual treasure of the Bai family. Su Yang's expression was frigid as he spoke ominously. You may call it the Xian Tai sword. A spiritual treasure? Yi Kuang's expression shifted. In this world, there existed extraordinary weapons collectively referred to as spiritual treasures. The grades of these treasures were akin to martial arts and were classified as yellow, black, earth, sky, and divine. The Bai family has truly gone to great lengths to kill me, he said coldly. Spiritual treasures were far more precious than martial arts. Even a beginner-level yellow-grade spiritual treasure was deemed priceless in Qingyun town. Kid, to die beneath the Xian Tai sword would be considered your fortune. Su Yang infused a continuous stream of spiritual energy into the heavy Xian Tai sword. Instantly, a brilliant light radiated from the blade, and a heavy sense of power began to envelop the air. With one strike, I shall end you. As the force within the Xian Tai sword reached its zenith, 5 spiritual patterns swirled around Su Yang's palm as he slowly raised the sword. In the next moment, he stepped forward and swung the black heavy sword, aiming directly for Yi Kuang's forehead. The force behind this strike was devoid of any frills, yet it was sufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Yi Kuang's expression grew serious. He took a deep breath and summoned all the spiritual energy within him. Falling leaf palm, he struck out, the sound of wind rushing past as he forcefully slapped at the Xian Tai sword. His body sank heavily, causing the ground beneath him to crack. Wind whistling finger, with his other hand, he thrust a finger heavily upon the Xian Tai sword. Simultaneously, a crimson light coalesced, transforming into a scarlet imprint that surged towards the sword. 3 martial arts, 3 attacks, were unleashed all at once. However, even with this effort, he could barely withstand the power of the strike. Good kid. Su Yang's pupils constricted slightly. To simultaneously execute 3 martial arts required an exceptionally high degree of control. Even he could not manage it. However, it is a pity, you shall not have the chance to grow. Su Yang chuckled coldly, pressing down fiercely with the Xian Tai sword. A terrifying force surged, and Yi Kuang's bones creaked ominously, as if they might shatter. Yet at that moment, a mocking smile crept onto Yi Kuang's lips, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. A mass of black liquid surged forth, propelled by his spiritual energy, hurtling directly towards Su Yang. Boom! As it approached, the spiritual energy dispersed, causing the black liquid to explode, raining down upon Su Yang like a downpour. Haisha poison. Su Yang's expression changed instantly as he cried out in alarm. How did this thing end up here? Damn it. His face paled considerably. As a member of the Haisha gang, he was well aware of the poison's lethal nature. Once it entered the body, unless one had an antidote, death was certain. Antidote? Su Yang's gaze flickered as he prepared to retrieve the antidote. But at that moment, Yi Kuang's assault became ferocious, his spiritual energy surging forth in a wild torrent. Faced with this onslaught, Su Yang had no choice but to abandon the antidote and focus entirely on defense. There was no other option. If he forced the issue, he would be killed before he could retrieve the antidote. Yet, amidst this resistance, the poison swiftly coursed through his body, blocking his meridians. The spiritual energy he could mobilize dwindled rapidly. Falling leaf palm. Not one to miss an opportunity, Yi Kuang formed a seal with one hand and struck the Xian Tai sword. Bam! Devoid of spiritual energy support, the Xian Tai sword was sent flying from his grasp, crashing to the ground nearby. Meanwhile, Yi Kuang's palm continued its relentless momentum, striking Su Yang with unyielding force. Bang! Su Yang's body jolted, his feet skidding backward until he collided with an ancient tree, causing it to splinter. Puffed. Just as he attempted to rise, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion rapidly paling. That moment, he had become as powerless as Yi Kuang had been when poisoned, devoid of any means to resist. Yi Kuang's face was frosty as he took a few steps forward and grasped the heavy Xian Tai sword. A chilling voice emerged. Su Vice Leader, it seems the one to die today shall not be me. Chapter 11. Devouring Star. Leaning against the ancient tree, Su Yang's pale face regarded the approaching youth with disbelief. He could hardly fathom how, despite their formidable numbers today, they were being overturned by a mere boy. Kid, I am the vice leader of the Haisha gang. If you dare to kill me, you will never live in peace. Su Yang threatened, his tone fierce yet restrained. Yi Kuang shook his head and replied, There is no need for such threats, for I never intended to kill you. Hearing this, Su Yang's eyes brightened with hope. Could it be that this boy truly feared the Haisha gang enough to refrain from taking his life? However, the next words from Yi Kuang chilled him to the bone. I plan to cripple you. A glint of cold malice flashed in Yi Kuang's eyes as he gripped the extraordinarily heavy Xian Tai sword, raising it and striking towards Su Yang's abdomen with tremendous force. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, accompanied by a shrill scream as radiant light burst forth, quickly dissipating. The power behind this strike shattered Su Yang's dantian, meaning he would forever be a cultivator unable to practice again, his arrogance extinguished. You little bastard, I will kill you. Su Yang's face twisted with rage as he bellowed. Yi Kuang, expressionless, kicked him aside and coldly stated, There is no need to thank me. The only reason I spared your life is that I still require some information from you. Behind this scoundrel lay the machinations of the Bai family. How could he easily overlook such matters? Bastard, the Haisha gang and the Bai family will not let you off. Su Yang spat, blood spilling from his mouth as he roared. Yi Kuang, dismissive, chose not to waste any more words and simply knocked him unconscious. These ruffians were adept at plundering. They must have accumulated quite a bit. He grinned and began to search their bodies. In a short while, he uncovered several pouches of coins. Upon opening them, the golden glow dazzled his eyes, momentarily blurring his vision. Over 500 gold coins. Excitement surged on his face. In Qingyun town, 10 gold coins were sufficient for an ordinary family to live for a year. 500 gold coins could deplete an entire small faction. No wonder they say the Haisha gang is immensely wealthy. Their claims were not unfounded. With these coins, acquiring the medicinal herbs needed for cultivation or martial arts will become significantly easier. He sighed, staring at the hefty pouch in his hand. If only I had a spatial ring. The spatial ring, crafted from spatial stones, was exceedingly precious. Even the most ordinary spatial ring could be exchanged for a beginner-level black-grade martial art or technique. Thus, such items did not exist in Qingyun town. These thoughts flitted through his mind. Yi Kuang sought out a secluded spot and settled down to meditate. He wished to ascertain the nature of the devouring star he had just awakened. His consciousness descended into his dantian, and the vast expanse of the starry sky unfolded before his eyes. His gaze was immediately drawn to a star positioned adjacent to the spiritual power star. There, he beheld a star of an extraordinarily profound hue. This celestial body exuded a dark, abyssal color, resembling a black hole capable of consuming all in its vicinity. Yi Kuang could feel waves of tyrannical and formidable pulling force emanating continuously from the devouring star. Is this the so-called devouring star? He pressed his lips together, a look of astonishment gracing his features. With this entity, he could disregard the so-called deadly toxins and various forces that intruded his body. Consequently, the chances of being ambushed would be significantly diminished. This thought. A smile spread across Yi Kuang's face. Soon after, he seemed to sense something and turned his gaze toward the rear of the devouring star. There, another star was on the verge of awakening. The technique starred. A look of delight washed over his eyes. Generally speaking, the cultivation of techniques required one to reach the transformative realm, and the conditions were exceedingly stringent. He estimated that by the time he reached the transformative realm, this star would awaken. Yi Kuang smiled faintly, his countenance brimming with confidence. With the assistance of the Galaxy Dantian, his faith in his cultivation journey only grew stronger. He decided to train here for half a month before returning to Qingyun town. With a plan in mind, Yi Kuang withdrew his consciousness from the Dantian. He found a place to bind the unconscious Su Yang and tossed him inside. As for the other members of the Black Sha gang, he left them to their own devices, disinterested in their fates. Continuing his training, Yi Kuang stood atop a rock, clapping his hands, his youthful visage radiating fervor, a deep yearning for power. Let us go. With a wave of his hand, he set off towards the forest below, the sound of rushing wind trailing behind him, the entrance to Qingyun town leading to the beast forest. Bai Longxing furrowed his brow. What is going on? It has been 10 days, and those fellows have yet to return. Inside a bamboo pavilion by the roadside, he remarked he was already aware of his father's orders to assassinate Yi Kuang. Though he felt a tinge of displeasure, he dismissed it, viewing that youth merely as an inconsequential pawn, not even a stumbling block in his path. Beside him, a man in black, savoring his tea, slowly lifted his head. his gaze fixed on the forest ahead. Something must have gone awry, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Something gone awry? Bai Longxing's expression sharpened. Su Gang, what do you mean by that? The man before him was none other than Su Jing, the leader of the Black Sha Gang. With that kid's abilities, his range of movement would not be extensive. He would certainly be found by Su Yang and the others. If there has been no news in 10 days, it indicates that something has happened to Su Yang and his group, Su Jing stated coolly. Are you suggesting that the kid dealt with vice leader Su and the others? Bai Longxing's expression shifted, disbelief etching his features. How could that be possible? Among the younger generation of Qingyun Town, aside from Shang Guanyu and himself, who else possesses such capability? That would be a fool's dream. Su Jing smiled faintly, a glint of darkness flickering in his eyes. There is no point in discussing this further. Send someone in to investigate. Upon hearing this, Bai Longxing gestured, and several guards from the Bai family rushed forward. You are to enter the beast forest and locate that kid. Once you discover any trace of him, return immediately to report. Understood. The guards responded promptly, darting towards the beast forest. He, truly a deeply concealed individual. Su Jing tapped his fingers lightly on the table, exerting slight pressure, and the porcelain teacup quietly crumbled into dust. A voice, cold yet laced with a chilling murderous intent, slowly emerged. However, should you dare harm a member of my Black Sha Gang, I will ensure you pay a most excruciating price. I hope you will be able to endure it when the time comes. Chapter 12. Return to the town with a thunderous roar. A colossal black rhinoceros thundered forth, its heavy steps shaking the ground as if a mountain were charging through. Dust billowed in its wake, the ground fracturing beneath its weight, and scattered rocks were crushed to powder. Such force could easily grievously injure or even kill a peak 5th-tier martial artist. In stark contrast, a young man stood calmly before the rampaging beast, his eyes closed, his expression serene and devoid of concern. As though he were unaware of the black rhinoceros charging towards him, as the distance between them rapidly closed. Yi Kuang suddenly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within his dark gaze. He lifted his foot and stomped down heavily. Bang! The ground before him erupted, a scarlet light imprint shooting upward, striking the black rhinoceros in the abdomen. The sound of searing flesh echoed as a bloody wound appeared, the crimson light vanishing within it. Roar! The black rhinoceros emitted a piercing howl, its massive form collapsing sideways when it was but a foot away from Yi Kuang. Boom! The ground trembled, clouds of dust rising to engulf the creature entirely. Moments later, as the dust settled, the lifeless body of the black rhinoceros lay revealed, surrounded by a pool of blood. Yi Kuang surveyed the scene with a slight smile. The creature's defenses and strength were formidable, and even with his golden skin, he could not have withstood a direct confrontation. The only viable strategy was to target its weakness, its unprotected abdomen. The previous fiery jade imprint had claimed the life of this beast. Now, my mastery of these 3 martial skills has not only reached perfection in comprehension, but has also attained a level of remarkable proficiency in practical application during combat. Yi Kuang chuckled softly, a glint of excitement sparking in his eyes. Nearly a month of training has yielded substantial rewards. It should not be long before my cultivation breaks through to the 5th tier of the spiritual pattern realm. Yi Kuang pressed his lips together, his eyes ablaze with ambition. The cultivation speed of the spiritual power star is astonishing. Even with the past half-month focused on honing my combat skills, I have still made considerable progress. With 5 days remaining until the 1-month mark, I must achieve a complete breakthrough before then. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yi Kuang discerned the direction and set off back along the path he had come. It was time for him to return to Qingyun Town. However, before doing so, he needed to drag the unconscious Su Yang away. If utilized properly, this fellow could become a valuable trump card. In a secluded area, Su Yang suddenly awoke, his face pale as icy water cascaded over him. What do you intend to do? Yi Kuang smiled faintly, his palm open as an intensely deep black light swirled forth, coiling before him. From it emanated an overwhelming pulling force. This is the power of the devouring star. He could manipulate some of it, just enough to compel Su Yang to comply. With a flick of his finger, the black light surged into Su Yang's body. Allow me to offer a friendly warning. This entity can consume everything within you. If you dare to resist, I will ensure your swift demise. Yi Kuang's eyes glinted coldly. Su Yang's complexion shifted between shades of green and red, appearing exceedingly ghastly. Yi Kuang, disinterested in further conversation, swiftly knocked him unconscious once more. He then retrieved several sturdy vines, dragging Su Yang along behind him. Next, he strapped the heavy black sword to his back. This weapon is truly heavy. Yi Kuang grimaced, his face reddening slightly, truly deserving of being a spiritual treasure. Merely carrying it would deter many martial artists. Now, it is time to return to collect my debts. Yi Kwang clapped his hands, dragging Su Yang as he leisurely made his way toward Qingyun Town, the border between Qingyun Town and the Beast Forest. The once sparsely traveled path remained unchanged. What's the status? Bai Longxing stood at the pavilion's edge, casually inquiring. That fellow has returned, a kneeling guard reported. You did not expose your presence, did you? Bai Longxing asked. No, that kid was entirely focused on his training, hardly paying attention to his surroundings, the guard replied. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crossed Bai Longxing's face. Focused on training, it seems that kid is genuinely intent on resolving matters in a life-and-death battle. He is here. Just then, his expression suddenly sharpened as he turned his gaze to a narrow path ahead. There, a somewhat slender figure approached slowly. The usually silent Su Jing rose, a sinister expression crossing his face. This kid dares to show himself. His gaze immediately fell upon the youth's back, where a black heavy sword was slung. The Xian iron sword. Su Yang and the others have indeed failed. Su Jing's eyes narrowed, a cold voice escaping his lips. It appears that fellow is dragging someone behind him. Bai Longxing remarked suddenly. Su Jing's expression stiffened, and as he scrutinized further, his demeanor darkened ominously. Su Yang. A chilling, murderous intent enveloped him. This kid is truly arrogant, daring to drag the vice leader of the Black Sha gang back in such an ostentatious manner. Capture him, with a wave of his hand. Several martial artists from the Black Sha gang surged forward. The White family's guards, under the subtle cue of Bai Longxing, charged forth. At this moment, Yi Kwang halted his steps, slowly raising his gaze to meet the oncoming warriors. The corners of his mouth gradually curved into a chilling smile. With a crisp clang, he unsheathed his black heavy sword and advanced step by step towards the approaching martial artists. Get lost. Yi Kwang's eyes flashed fiercely as he gripped the hilt of his sword and swung the hefty Xian iron blade horizontally. Bang bang. The three foremost warriors instantly spewed blood and were sent flying, lacking even the slightest resistance. Subsequently, Yi Kwang surged into the fray like a ferocious wolf among sheep, scattering martial artists in his wake, their cries of anguish echoing through the AI art in mere moments. All the warriors lay sprawled on the ground, their throats emitting pained lamentations. Su Jing and Bai Longxing exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. How had this young man's strength increased so dramatically? He was nearly at the 5th level of spirit pattern realm. Just a month prior, he had been a mere laughingstock in Qingyun Town. This boy had concealed his true abilities well. Bai Longxing scoffed coldly. He would not assume that this was merely the result of a month's training. Young Master Yi, kindly return my family's Xian iron sword. I can overlook today's incident, he said, his gaze fixed on the youth across from him, his eyes frosty. This fellow's deep concealment mattered not. In his eyes, he was still a waste. Chapter 13. The manifestation of spiritual energy. The Xian iron sword in Yi Kwang's hand pointed obliquely to the ground, droplets of crimson blood falling and staining the earth around him. Upon hearing Bai Longxing's words, the chill on Yi Kwang's lips deepened. Return the Xian iron sword? The things Yi Kwang had consumed were not meant to be regurgitated. You dare to injure my Black Shaman gang members? Do you not regard this gang leader? Su Jing's gaze turned frigid as he stomped heavily, the spiritual energy within him surging through his meridians. A visible golden light began to coalesce upon his skin, its solidity akin to gilded metal, radiating a brilliant glow. Moreover, beneath the surface of his skin, his bones shimmered, appearing as if forged from jade. Golden skin, jade bones. Yi Kwang's expression hardened. 4 to 5 levels signified golden skin. 6 to 7 levels indicated jade bones, and 8 to 9 levels represented glazed blood. Clearly, the Black Shaman gang leader before him had reached the 6th level of spirit pattern realm, the realm of jade bones. At this level, a person's bones become exceptionally resilient, rivaling even the hardest of metals. Contemplating this, Yi Kwang pressed his lips together, remaining silent as he advanced towards the stone pavilion, gripping the Xian iron sword. Su Jing and Bai Longxing exchanged a glance, their expressions flickering slightly. What on earth did this boy intend to do? Under their watchful eyes, Yi Kwang stepped into the stone pavilion, gazing at Su Jing and Bai Longxing with a smile that appeared gentle yet was, in truth, icily cold. The Xian iron sword. I shall not return it.as for injuring your Black Shaman gang members. My apologies, but I am here. To collect a debt. Yi Kwang seized Su Yang, dragging him like a lifeless dog and slamming him onto the stone table in front of him. Bang! The stone table shattered instantly, jolting the unconscious Su Yang awake with a jolt of pain. Witnessing this scene, Su Jing, and Bai Longxing's expressions darkened significantly. This boy was truly audacious beyond measure. Did he think he was something special? You seek death, Su Jing declared sharply. Wei Kuang cast a sideways glance at him and said, Pray tell, how were you instructed to come and assassinate me? At his words, Su Yang trembled, terror evident in his eyes as he divulged everything. Can I be released now? He stammered. Wei Kuang ignored him, fixing his gaze on the two men before him, his voice cold. Gentlemen, as the young master of the Yi family, I should not be so easily bullied, correct? I require an explanation for this matter. An explanation? Su Jing scoffed. Do you truly believe you can leave here alive today? Let us see about that, Yi Kuang replied, his expression unflinching. You dare to find trouble? Su Jing's eyes narrowed, and he shot forward, striking towards Yi Kuang. Bang! A resounding clash echoed as a finger enveloped in golden light met his palm. A fierce shockwave erupted, sending both combatants staggering backward. Yi Kuang shook his stinging fingers, his gaze icy as he regarded Su Jing. The 6th level of Spirit Pattern Realm was indeed a formidable challenge. Bai Longxing observed the exchange, his expression darkening. This boy had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of Spirit Pattern Realm, yet he could stand toe-to-toe with someone like Su Jing through his understanding of martial arts. It seemed that in the impending life-and-death battle, young Master Yi posed a genuine threat. Bai Longxing remarked coldly that Yi Kuang glanced at him, his gaze flickering to in his perception. This so-called second genius of Qingyun Town was far more dangerous than Su Jing. Otherwise, rumors of his designated status as a disciple of the Jade Sword sect would not have circulated. Young Master Yi, your audacity here suggests you have your own plans, do you not? Bai Longxing said. His tone indifferent it was evident to him that unless Yi Kuang were rash, he would not recklessly seek his own demise. For even if Yi Kuang could contend with Su Jing, in his eyes, he was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yi Kuang's expression shifted slightly. Bai Longxing, as the young master of the Bai family, indeed possessed some cunning, not as frivolous as he appeared. Just as the latter had surmised, Yi Kuang's approach was purposeful. Should today's events escalate, he would have just cause to retaliate against the Bai family and the Black Shaman gang in the future, rendering any objections from others futile. Though this world revered strength, it also adhered to unwritten rules. Blindly breaking them would invite trouble and obstacles. For if other factions witnessed the demise of the Bai family and the Black Shaman gang, they would undoubtedly fear becoming the next target. Thus, he required a plausible reason to silence all dissent. Young Master Bai, let us join forces to eliminate this brat, Su Jing proposed darkly. Bai Longxing shook his head in response. It is too late. What do you mean? Su Jing's discontent was evident, but the next moment, he seemed to sense something and quickly turned his gaze to the distance. There, a throng of figures was hurrying towards them. Who dares to harm my son? A chilling voice rang out, accompanied by a robust figure descending through the whirlwind. Boom. Yi Qing's foot struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble thrice, fissures rapidly spreading. Su Jing's expression shifted in shock. Fathered. Yi Kuang smiled slightly, his eyes betraying no surprise, for he had relayed information back to the Yi family prior to his arrival. Gang leader Su, does your Black Shaman gang no longer wish to operate in Qingyun Town? Yi Qing's icy gaze bore into Su Jing. Hearing this, a flicker of fear crossed Su Jing's eyes. Although the Yi family was not as powerful as the Bai family, they were still a top-tier force in Qingyun Town, incomparable to the Black Shaman gang. His strength paled in comparison to Yi Qing's. Yi family head, is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a trivial matter? A light, mocking voice chimed in, as a multitude of figures swept in from another direction. The leader was none other than Bai family head, Bai Luo. Yi Qing chuckled coldly. I asked that all your Bai family is capable of such despicable schemes? Bai Luo dismissed his words. Regrettably, your son's life appears to be rather resilient. Boom. Yi Qing stomped his foot, his spiritual energy surging, coalescing into the form of a blue tiger outside his body, a hallmark of a transformation realm expert. The blue tiger roared, soaring through the sky with formidable power, charging towards Bai Luo. Upon witnessing this, Bai Luo's expression turned icy. He clenched his fist, fiery red light gathering above him, transforming into a blazing fire wolf. As soon as the fire wolf emerged, it lunged forward to collide with the onrushing blue tiger. The violent force swept forth instantaneously. Chapter 14. The glazed bone technique. Boom. The searing gusts of wind clashed with the azure glow, shattering the stone pavilion below. The ground around it fractured, enormous fissures appearing. Nearby, ancient trees were snapped in half, an astonishing sight. Was this the power of a transformation realm martial artist? Yi Kuang absorbed every detail, his palm involuntarily clenching. Before such formidable beings, those in the spirit pattern realm were akin to ants, utterly defenseless. The 3 pavilions and 7 sects, I must enter, Yi Kuang silently vowed. Whether to reclaim the humiliation of his earlier broken engagement or to pursue the path of stronger martial arts, he had to join the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. For it was only there that a broader world awaited him. Boom. Another fierce clash erupted, and both figures were sent hurtling backward. Yi Qing's foot struck the ground. The ferocious wave of spiritual energy pressing down, sinking the earth by half a foot. Rocks were instantaneously reduced to dust. In contrast, Bai Luo appeared slightly disordered, his eyes darkening. Yi Qing, do you intend to settle this matter with my Bai family here and now? Yi Qing's countenance was stern as he replied coldly, your Bai family acts despicably, daring to secretly harm my Kuanger. This cannot be easily overlooked. Bai Luo snorted dismissively, if that is the case, I shall see just how much your Yi family is truly worth. You may certainly Yi Qing's expression was frigid, with azure light converging around him, once again showing signs of transforming into a blue tiger. However, at that moment, Yi Kuang suddenly spoke up. Father, shall we set today's matters aside for now? Yi Qing turned to look, frowning as he asked, Kuanger, why? Yi Kuang smiled faintly, a cold current surging deep within his eyes. Father, please trust your SOI in 5 days. During the life and death battle, I will ensure that those who deserve to pay a price will suffer 100-fold. He was acutely aware that now was not the time to completely sever ties with the Bai family. Some blood debts had to wait a while longer. Yi Qing gazed at his son, his eyes flickering momentarily before he gently nodded. If that is the case, I shall heed your words. He found himself increasingly unable to see through this son of his. The aura of mystery surrounding him was profound and enigmatic. Bai Luo, today's events will not end here. The grievances between our families shall be settled in the life and death battle 5 days hence. Yi Qing shot a cold glance at Bai Luo, then waved his sleeve, leading the group of warriors back to Qingyun town. Seeing this, Yi Kuang intended to follow. Wait. At that moment, a chilling voice reached his ears. He turned his head slightly and replied indifferently, Bai family head. Is there something further? Return my Bai family Xintian sword, Bai Luo said, his gaze icy. The Xintian sword was a treasured item, comparable to mid-tier yellow-grade martial arts. How could it be easily relinquished? Upon hearing this, a hint of scorn emerged on Yi Kuang's face. Bai family head, it seems you have lived for several decades in vain. What do you mean? Bai Luo frowned. Yi Kuang shook his head, unwilling to engage in further banter, leaving behind a mocking remark, fool. How could he return something that he had acquired? It was truly laughable. Yi Qing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile. Was this lad intent on driving Bai Luo to madness? The Yi family's warriors beside him also struggled to suppress their amusement. Let us depart. Yi Qing raised his hand, showing no intention of lingering, as he made his way towards Qingyun town. Behind them, the atmosphere among the Bai family members grew heavy, and Bai Luo's complexion alternated between green and red, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, Bai Luo roared, slamming his palm against a nearby stone pillar, shattering it in fury. The distinguished head of the Bai family. When had he ever been toyed with by a junior? Father, there is no need to be angry. In 5 days, during the life and death battle, my son will ensure that the Yi family completely vanishes from Qingyun town. Bai Longxing's expression was as long as he won the life and death battle, he could become a true disciple of the Yujin sect. At that point, the Bai family would act against the Yi family without restraint. Upon hearing this, a chilling glint crossed Bai Luo's darkened eyes. In the eyes of the Yujin sect, the Yi family was but an ant, easily crushed. Once his son became a disciple of the Yujin sect, annihilating the Yi family would be a matter of mere moments. However, you must be cautious. That little brat has been acting somewhat odd lately, Bai Luo warned. Bai Longxing smiled faintly. Father, do not worry. My training over the years has not been in vain. In the life and death battle in 5 days, that waste will undoubtedly perish. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the direction where the Yi family had vanished, coldness surging in his eyes. Brat, I will make you understand that a waste is ultimately a waste, and no matter how you flail about, you are merely a clown. At the Yi family estate, father, have the traitors been dealt with? Yi Kuang stepped through a courtyard door and casually inquired. After capturing Su Yang, he was well aware that there were traitors from the Bai family within the Yi clan. Rest assured, they have all been purged. Yi Qing replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yi Kuang nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Come with me, Yi Qing said, glancing at him before striding towards another courtyard. Yi Kuang immediately followed. The two of them traversed several courtyards before finally entering an ancient, unadorned pavilion. This was where the Yi family stored their martial arts. Yi Yiqing halted his steps before a dusty wooden shelf, retrieving a wooden box as he spoke. Quanger, I sense that you are on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level of the spirit pattern realm. I believe you can cultivate some more profound martial arts. As he spoke, he opened the wooden box, revealing a yellowed ancient text before them. Yiguliali Ju. Yi Kuang's gaze swept over the ancient characters. Yi Yiqing explained, this is a treasured martial art hidden within the Yi family. If successfully cultivated, it allows one to condense the jade bone that only martial artists at the 6th level of the spirit pattern realm can possess. Furthermore, once you break through to the 6th level, the power of this jade bone can stack with the jade bone you cultivate, making your own bones even more indestructible. However, it is somewhat regrettable that this is merely a fragment and cannot allow one to condense the Lioli blood in advance. Upon reaching this point, he expressed his regret. Yi Kuang took the ancient text, his eyes brimming with excitement. Condensing the jade bone in advance would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Just like when he faced Su Jing, the latter had withstood his full force strike solely due to the strength of the jade bone, emerging unscathed. This evidenced the formidable defensive power of the jade bone. For the next few days, focus on cultivating this martial art. Even if you only grasp a hint of its essence, it will greatly benefit you, Yiqing said, ruffling his hair affectionately. Father, I take my leave. Yi Kuang smiled, clutching the ancient text as he turned to exit the pavilion. He was eager to begin practicing the Yuguliali Jui. Yi Yiqing watched his departing figure and waved his hand, summoning a guard. Inform everyone to prepare for battle. We must be ready for the decisive life and death duel with the Bai family. Regardless of the outcome, as a father, I will not allow anyone to threaten my child's life, even if the ultimate price is mutual destruction. Chapter 15. The use of martial arts stars in the quiet room. Yi Kuang sat cross-legged on the bed, slowly closing his eyes. His consciousness sank into the galaxy Dantian, where a vast, boundless starry sky gradually emerged. Yuguliali Ju. Yi Kuang bit his lip. With a thought, an ancient scroll materialized, descending towards the martial arts star below. Although difficult to cultivate, it should not pose a challenge before the martial arts star. According to the text, even the fragment of the Yuguliali Ju was not inferior to mid-tier yellow-grade martial arts. If it were the complete version, it would surely be even more powerful. Yi Kuang smiled slightly, preparing to exit the galaxy Dantian and begin cultivating his spiritual power. However, at that moment, the surface of the martial arts star suddenly illuminated, transforming into a towering shadow over 100 feet tall. The shadow resembled a human, with bone channels visible within. The instant it appeared, the power within flowed through the channels along an intricate route, gradually transforming the bones into a jade color. Jade bone? Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow. Given the current situation, it seemed the star martial arts was evolving the cultivation method of the Yuguliali Ju. Yet, what astonished him further was that this evolution did not cease there. It began to reach towards the blood within the shadow. Gradually, the color of the blood started to change, slowly revealing a glass-like hue. Lioli blood. Yi Kuang observed everything with wide eyes, his expression shifting. Wasn't the Yuguliali Ju merely a fragment? How could there be an evolution of Lioli blood? This was unusual. Could it be that the martial arts star could repair the flaws of a martial art? His expression flickered with surprise. If this were true, then the Yuguliali Ju was not merely a fragment for him, but an entire and powerful martial art. Lioli blood. Yi Kuang's face lit up with joy. This was a technique only those at the 8th level of the spirit pattern realm or above could possess. If he could condense it in advance, it would serve as a formidable trump card in his hands. The wondrous uses of this ability were indeed becoming increasingly apparent. He smiled, realizing that the awakening of the stars had multiple functions, which he needed to explore gradually. With this thought, Yi Kuang's heart surged with warmth, and his longing for martial arts grew ever stronger. Shang Guanyu, wait for me. It won't be long before we meet again. His gaze turned cold as his consciousness gradually withdrew from the galaxy Dantian. The cultivation of martial arts could be entrusted to the martial arts star. What he needed to do now was to break through to the 5th level of the spirit pattern realm as quickly as possible. Whoosh! In the tranquil room, spiritual power surged, transforming into visible white light that poured into Yi Kuang's body. The aura surrounding him began to grow at an astonishing rate. This cultivation continued for several days. Yi Kuang could feel a fiery sensation emanating from his skin, as faint golden light surged and melded with his skin. Beneath the skin, bright light patterns flowed, and he could vaguely see that beside the 4th light pattern, another light pattern was gradually taking shape. The 5th spirit pattern. The emergence of this symbol indicated that he was on the verge of a true breakthrough. Meanwhile, the date of the life and death battle drew ever closer, and news swiftly spread through Qingyun town, sparking fervent discussions among countless people. Ultimately, it was no surprise that the atmosphere in the entire Qingyun town began to simmer with excitement. Prior to this, everyone believed that in this selection of disciples from the 3 pavilions and 7 sects, Bai Longxing would undoubtedly emerge as the sole fortunate one as for the life and death battles required for the selection of disciples. Many felt that they would not occur at all. Who would dare to engage in a life and death struggle with the renowned Bai Longxing? Wasn't he that akin to courting death? Thus, this notion had merely existed as a formality until the events surrounding the Yi and Bai families began to circulate, transforming what was once a lackluster selection into a lively spectacle. Curiosity abounded regarding the so-called genius of the Yi family, who donned a bridal gown. What qualifications did they possess to challenge Bai Longxing, hailed as the second prodigy of Qingyun town? Was there truly any comparison to be made between the two? How intriguing! It appeared that the rift between the Yi and Bai families was on the verge of being irreparably torn. Ah, a splendid show awaited. Such discussions echoed throughout various corners of Qingyun town. Thus, the anticipated life and death battle arrived amidst the collective eagerness of the populace. Men, women, young, and old flocked from all directions to converge at the heart of the town. The Yi family, led by Yi Qing, along with a multitude of martial artists, gathered at the entrance, their gazes occasionally darting inside, their expressions marked by a hint of tension. Why hasn't the young master emerged yet? An elder inquired. Yi Qing shook his head, replying, let us wait a while longer. Kuang'er will make his appearance. No sooner had his words fallen than the spiritual energy within the courtyard began to stir. Waves of white energy converging from all directions, ceaselessly flowing toward a particular room. The young master is about to break through. The elder's expression brightened instantly, his excitement palpable. Yi Qing's hands slowly clenched, his tiger-like eyes brimming with fervor, his entire being trembling slightly. If Kuang'er were to break through, he would attain the strength of the 5th level of the spiritual pattern realm. How had he progressed from having no dantian to the 5th level of the spiritual pattern realm in just a month? His heart swelled with questions and exhilaration. He had previously inquired about this matter privately with his son, yet received no answers. It must be the culmination of Kuang'er's years of hard work. Yi Qing murmured to himself as the swirling white energy above the courtyard gradually dissipated. The once closed door creaked open. A youthful figure stepped out, appearing before the gathered onlookers. Yi Kuang, at that moment, seemed not to have undergone any significant change. Yet the subtle aura emanating from him induced a faint sense of pressure. Congratulations, young master, on your further advancement in strength. The martial artists of the Yi family at the entrance raised their hands in jubilation upon witnessing this. Yi Kuang smiled slightly, turning his gaze toward his father, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Father, today is indeed the day of the life and death battle. I assent it. He inquired with a smile. Yi Qing nodded, a gentle smile breaking through his rugged countenance. Rest assured, I am here with you. Yi Kuang smiled again, saying little more, as he directed his gaze toward the sky beyond the courtyard, his dark eyes seemingly shimmering with golden light. The Bai family members must have long since grown impatient. If that is the case, then he would bestow upon them a tremendous surprise. In the central area of Qingyun town lay a spacious plaza. Surrounding the plaza were countless figures, all eyes fixed on a singular point. There stood an ancient yellow stone platform, towering 10 zhang high, constructed entirely from massive stones of a deep yellow hue, exuding a weighty presence. The martial combat platform, the venue for the selection of disciples in Qingyun town. Each time the platform was opened, a single individual would soar to greatness, leaping over the dragon gate to become one of the coveted disciples of the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. However, achieving such a feat required a willingness to risk one's life, for only one among those who ascended the martial combat platform could ultimately survive. The others, the vanquished, would become mere bones, serving as stepping stones for the victors. The Bai family has arrived. Just then, a startled exclamation rang out, drawing the attention of countless spectators. A throng of figures was seen approaching along a nearby bluestone path. Each of these individuals emanated a robust aura, clearly seasoned martial artists. At the forefront stood Bai Luo, the head of the Bai family, alongside the young master, Bai Longxing. Haha, apologies for keeping you waiting, Bai Luo exclaimed, facing the crowd with a broad smile and a courteous bow. His demeanor was remarkably humble. You flatter us, head of the Bai family. In this selection for the disciples of the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Young Master Bai is destined to claim the top spot and join a prominent sect. The leaders of various factions replied in kind, their tone notably congenial. They understood well that once Bai Longxing joined the 3 pavilions and 7 sects, the Bai family would become the unequivocal overlord of Qingyun town, leaving no room for competition. As for the other protagonist of the life and death battle, he was conspicuously overlooked, both intentionally and unintentionally. While the so-called bridal genius had shown some astonishing abilities, in their eyes, he still paled in comparison to Bai Longxing. The two were akin to eternal stars and fleeting fireworks. No matter how dazzling the fireworks, they could not alter their own tragic and laughable fates. Bai Longxing smiled faintly, seemingly sensing something, and turned his gaze to another path where a multitude of figures appeared. The Yi family, Bai Longxing remarked with a slight smile, our other protagonist is about to make his entrance. Instantly, many gazes shifted toward the crowd, accompanied by a chorus of derision and mockery. This waste truly dares to show up, utterly unaware of his impending doom. Haha, members of the Yi family are indeed fools. Soon, there may not even be anyone left to collect his corpse. While most of those present were somewhat aware of Yi Kuang's recent exploits, the human heart is often elusive and unpredictable. In the past, Yi Kuang had merely been a target of their ridicule, a vessel for their inner malice. Now, however, this so-called waste suddenly exhibited signs of rising above them, igniting a sense of inexplicable anger among many. How dare a waste ascend above them? Yet, in the face of their scornful gazes, Yi Kuang maintained an air of calm, strolling leisurely until he stopped a short distance from the Bai family members. It seems young Master Yi is eager to offer up his life. Arriving so early, Bai Longxing commented with a hint of discomfort at Yi Kuang's demeanor, promptly sneering while Yi Kuang merely smiled faintly in response. Likewise, after this, I shall thoroughly wipe out the Yi family. Bai Longxing's eyes turned icy wide at why Yi Kuang responded with a tranquil smile. Likewise, Bai Longxing ground his teeth, his voice cold. You little rascal, you seem unaware that your time of reckoning has arrived. Likewise, Yi Kuang replied, still nonchalant, without a hint of change in his demeanor. You, Bai Longxing's eyes widened, an unquenchable fury igniting within him. This rascal was perpetually infuriating. He clenched his fists, suppressing the murderous intent bubbling within. You stubborn brat, I shall relish watching you beg for mercy later, and see if you can maintain such composure. Yi Kuang smiled. Likewise, boom. Instantly, a murderous intent erupted from within Bai Longxing, his face paling to a deep shade of iron. This rascal had no other words? The surrounding crowd observed his furious countenance, unable to suppress their bemusement. That kid is quite the talent, almost inciting Bai Longxing to explode on the spot. The members of the Yi family stifled their laughter, realizing that Bai Longxing sought to intimidate, only to end up infuriating himself. Their young master had become increasingly entertaining. There's no need for such verbal sparring, Bai Luo interjected, shaking his head with an impassive expression. Bai Longxing gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. Soon, he would torment that little rascal to death, piece by piece. Swish, swish. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a sudden sound of rushing wind echoed from the distance. A dazzling sword light swept toward them from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was not merely a beam of light, but a sword forged from condensed spiritual energy. The sword, approximately 10 feet in length, shimmered with a liquid-like brilliance, radiating a crystal-clear glow. Standing atop the sword was a figure, hands clasped behind his back, clad in flowing white garments, exuding an air of nonchalance. It's a disciple from the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. A multitude of gasps erupted from the crowd, and chaos ensued. Yi Kuang, too, was drawn in, his expression shifting to one of slight astonishment as he beheld the glistening sword. This individual had remarkably manifested spiritual energy to such an extent, far surpassing his father and even the head of the Bai family. Truly, the 3 pavilions and 7 sects were formidable. Any one of their disciples possessed such terrifying power, he silently marveled. Should this sword descend, it was likely that only a handful of those present would survive. Whoosh! Amidst the chorus of astonished exclamations, the crystalline sword finally came to a halt, hovering above the plaza. The white-clad man slowly opened his eyes, surveying the crowd below, his voice as crisp as the winter air. I am Yu Jianzong's inner disciple, Jianling Feng. Today, I have come on behalf of the 3 pavilions and 7 sects to select disciples. His tone appeared exceedingly indifferent. It seems that were it not for the presence of Shang Guanyu, he, given his status, would hardly deign to visit such a humble locale. The inhabitants of Qingyun town, however, did not display any signs of dissatisfaction. The mere fact that an inner disciple from the Jade Sword sect had come to preside over the selection was already a tremendous honor for them. In the past, there would simply be a command issued, and none from the 3 pavilions or 7 sects would make an appearance, leaving everything to their own devices. Which of you is by Longsheng? Come forth and accompany me to the 3 pavilions and 7 sects, Jian Lingfeng stated with an expression of aloofness. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the venue fell into a sudden hush. What does this mean? Is there to be no selection, and will Bai Longsheng simply be taken away? The faces of the Yi family members darkened at Jian Lingfeng's words. What does this fellow mean? Is he here to oversee the disciple selection, or is he deliberately causing trouble? Yi Kuang pressed his lips together, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It appears this disciple from the Jade Sword sect, representing the 3 pavilions and 7 sects, is not to be trifled with. Today's selection seems destined to birth unnecessary conflict. What do you mean by that? Yi Qing's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Jian Lingfeng in the sky, questioning him. Does the head of the Yi family dare to oppose even an inner disciple of the Jade Sword sect? Bai Luo sneered, relishing the situation. Longsheng, since young Master Jian has spoken, you should accompany him to the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Hearing this, Bai Longsheng revealed a faint smile. In that case, it seems a pity that someone shall live to see another day. As he spoke, he stepped out from the crowd, clasped his fists, and said, Young Master Jian, I am Bai Longsheng, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Jian Lingfeng nodded slightly and waved his hand. Come, let us depart. Were it not for Shang Guanyu, he would not have bothered to make this trip, wasting his own time. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, unable to contain their astonishment. Has the life and death battle, which had been brewing for a month, ended so inexplicably? This disciple from the Jade Sword sect is rather overbearing. Is he not aware of the current situation? Wait. Before Bai Longsheng could take a few steps, a calm, youthful voice suddenly rang out. Bai Longsheng turned to see Yi Kuang approaching him, a mocking smile instantly appearing on his face. What? Does young Master Yi dare to defy even young Master Jin's words? Yi Kuang ignored him, instead gazing intently at the figure gliding on his sword, and said solemnly, Your actions seem to disrupt the established order. Do they not? Jian Lingfeng raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that someone in such a small place would dare to question him. Truly a curious occurrence. He observed the scene below for a moment, and a faint, playful smile crept onto his lips. I believe I should know who you are. You are Yi Kuang, the genius of the Yi family, correct? Yi Kuang's expression remained cold, offering no response. Jian Lingfeng flicked his fingers dismissively, carelessly remarking, It seems Wu Qin's words were not unfounded. You, the genius of the Yi family, indeed possess a somewhat unusual intellect. Very well, since you wish for your demise, I have no interest in stopping you. Consider it a favor to you. He waved his hand impatiently. Bai Longsheng, dispose of him quickly. I have matters to attend to. Understood, Master. Bai Longsheng grinned, referring to himself as a disciple, clearly confident in his victory in this life and death battle. You, young man, truly have chosen the path of heaven yet refuse to walk it, while hell has no doors yet you come knocking. With a stomp of his foot, he soared into the air, landing on the martial platform. Yi Kuang, come forth and meet your end. Bai Longsheng turned, his cold gaze like a blade, locking onto the youth below as he spoke fiercely. Yi Qing's expression shifted slightly, urging, Kuanger, exercise caution. Yi Kuang nodded, declaring, Father, do not worry. As a member of the Yi family, I shall not bring shame upon us. With a swift motion, he stepped down, shattering large slabs of stone beneath him, his form shooting forth like an arrow, landing at one corner of the martial platform. Yi Kuang fixed his gaze upon Bai Longsheng, saying not a word, as he slowly drew the black heavy sword strapped to his back. With a resounding thud, the heavy iron sword pointed toward the ground, producing a deep sound. Yet his grip on the sword hilt remained steady and unwavering. Since his breakthrough to the 5th level of the spirit pattern realm, his strength had greatly increased, far surpassing his previous abilities. The heavy iron sword of the Bai family is no trifling matter. Bai Longsheng's eyes darkened, a chilling murderous intent emerging as a powerful aura quietly enveloped the area. Spirals of spirit patterns rapidly converged beneath his skin, 7 in total, the 7th level of the spirit pattern realm. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, their faces painted with shocked. Yi Kuang's gaze sharpened. Although he had sensed that this young master of the Bai family possessed formidable strength, facing him directly still imparted an overwhelming pressure. Indeed, those who can be truly called geniuses possess their own exceptional qualities. He took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the heavy iron sword. Today's life and death battle was destined to be brutal. You, young man, will soon learn that a waste is ultimately just a waste. Bai Longsheng clenched his fist, a jade light emanating, enveloping his entire arm. The power of the jade bone could also be exerted externally. With a resounding crash, the stone platform beneath Bai Longsheng shattered as he leaped into the air, launching a fist forward. This level of power could easily gravely injure several 6th-level spirit pattern realm warriors. Yi Kuang's expression remained impassive. His dark eyes brimming with intensity, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt as golden light began to gather, gradually transforming his hand into pure gold. Slash! He advanced a step, lifting the heavy iron sword, striking fiercely forward. With a resounding boom, Bai Longsheng's jade-colored fist collided with the heavy iron sword, sparking a multitude of sparks. Yi Kuang's body sank slightly, the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout, as if they might shatter entirely. The power of the jade bone was indeed overwhelming. Even with the heavy iron sword in hand, he struggled to withstand it. Young man, with your current cultivation, you lack the qualifications to prance about before me. A cold expression surfaced on Bai Longsheng's face, his smile twisting into one of derision. Today, he intended to personally slay this little brat before everyone. Is that so? Yi Kuang's expression remained calm, devoid of any semblance of panic. You are merely blustering. I shall send you on your way right now. Bai Longsheng let out a sinister laugh, the power within the jade bone surging forth, converging on his fist, the radiant jade light growing ever more dazzling. Get lost? He bellowed as he struck down heavily. With a sharp metallic sound, a figure staggered back a dozen steps, finally coming to a halt at the edge of the martial platform. As the crowd recognized who the figure was, an uproar erupted. It was Bai Longsheng. What had transpired? Many widened their eyes, nearly doubting their own vision. How could the previously dominant Bai Longsheng be suddenly pushed back so many steps? In the sky, Jin Lingfeng, standing on his sword, couldn't help but smile slightly at this scene. How amusing. It seems today's spectacle will not be as dull as he had anticipated. Is a tale of a waste, rising to prominence about to unfold? Jin Lingfeng's expression reflected a sense of intrigue. It appears that this pitiful individual, abandoned by Shang Guanyu, is still capable of earning his regard. At the edge of the martial platform, Bai Longsheng slowly lifted his head. Feeling the tumult within his blood, his expression darkening. Your power? He fixed his gaze on the youth before him, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Just moments ago, the latter's strength had surged several-fold, catching him completely off guard. Yi Kuang's expression remained indifferent as he calmly replied, "Those possessing jade bones are not limited to just you." He tightened his grip on the heavy iron sword, jade light blossoming from beneath his skin, gradually enveloping his entire hand. Jade bones? How is this possible? Bai Longsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. This young man clearly only possessed the strength of the 5th level of the spirit pattern realm. How could he wield the power of jade bones? Surrounding the martial platform, various martial artists displayed expressions of shock. Could it be that in just a month, the once inept genius of the Yi family had transformed into a 6th-level powerhouse of the spirit pattern realm? This is utterly inconceivable. Jade bones? From the direction of the Yi family, Yi Qing gazed at the youthful figure, his eyes filled with astonishment. In merely 5 days, his son had successfully cultivated the jade bone lieli technique. It is known that throughout the history of the Yi family, the fastest genius to master the jade bone lieli technique required nearly half a year. His son is truly a prodigy. In contrast, Bai Luo's expression darkened. Today's situation seemed to be slipping beyond his control. After a long moment, Bai Longsheng suppressed the shock within him, his expression grim as he declared, "While I do not know how you came to possess jade bones, it does not bridge the gap between us. In his perception, Yi Kuang was indeed a genuine 5th-level spirit pattern realm cultivator. The reason the other party could wield jade bones must be due to some other factor." Yi Kuang lowered his gaze slightly, stating coolly, "Let us fight. Spare me the chatter." Bang! With a powerful stomp of his foot, he seized the Xian Tai sword, wielding it with a weighty force that tore through the air as he struck forward. "It was my oversight before. Do you truly believe you can contend with me?" Bai Longsheng sneered coldly, his bones vibrating within, as waves of jade-colored light emanated from him, enveloping his arms. The hue deepened and refined, resembling authentic jade forged in fire. Whoosh! Bai Longsheng unleashed a palm strike, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, colliding heavily with the Xian Tai sword. In that moment of impact, a visible shockwave radiated from the two combatants, sweeping outward. In the next heartbeat, both bodies trembled, their gazes locked, brimming with fierce intensity. Swish! Swish! Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Kuang and Bai Longsheng surged forward simultaneously, infused with relentless power, engaging in a fierce battle. Fists, palms, fingers and legs morphed into ferocious weapons, clashing incessantly in such a fierce exchange. A single flaw from either side could be seized, leading to a swift counterattack that would crush the opponent entirely. Bang! Two jade-colored fingers pointed out simultaneously, colliding mid-air. Before the shockwave could fully spread, the heavy black sword slashed downwards towards Bai Longxing's waist. Huang Shi palm, Bai Longxing shouted, his palm trembling as an ancient yellow light surged forth, transforming his entire hand into a rocky hue, coated with a layer of jade-like brilliance. An indescribable wave of energy quietly emanated from within. Thud! The Huang Shi palm descended, unleashing a brutal force that directly repelled the Xian Tai sword. Yet at that moment, a searing heat suddenly descended from above. A scarlet light flashed down with lightning speed, aiming directly at his crown. Bai Longxing's expression shifted slightly. This kid's mastery of martial arts has reached such an extraordinary level? Get lost? His eyes narrowed fiercely as he stomped heavily, jade-colored light erupting violently from within him, transforming into waves that surged towards the scarlet light. Boom! The two forces detonated simultaneously, causing Bai Longxing to stagger backward, his blood surging tumultuously. This brat! Bai Longxing gritted his teeth. He had initially believed that in this life-and-death battle, he would effortlessly crush this waste. But now it seemed he had underestimated him. The years of concealment had truly astonished him. Boy, though your performance has surprised me, the victor today will still be me. Bai Longxing's eyes turned icy as he spread his palm, gathering an ice-blue radiance. The temperature around him began to plummet rapidly. Mysterious ice-blue patterns formed swiftly in his palm, gradually coalescing into a shimmering ice-blue dart. The dart, mere inches long, appeared as if forged from pure ice, containing an unimaginable, terrifying chill. Even the martial arts platform beneath his feet was covered by a layer of ice-blue frost. In the air, it seemed as if snowflakes were falling, the coldness rising like a tide. This is the Bai family's ultimate technique, the ice-sealing dart. Wei Yiqing's gaze sharpened, revealing his shock. Indeed, it is the ice-sealing dart. Not far away, Bai Luo laughed coldly. My son successfully cultivated this martial art half a month ago, precisely to ensure no surprises would arise in this life-and-death battle. Wei Yiqing's expression darkened. The ice-sealing dart is a top-tier skill among intermediate yellow-grade martial arts, and if mastered to its peak, could rival some advanced yellow-grade techniques, exhibiting unparalleled might. Under the ice-sealing dart, spiritual power can be sealed. Your son is doomed, Bai Luo stated coldly. Wei Yiqing clenched his fists, his expression shifting unpredictably. This truly is troublesome. Yi Kuang, to force me to unleash the ice-sealing dart, even if you die today, it will be an honor. Bai Longxing's gaze was arrogant, his face displaying a confidence that suggested victory was assured. Yi Kuang remained calm, betraying no emotion. Pretentious. Bai Longxing sneered, flicking his fingers, and the ice-sealing dart shot forth. Thud! At the moment of contact with the Xian Tai sword, an astonishing chill spread, instantly freezing the entire sword. Immediately after, the ice-sealing dart continued its relentless advance, imbued with terrifying coldness, aimed directly at Yi Kuang's throat. In response, Yi Kuang's expression remained placid, not even a flicker of his gaze betraying concern. He appeared utterly unperturbed as the ice-sealing dart approached. Seeking death, are we? Bai Longxing's face broke into a sinister grin. This kid must have been frightened into silence. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils constricted, and a look of sheer horror washed over his face. For he saw a peculiar light blooming at Yi Kuang's neck. That is, Lioli color. Chapter 19. Lioli blood. The moment the Lioli hue emerged, it transformed Yi Kuang's skin into a lustrous, glass-like sheen point. One could even see the Lioli-colored blood coursing within, pure and untainted. Lioli blood. 8th stage of the spiritual pattern realm. How is this possible? Countless eyes widened, scarcely believing what they beheld. This brat clearly possesses only the strength of the 8th stage of the spiritual pattern realm. How could he have Lioli blood? It truly is Lioli blood. Wei Yiqing's face reflected astonishment. Did he not give Kuanger only fragments? Where did this Lioli blood come from? What on earth is happening? Moreover, even with the complete jade bone Lioli technique, how could Kuanger have cultivated to the realm of Lioli blood in just 5 days? His mind swirled with questions and disbelief. The scene before him was simply beyond comprehension. Thud! Under the gaze of countless spectators, the ice-sealing dart collided with the Lioli-colored skin. Unsurprisingly, faced with such a fierce assault, not a single drop of blood flowed from Yi Kuang's neck. That attack was completely thwarted. I still can't believe you truly possess Lioli blood. Bai Longxing altered his hand seals, causing the ice-sealing dart to explode in mid-air. its chilling energy surging forth like a torrent, enveloping Yi Kuang's entire being. Even a true 8th stage of the spiritual pattern realm could not cultivate Liuli blood throughout their body. Once the power of the ice-sealing dart invaded, this brat would become nothing more than a lamb led to slaughter. What a clever scheme! Yi Kuang observed the sudden shift in his opponent's attack strategy, inwardly admiring his cunning. This fellow is indeed formidable. Had he not devised a countermeasure, he might truly have fallen here. However, if only a faint smile formed on Yi Kuang's lips, showing no sign of resistance to the encroaching cold. For this force posed no threat to him whatsoever. Kid, you are seeking your own demise. A glimmer of joy crossed by Longxing's face as he taunted. Once the power of the ice-sealing dart erupts, this brat's meridians and spiritual energy will freeze instantaneously. At that point, everything will fall completely under his control. Young Master Bai, you are overestimating yourself. Yi Kuang shook his head. His palm clenched as Liuli light erupted from within, transforming his entire hand into a shimmering Liuli hue. Bang! The energy beneath his feet shattered, and with the Xian Tai sword in hand, he charged forth. Bai Longxing's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "How can you still wield spiritual energy?" Yi Kuang grinned. "Quite simply, because the power of the ice-sealing dart is ineffective against me. Possessing the ability to devour stars, such forces would not affect him at all. Moreover, Yi Kuang willed it, causing the Xian Tai sword to tremble as an ice-blue light erupted, gradually enveloping the entire blade. That is the power of the ice-sealing dart. This force, transformed by the devouring of stars, was now under his command. Bai Longxing's complexion turned pale. He could not fathom that not only had his opponent ignored the ice-sealing dart's power, but had also turned it to his own advantage. What kind of monster is this brat? Jade Bone Shield. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all the power within him, condensing a jade-colored light shield. The shield shimmered with crystalline brilliance, seemingly unbreakable. However, when the Xian Tai sword descended, the shield shattered instantly, visible cracks spreading across its surface. Boom! In the next moment, under Bai Longxing's horrified gaze, the shield exploded completely. The heavy Xian Tai sword, unwavering in its descent, aimed directly downward. Bai Longxing's face filled with shock as he desperately retreated, but it was ultimately too late. Swoosh! The Xian Tai sword struck down, its seemingly blunt edge possessing an astonishing sharpness that could slice through iron like mud. A long, crimson gash appeared on Bai Longxing's body, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, this strike would have surely claimed his life, slicing him in two. Damn it! Bai Longxing roared in fury, the blood pouring from his wound nearly causing him to faint. To be injured by a mere waste was an utter humiliation. Yi Kuang withdrew the Xian Tai sword, the crimson blood trickling down the blade, staining the ground beneath. He fixed his gaze upon Bai Longxing, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Young Master Bai, perhaps you should conserve your strength. What do you mean? Bai Longxing's expression shifted, but as soon as he spoke, he sensed something amiss, his eyes widening in horror. The spiritual energy and meridians within him were being frozen at an astonishing speed by the power of the ice-sealing dart. Bai Longxing's complexion was as pale as death. He could scarcely fathom that his own power had been forcibly converted into the opponent's offensive might. Now, you are merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yi Kuang, wielding the mysterious iron sword, advanced step by step towards Bai Longxing, his gaze as frigid as ice. You dare, boy? Bai Luo's expression shifted dramatically, and with a fierce shout, he charged forward. Boom! At that moment, Yi Qing also erupted in fury. By family head, do you dare to meddle in this life-and-death battle? A cerulean light gathered above his head, transforming into a roaring azure tiger that charged towards Bai Luo. Get lost! Bai Luo seethed, unleashing his spiritual power to confront the azure tiger. Those around them were left dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated that today's life-and-death battle would devolve into such chaos? The Bai family's warriors, hearing the commotion, rallied to rescue their young master. A fierce shout echoed through the skies. Meanwhile, the Yi family's warriors, upon hearing it, were determined to obstruct them. Yi Qing's voice rang out at that moment. Swish! Hundreds of figures surged forth simultaneously, bearing fierce power that clashed violently. A chaotic melee erupted in an instant. It seems your father cannot save you now. Yi Kuang's expression was icy, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. Had he not awakened the ability to devour stars in that ferocious beast forest, he would surely have become nothing more than bones by now. Such a blood debt cannot go unavenged. And now is the time. Bai Longxing's face turned ashen, struggling to retreat. His eyes filled with terror as he exclaimed, Boy, if you dare to kill me, The Bai family will not let you off. Yi Kuang smiled coldly and replied, rest assured, by then, not only the Bai family, but the Haisha gang will accompany you as well. Therefore, you may leave with peace of mind. He raised the mysterious iron sword, a cold killing intent radiating from it, plunging Bai Longsheng into despair. Kill? Yi Kuang's gaze sharpened, and he mercilessly swung the mysterious iron sword down towards the opponent's head. Upon witnessing this, Bai Longsheng's face contorted in despair. To think he would perish at the hands of a worthless fool. What an irony. Just as Yi Kuang's sword was about to fall, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air, and a brilliant beam of sword light surged forth, striking heavily against the blade and sending it flying. The atmosphere around them suddenly froze. Chapter 20. The weak as ants bang. The mysterious iron sword flew out, spinning in midair before landing askew upon the martial arts arena. Yi Kuang, feeling a numbing sensation in his palm, slowly lifted his head to gaze at the figure soaring above. The earlier sword light had originated from this individual. What do you mean, sir? Yi Kuang's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. Spare someone when you can. Why must you be so ruthless? Jian Lingfeng smiled faintly and replied. Why? Yi Kuang sneered, thinking this fellow truly was a good Samaritan. When Bai Longsheng had invoked the ice-sealing shuttle to take his life, this man had not uttered a single word of protest. Today's duel was a life-and-death battle, where only the victor had the right to survive. He spoke with a frigid demeanor. Jian Lingfeng cast him a sidelong glance, his tone nonchalant. Since I, Jian, have intervened, shall we amend this rule? That should pose no issue, right? Yi Kuang's eyes turned icy. With you? From the moment this man appeared, his haughty demeanor had irked Yi Kuang immensely. Jian Lingfeng's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with coldness as he warned. Yi young master, I advise you. This disciple selection is presided over by me. If you speak out of turn again today, even if you win, you will still be unqualified to join the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. You might even lose your life. Yi Kuang's face grew frigid, barely concealing the fury bubbling within him. You speak nonsense? This man was truly overstepping his bounds. The people of Yujin sect were indeed despicable and shameless. Clearly, he was unaware of his own insignificance. Jian Lingfeng's eyes turned cold, anger igniting within him as he spoke. He clenched his palm, and resplendent spiritual energy gathered, morphing into a colossal hand that reached for Bai Longsheng on the martial arts platform. Simultaneously, he waved his sleeve, unleashing sword chi that tore through the air, instantly plunging into the crowd below. A cacophony of screams followed as many of the Yi family's warriors were grievously injured. Among them, the most formidable sword chi directly struck Yi Qing. Bang! The Azure Tiger's illusion shattered, and Yi Qing was sent flying, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Father! A surge of murderous intent erupted, soaring towards Yi Kuang's crown, causing his face to flush red. This is the price for offending me. Jian, I hope you remember this lesson. Jian Lingfeng spoke with a calm demeanor. You bastard, I will kill you. Boom. Yi Kuang's expression twisted with rage. The spiritual power within him erupted, a glass-like radiance enveloping him as it surged into the mysterious iron sword. In the next moment, he leapt into the air, swinging the sword towards the heavens, seeking death. Jian Lingfeng's gaze turned ice-cold as he flicked his finger, unleashing a streak of sword light that shot towards Yi Kuang. This attack was fiercely sharp. If it struck, Yi Kuang would likely suffer grave injuries, or even die on the spot. Yi Kuang grinned maliciously, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, disregarding the attack and abruptly redirecting his strike. Swoosh! The sword descended directly upon Bai Longsheng. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and Bai Longsheng, unable even to scream, fell lifelessly, a cold corpse plummeting from the sky. At that moment, the sword light also struck Yi Kuang. His defenses shattered instantly, blood gushing forth and staining his attire crimson. Yi Kuang staggered to the ground, his mysterious iron sword embedding itself into the earth, barely stabilizing his form. He looked down to see a gruesome wound tearing down his shoulder, measuring nearly a foot in length. You reckless fool, you seek death. Jian Lingfeng was thoroughly enraged, his voice sharp. This man had dared to kill Bai Longsheng right before his eyes. Although he cared little for the latter's life, such actions were undeniably a slap in his face. Yi Kuang's gaze darkened as he coldly stared at Jian Lingfeng. You dog, I still intend to slay you. The only reason he had altered his attack earlier was due to the opponent's elevated position, rendering him unreachable. In light of this, he decided to eliminate Bai Longsheng first. You are courting death. Jian Lingfeng's expression turned frigid. It seemed he had previously underestimated the situation, allowing a worthless fool to act with impunity. Since you wish to die, I, Jian, shall grant you that wish. He flicked his finger once more, unleashing an exquisitely refined sword chi that tore through the air. Racing towards the ground below, Yi Kuang raised the mysterious iron sword to block in front of him, producing a thunderous clash that sent him hurtling off the martial arts platform. Even the sword bore a clear mark from the impact. Yi Kuang's face flushed red as he spat forth several mouthfuls of blood, collapsing to one knee on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up with the sword, trembling as he stood. He finally understood. This man was here to stir trouble. No matter how much he retreated, he could not escape death. Was it because of that woman? A smirk of derision crept across Yi Kuang's lips. He had no ties to the Yujin sect, save for that woman. You little bastard. Return my son's life. A furious roar erupted, startling everyone. Yi Qing and the numerous warriors of the Yi family, having been severely injured, allowed by Luo the opportunity to act. Roar. A bellow resonated as a crimson wolf shadow coalesced, pouncing directly towards Yi Kuang. This force was lethal. The onlookers from Qingyun town shook their heads in dismay at the sight. It seemed the Yi family was truly doomed. What foolishness! Jian Lingfeng shook his head, his expression indifferent as he observed. It appeared that taking down this worthless fool would require no further effort on his part. Yi Kuang clenched his jaw, trembling as he raised the mysterious iron sword, unleashing the power of his glass-like blood. Even if he died today, he would rip this man apart. Buzz! The mysterious iron sword vibrated as all the power of his glass-like blood surged into the blade, enveloping it in a radiant glow that rendered it resplendent. Old fool! Yi Kuang's eyes burned red as he charged towards the wolf shadow, fully intent on risking his life. Those who witnessed this could not help but shake their heads in sorrow. This man was truly unfortunate. Just as he was shedding the title of worthless, he was poised to lose his life. Jian Lingfeng. This boy has already qualified to join the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Your actions are rather excessive. An elderly voice suddenly echoed, reverberating in everyone's ears. Immediately, a purple streak descended from the heavens, colliding with the fiery wolf. Boom! Almost instantaneously upon contact, the fiery wolf exploded, sending Bai Luo flying several feet away. This sudden turn of events left countless spectators momentarily stunned. Chapter 21. Yi Kuang's conditions. Yi Kuang's expression mirrored that shock, and he sheathed the mysterious iron sword, directing his gaze towards the distant horizon. There, a figure was rapidly approaching. In a matter of moments, it appeared before the crowd. It was an elder, clad in moon-white robes, with white hair and beard, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. He stood suspended in the air, a formidable presence of the spirit connection realm. Yi Kuang's expression shifted subtly. A martial artist at the transformation realm, if sufficiently powerful and endowed with unique martial arts, could indeed traverse the skies, much like the sword spirit Feng of the Jade Sword sect. However, the spirit communication realm was a different matter altogether. Even without relying on external aids, one could effortlessly hover in midair. Who exactly is this person? And why did he choose to save me? Yi Kuang pondered, his gaze flickering. The opponent's aura was profoundly mysterious, making him feel as though he were confronting a vast ocean, perhaps even more formidable than those at the spirit communication realm. The chaotic situation around them had quieted considerably due to this sudden turn of events. Why has that old fellow appeared here? Jian Lingfeng's expression hardened, a shadow of unease flashing in his eyes. Given this individual's status, he should not be present in the small town of Qingyun. Junior here pays respects to Senior Lu of the Chongqing sect, Jian Lingfeng said, cupping his hands in greeting. Chongqing sect? Upon hearing these 3 words, the faces of the surrounding martial artists revealed expressions of astonishment. The Chongqing sect was also among the top 3 pavilions and 7 sects, a powerful force of considerable dominance. Yi Kuang tightened his lips, his expression graved. In past selections for disciples in Qingyun town, members of the 3 pavilions and 7 sects would rarely make an appearance. After all, such grand powers would not travel great distances merely for the sake of a single outer disciple's qualification. Now, however, another elder from the Chongqing sect had suddenly emerged. Surely, there must be a reason behind this. Yi Kuang cleared his throat, his gaze flickering. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, the elder known as Lu smiled faintly and remarked, "Is it the practice of your Jade Sword sect to engage in such unrestrained meddling?" Jian Lingfeng's expression shifted at these words, and he quickly replied, "Senior Lu, it's that brat from the Yi family who spoke disrespectfully. I merely acted to teach him a lesson." He continued, "Moreover, this child is exceedingly arrogant, having killed someone favored by our Jade Sword sect. Is that so?" The elder Lu glanced at him and stated, "If I recall correctly, in these life and death battles for selecting disciples, Only the victors are permitted to survive, am I wrong? Therefore, if someone has been killed, is that not a rather normal occurrence? Jian Lingfeng gritted his teeth and said, Senior Liu, Bei Longxing is someone highly regarded within our sect, which is why I attempted to intervene. Who would have thought that this brat would be so audacious as to resort to despicable means to slay Bei Longxing? Such a splendid excuse, the elder Liu replied with a hint of sarcasm. Jian Lingfeng felt a surge of anger rising within him and said sternly, Senior Liu, Bei Longxing is... Elder Liu raised a hand to interrupt him, saying, Are the lives of your Jade Sword sect disciples so precious that those of the Chongqing sect are to be deemed inconsequential? Chongqing sect disciples? Jian Lingfeng was momentarily taken aback. Elder Liu smiled lightly, his gaze shifting to a young man below, saying, This boy has won the life-and-death battle in Qingyun town. Is it not permissible for him to join the Chongqing sect? Jian Lingfeng's face flushed with anger as he retorted, Senior Liu, are you being unreasonable? I have never heard that this brat has joined the Chongqing sect. Now you have. Elder Liu looked at the young man below, a gentle smile gracing his face. Young lad, having won the life-and-death battle, are you willing to join the Chongqing sect? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang was momentarily stunned. He found himself unclear about the circumstances, and thus hesitated to speak. Noticing his indecisiveness, Elder Liu smiled and said, Our Chongqing sect is one of the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Should you choose to join us, your future shall be boundless. Moreover, there is one crucial point that I believe will pique your interest. Yi Kuang hesitated briefly before responding, Senior, please enlighten me. Elder Liu continued with a slight smile. The Chongqing sect is famously at odds with the Jade Sword sect. If you wish to create trouble for the Jade Sword sect, joining the Chongqing sect would be the optimal choice. Surely, this would be more enticing to you than any cultivation resources? Upon hearing this, Jian Lingfeng's expression darkened, his demeanor visibly displeased, while a smile crept onto Yi Kuang's face. Indeed, for him, nothing was more alluring than the prospect of troubling the Jade Sword sect. Father, what do you think? Yi Kuang turned to look at his pale-faced father, Yi Qing, and asked, why Yi Qing smiled and replied, Such matters are for you to decide. In his eyes, the 3 pavilions and 7 sects were towering powers beyond reach. Aside from the Jade Sword sect, any of the others that Kuanger could join would be a stroke of good fortune. Yi Kuang pursed his lips, a contemplative look on his face as he said, Senior, I am willing to join the Chongqing sect, but I have one condition. Elder Liu raised an eyebrow and asked, What condition? This young man was indeed intriguing, for martial artists from such small towns would typically be overjoyed at the mere prospect of joining the Chongqing sect, without daring to propose conditions. Yi Kuang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smile appearing on his face. He understood that this elder from the Chongqing sect had journeyed a long way, clearly not for the sake of righteous intervention. If his instincts were correct, the elder likely had a request of his own. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yi Kuang turned to Jian Lingfeng, a somewhat sinister smile forming at the corners of his mouth. This fellow injured my father. I intend to settle the score. Impudent, Jian Lingfeng's face darkened, his voice sharp as he exclaimed, You little waste, do not push your luck. Yi Kuang responded with a chilling smile, addressing the elder, Senior, I wonder if you would be willing to accede to my request? Elder Liu replied, Are you truly intent on pursuing this? Yi Kuang grinned, If you do not agree today, I shall simply seek retribution another day. He was resolute in his intention to not let Jian Lingfeng off the hook for injuring his father. Elder Liu hesitated, falling silent for a moment before slowly nodding. I can agree to this, but you must take heed. Do not take any lives. As these words left his lips, Jian Lingfeng's countenance turned ashen. He could hardly fathom that an elder from the Chongqing sect would be willing to act against him merely for the sake of a little waste. You old fool, how dare you? Jian Lingfeng roared. Elder Liu's expression remained calm as he replied, I have harmed many from your Jade Sword sect. Why would I hesitate? With a flick of his sleeve, a vast surge of spiritual energy rushed forth, enveloping Jian Lingfeng. Jian Lingfeng immediately felt his powers stifled, as though sealed. Chapter 22. A painful beating for Jian Lingfeng. The onlookers in Qingyun town were utterly bewildered. Had the elder from the Chongqing sect truly agreed? They may not have known the elder Liu's standing within the Chongqing sect, but from his entrance, it was clear he was no ordinary individual. Could it be that Yi Kuang shared some connection with this elder? Confusion and disbelief spread across many faces. Under the gaze of these varied expressions, Jian Lingfeng felt his ire rise, and with a voice as sharp as ice, he said, You little waste, if you dare lay a finger on me, you shall never reach the Chongqing sect alive. Yi Kuang's expression remained impassive as he activated the stellar energy within him, drawing upon the spiritual essence from the heavens and the earth to gradually restore his strength. After about the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn, He finally grasped the black iron sword and strode forward step by step. "Senior, please lower him. I cannot float." Yi Kuang's tone was icy. Jian Lingfeng's face contorted with fury as he glared at Yi Kuang, his eyes filled with malice. "You damned little waste." Elder Lu nodded, waving his sleeve, causing Jian Lingfeng to descend to the ground. With a thud, whether intentional or not, Jian Lingfeng landed face first, half of his head buried in the earth. The sight was both ludicrous and comical. Yi Kuang shook his head, grabbing Jian Lingfeng and tossing him onto the martial arts platform. "You little waste, are you seeking death?" Jian Lingfeng's face twisted in rage. Yi Kuang laughed coldly. "I am not seeking death. Are you not the one wishing to kill me? If you dare make a move, I will ensure you suffer a torturous death," Jian Lingfeng threatened. "You little waste may not realize that there exists competition even among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Even if you join the Chongqing sect, you will not be safe from harm." At that moment, a resounding thud echoed as the heavy black sword struck Jian Lingfeng's cheek, effectively silencing him. "You talk too much," Yi Kuang remarked, his expression frigid. "You bastard, you seek death." Jian Lingfeng spat blood, several broken teeth flying from his mouth as he shouted. Trembling with rage, he was consumed by an overwhelming desire for vengeance. To be publicly slapped by a waste. How could he endure such humiliation? "Your skin is remarkably thick," Yi Kuang replied, shaking his head. This man's cultivation, even among those at the transformation realm, was quite formidable. Every part of him had been tempered, brimming with boundless spiritual energy. Even after being struck heavily with the black iron sword, he would only sustain minor injuries, impossible to kill. With that thought, Yi Kuang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The gap between himself and true powerhouses was indeed vast. Even if the opponent stood still for him to strike, he would likely not be able to kill him in the short term. However, for Jian Lingfeng, this incident was an utter disgrace, a profound loss of face. His eyes blazed with fury, and he erupted like a tempest. "You little waste, I shall remember this point one day. You will pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold for this affront." Yi Kuang weighed the mysterious iron sword in his hand and coldly remarked, "It seems I have been too lenient." With a resounding crash, he raised the sword, channeling even greater ferocity into his strike. The dull thud echoed as half of Jian Lingfeng's face swelled. The ground beneath him shattered, creating a gaping pit. "You little beast, I will kill you." Jian Lingfeng spat blood, roaring vehemently. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Yi Kuang kicked him aside, aiming the iron sword at the other half of his face. Striking without mercy, blood splattered, teeth flew, and Jian Lingfeng's entire visage became grotesquely swollen, his eyes nearly vanishing from sight. "You dog, do the disciples of the Yujin sect revel in their disgrace? That slot I fought tooth and nail for. What right do you have to revoke it? For no reason at all. How dare you injure my father?" With each utterance, Yi Kuang's iron sword fell mercilessly. It wasn't long before Jian Lingfeng was left bloodied, unable to utter a single word. Countless onlookers felt a chill run down their spines at this spectacle. This young man was indeed ruthless, daring to strike even a disciple of the Yujin sect. "You little beast, I will see you dead." Jian Lingfeng, hair disheveled, rose with difficulty, blood spilling from his mouth as he thundered. "Silence, you cur! Who permitted you to rise?" Yi Kuang's expression remained impassive as he brought the iron sword down again. The impact resounded ominously as it struck his knee, producing a spine-chilling sound. Jian Lingfeng screamed in agony, collapsing to his knees, shattering the ground beneath him. "Stay down." Yi Kuang showed no mercy, delivering a brutal blow to his back. Jian Lingfeng was sent sprawling forward, crashing to the ground like a dead dog. Trembling in rage, he muttered, "I will." But before he could finish his sentence, a heavy blow struck the back of his head, burying his face into the shattered earth. The scene fell into a deathly silence as countless witnesses gasped in horror. They understood that the enmity between Jian Lingfeng and the Yi family had reached a point of no return. If word of this spread, it would be impossible for him to show his face within the Yujin sect again. Haha. And so what? To be able to pummel someone from the Yujin sect is indeed a pleasurable affair. While it was gratifying, the prospect of Jian Lingfeng's retaliation was equally formidable. The townsfolk of Qingyun discussed the unfolding events, shaking their heads in disbelief at Jian Lingfeng's relentless beating on the martial arts stage. Did this fool truly comprehend the repercussions of his actions? With another resounding strike, Jian Lingfeng was sent hurtling off the stage, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed forth, staining the earth for several yards around him. A pitiful sight indeed. At that moment, Jian Lingfeng had already succumbed to unconsciousness, not from excruciating pain, but from sheer rage. Yi Kuang smirked coldly. He knew that despite Jian Lingfeng's pitiful appearance, his injuries were not severe. Given a few days, he would completely recover. With that thought, he rubbed his sore wrist and turned to the elder, saying, "Senior, I have a small request." "Speak," the elder with the surname Lu replied, his murky eyes glinting. Yi Kuang placed the iron sword down and said, "I humbly ask you to refrain from lifting the restraints on Jian Lingfeng." The elder nodded in understanding. "I comprehend your concerns. The binding I placed on him can only be released once Jian Lingfeng returns to the Yujin sect." Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Yi Kuang's face. Thus, for the time being, he need not worry about Jian Lingfeng's revenge against the Yi family. Moreover, this presented him with an opportunity to truly grow. Chapter 23. The storm temporarily abates. Shall I assist you in resolving some troubles? The elder Lu glanced towards the direction of the Bai family, a faint smile playing on his lips. Upon hearing his words, Bai Luo and the others turned pale, instinctively preparing to flee. The power of this elder from the Chongqing sect was terrifying. Even inner disciples of the Yujin sect were easily subdued. To eliminate them would be a matter of moments. Yi Kuang, however, slowly shook his head, stating, "There is no need to trouble you with matters in Qingyan town. I shall handle them personally. Some matters were best dealt with by oneself." The elder Lu regarded him with a hint of appreciation. In the martial world, possessing an unyielding heart and the courage to confront challenges was paramount. The Bai family represented a worthy challenge for this young man. "Master, what shall we do now?" a Bai family warrior asked solemnly, observing the situation unfold. Bai Luo's eyes darkened as he glared at Yi Kuang, seething with suppressed murderous intent, and no matter what, he must avenge his son. Yet this was not the opportune moment. Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, he spoke in a low voice, "Take Long Sheng away, as you command." Several Bai family warriors promptly approached to carry Bai Longsheng's lifeless body away, hastily departing the scene. "You little brat, I will make you pay 100-fold for today's blood debt." Bai Luo glared at Yi Kuang with a sinister expression before hastily leaving. Yi Kuang merely smiled lightly at this. To him, the Bai family was merely a challenge in the realm of martial arts. "Senior, please come to the Yi family for a discussion." Yi Kuang turned to the elder, gesturing courteously. "I am Lu Yuntian. You may call me Lu Lao," the elder Lu replied with a smile, stroking his beard. "Lu Lao, please," Yi Kuang nodded in acknowledgement. With a wave of his sleeve, Lu Yuntian soared towards the direction of the Yi family. "Father, let us return." Yi Kuang addressed Yi Qing, leading the members of the Yi family back in haste. After their departure, Jian Lingfeng slowly regained consciousness, staring at the empty square with an expression of unfathomable darkness. "You little beast," he struck the ground with a fist, pain shooting through him, twisting his face into a mask of rage. Such a profound humiliation was unprecedented for him. "Once I recover, I will flay you alive." Jian Lingfeng's eyes burned with fury. After a while, he suppressed his wrath, carefully assessing his internal condition. His expression darkened further. "That old fool dared to humiliate me so." Gritting his teeth, Jian Lingfeng staggered towards the outskirts of Qingyun town. The seal on him required the aid of elders within his sect to be undone. Thus he needed to return to the Yujin sect post-haste. Today's blood feud could only await another day for retribution. Upon returning to the Yi family, Yi Kuang promptly arranged for his father and the clan members to enter secluded meditation, striving to recover from their injuries swiftly. For soon, a true battle of life and death would unfold between the Yi and Bai families. Meanwhile, he, albeit somewhat weakened, accompanied Lu Yuntian to a secluded room. "This is a healing potion. Consume it to regain some strength." Lu Yuntian flicked his finger, sending a jade vial flying onto the table ahead. Yi Kuang took the vial, poured the powder into his mouth, and swallowed it. After completing this, he seated himself cross-legged, forming seals with his hands to refine the potion's power. With the assistance of the devouring star, his refining speed was astonishing. Within merely 3 hours, he had absorbed all the medicinal potency, significantly restoring his injuries. What a marvelous substance! Yi Kuang opened his eyes, astonished. The healing items he had previously used were merely simple herbs. The speed of recovery was like comparing heaven and earth to this new remedy. "You are rather extraordinary. Ordinarily, one with such severe injuries would require at least 3 days to recuperate, even with healing potions," Lu Yuntian remarked, his eyes betraying his surprise. Yi Kuang shrugged. "Perhaps I possess some unusual talent." He understood the necessity of keeping the secret of his galaxy Dantian closely guarded. He was well aware of the adage that a person with something precious often attracts trouble. Lu Yuntian, seeing that Yi Kuang was reluctant to elaborate, chose not to press further. "You have come here for a reason, I presume?" Yi Kuang smiled slightly and inquired. "That female disciple from the Yujin sect?" You healed her, did you not? Lu Yuntian asked after a brief hesitation. Yi Kuang smirked, his lips curling into a self-deprecating smile, just sewing another's wedding gown. A smile flickered across Lu Yuntian's aged face. Despite our limited interaction, I cannot shake the feeling that the female disciple from the Yujin sect will come to regret her decision in the future. Yi Kuang chuckled, but said nothing. However, within his dark eyes, a deeply concealed coldness glimmered. Over this period, due to the woman named Shangguanyu, the Yi family had endured countless dangers. Today, he had barely escaped the grips of Jian Lingfeng and Bai Luo. One day, I will make you repay all these blood debts, one by one. Yi Kuang vowed silently in his heart. After a brief moment, he exhaled softly, suppressing the myriad of emotions within him, and a gentle smile once again graced his youthful visage, exuding an air of ease and composure. Lu Yuntian felt a twinge of surprise in his heart. This young man exhibited a level of emotional control that surpassed the maturity expected of his age. Senior, could it be that my innate talents and mental fortitude might assist you? Yi Kuang inquired. Lu Yuntian nodded, replying, You have guessed correctly. I have come to seek your aid precisely for this reason. Please elaborate, Senior, Yi Kuang urged. Lu Yuntian pondered for a moment before continuing. I wish to forge a rune, and I require your keen perception of mental energy to assist me. A rune? Yi Kuang's brows furrowed in astonishment. What is that? Lu Yuntian explained. In this land, there exists a profession known as a rune master. These individuals specialize in mental energy, using it to condense various powerful runes. When inscribed upon weapons, these runes can forge formidable spiritual treasures. Furthermore, if utilized independently, they possess terrifying power capable of devastating landscapes and annihilating countless lives. It is said that some high-ranking rune masters can obliterate mountain ranges with a mere gesture, erasing billions of beings from existence. Such power is, even for me, quite unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang was momentarily struck dumb, his eyes reflecting sheer shock. The so-called rune masters were indeed formidable beyond belief. With your mental aptitude, you will naturally encounter the profession of rune master in the future. At that time, you will truly come to understand it, Lu Yuntian remarked with a smile. Yi Kuang pursed his lips and nodded gently, his curiosity about these rune masters swelling within him. The path of cultivation was truly extraordinary and infinitely captivating. He mused. After a moment, Yi Kuang shook his head, dispelling these distractions, and smiled. May I ask, Senior, what purpose do you have in refining this rune? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuntian's aged face flickered with a hint of sorrow. He paused before responding, It is to save a life. As for whom, you shall know in due time. Yi Kuang, upon hearing this, refrained from pressing further and instead remarked, Senior, there must be exceptionally gifted rune masters within the Chongqing sect. Why have you sought out a mere disciple like me? Although the Chongqing sect, being one of the 3 pavilions and 7 sects, boasts a history spanning over 1,000 years, it is not devoid of rune masters. Lu Yuntian replied. Yi Kuang's surprise, he shook his head and continued, Indeed, there are some rune masters within the sect, yet their sensitivity to mental energy is rather lacking. Furthermore, do not presume that your talent is commonplace. Otherwise, the Yujin sect would not have been at a loss regarding Shangguanyu's deficiency in mental energy, ultimately resorting to bringing her to you. At this point, Lu Yuntian seemed to recall something. A smile breaking across his face, I believe the Yujin sect must be regretting their earlier underestimation of you. Why is that? Yi Kuang inquired, puzzled. The cultivation of a rune master necessitates the augmentation of spiritual energy. Thus, until you establish your dantian, even with outstanding mental energy talent, the Yujin sect would not regard you highly. However, once you become a martial artist, your innate mental prowess will render you a coveted prize among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Lu Yuntian explained with a chuckled To be frank, my acceptance of you into the Chongqing sect is not an act of benevolence. Rather, it is us who have fortuitously discovered a gifted individual. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang was momentarily taken aback. So, this was the situation. No wonder Jian Lingfeng harbored such malevolence towards me. It all makes sense now, he said, his expression growing solemn. Precisely. That fellow knew you would not join the Yujin sect. Thus he sought an excuse to eliminate you to avert future complications. Hence, had I not intervened, regardless of how accommodating you were, you would have met your demise, Lu Yuntian stated. A cold glint flashed in Yi Kuang's eyes. He vowed to one day personally vanquish this foe, Jian Lingfeng. Old Lu, might you share some insights regarding the 3 pavilions and 7 sects with me? He asked, suppressing his murderous intent. He realized he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the basic circumstances surrounding these factions. The so-called 3 pavilions and 7 sects refer to the Yujin sect, Tianyuan sect, Huang sect, Xintian sect, Baiming sect, Jiuxin sect, and our Changsheng sect. The three pavilions consist of Jinlong Pavilion, Xianai Pavilion, and Leiyun Pavilion, Lu Yuntian elucidated. These 10 forces dominate the northern region of Tianlin Prefecture, reigning as absolute sovereigns. Ye Kuang nodded slightly. The Tianlin Prefecture was divided into 8 major regions, of which the northern region was one. What is the standing of the Yujin sect among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects? Yi Kuang asked. Lu Yuntian paused before responding. In terms of heritage and strength, the Yujin sect is ranked first. Yi Kuang was taken aback. The Yujin sect's prowess was indeed formidable, holding the top position among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. And what about our Changsheng sect? He inquired again. A bitter smile crossed Lu Yuntian's face. Once among the top 3, we now languish at the bottom. Yi Kuang was astonished. The plight of the Changsheng sect was indeed dire, reduced to the lowest tier among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Are you regretting your decision now? Lu Yuntian asked with a wry smile. Yi Kuang shook his head, replying, regret does not quite capture it. I am merely somewhat surprised, as you mentioned. I joined the Changsheng sect precisely because it stands as the arch-rival of the Yujin sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuntian stifled a chuckle and patted Yi Kuang's shoulder. Haha, you are quite an interesting lad. But rest assured, the disparities among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects are not insurmountable. Even if the Changsheng sect occupies the last place, it does not necessarily mean we will be outmatched by the Yujin sect by a wide margin. Yi Kuang nodded, finding reassurance in these words. Old Lu, may I inquire when I should arrive at the Changsheng sect at the latest? He pondered aloud. In 3 months. Lu Yuntian replied with a smile. I understand you have matters to attend to in Qingyan town. This time frame should suffice. As he spoke, he produced a jade token. This is the disciples token of the Changsheng sect. With it, you may enter the sect. Yi Kuang accepted the jade token, upon which the characters for Changsheng sect were inscribed, gleaming brightly. Thank you, old Lu, he expressed with a respectful clasp of his fists. Lu Yuntian waved his hand dismissively, saying, I have one more suggestion. When you set off for the Changsheng sect, try not to circumvent the forest of ferocious beasts, but rather traverse through it. Yi Kuang bit his lip, pondering, do you mean for me to hone my skills before entering the Changsheng sect? Indeed, Lu Yuntian affirmed with a nod. The Changsheng sect is no ivory tower. The competition there will be even more brutal. A moment's carelessness could render you a stepping stone for others, or worse, cost you your life. Thus, some trials are indeed necessary, I understand. Yi Kuang replied with a smile. Lu Yuntian rose to his feet, stating, I must return to the sect now. Once you have resolved your matters in Qingyan town, make haste to join you. Yi Kuang's expression shifted to one of hesitation. There's something else you require, young lad? Lu Yuntian inquired with a gentle smile. Yi Kuang stood up and said, Old Lu, I would like to shamelessly request some healing potions. Both the conflict with the Bai family and the journey through the forest of ferocious beasts would greatly benefit from such potions. Lu Yuntian chuckled, waving his sleeve, conjuring forth a dozen jade vials that floated before him. These healing potions should suffice for some time. He continued, in addition, I shall gift you one more item. As he spoke, a dazzling light flickered, transforming into a multitude of glimmering jade stones. These are spirit stones, brimming with immense spiritual energy. They can not only aid in breakthroughs, but also temporarily bolster your strength in dire situations. However, the latter usage entails certain risks, Lu Yuntian elaborated. Spirit stones? Yi Kuang gazed at the translucent jade stones, unable to suppress his astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered such a treasure. He could distinctly perceive the overwhelming spiritual energy contained within these small stones. This item was undoubtedly of exceptional value. As the 25th chapter titled Refining Spirit Stones unfolded, Yi Kuang bid farewell to the elder at the gates of the Yi family estate. Old Lu, take care. Lu Yuntian stroked his beard and smiled. Are you truly not considering enlisting my assistance with this trivial matter? It's merely a small affair. There's no need to trouble you, old Lu. Yi Kuang replied with a faint smile. Haha, very well, Lu Yuntian nodded. Then we shall meet again at the Changsheng sect. With that, his figure transformed into a streak of light, darting across the sky and vanishing into the distance. Yi Kuang, watching this, pursed his lips and cast a sidelong glance toward a certain direction. There, a shadow flitted past. That the Bai family? He mused with a faint smile, choosing to ignore it from the very beginning. He had no intention of relying on old Lu's strength to eradicate the Bai family. This was his first challenge on the path of martial arts. If he were to retreat now, he might as well abandon the journey altogether. It is impossible to rely on external forces every time. Father, prepare yourself. I believe it won't be long before the Bai family makes their move. Yi Kuang turned around and looked at Yi Qing. I understand, Father, Yi Qing replied, his expression grave. What do you plan to do next? Yi Kuang flicked his fingers, causing several spirit stones to fly out and land in Yi Qing's hands. Father, these are spirit stones that can aid you in enhancing your cultivation, he stated. Spirit stones? Yi Qing's expression tightened, and a flicker of intense emotion passed through his eyes, as the head of the Yi family. While he had never refined spirit stones, he had heard of them. Such items are coveted treasures for every martial artist. What do you intend to do? Yi Qing asked, stowing the spirit stones away and speaking in a solemn tone. Yi Kuang smiled slightly and replied, before the Bai family strikes, I will strive to elevate my cultivation to the 6th level of the spirit pattern realm. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. During this period, I shall ensure that no one disturbs you. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang chuckled and walked into his courtyard. Yi Qing observed his son and beckoned a guard over. What are your orders, master? The guard asked in a low voice. Send the word. All martial artists of the Yi family are to return and abandon all their businesses, Yi Qing commanded. Abandon all businesses? The guard hesitated at this directive. To proceed in this manner would be unwise. He cautioned. Do as instructed. Yi Qing replied in a low tone. Understood. The guard bowed and swiftly departed. Yi Qing gazed in the direction of his retreat, exhaling slowly as he murmured, success or failure hinges on this moment. For both parties, their businesses had become inconsequential. Whoever triumphed in the forthcoming bloody conflict would seize control of all of Qingyun town. Whatever was lost would surely be repaid 100-fold. In a secluded room, Yi Kuang sat cross-legged on the floor, 3 crystal-clear spirit stones resting in his hands. Waves of dense spiritual energy emanated from them, enveloping the entire room in a veil of white mist. He inhaled the cool air infused with spiritual power, feeling every pore of his body relax. Would these 3 spirit stones enable me to break through to the 6th level of the spirit pattern realm? Yi Kuang pondered, pursing his lips. With a flick of his thoughts, a strong surged from his palm. The spirit stones began to dissolve gradually, disappearing as they merged into his meridians. Yi Kuang's eyes slowly closed. Not long after, his expression shifted as his consciousness found its way to his dantian. The vast starry sky unfolded before him, an endless stream of stars flowing like a resplendent river of light. Yi Kuang's gaze settled on the devouring star, where 3 brilliant orbs of light appeared. Upon closer inspection, he realized these orbs contained the 3 spirit stones he had previously absorbed. A peculiar vibration emanated from within the devouring star, drawing the luminous orbs into its depths. Moments later, light once again radiated from the star, transforming into 3 crystal-clear spirit stones. This is Yi Kuang's expression tightened. Compared to before, the spirit stones had diminished in size but had become even more refined, their internal spiritual power purer than ever. They appeared perfect, as if all impurities had been thoroughly removed. The efficacy of these stones must be several times greater than before. Yi Kuang carefully sensed the energy. A smile blooming on his face. It seems that the devouring star not only has the ability to consume all things, but can also refine spirit stones, rendering them more pure. It is said that spirit stones come in different grades. I wonder what level these belong to? Yi Kuang mused, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He sensed that the capabilities of the devouring star would bring him unimaginable wealth. With that thought, Yi Kuang withdrew his consciousness from the dantian. With the assistance of the devouring star, combined with the formidable power of the spiritual star, he should be able to achieve his breakthrough. Yi Kuang exhaled softly, his eyes closing once more as he formed seals with his hands, beginning the process of refining the spirit power within the stones. As time passed, a mist enveloped his body, waves of powerful energy radiating from him. His cultivation steadily ascended. Days slipped by unnoticed, and soon 7 days had elapsed. Today, Qingyun town appeared exceptionally quiet. The streets were devoid of pedestrians, shop doors remained tightly shut, and all businesses had ceased operations. Occasionally, shadows flitted past the windows of the buildings lining the streets, quickly vanishing. The townsfolk were on high alert, aware that the life and death struggle between the 2 great families was imminent. The ultimate victor would emerge as the sole ruler of Qingyun town. In the Yi family's council chamber, the atmosphere was thick with tension. All of the family's elite had gathered, their faces grave. Master, there has been no movement from the Bai family, a black-clad warrior reported solemnly. This individual, Yi Ming, was the highest-ranking member of the Yi family aside from Yi Qing. Having broken through to the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm 6 months prior, with the potential to challenge the creation realm. Let us wait a little longer. The Bai family cannot remain silent indefinitely, Yi Qing said, his brow furrowed. The others nodded in silence, sharing a foreboding sense that a storm was brewing. A bloody battle seemed inevitable, and they could almost taste the scent of blood in the air. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the back of the council chamber, causing every face to pale in shock. Wei Yiqing slammed his palm on the table and sprang to his feet, excitement flashing in his eyes. That aura, it's unmistakable. Quanger has broken through, he exclaimed, clenching his fists, his face flushed with pride. His son had truly brought honor to the family. Chapter 26. The struggle for supremacy. The atmosphere in the council chamber grew lively, joy illuminating every face. Over the years, their young master had endured countless taunts and jeers, leaving the Yi family members feeling a sense of melancholy. And now, in less than 2 months, Yi Kuang's strength had skyrocketed, establishing him as an undeniable genius in Qingyun town. The mere thought of it filled them with genuine delight. Let's go take a look, Yi Qing declared, excitement propelling him forward as he led the gathered individuals out. Their gazes immediately focused on the courtyard behind, where spiritual energy was swirling violently, forming a visible vortex above a room. The vortex, approximately 10 feet wide, hovered above the building, powerful waves of spiritual energy continuously pouring into it. This phenomenon persisted for about half an hour before gradually dissipating. The tightly shut wooden door of the room swung open, and a youthful figure stepped out. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating his face and highlighting the gentle smile he wore. "Father, I have successfully broken through," Yi Kuang announced, meeting the gazes of those around him with a slight smile, his palm open. Spiritual light coalesced into 6 brilliant spirit patterns, 6th level of the spirit pattern realm. After this period of seclusion, his cultivation had once again ascended. Moreover, Yi Kuang pressed his lips together, as a jade-colored radiance began to gather beneath his skin. Compared to the power he had previously cultivated through the jade bone glass technique, this light was undeniably deeper. This was due to the fusion of martial prowess with the jade bone he had cultivated. That formidable defensive capability could withstand even the sharpest blades. In fact, in some respects, it surpassed the strength of pure glass blood. "Congratulations, young master," the Yi family's warriors exclaimed, bowing in respect. Yi Kuang smiled faintly, knowing that his combat power had increased exponentially. Should he face off against warriors of the likes of Bai Longxing again, he would no longer find himself in perilous situations. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly stiffened, hearing the sound of galloping hooves from outside. In a flash, a swift steed raced by, moving so quickly that it left only a blur in its wake. A sharp whistling pierced the air as a crimson beam of light shot toward him, aimed directly at his brow. Yi Kuang's expression hardened, and he extended his hand to grasp the blood-red light. The fierce recoil shattered the stone ground beneath him. Glancing down at his palm, the blood light dissipated, revealing a blood-colored notice. Bold crimson characters adorned the notice. "Battle?" Yi Kuang opened it, a line of menacing blood-red words meeting his gaze. 1 hour later, outside Qingyun town, a life-and-death duel, signed, by Luo. Yi Kuang narrowed his eyes, a chill radiating from them. The Bai family was indeed impatient. "Father, it seems a great battle is upon us," he remarked, flicking the notice away. Yi Qing caught it and, upon reading it, his expression darkened. He tucked the notice away and waved his hand, stating in a stern voice, "Send the order. Gather all Yi family warriors and head to the outskirts of Qingyun town." "As you command." Yi Ming and the others bowed in acknowledgement before dispersing to rally the troops. Yi Kuang exchanged a glance with his father before directing his gaze toward the sky beyond the town. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Since the Bai family was so eager, he would expedite their journey into the afterlife. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Yi family estate, hundreds of Yi family warriors stood in formation, all clad in black armor, their eyes sharp and fierce, exuding an aura of cold, ruthless killing intent. Before them stood several black steeds, each carrying a figure seated atop. These individuals were the Yi family's elite, all at least at the 6th level of the spirit pattern realm. "Let us depart." Yi Qing stood at the forefront, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. With a swift flick of his whip, he lashed down, and the sound of neighing horses filled the air as a dozen black steeds surged forward, transforming into a torrent of darkness that raced toward Qingyun town. The contest for dominance over Qingyun town had officially commenced. Outside the town, within a dense thicket, countless figures perched upon the branches of ancient trees, their cold eyes fixated on the scene ahead. Dust billowed as the sound of iron hooves approached. "They were coming," Su Jing announced. Upon hearing his words, a fierce and vengeful expression erupted on Bai Luo's face. That wretched brat who killed his son would be subjected to a slow and torturous death. One cut at a time, no one would be spared. Bai Luo's chilling smile betrayed his murderous intent. "At this," Su Jing and the warriors of the Bai clan revealed their own cruel expressions. Once the Yi clan was eradicated, they would reign supreme within Qingyun town. The ground trembled beneath the watchful eyes of the sinister gazes as the Yi clan members halted Tin Zhang away. The murderous intent from both sides was palpable, hanging like layers of black clouds over the sky. Today marks the day of your clan's demise, Bai Luo declared, his eyes glinting with malice. Wei Yiqing let out a cold laugh, replying, it remains to be seen whether it will be the Yi clan's downfall or the Bai clan's. Oh really? Bai Luo's lips curled into a frosty arc as he turned his gaze to a nearby youth, coldly stating, boy, soon I shall personally end your life to avenge my son. Wei Yiquang lowered his eyes slightly, coolly retorting, perhaps it is I who will send you to reunite with your son. Arrogant, Bai Luo scoffed. Foolish child, had you not overstepped, I might not have had the opportunity to strike. To annihilate your Bai clan is more than enough for my Yi family, Yiquang said, slowly drawing the black heavy sword from his back, pointing it at the ground, his gaze sharp as a blade. Enough with the chatter. If you have the ability, come and take my life. Seeking death, Bai Luo sneered, stomping heavily on the ground, enveloped in crimson light, charging toward him. Your opponent is me. Wei Yiqing's expression turned icy as azure light howled, transforming into a roaring azure tiger that lunged at the adversary. Boom. When the two clashed, a fierce shockwave erupted, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. The confrontation between masters of the transformation realm was far beyond the capabilities of those at the spirit pattern realm. This moment, both Yi clan warriors and those of the Bai clan retreated instinctively, creating a space for the two combatants. Boy, today shall be your last. Su Jing's voice dripped with coldness, his eyes filled with murderous intent as they fixated on Yiquang. As he spoke, a powerful wave of spiritual energy surged from his body. Spirit pattern realm, 7th layer. This fellow had actually broken through. Yiquang's expression remained impassive as he regarded the advancing Su Jing, showing no intention of striking back. Seeking death, Su Jing chuckled coldly. Though this brat had slain Bai Longsheng, he was not worthy of such arrogance before him. He summoned his spiritual force, the jade hue radiating outwards, enveloping his fist. In the next moment, he unleashed a punch imbued with fierce force, crashing into Yiquang. A sinister smile appeared on Su Jing's face. This boy dared to be so brazen, taking on a punch fueled by his jade bone power, truly a path to self-destruction. However, he soon sensed something amiss. For after withstanding his punch, the opponent exhibited no reaction whatsoever. What is happening? Su Jing's expression shifted as he glanced at the point of impact, his pupils narrowing. Beneath Yiquang's skin, a profoundly deep jade light erupted. Forming a crystalline layer of jade, you've broken through to the spirit pattern realm, 6th layer. Su Jing's expression changed, his voice faltering. This scene was beyond his imagination. Just half a month ago, Yiquang had barely achieved the 5th layer of the spirit pattern realm, and now, he had reached the 6th layer. How could this be? Su Jing gritted his teeth. Such a rate of cultivation was nothing short of monstrous, making it hard for him to conceive that it could happen to a so-called waste. Moreover, the power of this boy's jade bone was terrifyingly robust, even surpassing that of those at the 7th layer of the spirit pattern realm. Su Jing's expression shifted as he attempted to retreat. You are no longer qualified to be my opponent. Wei Yiquang's demeanor remained frigid as he reached out, a deep jade light enveloping his hand. Bang! His fingers clamped down on Su Jing's wrist, exerting tremendous force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, a piercing scream escaping Su Jing's lips as his face contorted in agony. Get lost! Wei Yiquang's expression was impassive as he kicked out, sending Su Jing flying Tin Zhang away, crashing into an ancient tree. The members of the Black Shaman gang, who were about to charge, trembled in fear, feeling a chill run down their spines. Their leader had been kicked away. Damn it, this kid's strength has increased again. Someone gritted their teeth. Wei Yiquang's expression remained indifferent as he waved his hand, commanding, kill. Swish! Hundreds of Yi clan warriors surged forth, charging towards the Black Shaman gang and the Bai clan. Upon contact, a chaotic melee erupted, the sounds of brutal slaughter reverberating through the forest. Wei Yiquang paid no heed to this chaos, his gaze fixed on several ancient trees ahead. There, a dozen figures stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, each exuding a profound aura, clearly the elite of the Bai clan, far from ordinary adversaries. Young Master Yi, I never expected you to reach this point, a man clad in dark purple robes remarked, a cold smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. It is a pity you are too young to confront the might of the Bai clan. Had that powerful figure from the Eternal Life sect still been present, The Bai clan would not have dared to act against the Yi clan no matter their fury. Yi Kuang's expression remained calm as he recognized this man, Bai Longxing's uncle, Bai Jinyang. Within the Bai clan, he was likely the most formidable figure after Bai Luo. "Leave him to me." Yiming stepped forward, speaking in a hushed tone. His strength was on par with Bai Jinyang, both at the pinnacle of the spirit pattern realm, qualifying to challenge the transformation realm. Yi Kuang nodded. "Be careful, Uncle Ming. Rest assured, even if I cannot win, I can at least hold him off," Yiming declared, his foot striking the ground as he shot forth like an arrow, hurtling towards Bai Jinyang. Overestimating oneself, Bai Jinyang sneered, convinced that this fellow truly believed he could contend with him now. Boom! He clenched his palm, a golden spear piercing through the air, lunging ferociously toward Yiming. The clash between the two erupted into a fierce battle. "Young master, take care!" The remaining Yi clan masters called out as they dismounted their black steeds, rushing towards the Bai clan. Yi Kuang pursed his lips, his gaze landing on a man in white attire. The Bai clan expert, Bai Jingtian, possessed the cultivation of the 8th layer of the spirit pattern realm. Information about him flashed through Yi Kuang's mind, and instead of fear, he felt a surge of battle spirit. "I heard my nephew met his end at your hands." Bai Jingtian stood with hands clasped behind his back, his icy gaze sweeping over. "I can send you down to join him." Yi Kuang had no intention of wasting words. The earth beneath his feet shattered as he launched himself like an arrow, racing toward his foe. "Come down!" His mysterious iron sword slashed horizontally, severing the ancient tree in two. Boom! The tree toppled, shaking the ground and sending dust soaring, obscuring the figure of his opponent. Yi Kuang remained rooted in place, his eyes honing in on the swirling dust. Suddenly, the dust was torn apart as a white figure burst forth, a palm infused with dense spiritual energy aimed at his head. Yi Kuang raised his mysterious iron sword in defense, blocking the descending palm. Bang! The impact resonated with a deafening sound, the terrifying force causing the sword to tremble violently. A surge of power traveled down the sword, causing the ground beneath him to crack. "Boy, today I shall show you what true glazed blood power is." Bai Jingtian grinned menacingly, shaking his wrist as his blood surged, wisps of glazed light emanating from him, enveloping his palm. His power surged dramatically in an instant. "Get lost." Bai Jingtian's eyes turned cold as he slammed his palm down onto the sword's back. Bang! The terrifying force erupted, causing Yi Kuang to stagger violently, his feet skidding across the ground for 10 zhong. An indescribable pain radiated from his leg bones, a sensation akin to them fracturing. Yi Kuang's mysterious iron sword sank into the earth, barely absorbing the force. He lifted his head, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze on the opponent. Inwardly shaken. Compared to the 7th layer of the spirit pattern realm, the power of this 8th layer glazed blood was overwhelmingly superior. Yi Kuang raised his hand, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a fervent glint igniting in his eyes. Only an adversary of such caliber could provide him with a truly exhilarating battle. "Come again," he shouted, fully unleashing the power of his jade bone, his hand radiating a lustrous sheen akin to precious jade. Not enough. With a mere thought, Yi Kuang felt the blood within him surge, and strands of shimmering glass-like light ascended, enveloping the jade-colored palm. Two forces were summoned forth in their entirety. In Yi Kuang's pitch-black eyes, a fierce concentration emerged, and with a flick of his wrist, he charged forward once more. Whoosh! A sword sliced down, the air buckling under the weight, producing a piercing sound of wind. The mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bai Jingtian let out a cold laugh, bringing his hands together as the glass-like light converged, forming a resplendent seal. The glass seal. With a flick of his finger, the seal shot forth, carrying an unfathomable power, darting towards the Xian iron sword like lightning. With a thunderous crash, a visible shockwave radiated outward, causing ancient trees to tremble, and leaves to cascade down like rain. Yi Kuang felt the tingling in his palm. Yet his expression remained icy, devoid of any fluctuation. "Brat, even with the treasures of the Bai family at your disposal, you shall not contend with Bai." Bai Jingtian's expression turned frigid as he concentrated. A continuous surge of spiritual energy flooding into the glass-sealed eye in an instant. The seal expanded several times, radiating a blinding brilliance. Yi Kuang's grip on the Xian iron sword trembled, his form slowly sliding backward. It was evident that even with the power of the jade bone glass technique, he could not stand against a formidable opponent like Bai Jingtian. After all, the latter possessed genuine glass blood, unrivaled in strength. "Child, if you surrender now, I, Bai, may grant you a swift death," Bai Jingtian declared coldly. Yi Kuang's countenance remained impassive, showing no signs of acquiescence. You are truly unaware of your own peril. Bai Jing Tian smirked sinisterly, his sleeves swirling with overwhelming force as he struck down upon the glass seal. Boom! The glass seal surged forth, crashing into the Xian iron sword with an even more ferocious demeanor. A terrifying force struck, causing Yi Kuang's chest to churn, and he staggered backward. Brat, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame Bai for being ruthless. Bai Jing Tian charged forward, his fist exploding through the air, aimed directly at Yi Kuang's crown. Yi Kuang steadied himself, gazing at the oncoming adversary, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Seems the members of the Bai family are rather foolish, he remarked indifferently. Bai Jing Tian's expression faltered momentarily, instinctively asking, "What do you mean?" As the words left his lips, he seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze. Whoosh! A flicker of flame streaked through the air, hurtling towards his crown with lightning speed. Among the flames, a fiery red seal emanated an unbearable heat, causing the surrounding air to vaporize. A mere yellow-grade beginner martial technique, what can it do against Bai? Bai Jing Tian quickly regained his composure, a mocking smile appearing on his lips. This fellow's cunning was commendable, yet he failed to understand that, in the face of absolute strength, any scheme appeared ludicrous and laughable. It seems I have shattered your martial arts. Bai Jing Tian sneered, his arm flicking to change direction, his fist aimed at the fiery red seal. Bang! At the moment of collision, the fiery red seal exploded almost instantaneously. Flames rained down, enveloping him, only to vanish without a trace. The force of that punch was utterly domineering now. It's your turn, Bai Jing Tian declared, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Yi Kuang. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang's smile only became more sardonic. It appears you have forgotten how I earned the title of the genius of the wedding dress. Bai Jing Tian's pupils constricted, an inexplicable unease washing over him. Empty threats? You think you can intimidate Bai? He scoffed, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, a piercing pain suddenly surged through his mind. His expression twisted into a grimace as the concentrated power within him began to dissipate. You little rascal, what have you done? Bai Jing Tian snarled, clutching his head in agony, trembling uncontrollably. Yi Kuang's expression remained indifferent as he replied coolly, nothing much, merely concealed some spiritual energy within the previous flame jade seal. What? Bai Jing Tian's face darkened considerably as realization dawned upon him. The previous offensive was merely a ruse to stealthily embed his spiritual energy into his mind while he lowered his guard. Those flames had been laced with spiritual energy. You have outsmarted me, he ground out through clenched teeth. Now you understand, it's too late. Yi Kuang advanced without expression. I will kill you, Bai Jing Tian roared, charging at him. Yi Kuang merely shook his head, a mocking expression on his face. Pfft. Indeed, Bai Jing Tian had barely taken a few steps when he doubled over, spitting blood, staggering backward. Now, it's time to send you on your way. Yi Kuang gripped the sword hilt, channeling all his strength as he struck fiercely at his opponent. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Bai Jing Tian let out a pained scream, hurtling backward like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into an ancient tree, falling into a pit, unconscious. This sudden turn of events left the warriors from both families, engaged in fierce combat, momentarily stunned. What just happened? They had barely begun to engage, and Bai Jing Tian had already suffered a crushing defeat. How could this young man's strength be so terrifying? The Bai family's warriors exchanged astonished glances. Bai Jing Tian was one of their most formidable experts, yet he had fallen to a junior. Unfazed by their gazes, Yi Kuang's expression remained unchanged. The trials of the years had long since honed his composure beyond that of his peers. Neither praise nor criticism would sway his judgment. Boom! Just then, a tremendous crash resonated from the right. Yi Kuang's gaze sharpened as he turned. A figure was sent flying toward him, crashing down. Uncle Ming. Yi Kuang's expression shifted as he reached out, placing a hand on Yi Ming's shoulder. The immense force of impact drove his feet into the ground half a foot deep, a sharp pain coursing through his arm. Supporting Yi Ming, his face flushed, he coughed up blood, revealing a shocking blood mark on his body. Uncle Ming, what happened? Yi Kuang inquired anxiously. Yi Ming coughed violently, his complexion pale as he replied. This man has actually mastered the Golden Sun technique to perfection. I am no match for him. The Golden Sun technique? Yi Kuang's expression hardened. It was a mid-level yellow-grade martial art of the Bai family, reputed to unleash power comparable to advanced yellow-grade martial arts at its peak. This spells trouble, with Bai Jin Yang's strength. We have no one here to withstand him. Yi Ming's face was etched with concern. If this man is freed to join forces with Bai Luo against our family head, the situation will become dire. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang's expression darkened, his gaze flickering. He, Yi Ming, I have already told you. You are no longer my opponent. Bai Jin Yang's demeanor turned sinister as he waved his sleeves, golden light sweeping forth in waves, crashing toward the Yi family's experts. Bang! Almost upon contact, 3 warriors from the Yi family, each at the 6th level of the spiritual pattern realm or higher, were severely injured, losing their combat capability. With Yi Ming no longer obstructing him, this man was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, free to slaughter as he pleased. Chapter 29. Madness he will be dealt with by me. Yi Kuang gazed at Bai Jin Yang, inhaling deeply as he spoke slowly. The moment those words escaped, Yi Ming's expression changed dramatically. Young master, you are not his match. Within Qingyun town, Bai Jin Yang's strength was considered unrivaled beneath the creation realm. Even he had been defeated by this man. Yi Kuang shook his head, his voice low. There is no other way. Only I can stop Bai Jin Yang. Yi Ming hesitated. Yi Kuang smiled. Uncle Ming. Having defeated Bai Jing Tian, I should be qualified to exchange a few moves with Bai Jin Yang. Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Although he was indeed surprised that the young master had defeated Bai Jing Tian, Bai Jin Yang was not Bai Jing Tian. His strength far surpassed that of Bai Jing Tian. This is decided. Yi Kuang said no more, stepping past Uncle Ming, striding toward Bai Jin Yang. For a master like you to bully ordinary martial artists is hardly a feat. He fixed his gaze upon his opponent, his dark eyes swirling with a fierce intensity. He had resolved that even if he could not defeat the opponent, he must at least stall him. Otherwise, his father would face overwhelming pressure. It seems defeating Bai Jing Tian has inflated your confidence. Bai Jin Yang observed him with amusement, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He did not deny the youth's talent, but talent did not equate to strength. Until the other party truly matured, he could easily crush this brat. Yi Kuang shrugged, his expression cold, offering no retort. All he needed to do was exhaust all possibilities to delay this man. Less talk, let us begin. Yi Kuang gripped the Xian iron sword tightly, his gaze sharpening. He was eager to witness just how domineering the power at the peak of the spiritual pattern realm truly was. Foolish. Bai Jin Yang shook his head mockingly upon witnessing Yi Kuang's actions. Whoosh! Yet before he could finish his words, he launched himself forward, a piercing wind trailing behind him to go die. Bai Jin Yang struck with a palm, forcefully hitting the tip of the golden spear. Whoosh! The golden spear quivered violently, propelled by an astounding force that pierced the sky, aimed directly at Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly activated his defenses, positioning the Xian iron sword horizontally before him. Bang! As the golden spear descended, the Xian iron sword emitted a sharp, ringing sound, trembling violently. A colossal force surged forth, overwhelming him. Yi Kuang's feet sank into the ground, sliding backward and carving a long fissure in the earth. His arms grew numb, waves of sharp pain coursing through him, causing a grimace of agony to appear on his face. Compared to Bai Jing Tian, this adversary was far more formidable. With his current strength, it was nearly impossible to contend with him. Get lost, Bai Jin Yang shouted again, delivering another palm strike. The power of the golden spear surged, and countless sparks flew as it collided with the Xian iron sword. Boom! The Xian iron sword was violently knocked aside, crashing to the ground. Yi Kuang faced the brunt of the golden spear's might. His expression changed, and with a heavy stomp, he was propelled diagonally away. Bang bang! The golden spear grazed his clothing, narrowly missing him. Several towering ancient trees were entirely pierced through, exploding into countless fragments. Yi Kuang picked up the Xian iron sword and attempted to rise. He felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed it back down. This opponent is incredibly strong. Yi Kuang pursed his lips, his gaze weighing heavily in comparison to Bai Jing Tian. He was woefully outmatched. If it weren't for his timely reflexes, this single strike could have severely injured him. You fool, do you think I am as useless as Bai Jing Tian? Bai Jin Yang's gaze was cold and indifferent. Clenching his palm, the golden spear flew back into his hand. Now, I shall seek vengeance for my nephew. With a thought, golden light radiated outward, coalescing into intricate golden patterns that entwined around the golden spear. The spear's power was instantly amplified, beginning to exponentially increase. Young master, be careful. This is the power of the golden sun technique. Behind him, Yi Ming's countenance abruptly changed, exclaiming in horror. Earlier, he had been defeated by this very technique. Yi Kuang's expression turned grim. This man was indeed eager to eliminate him. invoking the Golden Sun technique so soon after their encounter. His gaze flickered, and with a swift motion, 3 translucent spirit stones appeared in his hand. Waves of pure spiritual energy immediately emanated from them. These are spirit stones? Bai Jinyang's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized the 3 stones. This brat actually possesses such treasures. It must have been given to him by that elder from the longevity sect. Bai Jinyang said, his eyes darkening. If he could acquire such treasures, breaking through to the creation realm would be a breeze. With that thought, his eyes burned with fervor. Wei Kuang, noticing this, curled his lips into a cold smile. A hint of madness gleaming in his eyes, he shook his palm, and the 3 spirit stones flew out, directly swallowed into his abdomen. Faced with such peril, he had no choice but to forcibly absorb the power within the spirit stones in this manner. You seek death. Bai Jinyang's expression shifted, pain evident in his eyes. This brat had audaciously consumed 3 spirit stones, wasting such precious treasures. Boom. The power of the spirit stones erupted. A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged past Yi Kuang, sending sharp pain coursing through his veins, as if they might shatter. By choosing such a reckless method to consume them, he was destined to suffer the backlash from the spirit stones. In an instant, Yi Kuang's skin turned crimson, his body swelling like a balloon. Countless blood vessels appeared in his eyes, and cries of agony escaped his throat. As time passed, patches of skin even burst open, gushing forth bright red blood, a horrifying sight. You foolish fool, do you dare to forcibly refine 3 spirit stones with such meager strength? Bai Jinyang's gaze remained impassive, a sneer gracing his lips. It seems I need not intervene. This brat will be the architect of his own demise. Such a death was rather peculiar, and he found it amusing. Young master. Yiming's face turned urgent. He hadn't anticipated that to combat Bai Jinyang, the young master would resort to such madness. Normally, it would take a common person over a month, if not longer, to refine 3 spirit stones. Yet now, the young master sought to forcibly refine their power in an exceedingly short time. This was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 30. A desperate struggle. The atmosphere in the arena felt eerily tense, with nearly all eyes fixated on that solitary figure. Yi Kuang's actions were undeniably reckless, gambling with his own life. Kuanger, Yi Qing, engaged in a fierce battle with Bai Luo, suddenly turned pale, shouting loudly, "Head of the Yi family, that little brat is doomed." Bai Luo remarked coldly, "It is a shame I cannot personally end his life." Yi Qing was consumed by rage, slamming his palm down as azure light coalesced into a massive hand, striking toward his opponent. "You think you can save him? You are far too naive." Bai Luo's expression was frigid. "Today, all of you from the Yi family will perish here." Fiery red light whirled, once more condensing into a fierce fire wolf that lunged forward. The intensity of the confrontation escalated. "Foolish boy, you are the one seeking death? So do not blame others." Bai Jinyang gripped the golden spear entwined with golden patterns, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Whoosh, as he spoke, his wrist flicked, and the golden spear surged forward. "Boy, die." Bai Jinyang's gaze was icy. However, before he could finish his sentence, the youth, who had been writhing in agony, gradually straightened his body, blood seeping from his youthful face, exuding an air of coldness. "You wish to kill me? With your power? You are not worthy." Yi Kuang grinned, extending his hand to grasp the golden spear. Bang! The moment he seized the golden spear, the ground around him erupted, the terrifying shockwave sweeping outward like a tempest. Yet, contrary to expectations, Yi Kuang remained firmly planted in place, unmoving. "How is this possible?" Bai Jinyang's pupils constricted, a look of shock crossing his face. He then witnessed the violent power emanating from Yi Kuang gradually stabilize. Yi Kuang's aura surged, multiplying several times. That was perilous. He smirked, traces of lingering fear in his eyes. Just as he was nearing his breaking point, the power of the devouring star had emerged, devouring and refining that chaotic force, allowing him to maintain the balance of spiritual energy. However, this forced refinement of 3 spirit stones would likely exact a significant toll. Yi Kuang bit his lip, his gaze locking onto Bai Jinyang, cold light flickering in his dark eyes. For now, he had temporarily acquired the strength to contend with this man. "You little brat, let's see how long you can hold out." Bai Jinyang sneered. "Least I can deal with you." Yi Kuang's hand trembled, striking heavily against the golden spear, sending it flying. Bai Jinyang stepped forward, grasping the returning golden spear, his gaze icy as he focused on his opponent. Golden Sun technique, power of the Golden Sun. He swung the golden spear, and golden light gathered behind him, forming a golden sun the size of a foot. The golden sun radiated brilliant light, as if liquid flowed upon its surface, emanating an incredibly terrifying aura. In the next moment, with a sweep of the golden spear, the golden sun shot forth, descending like a celestial body, carrying a wave of destructive energy. Golden sun technique, golden sun obliteration. The chilling voice rang out, laced with a chilling, killing intent, echoing in everyone's ears. Yi Kuang's expression grew solemn. He understood that this was his opponent's ultimate move. If he could not withstand it, he would be left with no escape. With that thought, he took a deep breath, the power within him surging, gathering relentlessly. Gradually, a layer of jade-like light enveloped his arm. Glazed blood, Yi Kuang shouted, his blood boiling as strands of glazed light spread forth, merging rapidly with the jade light. The power in his entire arm surged to its peak. Even an ordinary 8th-tier warrior of the spiritual pattern realm would be capable of being slain with a single punch before him. Only one chanced. Yi Kuang's dark pupils reflected the golden sun, his expression particularly grave. The strength conferred by the 3 spirit stones would not last long. If he failed this strike, there would be no second chance. For then, he would face the repercussions of forcibly consuming the 3 spirit stones. Yet, this power was still insufficient. Yi Kuang's gaze flickered urgently. He sensed that the strength within that golden sun was enough to severely injure a 9th-tier warrior of the spiritual pattern realm. At that moment, a glimmer of realization crossed Yi Kuang's face, a spark of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Let's give it a try. With a thought, he directed his consciousness into the galaxy Dantian. Buzz! A peculiar wave of energy spread out, deep black light surged along his meridians, converging towards his arm. The power of Devour. This was the force from the devouring star. Since awakening this ability, it was the first time he had activated it. As the overwhelming force surged within him, Yi Kuang's arm began to tremble uncontrollably, a terrifying power desperately seeking to break free from the confines of his veins. Break! With a steely resolve in his gaze, and without a hint of hesitation, Yi Kuang unleashed a powerful punch towards the resplendent golden sun. Boom! Almost at the moment of contact, a cloud of dust enveloped his figure. Moments later, a shockwave erupted, dispersing the dust. Yi Kuang's silhouette re-emerged before the crowd. At that moment, how could this be? Jingyang's pupils constricted in shock, his gaze fixed upon the golden sun, filled with disbelief. For within his perception, the power contained within the golden sun had inexplicably diminished by more than half, as if devoured by some mysterious force. Break! Yi Kuang offered no respite, channeling all the strength within his arm into his fist, delivering a formidable strike upon the golden sun. Bang! A crisp sound resonated as the golden sun shattered before countless astonished gazes. Whoosh! In that instant, Yi Kuang seized the momentum, unleashing a merciless punch imbued with terrifying power. Jingyang's complexion turned pale. With the destruction of the golden sun, he felt the impact on his own spirit. Moreover, the most critical blow was that this very move had drained a significant portion of his internal power. He was now but a spent force. Damn it! Jingyang gritted his teeth, unleashing a punch with all his might to collide with Yi Kuang's. Yet, it was evident that in his current state, he struggled to muster any significant strength. Upon the collision of their fists, his arm twisted grotesquely, followed by a cry of agony. Get lost! Yi Kuang stepped forward, forcefully striking his fist against Jingyang's body, sending him flying while spewing blood, causing many to gasp in horror. The second strongest of the Bai family had actually been defeated by a former waste? It was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 31. The defeat of the Bai family. Yi Kuang's expression remained indifferent as he gripped the mysterious iron sword, advancing step by step toward the blood-spattered Jingyang. Unbeknownst to anyone, his body trembled slightly, a sign of nearing his limits. Yet in this moment, he needed to persist, for there were still matters to settle. You dare! Jingyang's expression darkened as he shouted with a hint of inexplicable panic in his voice. For in Yi Kuang's eyes, he perceived a chilling intent to kill. Under the scrutiny of many gazes, Yi Kuang finally halted beside Jingyang. You little brat, if you dare to harm me, the Bai family will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Jingyang retreated, threatening ominously. Yi Kuang shook his head, swiftly stepping on him. A cold glint flashing in his eyes. I'll borrow your life for a moment. He raised the mysterious iron sword, and before Jingyang could utter a cry, it plunged down like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Blood splattered as the sword pierced directly through his heart, extinguishing his life in an instant. The surrounding Bai family warriors were seized by terror upon witnessing this. This brat had actually killed Jingyang. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, and an overwhelming fear surged within them. Yi Kuang's expression remained impassive as he grasped Bai Jinyang's corpse and turned to leave. "Uncle Ming, how is your recovery?" he inquired as he passed by Yi Ming. "I still have some strength left." Yi Ming replied with a grin. Yi Kuang nodded, his gaze shifting toward Bai Luo, who was locked in a fierce battle with his father. Ice-cold determination glimmering in his eyes. "Let's go. We must assist." He grasped Bai Jinyang and strode towards Bai Luo, with Yi Ming hastily following behind. Boom! Another violent clash erupted, as both the Azure Tiger and the Fire Wolf shattered, their figures simultaneously being flung backward, landing heavily on the ground. "Patriarchy, today's battle is certainly a loss for your Yi family," Bai Luo remarked coldly. Yi Qing sneered. "It is far too early to make such claims." Bai Luo scoffed. "Do you truly believe that young man will survive the hands of the Golden Sun? Once Jinyang frees himself to aid me, you shall undoubtedly perish. Enough of your nonsense, let us engage." Yi Qing, disinterested in further debate, unleashed a surge of azure light, a torrent of spiritual energy cascading forth. "Ignorant fool," Bai Luo mocked with a smirk, clenching his palm to initiate his attack. However, at that moment, a sudden whoosh cut through the air, aimed directly at his back. Bai Luo's eyes narrowed as he swiftly turned, striking out with his palm. Bang! As his palm made contact, his expression shifted drastically, for the assailant was none other than Bai Jinyang. "What is happening?" Bai Luo stared incredulously at the lifeless Bai Jinyang, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in disbelief. How had the one who previously held the upper hand suddenly become a corpse? "Patriarch Bai, today marks the end of your family." A chilling voice resonated as a figure radiating murderous intent appeared before him. "You little brat, you killed Bai Jinyang." Bai Luo's face contorted in rage. "Next, it will be your turn." Yi Kuang's expression remained unyielding as he slowly raised the mysterious iron sword. Beside him, Yi Ming summoned all his strength, preparing to strike. "Engage." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Kuang commanded, charging towards Bai Luo alongside Yi Ming. "Haha, truly my son." Witnessing this scene, Yi Qing burst into laughter, his assault growing increasingly ferocious, transforming into waves of azure light that enveloped Bai Luo. Cursed wretch! Bai Luo's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated finding himself in such a precarious situation. He cast a glance at the chaotic battlefield filled with warriors from both families, his pupils involuntarily contracting, with the defeat of Bai Jingtian and the death of Bai Jinyang. The morale of the Bai family had plummeted, as they were thoroughly overwhelmed by the Yi family. If this continued, it would not be long before they faced utter annihilation. The situation had become a deadlock. Realizing this, Bai Luo's eyes flickered with urgency. Confronting Yi Qing alone required all his strength. Adding Yi Ming and that little brat into the mix left him with almost no chance of victory. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. At this point, Bai Luo was already contemplating retreat. If he lost his life here, there would be no chance for a comeback. "Retreat!" Bai Luo thrust out his palm, shattering the azure light, and bellowed sternly. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he charged diagonally, swiftly disappearing into the nearby forest. Upon witnessing this, the Bai family warriors scattered in disarray. Thus, this bloody battle concluded in an unexpectedly anticlimactic manner. "Long live the young master! Long live the young master!" Excited shouts erupted from the Yi family warriors. In this fierce conflict, their young master had single-handedly turned the tide, a feat that left them utterly astonished. Hearing these cheers, Yi Kuang managed a strained smile before he could no longer hold on, spitting a mouthful of blood and collapsing backward. He had already reached the limits of his endurance, and his struggle had merely been to intimidate Bai Luo Kuanger. Yi Qing's expression changed abruptly, immediately abandoning the pursuit, rushing over. "Father, we must eradicate the roots. We cannot allow the tiger to return to the mountain." As darkness enveloped Yi Kuang, fragmented words escaped his lips. By the time the final syllable fell, he had completely lost consciousness. Half a day later, news of the battle between the Yi and Bai families swiftly spread throughout Qingyun town. Without any surprises, it stirred up an immense uproar. No one had anticipated that, despite the Bai family's formidable presence, they would suffer such a devastating defeat. Bai Jinyang had been slain, Bai Luo had fled. Nearly half of the Bai family's warriors were killed, and the rest scattered like lost dogs. Everyone sensed that a storm was brewing in Qingyun town, and a new dominant force was soon to emerge. Some astute leaders of smaller factions prepared congratulatory gifts, hastily making their way to the Yi family, as if fearing they would arrive too late and share the same fate as the Bai family. The Haisha gang was likewise obliterated in this tide. marking a complete reshuffle of power in Qingyun town. In light of this, as details of the battle circulated, countless gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the city. Who could have imagined that the mastermind behind it all was none other than the young master of the Yi family? Perhaps henceforth, they would witness the rise of an unparalleled genius in Qingyun town. One could only wonder if Shang Guanyu would regret her reckless actions upon hearing this news. Many minds echoed with the same sentiment. Chapter 32. A breakthrough in unconsciousness unbeknownst to many. Half a month had passed since the fierce battle. Throughout this period, Yi Kuang remained in a state of unconsciousness, showing no signs of awakening. As a result, his father, Yi Qing, was filled with anxiety, summoning countless skilled healers to examine him. Yet, the outcome proved to be of no avail. Why hasn't the young master awakened yet? In a spacious room, several Yi family warriors gathered, their expressions tinged with urgency. It has been half a month. He should have regained consciousness by now. Uncertain, the young master's breathing remained steady, devoid of any life-threatening danger. Yet, why had he not awakened? Perhaps they should wait a while longer. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Yi Qing paced anxiously at the bedside, his expression heavy with concern. This was his only son. If anything were to happen, it would be akin to the collapse of the heavens. Curse the Bai family. Send word down to increase the search for Bai Luo. If anything were to befall Kuang that scoundrel must pay with his life. Yi Qing halted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances before preparing to depart. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted as Yi Kuang, who had remained unresponsive, finally showed signs of life. Whirring, strands of white light surged from beneath his skin, swiftly coalescing into 6 radiant spiritual patterns. What was happening? The crowd gasped in astonishment. A spark of light flickered in Yi Qing's sharp eyes as he fixated on the gathering spiritual patterns, his face gradually betraying an unmistakable joy. Could it be that he was on the verge of a breakthrough? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, drawing the energies of the world from all directions, manifesting as visible currents that rushed through the doors and windows, converging upon the 6 spiritual patterns. Amidst the expressions of astonished delight, a 7th spiritual pattern began to emerge and solidify. Boom! A fierce wave of energy erupted, causing the martial artists within the room to stagger backward, furniture flying in disarray. Beneath Yi Kuang's skin, a dense jade-colored radiance expanded, captivating all who beheld it. Such profound jade bone power. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed in astonishment. It seemed that the power of the jade bone Lioli art had fused with the jade bone cultivated by Kuang himself, resulting in this extraordinary density of jade bone strength. He contemplated this with a furrowed brow. The young master has awakened. Just then, a chorus of exclamations rang out, jolting Yi Qing's expression. He swiftly turned to see Yi Kuang's tightly shut eyes, which had been closed for half a month, gradually opening. Kuang, you've awakened? Yi Qing exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Yi Kuang's expression was momentarily bewildered before clarity returned. My strength. He sensed his own dantian, his face initially frozen in shock, followed by a surge of joy. His cultivation had unexpectedly broken through to the 7th level of the spiritual pattern realm. The power of his jade bone had more than doubled. Congratulations, young master. Yi Ming and the others gathered around, raising their hands in celebration. The tension within Yi Qing finally eased as he gazed at his son, his smile growing ever wider. Just moments ago, you condensed the 7th spiritual pattern, he said with a grin. Yi Kuang grinned broadly, his heart brimming with delight. He had never imagined he would achieve a breakthrough to the 7th level of the spiritual pattern realm while unconscious. What a delightful surprise. He pressed his lips together, unable to stifle a laugh. It seemed that his earlier act of forcibly refining 3 spirit stones, though it had left him in a coma for half a month, had also brought him considerable gains. After all, possessing the ability to devour stars, he could gradually fuse the violent spiritual energy left by the 3 spirit stones into his own power. Current jade bone strength is likely more formidable than ordinary Lioli blood. Yi Kuang glanced at himself, a hint of astonishment in his heart. The 7th level of the spiritual pattern realm should allow for the jade bone's power to be fully realized. Coupled with the assistance of the jade bone Lioli art, such results are hardly surprising. With this thought, Yi Kuang sat up and leaped to his feet. Father, what is the situation in Qingyun town now? He asked eagerly. Yi Qing smiled slightly and replied, it is now entirely under our Yi family's control. And the Bai family? Yi Kuang inquired, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Aside from Bai Luo, who fled into the beast forest, the other Bai family martial artists have either escaped to other towns or submitted to our Yi family. Yi Qing chuckled. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang's gaze flickered slightly. Did we allow Bai Luo to escape? Rest assured, young master, Bai Luo is now nothing more than a lost dog, posing no threat at all. Yi Ming interjected. Yi Kuang remained silent. A powerhouse of the transformation realm, even alone, could still stir the waters. Your father will handle these matters. You need not worry, just focus on your cultivation, Yi Qing assured him. As he spoke, he produced a jade slip. This is a martial art we seized from the Bai family. I believe you will find it quite intriguing. Yi Kuang reached out to take it, and his eyes widened as he saw 3 golden characters engraved upon the jade slip. The Golden Sun Art. This was the very formidable martial art that Bai Jinyang had wielded during their encounter. Yi Kuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had first-hand experience of the power of the Golden Sun Art. Had he not forcibly consumed 3 spirit stones and activated the power of devouring stars, he would have long since perished under its might. Thank you, father, he said, his youthful face illuminated with enthusiasm. Yi Qing waved his hand, his expression suddenly turning serious. When do you plan to set out for the Eternal Life sect? Upon hearing this, Yi Ming and the others fell into a contemplative silence. Joining the Eternal Life sect was undoubtedly a supreme honor, yet making a name for oneself in such a place teeming with talent was no easy feat. Yi Kuang tucked the jade slip away, his youthful face reflecting a yearning desire. He had long wished to see the Eternal Life sect. Tomorrow, otherwise, I won't be able to arrive at the Eternal Life sect by the appointed time. He mused. Yi Qing placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With your talent, a mere Qingyun town cannot confine you. Thus, your father will not hinder your quest for adventure. However, there is one thing you must remember. Kuanger, no matter when, Qingyun town will always be your home. Should you ever tire of the outside world, you are always welcome to return. Though small, it is a place where there are those willing to shield you from the storms of life. Yi Kuang gazed at his father's weathered yet resolute face, warmth flooding his heart. After a moment of silence, he pressed his lips together and replied, Father, rest assured, I will not let you down. This journey to the Eternal Life sect shall be my stage to shine. Chapter 33. The true beginning of the trial. Outside Qingyun town, hundreds of Yi family martial artists gathered, alongside numerous warriors from various factions who had rushed from within the town. Amidst the thronging crowd, a cacophony of voices erupted. Clearly, news of Yi Kuang's departure had spread through multiple channels, drawing them all here. Observing this scene, Yi Kuang felt somewhat helpless. He had intended to leave quietly but had inadvertently created such a commotion. Father, take care. Yi Kuang looked towards his father, biting his lip, emotions swirling within him. Since arriving in this world, it was his first genuine departure from Qingyun town, and the feelings in his heart were not easily severed. Yi Qing extended his rough hand, gently patting his shoulder, his tiger-like eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Be cautious as you venture forth. Do not act impulsively. Yi Kuang nodded lightly, emotions turbulent within him. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm. Then he turned his gaze toward his family members, clasping his fists in respect. Esteemed elders, take care. The young master, take care. Yi Ming and the others replied solemnly. Yi Kuang, upon hearing this, hesitated no longer. Shouldering the heavy black iron sword, he strode toward the beast forest. This journey would lead him to a world entirely different from his own, one that was grander, more magnificent, and filled with boundless excitement. Yet, it would also be fraught with peril, for opportunity always walks hand in hand with danger. Father, do not worry. When I return, I shall bring you nothing but glory. The past humiliations will be completely washed away. The boy's voice echoed back, filled with determination and confidence, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. Many Yi family disciples felt their blood surge, imbued with a sense of inexplicable valor. Ha! Excellent! Yi Qing laughed heartily, a look of pride etched across his rugged features. He believed that his son would bring him pride. In a secluded grove, a chilling voice emerged from the shadows. That boy has left Qingyun town? Beneath an ancient tree, a cold visage materialized, revealing Bai Luo, the head of the Bai family. Indeed. A man in black beside Bai Luo nodded. Bai Luo's eyes darkened, a palpable malice emanating from him. This time, my family will ensure that the little brat meets a fate worse than death. Moments later, he suppressed his murderous intent, coldly inquiring, Why have you yet to take action against the Yi family? The man in black shook his head. This matter is not simple. If we attack the Yi family, the Eternal Life sect will not easily overlook it. A mere Yi family. Does the Eternal Life sect truly care? Bai Luo retorted, discontent evident in his tone. The man in black shot him a glance. Though the Yi family is small, they have produced a disciple of the Eternal Life sect. If we annihilate the Yi family, the Eternal Life sect will undoubtedly intervene. At that point, even Jian Lingfeng would find it hard to bear. Bai Luo frowned. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The man in black shook his head. Consider this. If the Eternal Life sect stands idly by while their own disciple's family is eradicated, what grave consequences would that entail? Would it not signal to the world that they lack the ability to protect their own disciples and their clans? Thus, the disciples of the entire sect would inevitably become disillusioned, resulting in turmoil. Now, do you understand? Bai Luo's expression darkened, and he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness in his heart. However, he was also acutely aware that it was not that Yi Kuang held immense importance to the Chongqing sect, but rather that the identity of the latter as a disciple of the Chongqing sect must be preserved. Otherwise, who would choose to join the Chongqing sect? With this thought, he comprehended why that elder from the Chongqing sect dared only to allow Yi Kuang to injure Jian Lingfeng, but refrained from killing him. For Jian Lingfeng also bore the identity of a disciple from the Yujin sect. In this case, does that not mean I cannot kill that brat? Bai Luo gritted his teeth. The man in black chuckled softly and said, Master Bai, if that brat were to perish at the jaws of a ferocious beast, would the Chongqing sect still pursue responsibility? Bai Luo's eyes suddenly brightened. Are you suggesting that I can? That ultimately depends on Master Bai himself. The man in black smiled and turned to leave. Bai Luo's expression gradually twisted into a grimace as he fixed his gaze upon the distant sky, his eyes gleaming menacingly. You little bastard, you shall die. As the sun set in the west, the crimson glow painted the sky, resembling blood staining the heavens, layer upon layer, adding an oppressive atmosphere to the ancient forest. Atop a solitary peak barely 100 feet high stood a youth, sword in hand, gazing into the distance. Under the illumination of the rosy light, he cast a long, solitary shadow. It was already the third day. Yi Kuang looked at the slanting sun gradually disappearing beyond the horizon and softly murmured. Ever since departing from Qingyun town, he had not rested, traversing hundreds of miles. After a long while, Yi Kuang withdrew his gaze and lowered his head to inspect his palm, where radiant light flickered, transforming into 10 crystalline spirit stones. These spirit stones had been refined through the devouring of stars, enhancing their quality several-fold. If I refine all of these, my strength should elevate to the 8th level of the spiritual pattern realm. He pondered aloud. The gap between the 7th and 8th levels of the spiritual pattern realm is a considerable hurdle. Breaking through will undoubtedly be far more challenging than previous realms. The cultivation of the Golden Sun technique should be nearing minor completion, he sensed, his gaze flickering. Since acquiring this martial art, he had placed it within the martial arts star. Now, it had finally reached the minor completion stage. Compared to the Jade Bone Glaze technique, this one was indeed significantly more difficult. Yi Kuang directed his gaze towards the dark forest below, his obsidian eyes shimmering with light. Whether it be martial arts cultivation or the enhancement of spiritual power, brutal combat serves as the best means of honing one's skills. 7 days' time to proficiently employ the minor completion of the Golden Sun technique. A month later, refining 10 spirit stones would elevate my cultivation to the 8th level of the spiritual pattern realm. Yi Kuang set this goal for himself. Let us go. He stomped his foot, sending dirt flying, and charged into the vast wilderness below. Before reaching the Chongqing sect, he must enhance his strength as much as possible. For the competition there would be even more ruthless and perilous. Lu Yuntian had indeed mentioned that the Chongqing sect was not some ivory tower. Faintly, he seemed to hear the sounds of battle emanating from the boundless darkness of the vast forest. The scent of blood quietly spread under the cover of night. A true trial had begun. Chapter 34. Initial encounter by the lake in the pitch-black ancient forest. Silence reigned, occasionally interrupted by the fearsome roars of wild beasts filled with a chilling killing intent. A glance around revealed the silhouette of a youth standing amidst the darkness. His eyes were slightly closed, and his expression bore an extraordinary calmness. Yet, within the depths of those occasionally fluttering eyelids flickered sharp glimmers of cold light. Suddenly, a sound of slicing wind pierced through the surroundings, as 4 black shadows, like phantoms, lunged toward him with lightning speed. Their mouths, reeking of blood, opened wide, revealing rows of sharp, elongated teeth that gleamed white in the night. Their beastly eyes shone a blood-red hue, resembling gems that exuded an overwhelming aura. In the blink of an eye, the 4 shadows were but a mere 10 feet away from the youth. At such a close distance, the violent killing intent nearly became palpable. Yi Kuang moved like a flash of lightning, delivering a punch that shattered the air and struck the foremost shadow. Simultaneously, a crimson radiance descended from above, transforming into a dazzling light seal that bore a terrifying heat. striking the shadow to the left. Two dull thuds echoed through the air, accompanied by a shriek as the shadow was sent flying. Crashing heavily to the ground, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Yi Kuang's eyes. Without a moment's pause, he drew his mysterious iron sword and swung it in a swift motion. With a sharp sound, blood sprayed forth as he cleaved the shadow in two. That moment, a shadow lunging from the right opened its bloody maw and bit down on his arm. However, contrary to expectations, no wound appeared. It was as if its bite met the hardest of metals, sparks flying upon impact. Yi Kuang let out a cold snicker, shaking his arm to seize the shadow by its neck and slammed it down heavily. Dust erupted, and the shadow let out a single, pitiful cry before falling silent. Faint light filtered through the gaps in the trees, illuminating the slain shadows. They were 4 black feral wolves, each standing as tall as a person, with sharp fangs bared in a menacing display. The fang-toothed wolf, an adult, could rival a warrior of the 7th level of the spiritual pattern realm, known for its cruelty and incredible speed, earning infamy in this forest. Not bad, Yi Kuang remarked, shaking his arm as the deep azure light gradually faded. Sinking beneath his skin, he grasped his mysterious iron sword and slung it across his back. Indeed, the closer one approached the depths of the ferocious beast forest, the more perilous it became. Yi Kuang scanned his surroundings with vigilance, muttering to himself. Had it not been for his sharp perception earlier, he might have suffered greatly during the fang-toothed wolf's ambush. In such an environment, one must remain cautious at all times. With that thought, he lifted his foot to depart, when suddenly a low, mournful howl echoed through the air. Yi Kuang's expression shifted, and his gaze darted forward, his eyes narrowing slightly. Using the faint starlight, he discerned a towering black giant wolf slowly approaching from the darkness ahead. Its blood-red eyes locked onto him with unwavering intensity. Another fang-toothed wolf, however, compared to the previous ones. This creature was evidently more formidable, towering over him. Could it possibly threaten a warrior of the 8th level of the spiritual pattern realm? Yi Kuang pressed his lips together, an unusual gleam flashing in his eyes. This beast was just perfect for him to test the power of the Golden Sun technique in his hands. With a thought, golden light flickered beneath his skin, forming intricate golden patterns that coiled around his palms. The first layer of the Golden Sun technique, the Golden Sun patterns. It had taken him 3 days to cultivate this martial art to fruition. In contrast, Bai Jinyang was said to have spent half a year to achieve the same level. The formidable nature of the martial arts star becomes apparent here. Since you have taken the initiative to seek death, do not blame me. Yi Kuang stomped his foot and charged forward. His speed was astonishing, whipping up a gale as he appeared before the fang-toothed wolf in a flash. Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch enveloped in golden light, striking with tremendous force. The fang-toothed wolf's eyes glinted with bloodlust, thinking, "A mere human dares to be arrogant before me? Truly seeking death." It roared, its massive jaws opening wide to bite down ferociously. Bang! Yi Kuang's punch shattered its fangs, piercing straight through its mouth. Blood sprayed as the colossal body of the fang-toothed wolf froze momentarily before slowly toppling to the side. It died without comprehending why a human strength could be so overwhelmingly dominant. With just one punch, it had sealed its fate. Yi Kuang withdrew his fist, shaking off the splattered blood. The power of the Golden Sun technique is indeed quite impressive, he remarked with a slight smile. In the past, he had risked his life to break through this move, barely achieving victory. He wondered what kind of power the subsequent layers, the minor Golden Sun and the major Golden Sun, would possess. Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow, his eyes shining with anticipation. According to his estimation, Bai Jinyang had devoted over a decade of effort just to reach the minor Golden Sun stage, not having touched upon the true major Golden Sun. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly perished that day. It is better not to aim too high. I should first master the Golden Sun patterns proficiently. Yi Kuang shook his head and reined in his stray thoughts. Although the martial arts star could assist him in comprehending martial arts, truly wielding it with finesse required the tempering of real combat experience. This is something no external force can replace. 7 days should be sufficient for me to fully grasp the first layer of the technique. Yi Kuang glanced into the distance, where the sky began to brighten, a ray of dawn piercing through the clouds, illuminating the oppressive forest and dispelling the darkness. Let us go. With a light push of his toes against the ground, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing from the blood-scented forest. Several hours later, splash in the distance, the sound of clear flowing water reached Yi Kuang's ears, and a hint of joy flickered across his expression. In recent days, his relentless cultivation had left him somewhat odorous, making it the perfect time for a cleansing bath. He quickened his pace, and before long, A pristine lake unfolded before him. Yi Kuang's eyes sparkled with delight as he rushed towards it, however. Just as he was about to leap into the water, he suddenly froze in place. Not far from the lake stood a young maiden, poised gracefully. Facing the tranquil waters, her azure dress billowed gently in the breeze, and her long, ebony hair cascaded down her back, exuding a captivating charm. The scene, coupled with the ethereal lake, rendered her akin to a figure from a painting, stirring the hearts of onlookers. Chapter 35. The awkwardness of a novice. What is a young girl doing here? Yi Kuang furrowed his brow, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. He was situated on the perilous outskirts of the beast forest, a place fraught with danger, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a fatal encounter with a wild beast. Thus, it was uncommon to find inexperienced novices in such treacherous territory. Most individuals here were seasoned hunters with ample experience. As he observed her, the girl seemed to sense his gaze and turned to face him. A strikingly beautiful visage emerged into Yi Kuang's view. Delicate nose, brows like painted arcs, eyes shimmering like water, and lips akin to blooming lotus petals, untouched by the mundane world. Her ethereal demeanor resembled that of a celestial being, as though she were a pristine blue lotus, utterly enchanting. For a moment, Yi Kuang found himself momentarily entranced, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his eyes. The maiden, noticing him, appeared slightly taken aback, a hint of shyness gracing her lovely cheeks as a polite smile played upon her lips. Though she remained silent, Yi Kuang, regaining his composure, forced a somewhat awkward smile. After all, he was merely a youth, having ventured away from Qingyun town for the first time in his life, and this unexpected encounter left him feeling rather flustered. Just as he contemplated speaking, footsteps suddenly approached from the side. 7 or 8 figures emerged from the forest. "Who are you?" Upon their arrival, they immediately noticed Yi Kuang, their brows furrowing as one of them spoke in a low, stern tone. Yi Kuang looked up to see a burly man in a purple shirt, his face adorned with stubble and his disheveled black hair framing a pair of sharp, piercing eyes that hinted at danger. Most strikingly, Yi Kuang sensed a subtle pressure emanating from this individual, 9th level of spirit pattern realm. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Kuang's eyes. In the nearby towns, there were at most 1 or 2 warriors of the transformation realm. Thus, this towering figure of the 9th level was undoubtedly someone of significance. "Just passing through," he replied, suppressing his thoughts and maintaining a calm demeanor. "Passing through?" The purple-clad man raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. "Brother Lingyun, there's no need to pay him any mind. This brat probably wandered in here by mistake," remarked a somewhat sharp-featured woman in red, her tone dripping with disdain. "Red Jade is right. Why bother with a 16 or 17-year-old kid?" a tall youth added, shaking his head dismissively. Hearing their remarks, the purple-clad man, named Lingyun, pondered for a moment before cautioning, "Kid, this is not a place for you. Leave quickly, lest you lose your life." Yi Kuang shrugged in resignation. Realizing that his youthful appearance was not well received in such a perilous locale, he shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness." Lingyun's brow furrowed. It seemed the youth had no intention of accepting his well-meaning warning. "Brother Lingyun, why bother with this kid? Didn't we just acquire some valuable items? Let's hand them over to Qingyi so she can concoct more healing potions," Red Jade interjected. Lingyun nodded, shifting his gaze away from Yi Kuang. Since the young man was determined to disregard his advice, he saw no need to waste words on him. "What valuable items?" A girl in a green outfit approached, her beautiful face radiating curiosity. A smile spread across Lingyun's face as he replied, "We were fortunate. While passing through a dense forest, we encountered some slain fangtooth wolves." As he spoke, he produced a bundle and spread it on the ground, revealing several sharp, elongated fangs. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth with her hand, her face a mask of surprise. "So many fangtooth wolf fangs. Indeed, these can be used for medicinal purposes, and you could certainly make good use of them," Lingyun replied with a grin. "Did you really find these?" the girl asked incredulously. Lingyun nodded affirmatively. Red Jade scoffed, "Who knows which fool left these behind? Not even taking the fangtooth wolf fangs. Such items could be used to create highly effective healing potions. Typically, no warrior traversing this perilous terrain would overlook them. Perhaps it was some novice lacking experience," the tall youth speculated. Meanwhile, Yi Kuang's expression stiffened slightly in the distance. It seemed he had inadvertently discarded something of considerable value. Lingyun shook his head, saying, "Don't speak nonsense. Anyone capable of easily slaying 5 fangtooth wolves possesses strength equal to or greater than mine. How could they not know the medicinal properties of the fangs? Perhaps that person is of significant background and simply deemed the fangs unworthy, discarding them," he added. Yi Kuang's lips twitched, and his expression turned decidedly awkward. You truly overestimate me. You have all guessed wrong. The girl in green, covering her mouth with a delicate hand, chuckled. That fellow probably had to leave for some reason and was fortuitously relieved of his burden by you all. When he returns, he might come looking for you. Yi Kuang rubbed his nose, secretly pleased with the young girl's words. Seeing the mischievous glint in the green-clad girl's eyes, Ling Yun couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "All right, enough idle speculation. Let us grind the fangtooth wolf fangs into powder for Qingyi to concoct the medicine, and then we shall set off." Brother Ling Yun, is there truly treasure there? Red Jade couldn't contain her curiosity. Ling Yun's eyes narrowed. Absolutely, and not just one kind. What do you mean? Red Jade pressed further. Valuable spirit pattern liquid that will aid you, and something that will allow me to break through to the transformation realm, Ling Yun replied eagerly. Upon hearing the words spirit pattern liquid, greed flickered across the faces of those behind him. This natural treasure was said to enable immediate breakthroughs in realms, for warriors of the spirit pattern realm. It was exceedingly precious. However, there was a limitation. One could only refine it once in a lifetime. A second attempt would yield no effect. Brother Ling Yun, what is it that allows you to break through to the transformation realm? Red Jade asked curiously. Ling Yun shook his head. I do not know. We will only uncover the truth once we arrive. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. We shall depart this afternoon, he commanded with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, the group quelled their curiosity and began to attend to their respective tasks. Qingyi, you will have to work hard on the potion this time, Ling Yun directed towards the girl. Qingyi smiled sweetly. Rest assured, Brother Ling Yun. I will manage. Ling Yun nodded, rising to take a fangtooth wolf fang as he prepared to leave. Just then, a figure approached, a slightly awkward voice breaking the silence. Once the potion is ready, could you share some with me? Chapter 36. The blunt woman. Once the potion is ready, could you share some with me? As Yi Kuang's words echoed, the expressions of everyone present froze, swiftly shifting their gazes towards him, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Was this kid out of his mind? They were strangers. Why would they share the medicinal concoction crafted from the fangtooth wolf fangs with a complete unknown? Yi Kuang stood there. Increasingly aware of his own awkwardness, he understood that he was bound to be looked down upon. Yet, he had no choice. Healing potions were far too precious. In just 3 or 4 days, he had already consumed a third of the healing potions gifted to him by Lu Yuntian. At this rate, he would likely run out before even halfway through his journey. What would he do then to heal his wounds? Fangtooth wolves were not creatures one encountered frequently. Missing this opportunity could mean no second chance. Ling Yun furrowed his brow. Are you certain you are serious? Yi Kuang nodded. Ling Yun's expression soured. It was one thing for the lad to disregard his warnings, but to expect a share of their healing potions was rather presumptuous. You should leave. I told you, this is not a place for you, he replied, shaking his head. He had concluded that the young man was an inexperienced fool who had stumbled into this situation by accident. Otherwise, how could he utter such naive words? Kid, you have encountered us. Had it been another team, you might have lost your life by now, the tall youth interjected, displeased. Red Jade smirked. What a naive fellow. Thinking we would share our medicinal concoction with you merely because you look foolish. Scram, before you embarrass yourself further. The delicate visage of Qingyi revealed a trace of reluctance as she hesitated momentarily before inquiring. Esteemed sir, are you injured and in dire need of healing salves? Before Yi Kuang could respond, Hung Yu scoffed coldly. Qingyi, this lad appears perfectly whole. How could he possibly be wounded? Do not let him deceive you. Yi Kuang furrowed his brow. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of spirit, and this woman's harshness and incessant prattle filled him with disdain. His tone grew frigid as he retorted, I am the one who dispatched those toothy wolves. Seeking some healing ointment should not be deemed excessive, should it? Initially, a flicker of guilt lingered within him, acknowledging that the lost items were a result of his own inexperience. However, upon hearing the venomous words of this woman, his ire surged, rendering such sentiments irrelevant. Did you say you killed them? Upon hearing this, Hung Yu's expression held no hint of surprise. Instead, she erupted into a sharp, mocking laugh. Ha! How laughable! From whence does this fool hail? That he cannot even lie convincingly? Heed my advice. Begone swiftly, lest you find yourself unaware of how you met your demise. A chill flashed in Yi Kuang's eyes as golden light gathered in his palm. This woman was deserving of a lesson. Sister Hung Yu, your conduct is rather unbecoming, Qingyi interjected, raising her delicate face to glance at Ling Yun. Perhaps you should inquire whether this young man truly did slay those wolves? The timing and location of his appearance seemed somewhat coincidental. Ling Yun, upon hearing her words, exhibited a flicker of interest. Qingyi's reasoning held some merit. Perhaps they had been too quick to judge. Qingyi, you are too kind-hearted. Such a person is the epitome of shamelessness, adept at spinning lies to deceive innocent girls like you. With a mocking expression, Hong Yu retorted, Ling Yun, simply send this fellow on his way. There is no need to engage further. Ling Yun cast her a sidelong glance, his gaze flickering as he asked in a deep voice, if you claim to have slain those toothy wolves, will you dare to answer a few questions? Yi Kuang replied with calm composure, please, proceed. How many toothy wolves fell to your hand? Ling Yun queried. 5.4 were comparable to a human at the 7th level of the spirit pattern realm, while one was slightly stronger. Approximately at the 8th level, Yi Kuang responded matter-of-factly. Ling Yun's heart jolted. The lad's account was utterly accurate. What a stroke of luck! Hong Yu scoffed dismissively, yet Ling Yun was not so easily swayed. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, if you indeed slew those 5 wolves, where were their wounds? Surely you must know. Yi Kuang nodded, stating, the most formidable of them had its skull punctured by a single punch, another suffered a wound to the abdomen, one was cleaved in 2, and one upon finishing. Ling Yun's countenance shifted dramatically, for the details matched precisely with what he had witnessed. The tall youth and his companions exchanged astonished glances. Could it be that this young man truly had dispatched those formidable wolves? If not, how could he possess such intimate knowledge? Oh my, you truly did slay 5 toothy wolves. Qingyi's eyes widened. Her sparkling gaze filled with incredulity as she marveled, esteemed sir, you are truly remarkable. Hong Yu's expression soured. She coldly laughed. Do not be fooled by his words. Perhaps he merely passed through our path before we arrived, hence his knowledge of these matters. Suddenly, a whoosh pierced the air as a figure darted towards her with astonishing speed. What do you intend to do? Hong Yu barked, her voice icy. If you dare act recklessly, do not expect mercy from me. Being a cultivator at the 7th level of the spirit pattern realm, she was hardly intimidated by a mere youth. Unperturbed, Hong Yu raised her hand, a jade-hued light enveloping her, forming a jade shield. She regarded the advancing Yi Kuang, a mocking smirk curling her lips, anticipating that he would soon reveal himself to be a mere joke. Yet, bang! As Yi Kuang's fist descended, the seemingly sturdy shield shattered instantly. Hong Yu's expression froze, and she felt an excruciating pain as she was sent flying, her back crashing into an ancient tree. Blood spewed from Hong Yu's mouth, staining the ground before her. The scene fell into an eerie silence, as no one could have anticipated such a turn of events. Regardless of circumstances, Hong Yu's strength was not to be underestimated. Yi Kuang's visage remained frigid as he strode toward her, his eyes glinting with cold fury. What do you intend? Hong Yu's face paled, her previous bravado evaporating as she spoke in a panicked tone. Yi Kuang halted, casting her a chilling glance before turning to depart. I intend nothing. I merely wish to demonstrate to you, a foul-mouthed woman, just how foolish and ludicrous you are. Should you transgress again, it shall not merely be a matter of a single punch. His voice, devoid of warmth, echoed hauntingly across the lake's surface. Chapter 37. The primordial elixir. Hong Yu's face oscillated between shades of green and red, whether from rage or humiliation was uncertain. Her entire being trembled slightly, indicative of her intense emotional turmoil. The tall youth and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions revealing astonishment. Who could have foreseen that a seemingly inexperienced young man would conceal such depth? We misjudged him. They muttered in quiet amazement. Wait, Ling Yun said, his gaze fixed on the departing figure, urgency creeping into his voice. Yi Kuang paused, not turning back but stating, are you planning to defend that woman? Ling Yun's smile faltered. Realizing their previous actions had thoroughly angered the young brother, we were in the wrong. Please forgive our insolence. He clasped his fists in a respectful gesture. Yi Kuang's expression remained impassive. While he bore no particular grudge against Ling Yun, the woman's obnoxiousness made him reluctant to associate with them further. Young brother, I wish to invite you to join us in a treasure-seeking expedition, Ling Yun proposed after a moment's hesitation. Ling Yun, this? Hong Yu bit her silver teeth, her face a mask of resentment and bitterness. Ling Yun's expression darkened as he snapped, silence. Do you not feel ashamed enough? Hong Yu swallowed her words, her expression shifting dramatically. Ling Yun ignored her, turning to the young man. Young brother, might I inquire if you would consider my proposal? Yi Kuang shook his head, stating, I am not interested at present. Given the current tension, collaboration seemed unnecessary, as establishing trust under such circumstances was challenging. Ling Yun, observing the retreating figure, his eyes flickered as he clenched his teeth. Young brother, Do you know what kind of treasure can enable one to break through to the realm of creation? As his words hung in the air, Yi Kuang showed no inclination to halt. Ling Yun's expression grew urgent as he exclaimed, "The primordial elixir. It is the primordial elixir." Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang's foot faltered, and he turned back. The primordial elixir? A glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. Indeed, it is the primordial elixir, Ling Yun affirmed eagerly, nodding vigorously. Yi Kuang pressed his lips together, his expression aflame with fervor. The primordial elixir, essential for breaking through to the first stage of the creation realm, was coveted by every spirit pattern realm powerhouse, a treasure beyond measure. Typically, such items could only arise in nature, almost impossible to cultivate by human hands. Of course, this was merely his personal belief. The vast world held countless wonders. What is deemed absolute sometimes does not exist, simply due to a lack of broad perspective. Did you not claim earlier that you were unaware of such items? Yi Kuang inquired, furrowing his brow. Ling Yun replied, "The matter is crucial. I refrained from stating it outright for the sake of caution." "What say you, young brother? Would you like to discuss this further?" he pressed. Yi Kuang appeared contemplative. The primordial elixir was extraordinarily precious and rare. If he missed this opportunity, it would be challenging to encounter another. Moreover, with his current pace of cultivation, reaching the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm would not take long, and he would soon require the elixir. If he waited until then to search, it would surely complicate matters. After some deliberation, Yi Kuang's mind was made up that it would be unwise to forfeit such an opportunity over a mere dispute of pride. "Esteemed sir, should you choose to collaborate with us, your chances of obtaining the primordial elixir would significantly increase." Qingyi chimed in, her cheeks adorned with a radiant smile as her gentle voice coaxed him. Hearing the maiden's words, Yi Kuang nodded slightly and returned. "However, I have one condition. The primordial elixir must be divided equally," he spoke firmly. Though he lacked extensive experience in the world, he understood well enough that opportunities like this were invariably fraught with peril. The persistent entreaties of the others only solidified this realization. The primordial elixir was no easy prize to seize. Upon witnessing his return, Hong Yu felt a surge of discomfort within her, instinctively preparing to mock him. However, a chilling glare silenced her, prompting her to turn away with a pale face. Retreating in silence, Yi Kuang withdrew his gaze and turned to Ling Yun, inquiring, "Could you elaborate on the details now?" Ling Yun nodded and replied, "That location is called Tianyun Valley, situated no more than 100 miles from here. If we travel at full speed, we should arrive within 2 hours at most. As far as I know, we are not the only ones eyeing the innate precious medicine. There is also a treasure hunting team consisting of no fewer than 10 members. Among this team, there are 2 9th-tier spiritual pattern warriors, whose cultivation is not significantly weaker than mine. Hence, I requested that you, my young friend, stay and assist us in seizing the innate precious medicine as well as the spiritual liquid." Yi Kuang glanced at him, and some of the reservations in his heart dissipated. Although their previous interactions had been unpleasant, this man's character seemed quite forthright, unlike that distasteful woman. "Young brother, as long as you can hold back one of the 9th-tier spiritual pattern warriors, I will swiftly deal with the other," Ling Yun said solemnly after contemplating for a moment. Yi Kuang nodded in agreement, saying, "I will do my utmost." Despite his current cultivation level being sufficient to contend with a 9th-tier spiritual pattern warrior, caution and prudence were still necessary when venturing outside. "When do we depart?" he inquired. Ling Yun replied, "We will set off as soon as Qingyi prepares the healing medicine." Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang turned his gaze towards the exceptionally beautiful young girl, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. For some reason, he felt that this girl seemed somewhat out of place within Ling Yun's small team. "Are you a healer?" Yi Kuang asked, somewhat puzzled. A healer is a unique profession on the Martial Emperor continent, proficient in various healing techniques, dedicated to treating injuries and ailments, and highly esteemed by warriors. After all, in this world where martial prowess reigns, no one is free from injury. Qingyi's delicate face flushed slightly as she shyly replied, "You flatter me, sir. I cannot truly be considered a healer. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of medical arts and have not yet mastered them." "At your age, that is quite impressive." Yi Kuang smiled and remarked, "I shall take my leave to cultivate over there. When the time comes, I will accompany you to Tianyun Valley." With that, he leaped onto a rock by the lakeside and closed his eyes in meditation. He had a premonition that their upcoming journey to Tianyun Valley would not be tranquil. Thus, he needed to prepare himself to be in peak condition. Chapter 38. Heading to Tianyun Valley amidst the vast and endless starry sky, the spiritual power stars floated serenely, occasionally erupting with brilliant light. After refining another spiritual stone, My cultivation has indeed progressed significantly, Yi Kuang mused softly, his consciousness fixated on the spiritual power star. Ever since leaving Qingyun town, he had been harnessing the profound essence of devouring stars and spiritual power stars to refine the energy within the spiritual stones. After nearly 4 days, he had completely refined the 7th spiritual stone. At this rate, if he could refine about 6 more spiritual stones, he would be able to break through to the 8th tier of the spiritual pattern realm. It is said that Tianyun Valley contains spiritual liquid. Perhaps with the aid of such a wondrous substance, I could more rapidly condense the 8th spiritual pattern, Yi Kuang contemplated. With this thought, his gaze drifted toward the starry river ahead, where a nebula swirled. Dimly, he could perceive some shimmering light emanating from it. The fluctuations of the stars. I wonder how many spiritual power stars and martial arts stars I will awaken once I reach the transformative realm, Yi Kuang murmured. The addition of each star would exponentially enhance the amplification effect, making him quite eager for the changes that would come after reaching the transformative realm. It should be about time. Moments later, Yi Kuang retracted his thoughts and withdrew his consciousness from his dantian. With a loud whoosh, Yi Kuang's tightly closed eyes suddenly flew open, and a surge of profound spiritual power erupted from within him. The lake before him erupted, sending waves soaring several feet high. This commotion naturally caught the attention of countless onlookers. 7th tier spiritual pattern. Upon sensing that aura, the crowd was momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of astonishment. Previously, when Yi Kuang engaged with Hongyu, he had held back, so they were unaware of his true cultivation level. How could this be? How can this lad possess such formidable combat strength at his cultivation level? Indeed, those were 5 ferocious toothy wolves. Even Brother Ling Yun would have to exert considerable effort to deal with them. What an odd fellow. Hearing their discussions, Ling Yun furrowed his brow, a hint of surprise crossing his face. The combat strength of a 7th tier spiritual pattern warrior could indeed rival that of a 9th tier warrior. Such an anomaly, in his understanding, was something only the prodigious figures from the 3 pavilions and 7 sects could achieve. Could this lad possibly have some powerful backing? He speculated inwardly. Besides that, he could think of no other explanation. It was merely a bluff. My earlier defeat was simply due to being caught off guard. Hongyu scoffed silently, dismissively reassuring herself. The same event appeared mysterious to Ling Yun but seemed like mere bravado to her, showcasing her narrow-mindedness and ignorance. Congratulations, young Master Yi, on your impressive increase in strength. Ling Yun approached with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Yi Kuang offered a faint smile, casting a glance at Hongyu before quickly withdrawing his gaze. There was no need to pay attention to such a woman. Brother Ling, is everything prepared? He inquired with a grin. Ling Yun nodded, moving aside as Qingyi stepped forward, carrying a wooden tray filled with dozens of jade vials. A faint herbal fragrance wafted from the vials, dispersing into the air. Young master, these are for you, Qingyi said, her steps light as she presented the vials. Thank you, Yi Kuang replied with a smile, feeling quite fond of the girl. Qingyi smiled shyly, her cheeks slightly flushed, before turning to distribute the jade vials to the others. Yi Kuang glanced at the vial in his hand, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. He sensed that the medicinal properties contained within were remarkably potent. Though not quite on par with the healing medicine provided by Lu Yuntian, it was still commendable, and no wonder the teeth of the ferocious wolves are regarded as treasures by these people. Yi Kuang mused inwardly. Merely the teeth of 5 ferocious toothy wolves could produce dozens of vials of healing medicine. If a few more were to be obtained, he would not need to worry about healing medicine for the next 2 months. What a good find. It seems that venturing out for training truly broadens one's horizons. Yi Kuang smiled. He now understood Lu Yuntian's intent in advising him not to bypass the ferocious beast forest. Here, not only could one hone their strength, but their horizons could also be expanded. Brother Yi, we can set off now, Ling Yun said, approaching with a cheerful expression. Yi Kuang nodded, saying, then I shall trouble Brother Ling to lead the way. Haha, it is my duty, Ling Yun chuckled, waving his hand and promptly darting towards a dense forest, followed closely by 7 or 8 figures. We have to travel again. Qingyi's delicate face showed signs of distress, her pretty nose wrinkling as she murmured. Yi Kuang approached her, smiling. I'll walk behind you. He understood that healers typically had lower cultivation levels, making long journeys somewhat taxing for them. All right. A look of youthful exuberance lit up Qingyi's face, but she quickly felt a bit embarrassed after realizing her enthusiasm, her cheeks reddening as she softly said, Thank you, young master. Let us proceed. Yi Kuang smiled, waving his hand. Qingyi nodded gently, jogging to follow behind him. The group weaved through the perilous forest, and due to Qingyi's presence, Their pace was not overly swift. They stopped to rest every so often. Be cautious, be wide the stream. Yi Kuang's gaze suddenly sharpened as he stepped to the left, pulling Qingyi aside and delivering a powerful punch. Bang! A ferocious beast lunged at them, only to be sent flying by his strike. Qingyi's face flushed as her clear eyes reflected a lingering fear. In that fleeting moment, she had felt an icy chill of impending death. Let us take a break, Yi Kuang said after dispatching the beast, glancing at the girl who was drenched in sweat. Ling Yun nodded, stating, everyone, halt and rest for 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Hong Yu scanned the area behind her, a displeased expression crossing her face. Useless individuals, only dragging us down, she scoffed inwardly. Ever since noticing Yi Kuang and Qingyi's closeness, she had developed a sense of discontent toward Qingyi. Naturally, Yi Kuang had no interest in engaging with this woman. He helped Qingyi sit down, his gaze vigilantly sweeping the surroundings. The previous beast ambush had been the 12th one they encountered. This place was indeed fraught with danger. One careless move could cost them their lives. Brother Yi, your perception is truly sharp, Ling Yun remarked as he approached with a smile. Most of the dangers they had faced on their journey had been detected in advance by Yi Kuang, which was why they had managed to arrive here unscathed. Yi Kuang chuckled, asking, how much further until we reach Tianyun Valley? Ling Yun pointed toward a distant peak, saying, do you see that mountain? Once we cross it, we will reach Tianyun Valley today. As he spoke, a serious look crossed his eyes. However, I suspect that the treasure hunting team has likely arrived as well. Yi Kuang, upon hearing these words, clapped his hands and rose to gaze at the towering peak, a glint of sharpness flickering in his dark eyes. When soldiers come, they shall be met. When water flows, it shall be dammed. The treasure he coveted would not be relinquished easily. Chapter 39. The treasure hunting team. After a brief respite, the group set off once more, making their way toward the mountain peak. Half an incense stick later, upon reaching the summit, they beheld an expansive valley. Surrounding the valley were steep cliffs, overgrown with wild grass and trees, imparting an air of desolation. This was Tianyun Valley. Ling Yun pointed toward the valley below and spoke. Yi Kuang's gaze swept across the landscape, and with his keen perception, he immediately focused on the central area of Tianyun Valley. There, he spotted a stone pond, its waters crystal clear and unfathomably deep. The treasure must be. Before he could finish his thought, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he turned to the left. Shadows danced among the trees, revealing a group of individuals emerging. Each member donned blood-red robes, their brows etched with a fierce intensity, exuding an ominous chill. At the forefront stood two tall men, each bearing a scar on their faces that added a touch of savagery to their appearance. This was the treasure hunting team I mentioned. The two leaders were brothers named Shui Yan and Shui Feng. Ling Yun's expression grew grave, and he said in a low voice, Yi Kuang's eyes slightly narrowed, a glimmer of light flickering within. From these two, he sensed a palpable aura of danger. You certainly took your time arriving. While they were focused on the treasure hunting team, the opposing group had also taken notice of them. The leader, Shui Yan, curled his lips into a sinister smile. Ling Yun's face darkened as he replied, Shui Yan, everything has its order. We discovered this place first, and you have no right to intrude. Such words were rather ludicrous. Shui Yan smirked, saying, have you been here for over a decade only to learn such pompous drivel? As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Yi Kuang, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. I didn't expect that in just a few days' absence, there would be a new face among you. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Yi Kuang, right? As his words fell, Yi Kuang's expression froze instantly. This person had so easily revealed his name. Do you know me? Yi Kuang fixed his gaze on him, his expression darkening. Such an occurrence filled him with a vague sense of unease. Shui Yan chuckled indifferently. The renowned genius of Qingyun Town, Blood Yin, is certainly aware of you. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun and the others exchanged astonished glances at Yi Kuang. This young man was indeed the one from Qingyun Town. The events of that day, due to the involvement of Shang Guanyu, had long since spread across a dozen surrounding towns. Thus, even they had heard whispers concerning the Yi family of Qingyun. I thought it would be someone significant. Turns out you're just a discarded fool. Hong Yu scoffed derisively, her face full of disdain. Yi Kuang's eyes turned cold as he retorted, if you utter one more word, believe me, I will throw you off this mountain. Hong Yu, you're being excessive, Qingyi frowned, adding, why fear the consequences of one's own actions? Hong Yu shot back, smack. Before she could finish her sentence, a crisp slap echoed in everyone's ears. Half of Hong Yu's face swelled, marked by 5 distinct fingerprints. She stood dazed for a moment, then incredulously stared at Ling Yun. You actually struck me for the sake of an outsider. Ling Yun's face darkened as he asserted, with the imminent threat before us, are you intent on sowing discord and leading us all to our doom? I warn you, if I hear such words again, I will personally throw you off this mountain before your brother has the chance. He was genuinely furious. The treasure-hunting team led by the Shui brothers was already stronger than them. At such a critical moment, disunity would be tantamount to gambling with their lives. The other team members also cast displeased glances at Hong Yu. This woman truly lacked any sense. Even in such dire circumstances, she continued to stir trouble. Hong Yu covered her face, her expression shifting constantly. Ultimately, however, she dared not speak further and merely lowered her head, a flicker of resentment gleaming in her eyes. In their view, she was even inferior to a fool? Was it such a grave offense to voice a few words? Heh, it seems you're quite lively over there, Shui Yan said with a mocking smile. Yi Kuang's gaze flashed as he inquired, how do you know about me? He refused to believe the matter was as simple as the other claimed. For some reason, he felt there was something more intricate lurking beneath the surface. Shui Yan shot him a sidelong glance. When you're about to meet your end, you'll understand. Yi Kuang's expression turned icy. Indeed, as he suspected, the situation was far from simple. I hope you possess the capability. He pressed his lips together, his expression regaining its calm. Shui Yan smiled faintly, his gaze resembling that of one looking at the dead. Now, tell me, are you preparing to leave on your own, or shall I send you off to your demise? He scanned Ling Yun and the others with a murderous glint. Just based on you? Ling Yun sneered, clenching his palm, a glassy luminescence radiating, accompanied by a powerful wave of energy. You dare to challenge us? Shui Yan waved his hand, and 7 or 8 figures surged forth from behind him. Attack! Ling Yun barked a low command, and figures rushed out from his side to confront the enemy. What are you waiting for? He glared at the motionless Hong Yu, rebuking her. Hong Yu gritted her silver teeth and charged forward. Boom! As the martial artists clashed, a fierce battle erupted, powerful shockwaves sweeping through, shattering rocks in their wake. Yi brother, I'll handle Shui Yan. The other one will be your responsibility. Ling Yun spoke with utmost seriousness. Yi Kuang nodded. I will do my utmost. Good. I will strive to eliminate Shui Yan swiftly and then come to assist you. Ling Yun stomped the ground and dashed forward. Shui Yan, our grudge will be settled today. With a thunderous shout, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a fierce palm imprint that struck toward the adversary. Seeking death, are we? Shui Yan's expression turned cold as a glassy luminescence enveloped his hand, unhesitatingly meeting the attack head-on. Boom! A deafening crash resounded as both figures staggered back, retreating several steps. This boy, Shui Feng's eyes widened in shock. The power exhibited by his opponent was not in the least inferior to his own. It was noteworthy that they were separated by 2 minor realms. Bluffing, are we? I'll see how long you can hold out. He flicked his wrist, and a continuous stream of spiritual energy surged forth from within him, infusing the gauntlet on his fist. Gradually, blood-red spikes began to form upon the gauntlet, protruding several inches, sharp enough to slice through stone, shimmering with an unsettling coldness. Die! Shui Feng's gaze turned frigid as he clenched his fingers. Launching a punch forward, Yi Kuang positioned the Xian Tai sword before him, and upon contact, the blade quivered violently, sparking a flurry of sparks. At that moment, a sense of danger surged within him. Yi Kuang's expression tightened, and he suddenly noticed the opponent's other fist slicing through the air, aimed directly at his head. Yen seal! He shouted, the crimson light swirling, coalescing into a radiant seal that shielded him. Bang, however, when the punch landed, the seal erupted instantly, failing to provide any real defense. It was evident that the force of this blow exceeded the Yen seal's limits. Golden Sun Technique. Yi Kuang's expression was as frigid as ice. Golden radiance surged forth, coalescing into a golden light pattern that collided with the fist aimed at him. Bang! The originally formidable punch was abruptly halted. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Kuang concentrated, causing strands of golden light to form and entwine around his palm. Get away! He bellowed, and under the enhancement of the golden patterns, he wielded his mysterious iron sword with boundless strength, bringing it down violently upon his opponent. Thud! Shui Feng's entire being trembled violently, the ground beneath him fracturing instantaneously. In no time, he found himself unable to withstand the force and staggered back several steps. Observing this, Yi Kuang pressed his advantage, charging forward, his palm, enveloped in golden patterns, gripping the hilt of the sword, and he mercilessly struck downward. Shui Feng's expression changed drastically. He hastily summoned the power of Liuli blood, forming a layer of defense around his arm, then crossed his arms in front of him. Bang! The sword descended, and the defense forged by Lioli blood rapidly shattered. A terrifying force cascading down as if it aimed to sever his arms. A jolt of fear coursed through Xue Feng's heart, and he immediately propelled himself backward with all his might. Nevertheless, even so, the power of the strike left a visible wound on his arm. Blood gushed forth, the pain it brought instilling in Xue Feng a lingering dread, accompanied by a profound rage. He could not comprehend how this young man's strength had surged so rapidly. The last time, the latter had managed to slay Bai Jingyang only by employing some secret method in a desperate gamble. Yet now, he could inflict injury upon him in a direct confrontation. Damn it, something is amiss. That scoundrel is merely toying with us. Xue Feng's eyes flickered, and a sense of regret began to take root in his heart. The challenge was too daunting. He found it somewhat unbearable. Since they were already here, there was no need to retreat. Yi Kuang's demeanor remained indifferent as he grasped the mysterious iron sword, the golden Tianyang patterns shimmering, continuously augmenting his strength. Whoosh! In the next moment, he actively charged forward, the mysterious iron sword sweeping out with horrifying force. Xue Feng's expression turned grim as he gritted his teeth and retaliated with a punch. Clang! The mysterious iron sword struck down, directly shattering the blood spikes on his gauntlet, visible cracks rapidly spreading across it. What? Xue Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This gauntlet possessed defensive capabilities comparable to a spirit treasure, yet it had nearly been shattered by a single strike from the opponent. Yi Kuang's expression remained frigid as he thrust the mysterious iron sword once more. Bang! Xue Feng let out a pained shriek as the gauntlet on his hand exploded. His entire arm twisted grotesquely in agony. Witnessing this, Yi Kuang delivered a merciless kick to his body. Splat! Xue Feng immediately spewed blood and was sent flying, his back crashing heavily against a rock. The commotion was quickly noticed by others, and soon, numerous astonished gazes were cast in their direction. In mere moments, Xue Feng, with his formidable strength, had been severely wounded by that young man. Incredible! Ling Yun and Xue Yin exchanged powerful blows, retreating simultaneously. His gaze shifted urgently, and he was left utterly astounded. He had initially thought that, despite Yi Kuang's remarkable prowess, he would only be able to barely contend with Xue Feng given the two minor realm differences between them. However, the current situation shattered his previous understanding entirely. It appears that the treasures here are fated to be beyond your reach. Ling Yun mocked, feeling an immense relief in his heart. Had he not pulled that young man into their team, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to contend with the treasure-hunting squad led by Xue Yin. Xue Yan's expression darkened as he coldly glared at Ling Yun, saying, "It is far too early to celebrate." Ling Yun paid no heed, leaping forward. Yi Kuang, clutching the mysterious iron sword, approached Xue Feng with a chilling gaze. His current strength was several times greater than when he had battled Bai Jingyang. Although the individual before him also stood at the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm, there remained a significant gap between him and a true pinnacle of the 9th level. Thus, he had harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to eliminate his opponent. Speak, who informed you of my identity? Yi Kuang's mysterious iron sword descended, halting at the opponent's throat, his tone icy. If this matter remained unresolved, his future journey would undoubtedly become perilous. You little brat, you're as good as dead. Xue Feng, a ruthless character, appeared remarkably unyielding even when faced with certain doom. Gritting his teeth defiantly, Yi Kuang's eyes turned frigid. Lifting the mysterious iron sword, he struck down mercilessly. Knowing that this individual was not the sole one aware of the situation, he saw no need for further dialogue. Thud. However, just as his sword was about to descend, a surge of profound spiritual energy roared in, forcefully striking the sword's body and sending him staggering back several steps. Second brother, let's go. Xue Yin grasped Xue Feng and without hesitation, bolted towards Tianyun Valley. His subordinates, witnessing this, frantically broke free from their opponents, their expressions frantic as they followed suit. There was no choice. With both leaders fleeing, to remain would be tantamount to courting death. Xue brothers, Ling Yun led the others in pursuit, his expression darkening as he spoke. Let us chase after them. Yi Kuang nodded. Today, he must uncover the truth behind this matter. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to rest easy. Let's go. He waved his hand and took the lead in the pursuit. Following closely behind were Ling Yun and the others. Swish in the densely wooded Tianyun Valley. A dozen figures wove through the thickets, one after another. This chase continued for a brief while until they traversed half the valley. The location of the treasure was now in sight. During the chase, Ling Yun suddenly spoke up. Yi Kuang looked up, and a stone pool came into view, faintly radiating some peculiar vibrations. something felt amiss. He frowned and remarked, "This situation seems rather unusual," for he had noticed that a layer of pale mist enveloped the stone pool. This mist appeared grayish-white, emanating an eerie aura. "Stop!" When they were merely a few feet away from the mist, Yi Kuang's pupils abruptly contracted, halting his steps as he shouted, "What's the matter, Brother Yi?" The others quickly halted, and Ling Yun asked, puzzled. "This substance is poisonous." Yi Kuang fixed his gaze upon the grayish-white mist, his expression grave. "Poisonous? How do you know?" Ling Yun appeared baffled. In this region, he was an experienced veteran, so how could he not discern that the mist before them was toxic? Yi Kuang's countenance grew serious as he replied, "Trust me, he may not possess as much experience as Ling Yun, but through his keen spiritual perception, he could sense that something was amiss with the mist." Ling Yun, upon hearing this, his eyes flickered as he said, "We will heed Brother Ye's advice and avoid approaching the mist in times like this. It is better to err on the side of caution." "Strange. Why are those individuals unaffected?" Yi Kuang furrowed his brow. In his line of sight, Shui Yin and the others who had entered the mist showed no signs of poisoning. This situation was rather peculiar. Suddenly, the previously tranquil mist stirred, surging forth like a roaring tide towards them. "Not good, retreat." Yi Kuang's expression shifted as he shouted, turning to flee. "Go." Ling Yun waved his hand, and the group quickly retreated. However, it was evident that their speed was insufficient to evade the encroaching tide of mist. In less than 10 breaths of time, they were all enveloped. Yi Kuang's face turned ashen. It was apparent now that these individuals had been prepared all along and had deliberately lured them here. Under the shroud of toxic mist, some of the warriors began to exhibit expressions of agony, soon collapsing. Boom! In a matter of moments, 5 or 6 individuals fell to the ground. "Damn it, we've been ensnared." Ling Yun's expression darkened. Now, apart from him and Yi Kuang, all others had lost their combat effectiveness. "Brother Ling, young Master Yi, what is happening?" A melodious voice rang out, "Don't." Before Yi Kuang could finish his warning, he saw Qing Yi step into the toxic mist. His face soon bore an expression of astonishment, for Qing Yi exhibited no reaction to the toxic mist whatsoever. What could this mean? Yi Kuang exclaimed in bewilderment. He possessed the ability to devour stars, allowing him to disregard the toxic mist, but this girl, with seemingly no cultivation, why was she unaffected? Qing Yi is somewhat special. I am not entirely sure of her origins, Ling Yun said, using spiritual energy to withstand the mist. Shaking his head, Yi Kuang's gaze flickered, but he refrained from asking further, as it was not the right time. Brother Yi, after the earlier battle, my brothers were injured, and now they've succumbed to the toxic mist. They will likely not last much longer, Ling Yun said. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang scanned the faces of the warriors writhing in pain and mused. First, use healing medicine to alleviate their injuries. That may not be very effective, Ling Yun replied helplessly. The most critical issue now is the toxic mist, not their injuries. Any little help is better than none. Yi Kuang retrieved the healing medicine that Lu Yuntian had gifted him and tossed it to Ling Yun. This medicine is more effective. It may have some effect. Ling Yun caught the jade vial, nodded, called Qing Yi over, and the two began administering aid. Heh, what a touching scene. A cold, mocking voice echoed at that moment. Yi Kuang raised his head and beheld the approaching figures of Shui Yin and his companions. Boy, I trust you now realize that you are destined to perish here today? Shui Yin remarked with a sinister smile. Yi Kuang's expression darkened slightly as he cast a cold glance at them and said, There is no need for the individual behind you to hide any longer. Shui Yan's pupils constricted, a hint of surprise crossing his face. What a clever Yi Kuang remained indifferent. Given that these individuals had been engaged in a fierce battle previously, it was implausible for them to have set up an ambush here. Thus, the only logical conclusion was that Shui Yin and his companions had additional allies. With this realization, and recalling the preceding events, he could easily deduce the truth of the matter. Observing Yi Kuang's demeanor, Shui Yin smiled faintly, exchanged a glance with Shui Feng, and then stepped aside. A figure emerged from the shadows. Yi Kuang's expression shifted immediately upon seeing this unexpected arrival. He was no stranger to him. It was Bai Luo, the head of the Bai family. You little bastard, I wonder where you think you can run this time? Bai Luo's eyes glinted with malice. He had invested considerable effort to devise such a foolproof plan. Yi Kuang narrowed his eyes and said, The head of the Bai family is truly relentless, pursuing me all the way here. Bai Luo's gaze turned murderous, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The blood feud must be avenged. How could I, as the head of the family, let it go unpunished? Today, I shall personally capture you and torment you to death, piece by piece, he He stepped forward, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that erupted from within him. Transformation Realm. Ling Yun and the others felt the chilling aura and were immediately gripped by a sense of dread. Brother Yi, do you know this person? Ling Yun inquired, having just used the last of his healing potion and approaching Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang nodded, stating, I know him, and our enmity runs deep. Ling Yun's expression changed, but before he could speak, a voice filled with resentment emerged from behind them. Useless scum, so it turns out our misfortune is due to your involvement. Hong Yu stumbled to her feet, her beautiful eyes filled with hatred. Silence, Ling Yun shouted. Why can't I speak? Hong Yu bit her silver teeth and retorted, if it weren't for this little brat, would we have ended up in such a predicament? He is the cause of all this. Sister Hong Yu, how can you say that? It was young Master Yi who provided the healing potions earlier. Qing Yi interjected, her small face displaying dissatisfaction. You worthless fool, be quiet. Hong Yu spat venomously. A mere few bottles of healing potions are hardly worth anything. Qing Yi's cheeks flushed with anger. She felt that Sister Hong Yu was being excessively unreasonable. If you wish to leave, then hurry and go. Ling Yun's expression darkened as he could no longer endure it. Leave if you want. Hong Yu let out a cold laugh and turned to Bai Luo, saying, This esteemed head of the Bai family, I have no connection with this little brat. Can I leave now? Bai Luo glanced at her, his tone indifferent. Today, aside from this lad, I will not obstruct anyone else from leaving. Very well, Hong Yu replied, if you all wish to accompany this lad to death. I have no interest in doing so. With that, she turned and staggered toward the poisonous mist. Suddenly, a sound of air tearing through the space resonated, as a blazing red light swiftly pierced the poisonous fog. Hurtling towards Hong Yu's back, a scream rang out as the woman was sent flying, crashing heavily onto a massive rock, unconscious. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone present. Bai Luo maintained an expressionless demeanor, scanning the crowd with icy eyes. Now, who else wishes to leave? He would ensure that today's events did not escape notice, for he needed the Chongqing sect to believe that Yi Kuang had fallen to the jaws of a beast. Thus, everyone here must die. He would leave no survivors. Yi Kuang's expression remained calm. He held no sympathy for someone as cunning and malicious as Hong Yu. Brother Ling Yun, I have brought you trouble this time, he said, shaking his head with an apologetic look. Ling Yun smiled, replying, it was I who invited Brother Yi to join the team. How could I blame you for this? Yi Kuang pressed his lips together. Choosing not to speak, a warmth flowed through him. This person was indeed a trustworthy friend. Well then, having said my farewells, it is time to send you on your way. Bai Luo's expression turned icy as he stomped heavily, gathering the red light into a massive fire wolf. This manifestation of spiritual power was the strongest method of the transformation realm. It was evident that he intended to eradicate them completely. Yi Kuang gazed at the vividly animated fire wolf, his expression growing grave. In the past, only his father had been able to withstand such an attack. Now, he had to rely solely on himself. My path will not end here. Yi Kuang's dark eyes flickered with madness. They would find it far from easy to bring about his demise. I shall see just how resilient your resistance to the poisonous mist truly is. He grinned and said. From his estimation, the others could stand here unharmed because they had likely consumed some antidote. He believed that this so-called antidote could not possibly be without its limits. With this thought, Yi Kuang altered his hand gestures, sending a command into his galaxy Dantian. Buzz! The deep, devouring star began to tremble violently, releasing a torrent of overwhelming devouring power that surged through his meridians. Devour! Yi Kuang commanded, unleashing a domineering force that drew the surrounding poisonous mist toward him. The mist roiled, transforming into torrents that he absorbed into his meridians. Is this boy mad? Shuiyan exclaimed, his pupils constricting in shock. To draw the poisonous mist into his meridians was nothing short of seeking death. Behind him, Shuefeng and the others were equally astonished. Such an action was tantamount to courting disaster in their eyes. Brother Yi, Ling Yun's expression changed dramatically. He had experienced the potency of the poisonous mist firsthand and understood what Yi Kuang's actions signified. Bai Luo's eyes narrowed. For some reason, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. The last time Yi Kuang had defeated Bai Jinyang, he had done so through similar reckless actions. Stop this lad, Bai Luo commanded, waving his hand, causing the fire wolf to roar and charge at Yi Kuang. The terrifying heat radiated, evaporating the air and distorting the view before them. Brother Yi, Ling Yun hastily took action, channeling all the spiritual energy within his dantian and striking out with a palm. Bang! However, against the strike of a transformation realm expert, even in his prime, it was impossible for him to truly defend against it. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. Ling Yun was sent flying. His aura immediately thrown into chaos, and he fainted on the spot. Brother Ling Yun. Qingyi rushed over, her face filled with anxiety. Yi Kuang, with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. The originally dark irises had turned a ghostly gray, as if tainted by the poisonous mist. Streams of poisonous mist continuously seeped from beneath his skin, creating a frightful sight. You old bastard, my friend is not someone you can lay a hand on. Yi Kuang stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch to the fire wolf. The spiritual power he had summoned was nearly incinerated in an instant. Yet immediately afterward, the grayish-white poisonous mist surged forth, engulfing the fire wolf entirely. Hiss! The once formidable fire wolf began to visibly dissolve before their eyes. What? Bai Luo's expression shifted dramatically. This lad had completely transformed the absorbed poisonous mist into his own power. If you had employed other methods today, perhaps I would have perished here. But alas, this poisonous mist is not merely useless to me. It becomes a weapon in my hands. Yi Kuang's expression was frigid as he clenched his hand, causing the fire wolf to explode on the spot. The grayish-white light enveloped him, swirling around his form. Bai Luo's face darkened at the sight. His carefully constructed plan had been so easily unraveled by this boy. It was truly a case of lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. You little brat, I refuse to believe that after absorbing so much poisonous mist, you can remain unscathed. Bai Luo sneered. These toxic mists were his creation, and he was well aware of their ferocity. Yi Kuang's lips curled into a chilling smile. At the very least, killing you is still within the realm of possibility. Arrogant. Bai Luo brought his hands together, summoning a fiery red light that coalesced into a layer of protective armor around his body, resembling a crystalline red stone that radiated dazzling brilliance, exuding an impression of formidable strength. The ability to transform spiritual power into various forms showcased the marvels of this technique. Boy, as long as I can hold out for a while, your demise is inevitable. Bai Luo's eyes gleamed with cold malice. He was not about to believe that the opponent's current state could be sustained indefinitely. Yi Kuang, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of uncertainty in his grayish eyes. Indeed, as Bai Luo had stated, even with the frenzied suppression of the devouring star, he could not maintain control over the poisonous mist for long. It would not be long before a backlash occurred, and before that happened, he had to eliminate Bai Luo. Upon reaching this point, Yi Kuang propelled himself forward with a swift kick against the ground. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed the wind whispering strike, sending forth a piercing sound as a torrent of grayish-white toxic mist surged forth. Bai Luo sneered coldly, raising his palm encased in a fiery red crystal layer, and struck back fiercely, boom, as the forces collided. The power of the wind whispering strike dissipated, yet the toxic mist unleashed a formidable force, gradually corroding the crystal layer. Hiss! In a short span, the crystal layer melted away significantly, its inner strength utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of the toxic mist. Bai Luo's expression shifted, and he hastily withdrew his palm, shifting from offense to defense. This toxic mist was exceedingly troublesome, and he dared not confront it head-on. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Kuang pressed the attack, launching a fist imbued with the swirling toxic mist toward his opponent. Boom! This punch shattered a segment of the crystal layer enveloping Bai Luo, and the toxic mist surged in, beginning its corrosive invasion. Bai Luo staggered backward, his face taking on a grayish hue, clearly affected by the toxic mist. However, his formidable strength, coupled with an antidote taken in advance, mitigated the effects. You little rascal, he gritted through clenched teeth. As the esteemed head of the Bai family, enduring such humiliation at the hands of a junior was simply unacceptable. Yi Kuang's eyes gleamed with determination. It seemed the toxic mist he had summoned was insufficient. With a thought, he summoned the devouring star, and torrents of powerful grayish-white mist cascaded through his meridians, gathering in his palm. Buzz! Gradually, a grayish-white sphere began to form, within which was the toxic mist compressed to its utmost density, sending a shiver down the spine. Go! Yi Kuang flicked his fingers, and the grayish-white sphere shot forth with an arc, hurtling toward his opponent. Damn it! As Bai Luo retreated, his hand formed a series of seals, summoning a fiery red vortex about the size of a foot. Within the vortex, flames roared, emanating an astonishing heat. Whoosh! With the vortex fully formed, he flicked his wrist, sending it flying to collide with the grayish-white sphere. At the moment of contact, the seemingly formidable vortex could hardly withstand the corrosive power of the toxic mist and was soon overwhelmed. Whoosh! In the next instant, the grayish-white sphere maintained its momentum, Charging toward Bai Luo, a flicker of fear appeared in Bai Luo's eyes. "You insolent brat, once the toxic mist rebounds, I shall ensure your demise." Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength without reservation. Whoosh! The fiery red light surged skyward, transforming into a blazing inferno that poured forth toward the grayish-white sphere. Upon contact, the grayish-white sphere was engulfed, flames leaping as if intent on incinerating it completely. A sinister smile crept onto Bai Luo's face. If this technique were to be thwarted, he would relish witnessing what other tricks the boy might possess. "You little rascal, though today's endeavor met with some minor setbacks, it will not alter the ultimate outcome," Bai Luo declared with murderous intent. "Is that so?" Yi Kuang scoffed coldly, pointing at the inferno. "By family head, it seems your vision is impaired." Before Bai Luo could inquire further, his pupils constricted in shock. The flames he had summoned with all his might suddenly writhed, bursts of grayish-white light emanating forth, gradually suppressing the flames. Before long, the fire was completely extinguished, revealing the grayish-white sphere intact before his eyes. "Go!" With a swift motion of his sleeve, Yi Kuang sent the grayish-white sphere flying at lightning speed, unrelentingly crashing toward Bai Luo. As it neared, the sphere erupted in an instant. A deluge of grayish mist engulfed Bai Luo. Soon after, anguished screams echoed from within the toxic haze. Behind, the Blood Flame brothers exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. How could Bai Luo, a master of the transformation realm, fall to a junior? They could scarcely believe their eyes. Yi Kuang's expression remained impassive as he grasped the Xian iron sword. Leaping into the air to cleave through the toxic mist, "Die!" he bellowed, striking down mercilessly. Whoosh, however, his strike did not yield the anticipated result. An astonishing shockwave erupted, scattering the toxic mist that lingered around. The scene unfolded before the onlookers, gasps of astonishment permeating the air. Bai Luo's skin had turned a ghastly gray, resembling that of a corpse, a sight both horrifying and grotesque. His face contorted in agony, clearly suffering from the effects of the potent toxic mist, despite having taken an antidote. After all, the previous grayish-white sphere had coalesced a significant portion of the toxic mist, rendering it terrifying. "You little rascal!" Bai Luo's eyes turned icy as he clutched the Xian iron sword, grayish blood dripping from his hand and staining the ground beneath him. He could hardly fathom that the meticulously laid plans had ensnared him in a deadly trap. "Next time, I shall take your life," Bai Luo vowed, shaking off the sword and, with a forceful stamp of his foot, darted away. "Retreat," he commanded, fleeing desperately toward the outskirts of Tianyun Valley. Blood Flame and the others observed Bai Luo's frantic escape, then glanced at Yi Kuang, enveloped in the grayish toxic mist. Their gazes flickered rapidly before they ultimately gritted their teeth and withdrew. Ling Yun, unsteadily rising to his feet, gazed at the unfolding scene, utterly astounded. Bai Luo and his companions were actually driven away. As he remained momentarily dazed, a cry rang out from the side. "Young Master Yi," Chapter 44, The Mysterious Lady in Green. Ling Yun's heart leapt in alarm, and he quickly turned to see a change in expression. "Brother Yi," he called, rushing over to tea this moment. Yi Kuang lay on the ground, his skin displaying a darkened hue, with tendrils of toxic mist seeping from his pores. His condition looking dire, its backlash, the lady in green remarked, her delicate face taut with concern. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun's expression shifted drastically. He had witnessed firsthand the terrifying nature of the toxic mist that Yi Kuang had consumed. Now that it was rebounding, the thought alone sent chills down his spine. What to do? What to do? Ling Yun paced anxiously, his face betraying his urgency. He had no knowledge of detoxification, and even if he did, what could be done in the face of such overwhelming toxic mist? "Brother Ling Yun, how is Brother Yi?" The others gathered around, their expressions filled with worry. Given Yi Kuang's absorption of the toxic mist, they were barely managing to hold on. Ling Yun shook his head, his demeanor grim. Faced with such a predicament, he felt utterly helpless. The backlash from the toxic mist was too fierce. Seeing his reaction, the group tensed, realizing they might have to watch helplessly as Brother Yi succumbed to the poison. The mere thought of this filled their hearts with anguish. Had it not been for Yi Kuang's selflessness in their rescue, he might have had a chance to escape, as he had not been poisoned initially. "Perhaps I can try something," the lady in green murmured, biting her lip, as if making a decision. Ling Yun's gaze shifted to her. "You can save Brother Yi?" The others looked on with skepticism. To them, the lady in green had always appeared delicate and fragile. How could she possibly possess the ability to aid Yi Kuang against the toxic mist's backlash? Unfazed by their doubtful glances, she maintained her composure, her beautiful eyes focused on the unconscious Yi Kuang. His earlier performance clearly indicates he possesses some method to counteract the toxic mist. If I can guide a portion of the excess toxic mist from his dantian, it may allow him to regain consciousness and initiate self-rescue. Hearing this, Ling Yun fell silent for a moment before solemnly replying, "Qing Yi, I entrust this to you. I will do my utmost," she affirmed. Nodding, the lady in green then crouched down, biting her fingertip. Blood fell, and under her control, it coalesced into a peculiar seal. The moment the seal formed, it descended upon Yi Kuang's body and merged into his dantian. A shiver coursed through her entire being, and she bit her silver teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead as if enduring some form of pain. "Guide," she cried out, forming a single-handed seal. Buzz! Streams of grayish-white energy began to rise from Yi Kuang's dantian, converging towards her tie-in the next moment. Ling Yun and the others watched in astonishment as the toxic mist enveloping Yi Kuang dissipated at an astonishing pace. "It really works!" Ling Yun exclaimed in delight. This state persisted for about half a quarter of an hour when suddenly, the lady in green staggered, collapsing to the ground. A flicker of grayish light danced across her face. But it quickly faded away. "Qing Yi, are you all right?" Ling Yun rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. The lady in green shook her head, wiping the sweat from her brow, and stood up slightly unsteady. "I'm fine, Brother Ling Yun. There's no need for concern," she forced a smile. "Look, Brother Yi is showing signs of movement." At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out. Ling Yun quickly turned, his face lighting up with joy. As one gazes upon Yi Kuang's body, a series of profound black radiances begins to emanate from his surface, causing the grayish-white toxic mist to dissipate at an observable pace in the mere span of half a stick of incense. Yi Kuang's complexion is wholly restored to its former vitality, with a hint of rosy hue appearing on his cheeks. The young master should be fine now. A joyful smile graces Qing Yi's delicate face. The crowd rejoices, and amidst their anticipation, Yi Kuang's tightly shut eyes gradually begin to open. "Brother Yi, you have awoken," Ling Yun exclaims with palpable excitement. Yi Kuang appears slightly dazed for a moment before regaining his usual composure. His gaze immediately directed towards Qing Yi. "Thank you," he murmurs softly. Although he had been unconscious, he retained a vague awareness of the surrounding circumstances. Had it not been for Qing Yi's assistance in guiding away a portion of the toxic mist, he might not have been able to summon the power to devour stars. In that case, he could have truly met his demise. Qing Yi smiles brightly, her beauty radiant. "It is what I ought to do." Yi Kuang chuckles, his expression revealing a hint of intrigue. This girl seems exceedingly mysterious. Her true identity is undoubtedly more complex than it appears on the surface. Under his gaze, Qing Yi's cheeks flush with a rosy tint as she shyly averts her beautiful eyes. Yi Kuang cannot help but smile. This girl is indeed quite easily embarrassed. Shaking his head, he assesses his own condition and, upon confirming there are no significant issues, he breathes a sigh of relief. That was truly perilous. Yi Kuang stands, his expression somewhat grave. Such desperate measures can be employed once or twice, but can he rely on them a third or fourth time? Had Qing Yi not been present today, he would have been in grave danger. Strength is still lacking. Yi Kuang clenches his fist, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He must swiftly enhance his power. He cannot afford to be driven to desperation at every turn. For luck may not always be on his side, and if this continues, disaster is inevitable. With this thought in mind, Yi Kuang's gaze shifts forward, where, as the toxic mist dissipates, the stone pool comes clearly into view. Ling Yun and the others sense the change and immediately direct their eager gazes towards it. After narrowly escaping death, their desire for the treasures within the stone pool has intensified. "Ling Yun, let us first extract the spirit pattern liquid to restore our strength and expel the poison from our bodies," Yi Kuang suggests. Ling Yun nods in agreement. With the aid of the spirit pattern liquid, accomplishing this task should not be difficult. With that thought, he and Yi Kuang exchange a glance before stepping forward. As they approach the stone pool, they witness streams of holy white water continuously surging from its center. The spirit pattern liquid, excitement surges in Yi Kuang's eyes. From these streams, he senses a remarkably pure wave of spiritual energy. What else could it be but the spirit pattern liquid? "Ling Yun, let us begin." Yi Kuang smiles slightly as he speaks. With the spirit pattern liquid at hand, breaking through to the 8th level of the spirit pattern realm will pose no difficulty. Next to the stone pool, a pit has been excavated. The walls and bottom of the pit are lined with rock, and holy white water flows ceaselessly from the stone pool into this pit. Naturally, this liquid is the spirit pattern liquid. Due to the great depth of the stone pool, Yi Kuang and his companions cannot enter to cultivate within. They can only guide the spirit pattern liquid out. This process continues for about half an hour until the pit, several yards wide, is finally filled. Dense clouds of white mist hover above the stone pool, emanating a rich aura. That should suffice. Let us cease, Ling Yun suddenly declares. The others look at him in surprise, their expressions reflecting confusion, for a small portion of the spirit pattern liquid remains in the stone pool. Yi Kuang's gaze flickers, and he seems to understand. Ling Yun smiles and explains, as long as a portion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is preserved, they can gradually regenerate in the future. If we were to completely deplete it, it would be akin to draining a pond dry, leading to the complete disappearance of a treasure from this world. Thus, in the cultivation realm, there exists an unspoken rule: leave 3 parts for future generations. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang purses his lips and nods gently in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of adhering to certain principles. Let us all cease, he states. The group, albeit reluctantly, blocks the opening of the pit, preventing any further spirit pattern liquid from flowing out. There is something beneath the water. Just then, Yi Kuang's gaze sharpens as he looks into the stone pool. Ling Yun glances over with curiosity, and then, as if struck by a thought, his expression transforms with excitement. Is it a primordial medicine? The primary purpose of his visit was indeed the search for such a treasure, as it is crucial for breaking through to the creation realm. Yi Kuang shakes his head, responding, it is more than that. What do you mean? Ling Yun's expression shifts with surprise. Yi Kuang points to a certain spot in the stone pool. With much of the spirit pattern liquid extracted, the water has become exceptionally clear, allowing visibility into its depths. There, at the bottom of the pool, 2 pale white plants are seen, adorned with peculiar patterns that appear to be of primordial origin, exuding an aura of mystery. Primordial medicine. Ling Yun's gaze sharpens, an unmistakable thrill evident in his eyes. In the next moment, he seems to sense something and turns his gaze to another side, where several blocks of holy white crystal emerge. The crystals are rhomboid in shape, translucent and sparkling with a dazzling luster. These are spirit pattern crystals. Ling Yun's expression shifts. Spirit pattern crystals? Yi Kuang raises his brow in curiosity. While he can sense the uniqueness of these crystals, he is unaware of their origins. Ling Yun, noticing his confusion, explains, spirit pattern crystals are products of spirit pattern liquid, compressed to the utmost degree. It is said that consuming a single spirit pattern crystal will ensure one reaches the peak of the spirit pattern realm within a year. Yi Kuang's heart jolts. These so-called spirit pattern crystals possess such remarkable effects. If word got out, countless martial artists would surely go mad with desire. The peak of the spirit pattern realm signifies a person's qualification to strive for the creation realm, which represents a genuine entry into the path of cultivation, marking one as a true martial artist. What a treasure! Yi Kuang's eyes are fixated on the crystals, his expression brimming with eagerness. Ha, brother Yi. Let us enter the pool and retrieve the primordial medicine and spirit pattern crystals. Ling Yun proposes. Yi Kuang nods in agreement, and the two leap into the stone pool. With a splash, they sink beneath the surface in no time. Yi Kuang's gaze immediately falls forward, 2 primordial medicines and 3 spirit pattern crystals. Such a harvest is indeed bountiful. Let us first bring these treasures out, Ling Yun suggests with a smile. Yi Kuang nods, reaches out, and grasps the 3 spirit pattern crystals. Meanwhile, Ling Yun takes hold of the 2 primordial medicines. However, just as they prepare to leave, Yi Kuang's expression suddenly shifts, his gaze fixated on something beneath him. Did he just step on something? Brother Yi, is something the matter? Ling Yun inquires, puzzled. Yi Kuang remains silent, crouching down to clear away the mud, revealing a small black iron piece. Iron? Yi Kuang raises an eyebrow. The piece is only the size of a palm, uneven and marked with scratches, resembling some sort of discarded item. Yet, for some reason, he senses a peculiar aura emanating from it. This object is not to be underestimated. His intuition tells him so. Yi Kuang's eyes flicker as he picks up the iron piece and tells Ling Yun, we should leave. Ling Yun nods, not thinking much of it, as they swim out of the stone pool. Upon their emergence, the crowd that has been waiting outside rushes forward, clamoring with questions. Brother Ling Yun, how did it go? Brother Yi, what did you harvest? Did you obtain the primordial medicine? Yi Kuang and Ling Yun exchange glances before each revealing their open palms. 2 primordial medicines and 3 spirit pattern crystals come into view. What fine treasures! The crowd's eyes gleam with excitement as they congratulate. Congratulations to Brother Ling Yun and young Master Yi. Though they are envious, they are not so greedy as to lose their sense. Simply being able to absorb the spirit pattern liquid has left them immensely satisfied. According to our previous agreement, the primordial medicines will be divided equally. One for each of us, Yi Kuang states with a smile. Ling Yun hesitates, aware that had it not been for Yi Kuang's desperate efforts to fend off Bai Luo and Shui Yan, they would not have even seen the primordial medicines. Ultimately, however, he chooses not to refuse, solemnly nodding, Brother Yi, I shall remember this favor. Yi Kuang smiles, glancing at the others. Here are 3 spirit pattern crystals. I and Brother Ling Yun will each take one. And as for the remaining one, let it go to Qing Yi. Before he can make a decision, Ling Yun interjects. Hearing this, the others nod in agreement, acknowledging Qing Yi's significant contribution during this endeavor. Yi Kuang smiles slightly. This aligns perfectly with his intentions and no need. You should keep it for yourself, young master. Qing Yi replies with a gentle shake of her head. Yi Kuang flicked his fingers, causing the spiritual pattern crystal to crystallize into a beam of light, which then fell into Qing Yi's hands. Accept this. Without your assistance, I might not have been able to preserve my life, he remarked with a smile. He understood that, despite Qing Yi's mysterious origins, she might not value the spiritual pattern crystal or even the innate elixir. However, for him, it was a means to express his gratitude. Thank you, young master, Qing Yi replied, her lips curving into a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yi Kuang chuckled and addressed the group. Prepare yourselves. We must strive to expel the poisonous mist from our dantian using the spiritual pattern liquid. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the spiritual pattern crystal in his hand, revealing his anticipation. Now, he was ready to begin his breakthrough. Chapter 46. The Beast Mercenary Corps not far from Shurtan. Yi Kuang settled cross-legged upon a rough rock. With the spiritual pattern crystal in hand, he no longer needed to absorb the spiritual pattern liquid. He exhaled softly, assessing his condition before gradually closing his eyes. His situation was not particularly favorable. Although the poisonous mist had been resolved, the injuries sustained from the great battle could not be healed merely with some medicinal salves. He needed to leverage this opportunity to break through to the spiritual pattern realm, allowing all hidden wounds to heal. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yi Kuang began to channel the power of the devouring star, a stream of profound black light emanating from his palm, enveloping the spiritual pattern crystal. With a sizzling sound, the crystal melted into liquid at a visibly rapid pace, flowing through his meridians and into his dantian. The fluctuations of spiritual power surrounding Yi Kuang began to grow at an astonishing speed. At this rate, within a day or two, he would achieve a breakthrough to the 8th level of the spiritual pattern realm, far ahead of his initial goal of 1 month. The 8th spiritual pattern? Here I come. A voice filled with anticipation and excitement resonated within Yi Kuang's heart. This was a peculiar town, 100 miles away from Tianyun Valley, known as Beast Town. Its uniqueness stemmed from the fact that all its inhabitants belonged to a single faction, the Beast Mercenary Corps. The Mercenary Corps was a group within the fierce beast forest, specializing in hunting various wild beasts, even ferocious ones. Therefore, every member of the Mercenary Corps was a ruthless character, accustomed to living on the edge. The Beast Mercenary Corps was a notable force within hundreds of miles, boasting considerable strength. Beast Corps leader, my Bai family is willing to offer all our assets for your assistance, Bai Luo stated, gazing at the man standing before him with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing this, the man slowly turned to face him, his gaze fixed upon him. Bai family head, negotiating with my Beast Mercenary Corps requires certain qualifications, and you currently lack such qualifications. The man's smile was gentle, yet only those familiar with him knew of the cruelty hidden beneath that seemingly kind facade. Upon hearing these words, Bai Luo's already pale face turned even more ashen. Trapped by the poisonous mist, it was a considerable achievement for him to still be alive. Beast Corps leader, although my Bai family has been occupied by enemies, we still possess some assets, Bai Luo asserted. His claim was not unfounded. The Bai family had occupied Qingyun town for a century, and it was natural for them to have hidden resources. Oh, do elaborate. The man replied with a faint smile. Bai Luo gritted his teeth and said, in addition to our regular assets, we hold a lead on a spiritual stone vein. A spiritual stone vein. Upon hearing these words, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes sparkled with intense interest. The spiritual stone vein was the source of spiritual stones. Even the smallest vein's value was inconceivable. Even major factions like the 3 pavilions and 7 sects would be intrigued. If acquired, the Beast Mercenary Corps would experience rapid expansion, easily swallowing nearby towns. Do you have proof of this claim? The man asked, regaining his composure. Bai Luo produced a piece of sheepskin map and handed it over. The Beast Corps leader can verify for himself. The man accepted the map and quickly scanned it, initially pleased, but then his expression darkened. This is a fragmentary map. Are you attempting to deceive me? Bai Luo replied, Beast Corps leader, A transaction is based on mutual benefit. Do you not agree? The man studied the map in his hand, fixing his gaze on Bai Luo for a long moment before slowly stating, "Speak. What are your conditions?" Bai Luo raised a finger. "For my first condition, I require assistance in healing my injuries." "Not a problem." The man nodded immediately. The beast mercenary core, this was hardly a significant issue. As for the second condition, at this point, a sinister expression crossed Bai Luo's face. "I want that little brat dead." The man regarded him coolly. "Are you referring to the genius from Qingyan Town?" This second condition seemed more straightforward. However, Bai Luo shook his head. "Beast core leader, that lad is troublesome and not easy to deal with." The man dismissed this notion. "Our members of the beast mercenary corps are no fools. As long as we wish to eliminate someone, no matter how they struggle, they will inevitably meet their end." Upon hearing this veiled mockery, Bai Luo's complexion fluctuated between green and red, but ultimately, he remained silent and nodded. "If that is the case, then this deal is settled." Pleasant cooperation, the man smiled slightly. "By family head, please rest. I will have someone deliver the detoxification medicine." Bai Luo nodded. "Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. That moment, a lean figure emerged from the side, whispering, "Boss, be cautious. There may be a trap here." "Oh, elaborate," the man replied with a faint smile. "Since the Bai family possesses a spiritual stone vein, why have they not begun mining it until now?" "There must be something amiss," the lean figure stated. Upon hearing this, the man flicked his fingers lightly. "In this world, there are no free lunches. To gain something, one must pay a price. Therefore, I only need to ascertain whether that spiritual stone vein exists." Moreover, his gaze followed Bai Luo's departing figure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Once this matter concludes, send someone to eliminate Bai Luo and pin all the blame on him. After all, that lad is a disciple of the Eternal Life sect. We cannot afford to offend them." "Understood." The lean figure replied respectfully. A fervent gleam began to emerge in the man's eyes. This matter might just be the opportunity for the beast mercenary corps to rise. Meanwhile, in the secluded Tianyun Valley, ecstatic voices occasionally resonated. Some individuals, after absorbing the spiritual pattern liquid, not only dispelled the remnants of the poisonous mist within them, but also experienced a remarkable surge in strength, even breaking through realms. "Why hasn't brother Yi made any progress yet?" Ling Yun turned his gaze towards the rock. Upon it sat a figure, quietly meditating, surrounded by a dense white mist. Just as he spoke, the once calm spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly became tumultuous. Ling Yun's eyes widened in realization. He's about to break through. Chapter 47. 8th level of the spiritual pattern realm with a roar. The spiritual energy surged, invisible streams of white energy converged from all directions, ultimately forming a massive vortex above Yi Kuang's head. The moment the vortex fully took shape, a rich flow of spiritual energy poured into it, causing the aura surrounding Yi Kuang to escalate at an astonishing rate. Soon, radiant spiritual patterns began to rise from beneath his skin, hovering before him. Gradually, beyond the 7th spiritual pattern, the 8th began to coalesce. "It's going to succeed," Ling Yun exclaimed, joy lighting up his eyes. The formation of the 8th spiritual pattern signified that the final breakthrough was imminent. As the spiritual patterns trembled, accumulating spiritual energy transformed them from ethereal to solid. This process lasted roughly the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, after which the 8th spiritual pattern was completely formed. With a swish, all 8 spiritual patterns appeared simultaneously, transforming into radiant rainbows that merged into Yi Kuang's dantian. In the next moment, a brilliant, glass-like light began to radiate. Yi Kuang's flesh seemed to become translucent, revealing hints of shimmering glass within the originally crimson blood. "Glass blood," Ling Yun gasped in astonishment. With a crash, the sound of blood flowing echoed, and soon, the glass-like glow completely enveloped the red, utterly replacing the ordinary blood. Yi Kuang's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, and a powerful aura surged forth like a whirlwind, sweeping across the surroundings. Everyone present was knocked back by the force. 8th level of the spiritual pattern realm. Yi Kuang's dark eyes shimmered with glass-like brilliance. Having refined the spiritual pattern crystal, he had officially stepped into the 8th level of the spiritual pattern realm. Is this the power of glass blood? He gazed at his palm, a flicker of delight gracing his visage. Previously, while practicing the Jade Bone Lioli technique, he had been able to summon the Lioli blood, but that was merely a fleeting manifestation. It did not signify that his blood had truly transformed into Lioli blood. Now, with his cultivation having officially ascended to the 8th level of the spirit pattern realm, the power he once yearned for was now his to command. If I were to activate the Jade Bone Liuli technique and merge the powers of the two types of Liuli blood, I could surely unleash an extraordinarily formidable force, mused Yiquang, a fervent smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Let us give it a try. He clenched his fist, fixing his gaze upon Ling Yun across from him, his expression laced with defiance. Brother Ling Yun, prepare to receive a punch from me. Very well. Ling Yun laughed heartily, his strength having surged tremendously, and he too was eager for a bout. Yiquang grinned, stamping his foot down on the rock, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered it into fragments. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Ling Yun. Come at me! Ling Yun clasped his hands together, a dense radiance of Liuli enveloping his fists. Without any hesitation, he unleashed a punch. Observing this, Yiquang's fervor intensified. His fingers curled tightly, layers of Liuli-colored light converging upon his fist like crystalline strata. With a single strike, Yiquang's pitch-black eyes gleamed with intensity as he stomped down, also delivering a punch. Bang! In the blink of an eye, their fists collided mid-air, sending forth a tremendous shockwave that rippled through the air, creating visible waves of force. Some onlookers were even sent flying several yards back. Thud! At one moment, Ling Yun's body trembled slightly, his feet retreating 100 steps, each step leaving a deep imprint half a foot into the ground, causing the earth to crack around him. In stark contrast, Yiquang remained steadfast, his aura unperturbed, exhibiting no sign of wavering. Impressive! The spectators gasped in astonishment. This fellow had just recently broken through to the 8th level of the spirit pattern realm. Yet in a contest of pure Liuli blood power, he dominated decisively. Brother Ling Yun, I concede, Yiquang said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, a smile playing on his lips. Ling Yun shook his head, stepping forward, and remarked, You've become increasingly formidable, my friend. His strength was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the spirit pattern realm, yet even so, he found himself unable to withstand the might of Yiquang's punch. Yiquang smiled faintly, reflecting on how the combination of the Jade Bone Liuli technique with his inherent Liuli blood had exponentially amplified his power. What do you intend to do next? Ling Yun inquired. Continue honing my skills, Yiquang pondered for a moment before replying. Although Bai Luo has escaped, his nature dictates he will not rest easily. Pausing for a moment, he spoke earnestly, Thus, I plan to depart alone. That is unacceptable. Ling Yun immediately shook his head. It would be unreasonable to face Bai Luo's vengeance alone. Brother Ling Yun is right. Another voice chimed in. We owe our current fortune to your efforts. If we were to part ways now, it would be tantamount to ingratitude. As Yiquang observed this scene, he pressed his lips together, a hint of gentle amusement flickering in his eyes. Although he had grown up in Qingyun town, he had few friends. Yet, these individuals, having known him for merely a few days, had shown him such camaraderie that it touched his heart deeply. With this thought, a smile graced Yiquang's face. Very well. Since you all insist, let us rest here for a day and set out tomorrow. Agreed. Ling Yun and the others exchanged glances, nodding in unison. It was already late, and traveling at night posed certain dangers. Yiquang chuckled, leaping gracefully onto a nearby ancient tree. The others dispersed as well, preparing for their endeavors on the morrow. As night fell, the stars twinkled, casting a chill in the air. Whoosh! At a certain moment, a faint sound of wind slicing through the air became audible, and a shadow darted through the trees, heading towards the outskirts of Tianyun Valley. Shortly thereafter, the figure appeared atop the mountain crest outside the valley. The starlight illuminated a youthful face that bore a hint of immaturity. It was Yiquang. He turned to glance back, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, Brothers, please forgive my abrupt departure. We shall meet again. He understood well the ferocity of Bai Luo's vengeance, thus he resolved to leave quietly, unwilling to endanger his friends. Departing, Yiquang turned away, gazing into the distant starry sky, his youthful cheeks taking on a peculiar expression. Just as he prepared to move, his gaze suddenly focused, spotting something not far away. His face registered surprise. Under the dim canopy of the ancient tree, bathed in starlight, stood a breathtakingly beautiful figure, quietly poised. Qingyi. Yiquang stared at the girl before him, momentarily taken aback. He had not realized she had followed him. Are you planning to leave alone, my lord? Qingyi asked, her lips forming a slight pout. Yiquang's expression turned slightly awkward, as if he had been caught in a misdeed. Fear not, I did not disturb anyone else. Qingyi smiled reassuringly. This eased Yiquang's tension, and with a hint of resignation, he replied, The recent events nearly cost my friends their lives, hence I had no choice but to make this decision. Qingyi understood. From the moment he expressed his intention to leave alone, she had grasped his resolve. Gazing at him, her cheeks flushed slightly, she spoke with a mysterious smile. I came here merely to bid you farewell. Perhaps it won't be long before we meet again. After a moment's hesitation, she reached into her possession and retrieved an object. This is a spirit ascension talisman, crafted by a master of inscriptions. It may aid you in a crisis, as she spoke. She handed the talisman to Yi Kuang. He accepted it with a look of surprise, pondering the girl's origins. How could she possess something from an inscription master? You needn't inquire further. When we meet again, everything will become clear. Qingyi smiled at Yi Kuang. Upon hearing this, refrained from voicing his thoughts. How could she be so certain they would meet again? If that day comes, I may very well owe you my life. Young lady, Yi Kuang chuckled. Though he knew little about inscription masters, he surmised that the spirit ascension talisman she gifted him might indeed prove invaluable in times of danger. Why, Lord, there's something you ought to be cautious about. Qingyi seemed to recall something as she spoke. What is it? Yi Kuang inquired, puzzled. The body of Hong Yu is missing. She may not be dead. You must be wary, Qingyi cautioned. Yi Kuang's expression shifted slightly at her words. As he remembered that after Hong Yu had been severely injured by Bai Luo, he had neglected to check on her. I will be careful, he nodded in acknowledgement. Qingyi smiled gently, my lord. Take care on your journey. Farewell. Yi Kuang smiled back, choosing not to linger any longer, and leaped down, rushing towards the mountainside. Qingyi watched him depart, hesitating for a long moment before turning back. For reasons unknown, she felt that their next encounter might be rather unexpected. Whoosh! In the dark forest, a figure glided through the shadows like a specter, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Soon, a series of muted thuds echoed, accompanied by the scent of blood as shadows were sent flying. Yi Kuang did not slow his pace despite the attacks from the beasts. Instead, he maneuvered through the forest with even greater agility, disappearing into the darkness as time passed and night gradually retreated. Dawn broke through the clouds, casting light upon the forest. The boy, who had been running tirelessly, finally came to a halt. 16. Yi Kuang clenched his fists, a hint of bloodlust curling at the corners of his lips. In one night, he had slain 16 formidable beasts, with determination surging within him. Yi Kuang looked up at the sky, a faint smile gracing his face. He had resolved to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm before reaching the Chongqing sect, for only then would the innate treasure he sought prove useful. Moreover, Yi Kuang flipped his hand, retrieving a piece of black iron. Perhaps I should take the time to study this object and uncover its peculiarities. He gazed thoughtfully at the black iron, a contemplative expression on his face. After shaking his head, Yi Kuang stowed the iron away and turned his attention to the forest ahead. His expression shifted slightly. Since I have arrived, there is no need for stealth. Yi Kuang's demeanor became steely as he spoke calmly. He had long since prepared himself for being followed, for Bai Luo would not easily relent. The shadows shifted, and several figures leaped down from the ancient trees, landing with a thud. Clad in dark robes, each bore the emblem of a roaring beast, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Yi Kuang's eyes narrowed as he realized the three before him were all cultivators at the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm. He, young Master Yi, please accompany us for a while. The figure clad in black stepped forward, a frosty smile gracing his lips. If you wish for me to depart, you must first reveal your name. Yi Kuang remarked with an unruffled demeanor. The man in black smiled subtly and replied, I am Zhuamo of the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps. These two are my companions, Shi Yin and Yun Gu. Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow, for he was somewhat familiar with the name of the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps. It was said that in this region, few forces could rival them. I didn't expect Bai Luo's influence to be so vast. Managing to summon you all here, Yi Kuang stated. Zhuamo smiled and asked, Now, would young Master Yi accompany us for a moment? As he spoke, Shi Yin and Yun Gu began to encircle from both sides, subtly forming a triangular formation. Yi Kuang did not respond to their words. His dark eyes flashed with a piercing light as he grasped the hilt of his sword behind him, slowly drawing it out. I wonder if the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps will feel a twinge of pain should the three of you perish. His voice carried a chilling air, causing the very atmosphere to drop in temperature. Zhumo's expression darkened slightly. You little brat, do you think there's any toxic mist here that you can exploit? With a sharp gesture, he commanded, Attack. If alive, we can use them. If dead, we can still report back. Swish! Shi Yin and Yun Gu surged forward, their palms imbued with surging spiritual energy aimed at striking his head. The ferocity of their assault was lethal, capable of taking a life in an instant. Yi Kuang's expression remained unchanged, his hand tightening around the sword hilt as strands of glass-like light enveloped his palm. A formidable force surged within him, causing the veins on the back of his hand to bulge prominently. Get lost! A cold glimmer flickered in his pitch-black eyes as he swung the heavy sword towards Shi Yin on his left. Bang! The heavy sword descended, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a mountain torrent. Crashing towards the opponent, Shi Yin was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a resounding thud that created a massive crater. Meanwhile, Yungu unleashed a powerful palm strike that was mere inches from Yikwang's head, a distance sufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 49. A good start. A violent gust of wind swept through, tousling Yikwang's hair. You little bastard, die! Yungu snarled, his palm descending mercilessly. Thud. However, the anticipated outcome did not unfold. Instead, his strike met a remarkably sturdy crystalline layer. Yungu's expression changed instantly. Liuli blood. The shimmering crystalline layer, radiant in its brilliance, had thwarted his attack. How is this possible? Yungu exclaimed in disbelief. How could this brat, with his cultivation, condense such an astonishingly resilient Liuli blood crystal layer? Just then, as he momentarily lost focus, a sword imbued with terrifying power struck down upon his shoulder. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed as blood splattered forth, and Yungu, like Shi Yin, was sent screaming into the air. Crashing heavily against an ancient tree, the atmosphere fell utterly silent. Zhu Mo's expression grew exceedingly grim. How could two 9th-level spiritual pattern warriors be so easily dispatched by this brat? He cursed. Damn it. The intel was wrong. This kid's strength has surged. Previously, Yikwang would have had to exert considerable effort to defeat even one 9th-level warrior. Yet now, he had severely injured both Shi Yin and Yungu with a mere flick of his hand, highlighting a vast disparity in strength. Wai Yikwang's expression was indifferent as he raised his black iron sword, pointing it at Zhu Mo. Now, it is your turn. Feeling the chill of impending death, Zhu Mo's face paled, a flicker of fear crossing his features. His strength was not significantly greater than that of Shi Yin and Yungu, hence, retreat. Zhu Mo declared decisively, turning to flee. Those who walk the razor's edge of danger understand the importance of retreating when the odds are against them. Since you have come, why not leave? Yikwang's expression remained cold as he stomped his foot, propelling himself forward like an arrow. His speed was incredible. Within moments, he had caught up to Zhu Mo. Bang! A black, heavy sword fell from the sky, standing before Zhu Mo like a mountain. Zhu Mo gazed at the sword, his complexion paling. Both he and his leader had underestimated Yikwang's tenacity. You little brat, offending the 100 Beasts mercenary corps is not a wise choice, he warned, his gaze dark and menacing. Wai Yikwang clenched his fists, a cold smile creeping onto his youthful face. Such trivialities need not be spoken. Swish! He surged forth like an arrow slicing through the air, crashing towards Zhu Mo. You bastard. If you want me dead, you'll have to pay a price. Zhu Mo's expression hardened as he stomped his foot, channeling all his spiritual energy. Die! His eyes glinted with ferocity as he slashed toward Yikwang. Yet, Yikwang remained unfazed, slowly curling his fingers as if the sound of bone grinding echoed through the air. Layers of glass-like light cascaded over his palm like rippling water. The immense power surged upward. The intensity in Yikwang's eyes reached its zenith. He stepped forward, launching a heavy punch. The air exploded with a forceful wave. Bang! Upon their collision, a torrent of fearsome energy surged forth, crashing towards Zhu Mo. A look of terror instantly crossed Zhu Mo's face. Eye in his perception, he felt the bones in his hand shatter, a wave of excruciating pain flooding his mind. Get lost! A cold shout escaped Zhu Mo's lips as he was sent flying. Pfft! As Zhu Mo stumbled to rise, blood gushed forth from his mouth. You bastard! Before he could finish his curse, the cold blade was already pressed against his neck. A chilling intent enveloped him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. You dare? Zhu Mo's voice trembled with suppressed fury. Wai Yikwang's expression remained impassive as he held the black iron sword, a smirk playing on his lips. In this world, there is nothing I would shy away from. Next time your 100 Beasts mercenary corps wishes to kill, perhaps send someone more competent, lest my enjoyment be diminished. A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhu Mo's eyes. It seemed that, swish, blood sprayed as the frigid blade severed his neck, leaving his expression frozen in a naive fantasy. Wai Yikwang shook his head and turned to depart. A short while, anguished cries echoed from the forest, soon fading into silence. Thus, the three warriors of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps met their demise here. Wai Yikwang sheathed his black iron sword and gazed up at the distant sky, a cold smile gracing his face. There lay the direction of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps. If you wish to play, I shall accompany you to the end. His chilling voice resonated as he vanished deep into the forest. Approximately 2 hours later, the sound of rushing wind filled the air as a dozen figures swept in from afar. "Brother, look," one exclaimed, pointing towards an ancient tree, his voice tinged with trepidation. Upon hearing this, the foremost figure in black lifted his head, his pupils constricting slightly. There, hanging from the branches of the ancient tree, were 3 corpses, blood long congealed, a gruesome sight indeed. "Damn it." The black-clad man slammed his palm against a nearby rock, his face a stormy hue as he bellowed. "That brat is insufferably arrogant, daring to mock the 100 Beasts mercenary corps. What shall we do, brother?" one inquired. The black-clad man, his expression darkened, waved his hand, commanding, "Bring the bodies back." "And the brat?" someone asked. The black-clad man's gaze flickered as he replied, "That brat's ability to kill Zhuimo and the others exceeds our leader's expectations, so we need to deliberate on this matter." As he spoke, he glanced at a few individuals to his left. "You stay behind to track the brat's whereabouts, but do not act recklessly. If you gather any information, report back immediately." "Understood." Several warriors clasped their fists and leaped away, searching for Yi Kuang's trace. The black-clad man gestured, "Bring the bodies back." The remaining warriors promptly approached, retrieving Zhuimo and the others' corpses, then began their journey back along the path they came. The black-clad man surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze, a chilling expression washing over his face. Moments later, a voice laced with murderous intent echoed ominously. "You little brat, daring to slay members of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps, your fate shall be most tragic. Mark my words, you will soon discover what it means to have no way to heaven or door to the earth." Chapter 50. Truly fragrant by a serene brook, Yi Kuang sat cross-legged upon an ancient tree, his eyes gently closed. Wisps of white mist swirled around him like ethereal clouds as he inhaled and exhaled. After a moment, he released a soft breath and slowly opened his eyes. The weariness that once clouded his gaze had dissipated, restoring their usual brilliance. "Have they not pursued me yet?" Yi Kuang cast a swift glance around, a faint smile gracing his lips. His current trajectory led him directly toward the 100 Beasts mercenary corps. Perhaps it was this unexpected evasion that left his pursuers somewhat bewildered. However, he was confident that it would not be long before they fully comprehended his movements. After all, few who had managed to carve out a name for themselves in this region were merely ordinary. Having crossed the small town where the 100 Beasts mercenary corps was located, he pressed onward for more than 700 miles, where he anticipated reaching the Chongqing sect. Yi Kuang pressed his lips together, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. This was, indeed, the very reason he had chosen to embark on such a daring endeavor. Perhaps during this time, he might delve into the mysteries of that object. With a flick of his wrist, a black iron block materialized in his palm. He scrutinized it closely, his gaze keen and discerning. Unfortunately, despite his best efforts to unravel its secrets, he found himself at an impasse. Could it be that my initial intuition was merely a figment of my imagination? Yi Kuang furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "Et present." This object appeared nothing more than an ordinary piece of scrap metal. After a moment of contemplation, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he leapt down from the ancient tree. It was time to experiment. With a swift motion, he hurled the iron block onto a boulder by the riverside. Immediately after, he drew his Xian iron sword and brought it down with force. Bang! A crisp, resounding noise echoed as the boulder shattered. Yet the black iron remained utterly unscathed. To his astonishment, there wasn't even a hint of a new mark upon its surface. Something is amiss. Yi Kuang fixed his gaze upon the iron block, a hint of unusual brilliance flickering in his eyes. His instincts had not failed him. This object was indeed extraordinary, for even the hardest of metals would have been cleaved by such a strike. Yet this black iron remained unblemished. The level of defense it possessed was nothing short of terrifying. What could possibly account for such remarkable properties? As he pondered, his gaze suddenly flickered to the blade of the Xian iron sword. There, he noticed some black liquid clinging to it, gradually seeping into the sword's body. What is this? Yi Kuang was momentarily taken aback, his attention snapping back to the black iron. How could this be? The object bore no wounds, yet it was producing this strange black liquid. This was most peculiar. Yi Kuang felt a shift in his expression. He tightened his grip on the sword's hilt and cautiously pressed the blade against the iron block. His eyes were riveted to the point of contact, and as time passed, he observed a transformation gradually unfolding. Droplets of black liquid began to materialize from thin air, swiftly merging with the sword's edge. There was movement, Yi Kuang's countenance brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Let us wait a moment longer and see what changes occur." Thus, for the next half-day, a continuous stream of liquid emerged from the black iron, seeping into the sword's blade. Buzz! As time passed, the Xian iron sword began to exhibit changes, trembling slightly as its hue deepened and became more refined. Yi Kuang could sense that a peculiar transformation was taking place within the sword. This process continued for another hour, culminating in a most astonishing spectacle. Boom! The black iron block vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of its existence, an event both eerie and inexplicable. Yi Kuang stared in astonishment at this sight. The black iron, which had shown no signs of change, had inexplicably disappeared. His heart brimmed with confusion as his gaze shifted to the Xian iron sword. Just as he reached for it, his expression shifted dramatically. "How heavy!" Yi Kuang exclaimed in shock. The weight of the Xian iron sword had increased 3- to 4-fold, becoming exceedingly cumbersome. "How am I supposed to carry this?" he grimaced, feeling an urge to lash out. "This is absurdly burdensome." Nevertheless, he consoled himself, reasoning that a heavier weapon would inflict more pain upon his foes. With a resigned shake of his head, he grasped the Xian iron sword and slung it over his back. Instantly, he felt himself sink under the weight. Yi Kuang grimaced, his expression a mixture of pain and humor. At this rate, his speed would likely decrease by 3-fold, rendering him as slow as a turtle. With that thought, he lifted his gaze ahead, gritting his teeth as he took a step forward. This arduous journey was undoubtedly a significant challenge for him at present. Having walked scarcely a few hundred meters, Yi Kuang's calf muscles trembled, and he felt sharp pains coursing through his back, unmistakably the result of some injuries. Yet he was a stubborn individual. The more he faced adversity, the stronger his resolve became. Press on. Though he grumbled, he understood that this burdensome trek was a rare opportunity for growth. Thus, he trudged onward, a figure drenched in sweat, struggling through the dense forest. Behind him, clear footprints trailed off into the distance. Huff! On the second day, as dawn broke, Yi Kuang collapsed onto the ground, drenched in perspiration. He felt as though his limbs no longer belonged to him, aching as if they might give out entirely. This cursed object is truly tormenting. He removed the Xian iron sword from his back, forcing a wry smile. Perhaps it is time for a brief respite. Yi Kuang closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a moment. Whoosh! Just then, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Yi Kuang's expression shifted, and he immediately leapt aside to evade. Buzz! An arrow shot past, embedding itself into the ground where he had just been, its tail vibrating ominously. Yi Kuang's heart raced, but his astonishment was not due to the sudden arrow, but rather Yi's speed. He marveled at himself, for in that fleeting moment, he had unleashed a speed that exceeded 4 to 5 times his usual pace. In other words, he was faster than before the Xian iron sword had gained its weight. Could it be due to my training under such burdens? A glimmer of excitement danced in Yi Kuang's eyes. This was achieved even in his fatigued state. One could only imagine the astounding speed he would attain at full strength. What a remarkable discovery! He gazed at the Xian iron sword, his expression brimming with delight. This was indeed an unexpected boon. Whoosh! Just then, the sound of whistling arrows pierced the air once more. Yi Kuang looked up to see a dozen sharp arrows hurtling toward him, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. His eyes sharpened instantly, after waiting so long. Had they finally arrived? Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the sky. The winds howled, sweeping in a wave of chilling air that enveloped the surroundings. The once bright sky quickly darkened under a mass of ominous clouds. Torrential rain poured down, obscuring visibility. Yet Yi Kuang remained unfazed. He gazed at the arrows piercing through the rain, his eyes glinting with cold determination. This time, he was ready to engage in a proper battle. Let us hope the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps lives up to its illustrious reputation. Whoosh! As the arrows approached within a mere 10 feet, he suddenly sprang into action, treading through the muddy terrain, kicking up torrents of rainwater as he dodged with lightning speed. Several arrows whizzed past him, failing to inflict a single wound. Though the members of the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps truly delight in hiding in the shadows and employing such rudimentary tactics, Yi Kuang maintained a stoic expression as he fixed his gaze ahead, where the rain fell in torrents, and he could vaguely discern dozens of figures drawing near. At the forefront stood a man clad in a black robe adorned with a roaring beast motif. Compared to the likes of Zhu Mo, this individual was undoubtedly far superior, having reached the peak of the spirit pattern realm, and he was flanked by 30 or so formidable warriors. This formidable assembly could easily transform the area into a death zone. Yi Kuang pursed his lips, a faint smile curving his features. It seems I have quite the reputation, able to attract such a formidable contingent from the esteemed 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps. Upon hearing this, the leader smiled faintly and introduced himself. I am Gu Yang, the 5th master of the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps. I have long heard of your illustrious name, yet seeing you in person, I must say it seems somewhat exaggerated. As Gu Yang smiled, the scar on his face twitched slightly, exuding a menacing aura. It appears that rumors are but rumors. With your talent, you hardly seem like a mere waste of potential. Wei Kuang maintained a calm demeanor, responding, cut the pleasantries. If you wish to fight, then let us begin. Such an impatient fellow, Gu Yang remarked, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. He waved his hand, and a circle of warriors swiftly surrounded Yi Kuang. These individuals were all at the 8th level of the spirit pattern realm, their combat prowess formidable. Young Master Yi, resisting in the presence of the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps is futile. You might as well surrender your life. It will be a quicker death, Gu Yang said with a smile. A cold smile crept across Yi Kuang's face as he retorted, I apologize, but I'm rather fond of being beaten to death. With that, the ground beneath his feet erupted as he charged forward. You seek death? Jiu Yang's expression darkened. Confronting such a multitude was challenging even for a warrior of the creation realm, let alone this young man. Kill him, he commanded sharply. Swish, a horde of warriors surged forward, their murderous intent palpable as they rushed toward Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang's expression remained impassive. His speed surged as he instantly appeared before one of the warriors, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The blow sent the opponent flying, blood spattering as their defenses crumbled in an instant. At that moment, several fierce assaults were already closing in on him. Yi Kuang's eyes turned icy as he swiftly evaded the onslaught. Press on. His gaze shifted, locking onto another warrior, and he leaped forward with tremendous speed. Upon witnessing his advance, the warrior's expression hardened as he summoned the power from his dantian, concentrating it into the palm of his hand. Stone-splitting palm, he shouted, delivering a fierce strike. However, as his palm descended, it met an unimaginable and terrifying force, resulting in an instant fracture of his wrist, sending him screaming and hurtling away. Without a moment's pause, Yi Kuang withdrew his fist and turned his assault towards another warrior. Bang bang. With each punch he landed, another opponent was sent flying. In the brief span of a few blinks, out of a dozen warriors, 7 or 8 lay heavily injured on the ground. How can this kid be so fast? Gu Yang exclaimed in shock. Not even a warrior at the initial stage of transformation can possess such incredible speed. Boom! Just as he was taken aback, yet another figure was sent flying, blood spewing forth as he crashed violently against a boulder, losing consciousness. Jiu Yang's complexion darkened significantly. He waved his hand and commanded sternly, all of you, attack. Swish! The remaining 20 or so warriors surged forward, charging at Yi Kuang with ferocious intent. In an instant, their offensive became as relentless as a torrential downpour, leaving Yi Kuang with almost no means of evasion. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, sliding backward just in time to narrowly avoid several strikes, then surged towards the location of the Xian Tai sword. Stop him! Gu Yang's gaze sharpened as he shouted. He understood that the weapon in the kid's hand was no ordinary item, but a spiritual treasure of immense lethality. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure dashed forward, reaching for the hilt of the Xian Tai sword. Ha ha, little brat, without your weapon. Let's see how long you can last. The warrior sneered coldly as he grasped the sword's hilt. Yi Kuang, however, was not angered. Instead, a chilling smirk crept across his face. I will slaughter you. The warrior let out a menacing laugh, ready to draw the Xian Tai sword. Yet, before he could do so, his smile froze in place. The sword was simply too heavy. Get lost, Yi Kuang kicked out, sending his opponent flying several meters away, then grasped the icy hilt, slowly lifting it. He then turned to face the nearly 30 encroaching warriors, his expression icy, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. Today, I shall see how many I can kill. Yi Kuang gripped the Xian Tai sword, his voice cold as he commanded, attack. A roar echoed, and the nearly 30 warriors charged forth. Their assault fell like a torrential rain, a violent power sweeping across the terrain, isolating the downpour in this realm. Yi Kuang's expression turned frigid. He stomped his foot, launching himself into the air. Although his speed was somewhat diminished, his strength surged multiple times. Get away! Yi Kuang activated the Lioli blood, slashing down with his sword. Bang bang! As the blades met, whether sword or spear, they were instantaneously severed. Some warriors even felt their hands tremble, blood gushing forth, accompanied by excruciating pain. This kid possesses terrifying brute strength. Many warriors were taken aback, instinctively retreating several steps. Previously, without a sword, Yi Kuang's strikes were as swift as lightning, but now, wielding the sword, he unleashed a tremendous force capable of shattering mountains. This drastic transformation filled them with shock and disbelief. Yi Kuang, holding the Xian Tai sword, resembled a deity of death, his crimson eyes brimming with murderous intent. Little did he know how many lives he would claim in this battle today. Chapter 52. The Might of a Sword. Buzz. Yi Kuang's palm quivered slightly as golden light enveloped him, transforming into intricate golden patterns upon his hand. These patterns, akin to pure gold, shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, rendering them nearly unbearable to gaze upon. With the enhancement of the golden sun patterns, his power surged instantaneously. Even the weighty Xian Tai sword felt significantly lighter. This time, I shall serve you a grand feast. Yi Kuang chuckled coldly, gradually lifting the Xian Tai sword, a torrent of spiritual power rushing through his meridians, continuously infusing the sword with energy. Brilliant light began to emanate from it, and the surrounding air buzzed as if under immense strain. This Yu Yang's expression tightened. He moved swiftly to the front of the crowd. Everyone, attack together and eliminate this brat. He commanded fiercely. At that moment, a flicker of fear arose within him. If they held back any longer, he feared the fate of Zhu Mo and the others might soon befall him. White Shadow Hand. Gu Yang altered his hand seals, channeling his power to intertwine with his palm. The next moment, he struck out, a multitude of shadows following, the air erupting violently. Behind him, countless warriors unleashed their full power, a torrent of spiritual energy soaring into the sky, converging into a vast offensive that swept toward Yi Kuang. Boom! Where the onslaught passed, it was as if a storm ravaged the land, not only shattering the ground but even snapping ancient trees in half. The spectacle was utterly astonishing. Yi Kuang inhaled deeply, his dark eyes reflecting the chaotic onslaught. He swung the sword, which was charged with his entire spiritual power, mercilessly downward. Boom! In an instant, the forces collided violently, unleashing a tempestuous wave that lifted the earth itself. Some weaker warriors were thrown back by the shockwave, screaming as they disappeared from sight. Liu Yang's expression turned grim. The combined might of their group had failed to deliver a decisive blow. What kind of monster is this kid? The power of that sword is simply too terrifying. He lifted his gaze and witnessed rain mingling with mud, forming a towering vortex amidst the shockwave. The crowd's vision was obscured, preventing them from discerning what lay beyond. Boom! This state of affairs persisted for several breaths before the vortex finally shattered, scattering debris and earth in all directions. Be careful. Gu Yang's complexion shifted as he shouted. Seeing this, the others leaped to evade, yet many unfortunate souls were struck, suffering bruises and injuries. The kid has disappeared. A sudden exclamation rang out. The crowd's expressions shifted in unison as they turned their gaze. Gu Yang stared across the way, his face darkening significantly with rage. The previously determined Yi Kuang had vanished without a trace. Cunning little bastard, Gu Yang gritted his teeth in frustration. He had brought nearly 40 men, yet 10 had already suffered serious injuries, and most of the rest were wounded, resulting in a devastating loss. Fifth Captain, what shall we do now? A warrior approached to inquire. The torrential rain had washed away their footprints, rendering their pursuit exceedingly difficult. Jiu Yang ground his teeth, stating, that kid, burdened by a heavy sword, can't have gotten too far. You must return and report to the boss immediately, requesting reinforcements, activating all our informants, and setting up a net within a 100-mile radius to trap that brat. Understood. The warrior clasped his fists and swiftly departed, disappearing into the downpour. Jiu Yang's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the forest ahead, his voice cold as ice. Little brat, let us see how far you can run. A stone peak lay 7 or 8 miles away, beside which flowed a roaring river, its tumultuous sound quickly drowned out by the torrential rain. Splash! At a certain moment, a figure burst forth from the river, landing atop a massive rock by the riverbank. The members of the Beast Mercenary Corps would surely find this place soon enough. Yi Kuang scanned his surroundings before retreating into a concealed cave. His gaze immediately fell upon the Xian Tai sword, his expression one of intrigue. The power of that previous strike had far exceeded his expectations. Could it be that this Xian Tai sword possesses the ability to amplify spiritual power? Yi Kuang pondered thoughtfully. When he unleashed his attack earlier, he had sensed something unusual, leading him to this hypothesis. If this were true, then the source of this change should be tied to that piece of black iron. Yi Kuang mused. The Xian Tai sword of yours lacked such mystical capabilities. With this realization, a smile crept upon his face. Thus, he had gained a new means of preserving his life, If I were to harness the Xian Tai sword to execute the second level of the Golden Sun technique, the little Golden Sun, I wonder what kind of power it would yield. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yi Kuang's eyes. During this time, his understanding of the Golden Sun technique had touched upon the second level, making it possible for him to manifest it. Never mind. I should focus on restoring my strength first. Yi Kuang shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts, and promptly sat down in meditation. Time was of the essence. He needed to recover his strength before the pursuers found him. Yi Kuang flicked his fingers, shattering several jade bottles, their healing elixirs turning to powder that settled onto his wounds. A sharp pain coursed through him. Clenching his teeth, beads of sweat trickled down his face. He forcibly suppressed the pain, mobilizing the spiritual power within his dantian. Whoosh! The spiritual energy of the world converged like a torrent, sweeping in from outside and being absorbed into his dantian, replenishing his lost strength. This recovery persisted for about half an incense stick's worth of time before Yi Kuang slowly opened his eyes. No, this is too slowed. Yi Kuang flipped his palm, revealing a spirit stone. With a thought, he unleashed his devouring power, drawing it into his flesh and blood. Boom! At this moment, a profound surge of spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a roaring torrent that surged through the meridians, converging towards his dantian. During this process, Yi Kuang was astonished to discover that his absorption of spiritual stones had reached an extraordinarily impressive level. Could it be that after exhausting his energy, he was able to absorb spiritual stones more efficiently? A gleam of joy blossomed in Yi Kuang's eyes. If that were the case, the energy he had lost would soon be replenished. With this thought, his heart involuntarily surged with excitement as he closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the absorption of the spiritual stones. Half an hour later, within the tranquil stone cave, Yi Kuang slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, exhaling a puff of white mist. His dark eyes seemed to have gained a sharper intensity, a sensation of newfound strength coursing through his entire being. In just a brief span, he had refined a spiritual stone. It was worth noting that during his first attempt at refinement, it had taken him nearly 2 days to achieve the same. Perhaps this was due to his enhanced abilities, but more significantly, it was because a previous battle had drained his internal strength, thus vastly accelerating his absorption rate. The Blood Beast Mercenary Corps members seemed yet to have found him. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Kuang clenched his palm, summoning 3 more spiritual stones into his grasp. He intended to refine all the stones at hand swiftly, elevating his strength to an optimal state. The thought of seizing this opportunity to escape never crossed his mind. For outside the cave, he was certain the area was teeming with members of the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps. Venturing out would only lead to quicker discovery. Thus, he resolved to remain here and enhance his strength as much as possible. With this in mind, Yi Kuang summoned the power of Star Devouring once more. The 3 spiritual stones transformed into liquid, silently merging into his flesh, flowing along his meridians, and converging towards his dantian. Time passed, and before he knew it, another 2 hours had slipped by. Crash! Yi Kuang's body trembled as a substantial wave of spiritual energy erupted, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. The results were promising. He felt the surging power within his dantian, and excitement involuntarily crept onto his face. Having refined 4 spiritual stones consecutively had caused his spiritual energy to surge by nearly 70%. If he refined the remaining stones, he estimated he could reach the pinnacle of the 8th level of the spiritual pattern realm. Continuing forward, Yi Kuang grinned widely, preparing to retrieve the remaining spiritual stones. However, at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Flee! He planted his foot on the ground and dashed out of the cave. Boom! Just as Yi Kuang stepped outside, a tremendous crashing sound echoed behind him, and the entire cave collapsed in an instant, filled with countless boulders. A chill ran down his spine as he cast his gaze ahead, his expression turning icy. There, a large group of figures had appeared. Over 100 individuals. Each one exuded a menacing aura, shrouded in an intense killing intent. They were clearly no ordinary foes among them. Yi Kuang recognized several familiar faces. Gu Yongdot and Bai Luo. His eyes darkened instantly. This old fox was indeed tenacious. You little brat, let us see where you can run this time, Bai Luo said, his face cold as ice, his killing intent palpable. Yi Kuang reined in his emotions, responding with a stoic expression. It seems my previous approach was too lenient. I didn't poison you to death. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo's expression twisted into a grimace of rage. You little wretch, I will personally cripple you and then slowly torment you to death. As he spoke, he waved his hand. You all spread out. Do not allow this brat to find an opportunity to escape. Jiu Yang glanced at him before relaying the command. Whoosh! Over 100 figures swiftly moved, forming a half-circle that tightly encircled Yi Kuang. It's up to you now, Gu Yang stated, knowing he was no match for Yi Kuang and thus refraining from engaging. Bai Luo grinned maliciously as his gaze locked onto the young man. Your death is imminent. Yi Kuang's gaze flickered. He realized that all three directions were occupied by the 100 Beasts mercenary corps, while the mountain wall loomed behind him, leaving no room for retreat. In a direct confrontation, his demise was inevitable. He bit his lip, his eyes falling upon the rushing river. This might be his only escape route. Boom! A violent blaze suddenly shot into the sky as Bai Luo clapped his hands, summoning a fire wolf that charged forth. The fire wolf barreled towards Yi Kuang, radiating an aura of terrifying heat. Golden Sun technique? Yi Kuang gripped his Xian iron sword, golden patterns swiftly coalescing and wrapping around his palm. Break for me! He stepped forward, his spiritual energy surging, infusing it into the Xian iron sword. Boom! As he swung the sword down, the fire wolf emitted a low, pained roar, and a deluge of flames erupted, making the air feel as though it might ignite. Bang! In the next moment, numerous explosive sounds burst forth from the surface of the fire wolf's body. Bai Luo's pupils constricted in disbelief. After just a few days, this brat's strength had grown at such an astonishing rate. You little wretch, no matter how you struggle today, you will die here, Bai Luo declared, his crimson spiritual energy surging forth, merging with the fire wolf. Roar! The fire wolf howled, its momentum surging as it raised its front paw to strike down upon the sword. Dong! The Xian iron sword trembled violently before being knocked back, along with Yi Kuang, who stumbled several steps back. Strength? Strength is still insufficient. He felt a tremor in his hand, blood trickling from his palm. Although the evolved Xian iron sword could amplify his spiritual energy, it still felt inadequate against absolute power. After all, his opponent was a genuine powerhouse of the creation realm. Kid, prepare to die! Bai Luo bellowed, the fire wolf charging at him with renewed ferocity. Yi Kuang's eyes flickered rapidly. At a certain moment, a fierce glint flashed across his gaze. Gritting his teeth, he focused his thoughts, channeling the spiritual energy within his dantian, unleashing it like a torrential wave. Brilliant golden light erupted, radiating a powerful energy wave that gradually spread outwards. Golden Sun technique, little golden sun, Yi Kuang shouted, as the golden light frantically gathered, swiftly transforming into a dazzling golden sun that hovered behind him, emanating rays of light that were extraordinarily eye-catching. Bai Luo's expression tightened. He was no stranger to this move. You little wretch, you've hidden your capabilities well over the years. Such a formidable martial art has been cultivated to the second level in less than half a month. Yi Kuang grinned. Now, I invite the head of the Bai family to appraise the power of my little golden Sunday unrepentant fool. Bai Luo's gaze turned cold. Although he was surprised by the boy's mastery of the little golden sun, it would not alter the outcome of the day. Is that so? Yi Kuang's eyes turned icy as he locked onto the charging fire wolf, slowly lifting the Xian iron sword. A chilling word resonated through the air. Melt! As the word fell, the little golden sun transformed into a radiant beam, darting towards the Xian iron sword. Boom! The moment the little golden sun fused with the sword, an indescribably brilliant golden light erupted from within, flooding the surroundings. The already astounding energy fluctuations began to rise exponentially. Chapter 54. In the face of despair Yi Kuang's eyes glinted coldly as he stepped forward, bringing the Xian iron sword down heavily upon the fire wolf. In that instant, the sword was enveloped in golden light, appearing as though it were a divine blade forged of pure gold, radiating an extraordinary and dazzling brilliance. Roar! As the Xian iron sword struck the fire wolf, a sound of agony resonated through the air. The golden light expanded, overwhelming the searing flames entirely. What? Bai Luo's pupils dilated in disbelief. In his recollection, while the golden sun technique was formidable, the second level's power should not reach such heights. Could it be due to the Xian iron sword? His shadowy gaze shifted towards the black heavy sword, his expression filled with frustration. If his guess were accurate, then the Xian iron sword's quality was far beyond that of an ordinary beginner-grade yellow-tier weapon. This brat, no wonder he was so adamant about not returning the Xian iron sword. He must have uncovered its secret. He gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Roar! At that moment, the fire wolf emitted a series of agonizing howls, its flames rapidly diminishing. Break! Yi Kuang's eyes glinted with determination as he brought the brilliantly shining Xian iron sword down. With a piercing roar, the fire wolf exploded on the spot, but before the flames could spread, they were consumed by the golden light, vanishing entirely. Bai Luo's body trembled, retreating several steps as he stumbled into the river, splashing water everywhere. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the spiritual energy within his dantian spiraled into chaos. Damn it, this is not the power of the little golden sun. Bai Luo spat through gritted teeth, unable to accept that the power of the little golden sun could be so terrifying. Surrounding him, the members of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps stared in shock at the unfolding scene. That young lad actually managed to injure a formidable master like Bai Luo in a direct confrontation? Truly a peculiar individual. Jiu Yang spoke with an icy demeanor. However, do not dwell on this matter. That earlier strike has depleted most of the boy's strength, and Bai Luo has only sustained minor injuries, which will not affect his combat capabilities. In the ensuing battle, that boy will lose all ability to resist. Upon hearing this, some individuals could not suppress sinister smiles. It appears that no matter how that boy struggles today, he cannot escape from here alive. Yi Kuang stood at the entrance of the cave, buried beneath the rubble, his face pale as he gasped for breath, his eyes flickering incessantly. The power of Xiao Jinyang had indeed exceeded his expectations, but it had also drained nearly 90% of his spiritual energy. Now, he found it difficult even to contend with an ordinary 9th-layer spirit pattern warrior. He had to leave. Gritting his teeth, Yi Kuang raised his mysterious iron sword, stamped his foot, and charged towards Bai Luo, seeking death. Bai Luo's gaze turned dark. In the current state of that boy, how could he possibly contend with him? The absolute suppression of power is something that no strategy can compensate for. Fire wolf finger, he pointed, and flames roared forth, transforming into a gigantic crimson finger that surged through the air. Wherever the fiery giant finger passed, the air hissed as if it were about to ignite. However, just as the two forces were about to collide, Yi Kuang's advancing figure suddenly reversed direction, leaping directly into the tumultuous river. Splash, water splattered everywhere, and his figure vanished without a trace. Quickly pursue, Fifth Master. We cannot allow that boy to escape. Bai Luo's expression shifted, and he shouted. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang's face remained calm. He glanced at the others and said indifferently, "Do not worry, that boy cannot escape." "What do you mean?" Bai Luo frowned. Boom! Before Gu Yang could respond, a tremendous sound erupted from the river, and a figure burst forth, landing directly on the riverbank. Following closely behind, numerous figures surged from the depths of the water. Damn! Yi Kuang stumbled as he stared at the figures clad in water robes, his expression darkening significantly. These warriors had been hiding beneath the water, waiting for him to take the bait. If he hadn't reacted in time earlier, he would have likely become a corpse by now. Boy, do you think the Beast Mercenary Corps would make the same mistake twice? Gu Yang sneered, saying, "To be frank, even if you sprouted wings today, you will die here." Yi Kuang's face grew grim. He had underestimated the tenacity of these individuals. No force that could rise to prominence in this region was ever simple. His previous stroke of luck in escaping had led to the complete sealing off of all his escape routes, leaving him with no chance to turn the tables. "Haha, little bastard. This time you are definitely dead." Bai Luo laughed maniacally, a sinister expression on his face. Seeking the help of the Beast Mercenary Corps was indeed a very wise decision. "Die!" Bai Luo cackled, charging forward with a fiery palm aimed directly at the crown of Yi Kuang's head. Yi Kuang's expression shifted slightly as he retreated, his back quickly pressing against the cold stone wall. He had no further ground to retreat. Yi Kuang's gaze flickered rapidly, and his palm opened to reveal a talisman shimmering with unique light. In such a moment, this was his only recourse. Die! Bai Luo's expression twisted with malice. An unending stream of spiritual energy surged from within him, transforming into a raging inferno that enveloped his palm. This already fearsome strike became even more formidable, sufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, in response, Yi Kuang's countenance gradually steadied, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Pretentious, Bai Luo scoffed, and without mercy, he brought his palm crashing down. Boom! A torrent of flames roared to life, transforming into a surging wave that engulfed Yi Kuang entirely. Even the surrounding rocks began to show signs of melting, a testament to the terrifying power of this strike. Gu Yang, observing from behind, offered a faint smile. Those who oppose the Beast Mercenary Corps ultimately cannot escape death. As his thoughts turned, his gaze fell upon Bai Luo, an icy glint emerging. Once this task is completed, it will be time for him to act. The boy has vanished. But just then, a voice filled with fury suddenly erupted from the front, causing everyone's expressions to change. Jiu Yang's eyes darkened instantly. Could it be that, within this net of encirclement, an unexpected turn of events could still occur? Chapter 55. The great chase by Luo's expression was extremely grim. Before him, as the flames dissipated, there was no sign of any figure. He could not fathom how that boy, in such a weakened state, could evade his lethal strike. The boy is in the air. Just then, exclamations of surprise erupted all around. Bai Luo's gaze immediately shot upwards, and his expression shifted in midair. The young man floated, a pair of translucent wings gently flapping behind him, lifting his entire being. "How is this possible?" Bai Luo exclaimed in disbelief. Not only spirit pattern warriors, even some highly skilled transformation realm masters could not achieve sustained flight without special means. Jiyu Yang's expression was equally dark. This unexpected turn of events was something he had never anticipated. This matter will not be forgotten. Yi Kuang flapped his translucent wings, casting a cold glance at the gathered crowd below before turning and soaring into the distance. Bai Luo stared blankly at the direction he fled, then suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting, "Pursue him! I refuse to believe he can fly indefinitely." 4 warriors below the spiritual connection realm, even with special means of flight, it was immensely draining on spiritual energy and could not be maintained for long. Gu Yang frowned slightly, evidently displeased with Bai Luo's attitude. However, in such a moment, he had no time to dwell on it. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Pursue!" Whoosh! Over 100 figures surged forth, racing along the mountain paths beside the river, pursuing the direction in which Yi Kuang had fled. "By family head, you and I shall seek out the leader and completely seal off this area." Gu Yang glanced at Bai Luo and said solemnly. Bai Luo nodded, and the 2 figures swiftly departed from the scene. "That boy must die." Splash! The sound of wind cutting through the air echoed as a figure wobbled through the sky. "Flying ahead at this rate, I cannot sustain myself for much longer. I must find a place to hide." Yi Kuang surveyed his surroundings, a look of anxiety etched across his face. Earlier, when he activated the ascending spirit talisman, he was delighted by this peculiar means of flight. However, it did not take long for him to realize that the flight wings formed by the talisman were an insatiable abyss, consuming spiritual energy at a terrifying rate. Moreover, the most critical issue was that flying in midair made him an easy target, easily spotted by the beast mercenary corps. Yi Kuang's eyes flickered as he slowed the flapping of his flight wings. Descending towards the ground, he had to fly at a low altitude, using the cover of the dense forest to have any chance of evading his pursuers. With this thought in mind, he flapped his wings and descended lower, hovering about 10 feet above the ground. However, even so, Yi Kuang could not hold on for long. He soon began to sway violently, the wings behind him becoming increasingly translucent, as though they were fading away. "Stop ahead," Yi Kuang gritted his teeth, forcing himself to persevere as he unsteadily moved forward. After flying less than a mile, he ultimately could not endure any longer and plummeted downwards like a kite with severed strings. The rapid sound of wind rushed toward him. Yi Kuang's expression changed. He drew out his mysterious iron sword and, just as he was about to fall, plunged it into the ground. Buzz! The solid sword emitted a ringing sound, bending under the force of his tremendous descent. Yet, merely a moment later, the bent sword rebounded, sending him flying backward. Bang! Yi Kuang tumbled several times before finally crashing against an ancient tree, barely coming to a stop. That hurt. His face twitched, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He felt as though he were on the verge of being shattered, a pain radiating throughout his body that was difficult to endure. "These bastards, I will seek vengeance one day." Yi Kuang gritted his teeth, seething with rage as he staggered to his feet. However, just a moment later, his expression darkened completely, for in front of him appeared several members of the beast mercenary corps. "Are they really going to leave me no way out?" Yi Kuang cursed darkly. "These bastards are quick on their feet. Boy, surrender quietly. You cannot escape the grasp of the beast mercenary corps." Several black-robed warriors approached. Their tones I see wide. Yi Kuang steeled his mind, gripping his iron sword expressionlessly, and coldly replied, "Even if I die, I will take a few of you with me. Arrogant little brat, with your current state, who can you possibly kill?" A gaunt man sneered, waving his hand. "Kill him!" Whoosh! As the command was given, he was the first to charge forward, wielding a steel blade, aiming a lethal strike directly at Yi Kuang's head. Yi Kuang's expression remained indifferent. He positioned his iron sword defensively in front of him. Bang! A crisp sound echoed, and the steel blade shattered with a violent crack, sending the gaunt man reeling back several steps before he could react. A howling wind surged forth, and a massive black sword struck down upon him with tremendous force. A piercing scream erupted as the bloodied figure of the gaunt man was flung through the air. much to the horror of the two onlookers. "Quick, send a signal," one warrior shouted urgently. "This kid is a monster. Despite being in such a dire state, he can unleash such fearsome power." Just as his words fell, the wind howled again, and a shadow descended from the sky, crashing down towards him with ferocity. The warrior's expression changed drastically. His arms trembled as jade-like light enveloped them, crossing them in front of him in defense. The shadow collided, and he sank deeper into the ground, his feet completely buried. A moment later, agonizing cries filled the air as both arms were instantly drenched in blood, white bones protruding in a gruesome display. With a swift kick, Yi Kuang sent him flying and turned his attention to the other assailant. However, at that very moment, a burst of flames erupted skyward, detonating in the air above. Yi Kuang's expression shifted immediately. The area was swarming with members of the Beast Mercenary Corps, and once the signal was sent, pursuers would soon be on their trail. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned the idea of attacking and darted towards the nearby forest. As the signal was sent out, within moments, dozens of individuals converged. Upon their arrival, they wasted no time locking onto Yi Kuang's fleeing direction and rapidly pursued him. With the passage of time, more and more figures joined the chase from all directions, transforming the forest into a cacophony of relentless pursuit that intensified with each passing moment. Who could say if Yi Kuang would survive such a web of hunters? Chapter 56. A desperate escape within the vast expanse of the forest. Numerous silhouettes darted through the trees, stirring up a gale as they rushed onward. In an instant, countless wild beasts were startled into action, charging at the members of the Beast Mercenary Corps. Yet, it was evident that against the seasoned and formidable mercenary warriors, these beasts would merely become lifeless corpses, leaving a bloody trail in their wake. Their SS signal. "Let's go," someone called out, leading their subordinates to rush leftward, quickly vanishing from sight. Boom! In a dense thicket, a black sword crashed down, sending several warriors tumbling back, blood spewing from their mouths. Yi Kuang, propped up by his mysterious iron sword, knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his complexion pale as a ghost. He was now but a shadow of his former self, barely able to endure. After a brief respite, he cast a glance over his shoulder, his expression darkening further. Those scoundrels were hot on his heels again. "Move!" He gritted his teeth, rising to his feet and taking a step forward. However, after only a few strides, he halted, raising his gaze toward an ancient tree ahead. There, perched upon a branch, stood a figure with arms crossed behind their back, none other than the fifth captain. Gu Yang. "Young Master Yi, after fleeing for so long, is it not time to cease this futile struggle?" Gu Yang's expression was laced with amusement, a sinister glint appearing in his eyes. "A defeated foe dares to speak so?" Yi Kuang scoffed coldly. Gu Yang's expression darkened instantly, a murderous intent flickering in his gaze. "You have no idea when to stop your insolence." Crack! With a fierce stomp, he shattered the branch beneath him, transforming into a streak of light that launched downward. Thunderclap seal. Gu Yang's palm clenched, strands of silver light enveloping him, rapidly coalescing into a silver lightning seal. The seal emanated a violent force that sent shivers down the spine. Clearly, having learned from past encounters, even facing the severely wounded Yi Kuang, he unleashed his strongest technique without hesitation. Bang! Gu Yang's fist struck the lightning seal, which exploded into a blinding silver light, hurtling toward Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang looked up, his dark eyes reflecting the seal, a frenzied expression crossing his pale face. "If you wish for my demise, you may find yourself lacking the capability." He clenched his hand, producing a spirit stone. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy erupted, revitalizing Yi Kuang's previously waning aura. His gaze sharpened, gripping the mysterious iron sword tightly, and he charged forward. "Break!" he bellowed, swinging his sword down heavily upon the lightning seal. In an instant, an overwhelming force erupted, shattering the seal into fragments. Swish! Undeterred, he pressed on with a manic fervor, charging toward Gu Yang. "Get out of my way!" Yi Kuang disregarded his injuries, raising the mysterious iron sword once more and striking it down fiercely. Gu Yang's expression changed. This kid was truly insane, daring to forcibly augment his strength even in such a battered state. "Let us see how long you can endure," he sneered, clasping his hands together, summoning the power of the glazed blood to form a crystalline shield before him. Thud! The mysterious iron sword descended with overwhelming force, shattering the shield upon impact. In the next moment, under Gu Yang's horrified gaze, the shield crumbled entirely, and the sword's might struck him directly. Boom! With a deep, resonant thud, Gu Yang was forced back, his aura diminishing. You wretched scoundrel, he spat, furious at being unable to defeat a severely injured junior. If word of this spread, where would he find face as the fifth captain? Yi Kuang's gaze flickered with murderous intent, but ultimately, he suppressed it, leaping forward and fleeing. There was no other choice. Given his current state, killing Gu Yang was nearly impossible. Even if he succeeded, it would consume too much time, endangering his own life. Scoundrel, pursue him, Gu Yang barked, watching Yi Kuang's retreating figure, gesturing for his men to follow. Hearing his command, the newly arrived warriors sprang into action, racing forward to chase him down. Jiu Yang gritted his teeth and followed suit. Navigating the rugged thicket, a figure stumbled through, stopping to rest intermittently. Damn it! Yi Kuang cursed under his breath. The earlier forced consumption of a spirit stone, while not severely damaging, had taken a toll on his current condition. You little brat, there's no point in struggling, came Gu Yang's cold voice from behind. Yi Kuang's fury ignited, dismissing the threat as he continued to sprint. He would run as far as he could. He would not simply wait for death. Stop right there, Gu Yang shouted, seeing Yi Kuang ignore him. Clenching his fist, a small knife appeared in his grasp. Swish, with a flick of his wrist, the knife became a streak of light, hurtling toward Yi Kuang's back. You little brat, let us see how far you can run. Gu Yang roared, Go to hell. Yi Kuang's anger flared. This scoundrel truly underestimated him. He halted, spun around, and swung the mysterious iron sword, striking the knife with a resounding clash. Bang! The knife shattered into a streak of light. Tearing through the air towards Gu Yang, Jiu Yang's expression turned icy. He grasped the knife's trajectory, the glazed light enveloping him as he caught the blade. However, he staggered back several steps, the force causing his spiritual energy to ripple. You little brat, I will kill you, Gu Yang thundered, pursuing once more. Kill you? In your dreams, Yi Kuang retorted angrily, not looking back as he dashed into the distance. Chase him down, Gu Yang bellowed, his temper flaring. Countless figures surged past him, racing toward the horizon. What was once a tranquil forest had transformed into a chaotic battleground due to this relentless chase. Yet, Yi Kuang's condition was deteriorating, and he could not endure this pursuit for much longer. Each step felt like a burden. Pain coursed through his body, nearly toppling him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he wore an exceptionally grim expression. He had scarcely any strength left to flee. Ha, you little brat. There's nowhere left for you to run. From the depths of the forest, dozens of figures emerged, with Gu Yang's mocking laughter echoing ominously. Ahead lies a cliff. You have no path of retreat. Kid, I advise you to surrender quietly, lest you meet a gruesome end, Gu Yang threatened darkly. Yi Kuang lifted his gaze, and just beyond 10 paces, a precipice loomed, obscuring the depths below. He had truly fallen into a dead end. No retreat remained. Chapter 57. A reckless gamble. You're finished, little brat, Gu Yang sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. He could tell that Yi Kuang was incapable of flight, leaving him stranded in this perilous situation. Yi Kuang's face paled, his gaze fixed ahead, the glimmer of madness igniting in his eyes. In this dire predicament, he had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Heh? You think you can run forever? From the opposite side, dozens of figures surged forth, accompanied by a chilling voice. Yi Kuang turned to see a familiar face emerge. Bai Luo. Beside him stood an unfamiliar figure, clad in the typical black garb of the Beast Mercenary Corps. Exuding an air of authority, clearly one of their higher dash-ups, Yi Kuang's countenance grew exceptionally grave as he detected an overwhelmingly formidable aura emanating from the unfamiliar man before him. Such a powerful presence surpassed even that of Bai Luo. A master of the creation realm, Yi Kuang's gaze flickered, and he swiftly deduced the identity of his opponent, Gu Lai, the leader of the Beast Mercenary Corps. This name had echoed in his ears more than once during his harrowing escape. Young Master Yi, I never imagined you would still be alive amidst the onslaught of my Beast Mercenary Corps, Gu Lai remarked with a faint smile, his seemingly gentle expression concealing a chilling menace beneath. Yi Kuang's demeanor darkened. 2 formidable masters of the creation realm, along with 100 warriors, surrounded him. Given his current state, even at his peak, survival seemed nearly impossible. Young Master Yi, there is no need to resist futilely. The one who deserves death shall not escape, Gu Lai said casually. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Kuang remained silent, clenching his fist as the last 3 spirit stones appeared in his palm. Was there truly no escape? He would not resign himself to despair. Thus, he resolved to take one last desperate gamble. You little wretch, do you dare to forcibly consume 3 spirit stones? That is tantamount to courting death, Bai Luo scoffed. Noting Yi Kuang's current state, worn and battered, he was barely in a position to withstand the rampant energy of the spirit stones. Yet, Yi Kuang paid no heed to their taunts. With a mere thought, he activated the power of devouring stars, forcing the 3 spirit stones down his throat. Boom! The overwhelming energy erupted, nearly tearing his meridians asunder. An indescribable agony coursed through his body, causing blood to seep from his pores, presenting a ghastly sight that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Yi Kuang clenched his fist, a manic grin curling at the corners of his lips. With no retreat available, he was determined to fight back, even if it meant dragging a few down with him. He sheathed his Xian iron sword behind him, altering his hand seal as the ethereal wings of flight behind him gradually solidified. Not good. This brat intends to flee. Bai Luo's expression shifted in alarm. Jiu Lai's gaze sharpened. Shaking his head, he cannot escape. The energy within his meridians is far too chaotic. He lacks the control necessary for flight. Regardless of his efforts, he will not soar beyond 100 meters. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo sighed in relief. If this little wretch managed to flee amidst such a multitude, his composure would indeed shatter. Child, why struggle in vain? Gu Lai remarked dismissively. Yi Kuang shot him a glance, baring his teeth in a smile tinged with bloodlust. Indeed, as the other had stated, even if he forced himself to fly, he would not get far. However, the crimson hue in his eyes intensified, and he resolved that surrender was a distant dream. Converge, Yi Kuang commanded, his hand seal pausing as the wings behind him trembled, a radiant light swirling before him, gradually coalescing into 2 crescent-shaped blades of light. Each blade, no larger than a palm, was as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a razor-sharp brilliance along its edges. The ascending spirit talisman incorporated 2 techniques, one for offense, one for defense. The wings served as the defense, while the 2 light blades, named ascending spirit blades, were the offensive force. What a sharp aura, Gu Lai remarked, his eyes narrowing with surprise. You too wish for my demise. You shall pay dearly, Yi Kuang declared with a sinister smile, abruptly flicking his wrist. Swish! The 2 blades of light transformed into streaks of luminescence, slicing through everything in their path as they aimed for the throats of Bai Luo and Gu Lai. Both men's expressions shifted immediately. Full defense. This brat is merely struggling in his death throes. Gu Lai's expression darkened as he waved his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of black light that coalesced into a dark shield before him, adorned with ancient, mottled patterns that evoked a sense of antiquity. Bai Luo, too, summoned his strength, materializing a fire wolf to shield himself. Boom! The blade struck down, unleashing a powerful shockwave that snapped nearby trees in half. Soon, Bai Luo's expression twisted in horror as he witnessed the light blades gradually pierce through the fire wolf, hurtling towards him. Swish! With a rush of wind, one blade broke through the barrier, directly aimed at his throat. Gritting his teeth, Bai Luo desperately rolled to the side to evade the assault. However, the speed of the blade was relentless. Despite his timely reaction, he was unable to fully evade it. The blade struck his shoulder, drawing forth a spray of crimson. With a pained cry, Bai Luo staggered backward, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his face contorted in agony. That little brat's final act of defiance had inflicted such grievous harm. Crack! At that moment, a sharp sound echoed as cracks appeared on the black shield, swiftly spreading across its surface. Ultimately, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the shield shattered explosively, its power dispersing rapidly. Yet, the blades also exhausted their energy, retreating and merging back into the wings of flight. Jiu Lai's expression darkened. He had come alarmingly close to suffering injury at the hands of that wretch. What a troublesome fellow! Seize him, he commanded sharply. With a wave of his hand, over 100 figures surged forth, brimming with murderous intent as they lunged toward Yi Kuang. Yi Kuang trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the backlash of the 3 spirit stones. His blood-red gaze swept over the approaching warriors, landing finally on Gu Lai and Bai Luo. Ha! You 2 fools, if you have the courage, come and pursue me. Yi Kuang's face split into a maniacal grin as he suddenly turned, facing the abyss behind him. Bang! He stomped the ground and launched himself into the chasm, disappearing from their sight amid their astonished expressions. Simultaneously, a chilling voice resounded from the depths of the abyss, echoing in every ear. You 2 fools, as long as Yi Kuang lives, I shall one day bring bloodshed upon the beast mercenary corps. Gu Lai's expression turned ominously dark. This little brat was utterly deranged. Chapter 58. The plunge into the abyss. Has that brat lost his mind? He actually dared to leap off the cliff, courting death. That wretch likely won't even leave behind a corpse. How ruthless, what a character. Humph, I see nothing more than a mindless fool, daring to provoke the beast mercenary corps, inviting his own doom. Even if he is a fool, he is braver than you, a coward. Nonsense, you seek death. The pursuing warriors stood frozen in place, soon erupting into a cacophony of astonishment and chatter. They considered themselves seasoned warriors who danced on the edge of danger. Yet who among them would dare to leap into such a deadly chasm? This was an act of certain death, with virtually no chance of survival. Jiu Lai trembled with rage, his face a mask of fury. After expending so much effort, he had failed to even retrieve the brat's corpse. More critically, he coveted the flight technique that Yi Kuang possessed. Surround the area, search the entire chasm. I want that brat's body. Gu Lai bellowed. Understood. Numerous warriors swiftly complied, turning to scour the other routes leading to the chasm's depths. That little wretch possesses a flying technique. Could he have used it to escape? Bai Luo gritted his teeth, his irritation palpable. It was no surprise he felt this way. That brat had managed to escape death numerous times, leading even Bai Luo to feel a twinge of unease despite witnessing Yi Kuang plunge into the abyss. Gu Lai's gaze was icy as he replied, the force of descent is too great. It is far more challenging than ordinary flight. Thus, it is nearly impossible for him to survive. But, Bai Luo hesitated, still unconvinced. Enough. I will make the final decision here. You should return to recuperate, Gu Lai interrupted coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Once we locate that brat's corpse, the head of the Bai family will surely hand over the remaining spirit stone mine maps. At Gu Lai's words, Bai Luo's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Yu Lai's expression was frigid as he turned, glaring at the precipice from which Yi Kuang had jumped, the veins on his forehead bulging with fury. You little wretch, I shall scour this entire chasm to find your corpse. His chilling voice carried the weight of seething rage, tinged with a hint of foreboding as the leader of the beast mercenary corps. He understood all too well that if that little brat was indeed alive, he would pose a significant threat to the mercenary group. Thus, the tumultuous chase gradually subsided due to Yi Kuang's leap into the abyss. However, everyone recognized that, given the beast mercenary corps modus operandi, they would not relent until that brat's body was found. After all, they subscribed to the principle of eliminating threats at their roots. This was evident from the multitude of mercenaries dispatched to search the chasm below. Small factions scattered throughout the area marveled in disbelief. Who could have foreseen that a young lad would stir such a tempest before the beast mercenary corps? Such a phenomenon had never occurred before. As time progressed, whispers regarding the grand pursuit traveled across 100 miles. In a secluded valley, several figures were gathered. Brother Lingyun, the current situation of Brother Yi is rather dire, one warrior remarked. Upon hearing these words, Lingyun rose, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze ahead and solemnly declared, Brother Yi has bestowed great kindness upon us. Thus, we cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. What do you suggest we do now, Brother Lingyun? The group inquired, encircling him with concern. Lingyun pondered for a moment before responding, given our strength, confronting the 100 Beasts mercenary corps head-on would lead to certain demise, yielding no results. Therefore, I propose we act covertly, endeavoring to locate Brother Yi's whereabouts while ensuring we do not alert the 100 Beasts mercenary corps, so we may rescue him. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing this as the most prudent course of action. By the way, Brother Lingyun, where is Miss Qingyi? Someone suddenly asked, noting her absence during this time. Lingyun shook his head and replied, that girl is quite enigmatic. She vanished shortly after Brother Yi departed. Upon hearing this, several individuals exchanged glances, puzzled by her mysterious disappearance. Rest assured, from what I know, Qingyi should be unharmed. The most pressing matter is to rescue Brother Yi, Lingyun stated firmly. The group nodded in consensus. This very night, we shall set forth immediately towards the cliff, Lingyun announced, casting his gaze upon the others, and no matter the cost, we must save Brother Yi. Indeed, let us go all out. They echoed that moment, as various forces converged. A bloodied figure at the edge of the steep cliff groggily opened his eyes. The face belonged to Yi Kuang, who had plummeted down the ravine. Where is this place? Yi Kuang murmured weakly as darkness swirled around him. After a prolonged period, he managed to regain some consciousness, only to quickly realize a terrifying fact. He was suspended precariously on a tree branch. Yi Kuang's heart raced as he peered down to see a green tree growing from the crevice of the rock below. It was this very tree that prevented his fall to the bottom of the ravine. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but wear a bitter smile, unsure whether to laugh or cry. While he had survived, how long could he endure in such a precarious position? Surely, it was only a matter of time before he met his demise. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound pierced the AIRD. Yi Kwang's heart sank as he looked down to see a visible crack forming on the branch beneath him. Damn it, this is the end, he thought. A chill creeping up his spine as the sensation of impending death enveloped him. With a resounding crack, the branch could no longer bear his weight and snapped. The world around him turned black as he plummeted, unable to execute any escape plans. What terrible luck! He cursed as the wind howled past him. In desperation, he summoned the spiritual energy from his dantian, channeling it into his flying wings and frantically flapping them. However, in his current state, controlling the wings proved nearly impossible. His erratic flapping only caused him to spin helplessly in the air, akin to a top, spiraling downward toward the ravine floor. This is it. I'm truly finished, Yi Kwang lamented, resigned to the fate of his fragile life. Boom. After an indeterminate amount of time, he crashed heavily onto a rock, falling into unconsciousness. As his consciousness faded into darkness, a voice filled with bitterness echoed in his mind. Damn it, I haven't avenged my great grievances. This is such a pathetic way to die. Chapter 59. For treasure's darkness surged like a tide, enveloping this boundless expanse. Time passed unmeasured until suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the gloom, illuminating the realm. The boy who had lain motionless began to stir, starlight emanating from his dantian, gradually enveloping him. A vague sound escaped Yi Kwang's throat as his previously dormant consciousness stirred. After a moment, he managed to crack open his heavy eyelids, only to be blinded by the brightness outside and promptly close them again. Where am I? Yi Kwang pondered, taking time to adjust before shaking his heavy head and rising to his feet. To his astonishment, he found himself in a spacious cave, the rough stone walls exuding an air of desolation. What about my injuries? Yi Kwang quickly sensed a change in himself and was astonished to discover that nearly 30% of his injuries had healed. What is going on? What is this light? His mind brimmed with questions. As he observed, the starlight gradually receded, ultimately vanishing. At this point, his injuries had healed to nearly 50%. This astonishing rate of recovery left him dumbfounded. It seems the power of the galaxy dantian is aiding me, Yi Kwang mused, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Since awakening this dantian, he had harbored many questions about it. However, with no one to provide answers, he had suppressed his curiosity and refrained from overthinking. What exactly is the origin of this dantian? Yi Kwang pondered, his curiosity piqued. Although he was not a high-ranking warrior, he could discern that this so-called galaxy dantian was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Yet, due to his current strength, he could not fully comprehend it. Perhaps when my cultivation reaches a certain level, I will be able to uncover its secrets. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Yi Kwang began to survey his surroundings. He soon realized that the cave was situated against the sheer cliff, an abyss below. This cave was embedded within the cliff face, a veritable dead end. Yi Kwang couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing that his reckless activation of the flying wings had fortuitously led him to this cave without resulting in his demise. He was uncertain how to express his feelings about this unexpected opportunity. First, I must regain my strength, then consider how to escape. Just as he prepared to sit down, his expression suddenly shifted, and his gaze was drawn to the cave's end. There, in a dusty corner, stood an ancient stone table. Could it be that someone has been here before? Yi Kwang wondered, surprised, as he abandoned his idea of meditating and slowly approached the area with weary legs. As he drew near, he noticed that the stone walls were adorned with various inscriptions and patterns. Unlike before, these walls bore ancient characters that seemed different from modern writing, yet he could still comprehend them. Yi Kwang's eyes scanned the stone walls, finally resting on a particular spot where 3 ancient characters caught his attention. Xianlong Jin, he murmured, his gaze brightening. The engravings on the walls depicted a martial arts technique. From the name, it seemed quite formidable. I wonder what rank this martial art is. It should at least be of high yellow grade, right? Yi Kwang mused, raising an eyebrow. A martial art presented in such a manner was undoubtedly extraordinary. This place must have been a secluded retreat for a martial artist. He speculated that to reside in such a location, one would need to possess at least the cultivation of the spirit connection realm to enter and exit freely. What are these? Yi Kwang's gaze shifted to the stone table, where 3 wooden boxes lay. The locks were long damaged, yet the boxes themselves showed no signs of wear, clearly remarkable in nature. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Kwang stepped forward and opened the first box, revealing a verdant fruit about the size of a fist. The fruit gleamed brightly, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. More importantly, he sensed an exceptionally pure spiritual energy emanating from it. What a treasure! Yi Kuang's eyes sparkled. This truly was a stroke of luck. Previously, while being pursued, he had forcibly consumed 4 spiritual stones, and although he had refined the residual energy with the help of the galaxy Dantian, it had only elevated his cultivation to the peak of the 8th level of the spirit pattern realm. The exact effects would only be evident once he fully recovered from his injuries. The spiritual energy contained within this fruit likely equated to dozens of spiritual stones. Yi Kuang couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. After a brief moment, he managed to temper his emotions and, filled with anticipation, opened the second wooden box. What lay before him was not a treasure but a diminutive crimson stone tower, measuring only a few inches in height. The stone tower appeared rather unremarkable. Upon reaching out to touch it, it was not the scorching sensation he had anticipated, but rather an unexpected coolness. What could this object be? Yi Kuang scratched his head. A look of bewilderment and confusion etched upon his face. His limited knowledge left him utterly perplexed regarding the nature of this crimson stone tower. Never mind, he thought, I shall simply store it away for now. Yi Kuang retrieved the crimson stone tower and shifted his gaze to the last wooden box beside it. Could there be any unexpected delight within? He set the stone tower down and opened the final wooden box. A brilliant silver light erupted forth, instinctively causing him to shut his eyes. Rubbing his stinging eyes, Yi Kuang opened them wide, only to find himself momentarily stunned. Before him lay a small silver ring. What could this be? Yi Kuang's face was a canvas of confusion as he glanced beneath the silver ring. There, laid upon a piece of beast hide, was what seemed to be a record of some sort. He picked it up and scanned its surface, his mind instantly captivated. I chanced upon a superior space stone and, after months of craftsmanship by a skilled artisan, this item was forged, named the Xingxiu ring. A space ring crafted from a space stone? Yi Kuang could hardly believe his eyes. Although he had heard of space rings, he had never seen one and thus could not recognize it. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the thrill swelling within him, for even the most inferior space rings possessed immeasurable worth. This fall from the cliff had surprisingly yielded such a treasure. Simply unbelievable. Chapter 60. Absorbing the creation fruit. What exactly is a superior space stone? Yi Kuang's brow furrowed in contemplation. Could it be that this Xingxiu ring is unlike any other space rings? The thought sent his heart racing. If that were the case, its value would be even more unfathomable, perhaps even surpassing that of certain advanced martial arts. Yi Kuang bit his lip and continued to peruse the contents before him. The Xingxiu ring bore distinctive inscriptions. By infusing it with his own blood, he could gain the ring's acknowledgement, he murmured to himself, tracing a fingertip across his own skin, allowing a single drop of shimmering blood to fall. Buzz! Upon contact with the Xingxiu ring, the blood radiated a crimson glow and silently merged into the ring. Yi Kuang felt a sudden jolt, sensing a peculiar connection forming between himself and the Xingxiu ring. Indeed, it was effective. Yi Kuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as his thoughts focused on the Xingxiu ring. A realm of darkness unfolded before him. The vastness was astonishing, almost comparable to an expansive plaza. This is extraordinarily large. Yi Kuang was taken aback from his understanding. The space within ordinary rings typically measured no more than half a foot in width and a few feet in height. Yet this one exceeded that by hundreds of times. A veritable behemoth, my goodness. If this were to be auctioned, what astounding price might it fetch? Yi Kuang was utterly astonished. This unexpected joy was almost overwhelming. The superior space stone used to create the Xingxiu ring must be an extraordinarily rare treasure. He opened his mouth, his heart in turmoil. After a lengthy pause, Yi Kuang finally withdrew his consciousness. Returning to the external world, at last, I have a place to store these items. He rummaged around, gathering the remaining healing elixirs and various essentials, piling them before him. After completing this task, Yi Kuang focused his thoughts, causing the Xingxiu ring to shimmer with light as it enveloped his belongings. In an instant, everything vanished from sight. Within his perception, he sensed a multitude of items now residing within the Xingxiu ring. Excellent! A smile crept across Yi Kuang's face. With the Xingxiu ring, he was no longer burdened by the clutter of miscellaneous items. Yi Kuang then turned his attention back to the beast hide. The creation fruit, a miraculous fruit born of the heavens. If consumed by a practitioner at the spirit pattern realm, it would not only enhance their strength, but also significantly increase their chances of breaking through to the creation realm, potentially reaching 50%. Yi Kuang's eyes sparkled with barely concealed delight as he gazed at the emerald green fruit in astonishment. Could this truly elevate one's chances of breaking through to the creation realm? It was well known that a substantial barrier existed between the spirit pattern and creation realms. Typically, even with the aid of innate treasures, The success rate for an ordinary person was at most 30%. However, with the addition of this creation fruit, it could rise to 80%, nearly guaranteeing success. Yi Kuang was filled with exhilaration, his gaze instinctively drifting back to the crimson stone tower. The fact that this object was placed alongside the creation fruit and the Shumi ring suggested it was no ordinary item. The mysterious stone tower, with an unknown origin, eluded even the understanding of its previous owner. Perhaps a fated individual might unravel its mysteries. The description of the crimson stone tower on the beast hide was exceedingly vague, offering no information for further understanding. Yi Kuang felt a twinge of regret, but was also deeply intrigued by the crimson stone tower. If even that esteemed predecessor could not decipher it, its origins must be extraordinary. With this thought, Yi Kuang's gaze fell upon the final lines on the beast hide. The Xianlong mirror is a technique I have developed over my lifetime. Synthesizing various martial arts from numerous schools, it is divided into 3 tiers: Xianlong Hao, Xianlong Eye, and Xianlong Heaven Seal. Each level possesses a transformative power that cannot be measured by ordinary martial arts. As such, the grade of the Xianlong mirror is incalculable. Even the weakest Xianlong Howl can wield the power of a primary advanced martial art. After reading the final passage, Yi Kuang's expression brightened considerably. This so-called Xianlong mirror was indeed formidable. The ability to comprehend such martial arts must belong to a renowned master in this region, at least in the past. Yi Kuang's thoughts raced as he glanced at the martial arts cultivation methods engraved on the stone wall. After a moment of reflection, he redirected his attention to the emerald green fruit. Given that his injuries were not yet healed, he needed to refine the creation fruit first, seizing the opportunity to enhance his strength and facilitate his recovery. With a plan in mind, Yi Kuang extended his hand and grasped the emerald green fruit, his eyes brimming with anticipation. With this, breaking through to the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm should pose no problem. Without hesitation, he sat down cross-legged, focusing his thoughts, and a wave of devouring power emanated from his palm, swiftly enveloping the creation fruit. Sizzle! The creation fruit melted rapidly, transforming into a pool of emerald green liquid that flowed into his palm. It then coursed through his meridians and entered his dantian. Yi Kuang's consciousness drifted into the vast expanse of the starry sky. Within his sight, the devouring stars rotated slowly, rapidly absorbing the liquid from the creation fruit. Before long, he felt a unique and extraordinary power erupting from within his dantian. Whoosh! The dense spiritual energy surged forth, racing through his meridians and circulating throughout his entire being. How powerful! Yi Kuang was shaken. The purity of this spiritual energy far surpassed that of the previous spirit pattern crystals. Furthermore, the primary function of the creation fruit was to enhance the chances of breaking through to the creation realm, not merely to increase spiritual energy. At this rate, it would not take long before he successfully broke through. Yi Kuang withdrew his consciousness, his eyes shimmering with light. After a moment, he suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, slowly closing his eyes as he immersed himself in the refinement of the creation fruit. As time passed, the aura emanating from him grew increasingly potent, surrounded by a faint emerald green glow that enveloped him like ethereal mist, truly remarkable. Under this cultivation, a single day quickly slipped away. When the dawn of the 2nd day broke through the clouds, illuminating the cave, Yi Kuang's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Whoosh! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in that moment, swirling into gusts that converged from all directions toward the cave. The time for his breakthrough had arrived. Chapter 61. Each with their own intentions, Yi Kuang's body quivered as the influx of energy coalesced, forming a vortex above his head, drawing in the thick spiritual energy that flowed through his entire being before finally surging into his dantian. Buzz! 8 spiritual patterns materialized before him. Gradually, as time passed, the 9th spiritual pattern rapidly condensed. The moment it fully formed, the aura enveloping Yi Kuang erupted like a floodgate, violently surging outward. His previously closed eyes snapped open, a sharp glimmer flashing within. Whoosh! The 9 spiritual patterns transformed into beams of light, merging beneath his skin. The once tumultuous aura finally stabilized at this moment. The 9th level of the spirit pattern realm. Yi Kuang sprang to his feet, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. The sensation of this breakthrough was utterly exquisite, rendering him unable to resist the allure of its ecstasy. Most importantly, he felt that all his injuries had completely healed. I wonder what changes will occur in my galaxy dantian once I break through to the creation realm? Yi Kuang mused, his expression filled with anticipation. The myriad transformations he had undergone over the past few months were inextricably linked to the emergence of the galaxy dantian. Thus, Regarding the transformations following the galactic Dantian, he harbors immense expectations. After a moment, Yi Kuang exhaled softly, suppressing the restlessness within his heart, and directed his gaze towards the stone walls on either side. The Xinlong mirror. This would be his next focal point for cultivation. He pondered, how long would it take to successfully master this martial art? The intricacies of the Xinlong mirror surpassed that of ordinary Xin-grade martial techniques. Therefore, even with the assistance of the martial arts stars, mastering it would not be an overnight endeavor. However, once he truly breaks through to the creation realm and awakens more martial arts stars, he should significantly enhance the cultivation speed of the Xinlong mirror. I must strive to grasp some aspects of it, Yi Kuang remarked, pursing his lips. At present, the most formidable technique in his possession is the Jinyang formula. Yet, as he encounters increasingly formidable opponents, the Jinyang formula begins to feel inadequate, even after he has cultivated it to the third level, the Great Jinyang. With this thought, Yi Kuang subdued the myriad emotions within him, fully concentrating on observing the cultivation methods of the Xinlong mirror etched upon the rock wall. He needed to commit these teachings to memory before transferring them to his Dantian, allowing the martial art stars to assist him in his cultivation. However, memorizing such a complex martial art is evidently not something that can be achieved in a day. Yi Kuang was mentally prepared for this, resolutely dismissing all distractions and immersing himself entirely in the study. Xinlong mirror, first level. Xuanlong's roared, by mimicking the roar of a dragon. One can cultivate to the utmost, capable of lethally striking from several zhang away, elusive and unpredictable, rendering opponents defenseless. The cultivation method involves gathering spiritual power at the throat, circulating it through 36 acupoints, thus unleashing the dragon's roar in the tranquil cave. A low murmuring began to resonate. Time flowed by, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. During this period, the hundreds of members of the Beast Mercenary Corps scoured the entire cliff base, yet ultimately found nothing. Not a single corpse was discovered, nor even the shadow of Yi Kuang. This led to a flurry of speculation. Many believed that Yi Kuang had been taken away and devoured by a wild beast, hence the absence of any trace. Gradually, the various martial artists who had gathered at the cliff base, hoping to strike it lucky, began to disperse. Beast Town, in a spacious hall, a martial artist hurriedly entered and knelt on one knee. What was the outcome? At the center of the hall, Gu Lai tapped the table with his fingers, his gaze fixed on the newcomer, and asked coolly. Upon hearing this, the martial artist's expression shifted, and he hastily replied, "My subordinates and I have searched the cliff base thoroughly, yet we still found no trace of that young man." Bang! Gu Lai slammed his palm down, causing the teacup on the table to leap and spill tea everywhere. His body trembled slightly, and his face darkened considerably. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. In 3 days, over 100 people couldn't even find a single corpse. Could it be that the young man fell to his demise? The martial artist quickly lowered his head, fearfully repeating, "I am incompetent. Please punish me." Jiu Lai's expression was icy, and after a long moment, he inhaled deeply. "Get out." Yes. The martial artist, as if granted a reprieve, fled without looking back, as though fearing a fatal strike. "Master Bai, my Beast Mercenary Corps has expended so many resources. You should provide an explanation," Gu Lai said, turning to Bai Luo with a solemn tone. Bai Luo's eyes flickered, and he replied, "Without a corpse, I cannot prove that the young man is dead. Therefore, I cannot hand over the other half of the remaining map." Yu Lai's face darkened with anger, as he grasped Bai Luo's collar and said sternly, "You must understand, this is my territory, not your Bai family's. If I wanted to kill you, it would be a trivial matter." Bai Luo gradually pried open Gu Lai's fingers, straightened his collar, and replied calmly, "Brother Gu Lai, why must you be so hasty, causing discord between us? Moreover, I, Bai, have roamed these lands for many years and am no fool. Do you think I would carry the other half of the map on me? To be frank, if I were to perish today, that half of the map would be utterly destroyed. Therefore, I ask Brother Gu Lai to quell his anger and sit down for a quiet discussion." He was fully aware of the Beast Mercenary Corps intentions, and thus had made some preparations before coming here. This was also the reason why the Blood Flame brothers had not shown up. Gu Lai scrutinized him, his expression shifting between shades of blue and black, clearly seething with rage. This cunning old fox had indeed left himself an escape route. However, being the leader of the Blood Beast Mercenary Corps, he managed to regain his composure quickly. "Haha, Brother Bai Luo speaks wisely. I understand the principle of mutual benefit." A smile appeared on Gu Lai's face. Bai Luo returned a faint smile and proposed, "I have a suggestion. I wonder if Brother Gu Lai would be interested in hearing it." "Please, do share," Gu Lai replied. Bai Luo glanced at him and stated, "I will not hide it. That spiritual stone vein cannot be mined casually. Even if your entire beast mercenary corps were to mobilize, you might face failure there. Thus, my proposal is to contact more forces and collaborate to excavate it together. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Gu Lai's eyes. This scoundrel seeks to draw more forces into the fray, creating chaos to achieve a balance of power, allowing him to profit from the confusion. What a clever scheme, he thought to himself, gritting his teeth. Chapter 62. A murderous intent. Although Gu Lai's heart was filled with rage, his expression remained largely unchanged, and he smiled. Brother Bai Luo's idea is indeed commendable. Good things should be shared among all. Why hoard them? So, does this mean Brother Gu Lai agrees? Bai Luo smiled slightly. Why would I disagree? Gu Lai rose and said, Brother Bai Luo, please rest for now. I shall disseminate the news and summon more forces to Beast Town for a grand strategy meeting. Haha, then I shall take my leave, Bai Luo said, cupping his hands and stepping out of the hall. Gu Lai watched his departing figure, his eyes narrowing with a cold glint. This old fox, he wished he could slay him right now. Boss, why did you agree? Gu Yang entered from a side door, asking anxiously. Gu Lai's gaze darkened. If the other half of the map is destroyed, no one will benefit. Gu Yang hesitated. Gu Lai's voice turned cold. I understand your concerns, but to muddle the waters, we must consider whether the entrants are mere shrimp or substantial fish. You must immediately order our secretly controlled forces, large and small, to come forth and put on a good show for that old fox. Once we acquire the other half of the map, we will eliminate that old fox without delay. As he concluded, Gu Lai's voice carried a heavy murderous intent. If one wishes to gain an advantage from my beast mercenary corps, they must ensure they possess the requisite weight. Boss, there's one more matter that might pique your interest, Gu Yang suddenly said, as if recalling something. Speak, Gu Lai urged a while back. Some of my subordinates encountered familiar faces. Who? Gu Lai's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. The small team led by Ling Yun, Gu Yang replied. A smile instantly broke across Gu Lai's face. It seems that soon, the beast mercenary corps might enjoy a double blessing. He was acutely aware of the relationship between Ling Yun's small team and Yi Kuang. Send the order to capture those individuals, Gu Lai commanded. No problem. Gu Yang grinned. With those hostages in hand, as long as that young man is still alive, he will undoubtedly come to rescue them. And if he does not appear, it would mean, a chilling expression crossed Gu Lai's face, and he continued. He is dead. On the cliff's wall, low, resonant roars occasionally echoed, reverberating throughout the surroundings. Some wild beasts in the forest were even frightened away. The martial artists of the beast mercenary corps, who were originally searching, wore expressions of astonishment. What is that sound, and why is it so terrifying? Speculation ran rampant, leaving many feeling apprehensive in the cave. Yi Kuang sat cross-legged on the cold ground, his hands weaving intricate seals, forming profound symbols. At a certain moment, he paused the seal, opened his mouth, and as his throat rolled, visible streams of spiritual power began to gather, roar. After a few breaths, a deep dragon's roar suddenly erupted from his throat, echoing throughout the cave. Dust scattered from the stone walls, cascading down like rain. Almost there, Yi Kuang stood up, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Ever since he memorized the Xinlong mirror, he has been utilizing the power of the martial arts stars to cultivate this day. Although he has made some progress, he has yet to touch upon the true first level, the Xinlong roar. However, despite the slow advancement in the Xinlong mirror, his understanding of the Jinyang formula has significantly improved. Yi Kuang smiled at present. He has demonstrated remarkable control over Xiao Jinyang, and should an opportunity arise, perhaps he could advance even further. This, evidently, is a benefit derived from his recent breakthrough in cultivation. After a while, once he has sufficiently honed the Xinlong Xiao, it will be time for me to depart. Yi Kuang raised his gaze towards the dim sky outside, a glimmer of icy coldness flickering in his eyes. You dogs of the beast mercenary corps, do you now yearn for this young master? Humph. After a brief pause, Yi Kuang took a deep breath, suppressing his distracting thoughts, and continued his comprehension of the Xinlong Xiao. Half a month later, the low, resonant howl echoed, reminiscent of a dragon's roar, suddenly reverberating across the rugged cliffs. It seemed as though visible sound waves emanated from him, unleashing successive waves of formidable energy. Countless martial artists lingering at the base of the cliff changed their expressions upon hearing the dragon's howl. What is this? Merely a single howl, yet it possesses such tremendous power. It is simply inconceivable. It has succeeded. Meanwhile, in the cave, Yi Kuang abruptly opened his eyes, a mix of surprise and joy flooding his expression. After such an extended period of introspection, he had finally grasped the initial layer of the Xinlong Jin's realm. the Xianlong Xiao. However, the energy expenditure of this technique is exceedingly astonishing, Yi Kuang mused. Previously, he merely attempted it and expended nearly 10% of his spiritual energy. If he were to truly unleash it, it would likely require over 50% of his energy. Thus, it cannot be used casually unless in dire situations. With this thought in mind, Yi Kuang waved his sleeve, storing the crimson stone tower placed on the stone table into his shumi ring. He then leaped to the cave's edge while Yi Kuang looked up at the somewhat dim sky. A murderous aura emanating from him. Back then, he had been forced to leap off the cliff by the beast mercenary corps. Had it not been for his fortuitous survival, he would have long since met his demise at the cliff's base. Now, it was time to reclaim his honor. By Luo, Gu Lai, the blood debt from last time must also be repaid. Yi Kuang smirked, his voice laced with chilling malice. With that, he summoned his thoughts, and ethereal patterns of light spread across his skin, swiftly transforming into two translucent spiritual wings that unfurled to either side. With a whoosh, the flapping of the wings stirred up a violent wind, propelling him towards the cliff's edge. Atop the cliff, a number of martial artists were present. Although most had already retreated, a few remained, hoping to find treasures in the vicinity. They had all heard rumors that the fallen Yi Kuang possessed a technique for flight. Many were eager to test their luck. Hey, have you heard? The Beast Mercenary Corps has gathered numerous martial artists to Baishou Town, planning to hold a grand meeting today to discuss a matter of great importance. I've heard about this too, but I wonder what the significant matter is. It must be important. Otherwise, they wouldn't make such a fuss. Moreover, from what I know, the Beast Mercenary Corps has hinted that if that brat doesn't show up today, they will execute all those captured, including Ling Yun, as a form of retribution. Huh. Those poor fellows are doomed. That brat fell off the cliff and can't possibly survive, so how could he appear at Baishou Town? If that's the case, Ling Yun and the others are undoubtedly dead. Before the last words could be uttered, a piercing sonic boom erupted, and several martial artists were startled to see a figure materialize before them. You are Yi Kuang. The onlookers' eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. Tell me everything you know. Yi Kuang's expression became vaguely sinister, his eyes rapidly turning blood red, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. Don't kill me. I will tell you everything, a martial artist stammered. The Beast Mercenary Corps is holding a banquet in Baishou Town, and they have declared that if you do not show up, they will execute Ling Yun and the others. Boom. The furious killing intent swept through Yi Kuang like a tempest, causing the martial artists to retreat in terror, their faces pale. You wretched dogs, today I shall cleanse Baishou Town in blood. A voice, chilling to the bone, resonated through the dense forest, as if it hailed from the depths of hell. Following this, Yi Kuang's figure transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the distance. Chapter 63. A Funeral Feast Baishou Town. Today, the atmosphere here is particularly lively, with countless martial artists arriving from all directions. They have gathered to participate in a banquet hosted by the Beast Mercenary Corps. However, the theme of the banquet remains a mystery to these outsiders, who are filled with curiosity. In the center of the town, at the Baishou Square, over 100 banquet tables were arranged, with numerous exquisite maidens bustling about, serving dish after dish of delectable cuisine for the guests to savor. Esteemed guests, I, Gu Lai, sincerely thank you for your presence here today. At a table at the forefront, Gu Lai stood up, surveying the crowd as he clasped his hands together and smiled. Haha, Leader Gu is too kind. It is our honor, the guest responded, hastily returning the gesture with compliments. In this region, the influence of the Beast Mercenary Corps is profound, and few dare to provoke them lightly. Leader Gu, may I inquire as to the purpose of gathering us all here today? A man in a blue robe rose to ask, clasping his hands. Curiosity lit up the eyes of the crowd. Given the commotion stirred by the Beast Mercenary Corps, there must be some extraordinary announcement forthcoming. No rush, there is a matter that requires addressing first, Gu Lai replied with a faint smile, waving his hand. Bring them forth. From outside the square, a dozen martial artists appeared, escorting 7 or 8 figures. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were Ling Yun and his companions. Esteemed guests, I trust you have all heard of the events that have transpired during this time, Gu Lai stated. A certain brat named Yi Kuang has repeatedly opposed my Beast Mercenary Corps and ultimately met with a disastrous fate by falling off a cliff. It seems heaven has eyes, allowing him to receive the punishment he deserves. However, due to the lack of a recovered body, I, Gu, have taken these individuals captive as leverage. What does Leader Gu mean by this? The blue-robed man inquired. Ji Lai replied with a nonchalant smile, a glint of frost crossing his gaze. I believe you are all quite aware of the methods employed by my Beast Mercenary Corps. We have never shown any mercy towards our enemies. Therefore, today, I intend to use these lives to ascertain whether that brat has truly perished. At this point, a sinister smile crept across his face. The method of confirmation is simple. If that brat fails to appear today, I shall execute these treasonous individuals on the spot. Thus, it can be seen as a form of atonement for him. What do you all think of this approach? Upon hearing this, no one dared to voice dissent. They all readily concurred. Haha, Leader Gu's approach is commendable. Those who dare to offend the beast mercenary corps ought to be eradicated without a trace. Indeed, I concur. Gulai listened to the chorus of agreement. His smile grew significantly more pronounced. He waved his hand, and a stone table was brought into the square. Upon the stone table rested an incense burner, with a stick of ancient incense burning, releasing spirals of fragrant smoke. Once this incense is consumed, it shall mark the end for these traitors. Gulai's gaze shifted towards Ling Yun and the others, a frigid glint flickering in his eyes. If you wish to assign blame, blame that brat. I act this way for the safety of the mercenary corps, so you must be sacrificed. You're talking nonsense. Although Ling Yun was bound, he struggled fiercely, shouting in anger. Beside him, the others wore expressions of fury, showing no fear whatsoever. Gulai's expression darkened. A bunch of ungrateful wretches. Remember this for your next lives. When making friends, ensure you know who they are, lest you lose your lives in vain. Ling Yun glared defiantly, a sneer on his face. Even if we perish today, my brother, you will one day sweep through by Shou Town. When that time comes, you scoundrels will accompany us in death. You foolish wretches, do you truly believe that brat can survive long enough to reach here? Gulai replied coldly. His actions were merely precautionary. How could that brat survive a fall into the abyss? Moreover, Gulai's lips curled into a sinister smile. Even if that brat is fortunate enough to be alive, he would only be walking into a trap. Do you think that with his solitary strength, he could stir up any trouble here? Ling Yun's gaze flickered, and his expression involuntarily betrayed some concern. He genuinely did not wish for Yi Kuang to appear. Doing so would only lead to needless demise. Brother Yi, if you truly live, stay far away from Bai Shou Town. He closed his eyes, contemplating this in his heart. Seeing this, Gulai chuckled as he sat back down. The atmosphere in the square fell into silence, with countless eyes fixed on the burning ancient incense. Their expressions varied. They did not believe that a person who had fallen off a cliff could appear alive before them. The smoke billowed, the fragrance intensified, and the ancient incense burned rapidly as the crowd awaited its end. A quarter of an hour later, the incense had dwindled to a mere remnant, almost invisible. The once pervasive smoke, too, had thinned as the incense gradually burned away. Captain Gu, the time is nigh. It is time to dispose of these trifling matters and discuss the truly significant affairs, remarked the man in the blue robe with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd echoed in agreement. Yulai turned his gaze towards Bai Luo, who sat with his eyes closed beside him, and inquired, "What does the Bai Patriarch think?" "Everything is at Captain Gu's discretion," Bai Luo replied indifferently. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Gulai's eyes, yet he masked it with a smile, saying, "If that is the case, let us proceed." As he uttered the last words, a chilling aura enveloped his entire countenance, his voice laced with an icy menace. "Kill," he commanded with a wave of his hand. "Yes." A dozen warriors responded in unison, their faces twisted with ferocity as they raised their steel blades, their murderous intent laid bare. "Brothers, we shall meet again in our next lives." Ling Yun closed his eyes and shouted loudly, "I in our next lives," echoed the others, their faces tinged with crimson, similarly fearless in their exclamations. "A bunch of fools," Gulai sneered derisively. At that moment, the steel blades trembled violently, emitting a chilling metallic sound, poised to strike. Yet, just then, a swift whistling sound pierced through the air from afar. Whoosh! A beam of black light streaked across the sky, tearing through layers of air, hurtling from outside the square and crashing heavily onto the stone table that held the incense burner. Crash! The stone table shattered instantly, a ferocious shockwave sweeping forth, sending a dozen individuals behind Ling Yun staggering backward. Simultaneously, a voice, as cold as steel and laden with murderous intent, resonated above the square. "Today, this is a funeral banquet. Those who wish to live, leave at once." Chapter 64. The beginning of revenge. The once boisterous square fell into an utter silence with the echo of that icy voice. Countless faces were instantaneously painted with astonishment, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. Who could be so audacious? The voice seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be him? At the forefront of the square, both Gulai and Bai Luo rose to their feet, exchanging glances before their gazes fixated ahead. As the dust settled, a massive black sword came into view. A sinister expression gradually emerged on Bai Luo's face. That little rascal has truly shown up. He is indeed fortunate. Yu Lai's countenance twisted with malice, his eyes glinting with an unusual chill. Thud, thud. At that moment, a low thudding sound echoed, and a young figure stepped forth from beyond the square. Brother Yi, you are alive. Upon seeing that silhouette, Ling Yun was momentarily stunned before his expression shifted dramatically, shouting, Brother Yi, you mustn't concern yourself with us. Flee. There are 2 powerful beings at the transformation realm and over 100 skilled warriors present. If Yi Kuang arrives, it would only mean his demise. Hearing this, Yi Kuang's steps seemed to falter, yet he offered no reply, merely advancing with a resolute stride in the square. All martial artists instinctively parted to make way for the boy brimming with icy murderous intent. Yi Kuang's steps eventually halted before the massive black sword. He reached out, grasping the hilt, and slowly lifted the weighty blade. He raised his head, disregarding the gathering warriors, his gaze fixed on Gu Lai and Bai Luo. A sinister grin spreading across his face. You 2 mongrels, when did my brother Yi Kuang's fate become yours to decide? His chilling voice, akin to unyielding ice, sent shivers down the spines of many. Upon hearing this, Gu Lai's smile contorted into a menacing grimace. Boy, this time, I shall ensure you have no chance to leap off a cliff. Kill him, he bellowed with a wave of his hand. Swish, swish. Dozens of figures surged from all directions, closing in on Yi Kuang with lethal intent. Yi Kuang's expression remained impassive as he tightened his grip on the cold, heavy sword, steadily advancing towards Ling Yun and the others. Bang bang. Anyone who ventured too close met with no mercy, being sent flying with a single strike. In mere moments, over 10 individuals lay grievously wounded on the ground, howling in agony. Yet, Yi Kuang's eyes remained devoid of emotion. Each swing of his sword was accompanied by bloodshed and cries of despair. Eventually, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, he arrived before Ling Yun and the others. Yi Kuang flicked his fingers, releasing several beams of spiritual energy that severed the ropes binding Ling Yun and his companions. Brother Yi, Ling Yun began, but was interrupted. Yi Kuang shook his head, a smile gracing his visage as he softly urged, Follow me. Let us carve a path through blood. Ling Yun's expression turned momentarily stunned as he exchanged glances with those beside him, their faces flushing with determination as they gritted their teeth. Very well, we shall follow you and carve a path through blood. For these past days, they had been harboring their own grievances. Now, what was there to fear? Yi Kuang grinned, turning his gaze to Gu Lai. He taunted, Are you planning to send more waste to their deaths, or will you come over and fight me? Gu Lai's expression darkened. He glanced at his fallen subordinates, his gaze shifting uncomfortably. How had this boy's strength increased so dramatically in just over half a month? He inwardly marveled in alarm. Such overwhelming power even sent a shiver down his spine. Boy, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Gu Lai sneered as he retrieved an iron halberd and strode forward. Yi Kuang, however, merely shook his head. What do you mean? Gu Lai's eyes narrowed as he gripped the iron halberd tightly. Yi Kuang chose not to respond. Instead, he turned to Bai Luo, grinning. Patriarch Bai, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Why are you hiding behind now? Upon hearing this, Gu Lai immediately grasped the situation. This boy intended to take on both of them single-handedly. Such arrogance, Gu Lai scoffed. Do not think that just because you have recently broken through to the 9th layer of the spirit pattern realm, or even if you reach the transformation realm, you are qualified to be so brazen in front of me. Did this lad truly believe he was invincible? The various martial artists present exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. They had lived for decades and had never witnessed such brazen audacity in a youth. This would be an entertaining spectacle, some thought to themselves, quietly retreating to clear a space in the square. In response, Gu Lai's expression twitched, but he understood that to sway these fence-sitters, he needed to establish dominance. Step aside. I will personally slay this boy, he commanded icily. The hundreds of warriors present were the backbone of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps. If he lost a significant portion now, how could he contend for control over the spirit stone mines? Bang! Gu Lai stomped his foot, propelling himself forward with the ferocious might of his halberd, which he brought crashing down. Yi Kuang remained calm, and a deep, radiant glaze of azure light emanated from his hand gripping the sword. With his breakthrough to the 9th layer of the spirit pattern realm, his mastery of the azure blood had reached an exquisite level. Get lost. Yi Kuang's obsidian eyes gleamed with intensity as he suddenly stepped forth, delivering a heavy slash downward. Bang! The clash of weapons resonated, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The ground beneath them shattered, countless fissures appearing. Before long, a sharp cracking sound reverberated. Jiu Lai's pupils contracted in disbelief. Crack! Before his incredulous gaze, the iron halberd was forcibly severed, and the overwhelming force sent him reeling backward. With a tremendous crash, the halberd fell in two pieces, while Gu Lai struggled to maintain his balance. The square erupted in uproar, countless eyes fixed upon the scene, filled with utter disbelief. In this direct confrontation, the esteemed leader of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps had been repelled. This was beyond everyone's expectations, leaving many warriors feeling a chill run down their spines. Jiu Lai's expression darkened. He glared at the young man across from him, fury evident in his gaze. Such an event was a complete humiliation. Nonetheless, Gu Lai was a man of considerable composure. He would not allow anger to cloud his judgment. He immediately turned his attention to Bai Luo, stating solemnly, "Patriarch Bai, let us join forces and swiftly eliminate this BOS." These words left his mouth. Another wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The boy's earlier bravado was now manifesting into reality. The two powerful beings of the transformation realm were indeed preparing to ally. Chapter 65. All means employed. By Luo's expression shifted slightly as he slowly nodded. This was not the time for pride. Given Yi Kuang's displayed talent, if he escaped again, he might very well break through to the transformation realm, leaving both him and the 100 Beasts mercenary corps utterly helpless. Give it your all. Do not hold back, Bai Luo declared with a grim countenance. As he spoke, fiery red lights surged around him, transforming into a roaring fire wolf. Jiu Lai's expression turned grim. He altered his hand gestures, and black light enveloped him, coalescing into a black shield. This shield, entirely formed from spiritual energy, boasted astonishing defensive power. Observing the displays from the two, the various warriors present instinctively retreated, wary of the impending clash at the center. Yi Kuang remained composed, turning his head toward Ling Yun and the others. "Leave this to me. You should step back." Ling Yun nodded, then waved his hand, leading the others to retreat. He was acutely aware that such a level of combat was beyond the capabilities of individuals like them. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that once they intervened, the warriors of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps would not stand idly by, and the situation would only devolve into further chaos. Youngster, to perish at the hands of two masters of the transformation realm would be a privilege in itself. A chilling expression crossed Gu Lai's face, as a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang merely smiled, raising his mysterious iron sword and pointing it at the two adversaries, a sharp smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "I believe it would be a far greater honor for me to slay the two of you ruffians." Arrogance. Jiu Lai's gaze darkened as he bellowed. "Attack!" With that, he grasped the black shield and charged forward. Roaring, the fire wolf, under Bai Luo's command, surged forth with an equally formidable ferocity. Golden Sun technique. With a mere thought, Yi Kuang summoned resplendent golden patterns that coiled around his palm, amplifying his already astonishing strength. In the next moment, he took a decisive step, bringing down the black heavy sword with a force that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 mountains. Bang! The black shield met the heavy sword in a violent clash, immediately followed by the fire wolf's assault, releasing an overwhelming heat. Under this combined onslaught, Yi Kuang's hand trembled slightly as he was forced backward. After all, regardless of the circumstances, his opponents were two formidable masters of the transformation realm. "Youngster, there is no need for futile struggles," Gu Lai remarked coldly, still unconvinced that his partnership with Bai Luo would falter against a mere junior. Yi Kuang scoffed, dismissing his concern. He stamped his foot down forcefully, stabilizing his sliding body. "Little Golden Sunday," he declared with a low voice, summoning a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into a dazzling golden light behind him. Gradually, a radiant sun appeared in the sight of all present. Melt. With a flicker of thought, the sun descended with a roar, transforming into liquid gold that swiftly merged into the mysterious iron sword. The originally black blade was instantly enveloped in resplendent golden light, emanating an extraordinary aura. "Break for me." Yi Kuang's eyes surged with intensity as he pressed the mysterious iron sword downward, unleashing a terrifying force. Crack! In an instant, cracks spread across the surface of the black shield. The fire wolf, wailing in agony, dimmed in brilliance as if severely wounded. Before long, the two attacks shattered before the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. Yet Yi Kuang's strike continued unabated, carving a golden arc aimed at the two. Jiu Lai and Bai Luo's expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly dodged to the sides. Boom! When the sword landed, the ground of the plaza erupted, a fissure extending for several yards. The surrounding banquet tables were sent flying. Little brat, Yu Lai seethed through clenched teeth upon witnessing this scene. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have sustained considerable injury from that last strike. Bai Luo's expression darkened. What on earth had this youth consumed to unleash such power from the little golden sun? It was simply more formidable than some advanced yellow-grade martial techniques. Regardless, he vowed that this youth could not be allowed to escape today, lest he become a future threat. He silently resolved. However, at that moment, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated the area, making the surrounding sky considerably brighter, as if draped in a layer of resplendent gold. What is happening? Bai Luo and Gu Lai exclaimed in unison, quickly looking up, their pupils constricting. Behind Yi Kuang, another dazzling sun was rising, this one significantly larger than the previous little golden sun, its diameter reaching at least half a yard, creating a visually stunning spectacle. This is the great golden Sunday. Bai Luo's complexion paled, his voice faltering. How is this possible? This brat has only practiced the golden sun technique for a mere month. How could he have cultivated it to the 3rd level? Damn it, Gu Lai gritted his teeth, clearly recognizing the terrifying potential of that golden sun. The surrounding warriors, sensing the imminent danger, began to retreat in fear of becoming collateral damage. Yi Kuang's expression was icy as he raised the mysterious iron sword, his smirk transforming into an expression of lethal intent. Master Bai, you should be quite familiar with this move of mine. Yes, in the past half-month, although most of his focus had been devoted to comprehending the Xianlong mirror, he had not entirely ceased his insights into the golden sun technique, thus granting him the opportunity to wield the great golden sun. As Yi Kuang's voice fell, the mysterious iron sword shuddered slightly, releasing a unique radiance that fused with the great golden Sunday swish. The already formidable great golden sun's power surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing level. This transformation stemmed from the sword's mystical attributes. Go! Yi Kuang waved his sleeve, and the great golden sun shot forth, surrounded by a brilliant glow, soaring towards the two opponents. Before the attack even landed, the air erupted violently, dazzling golden light cascading like liquid, engulfing all in its path. A sense of annihilation quietly spread forth. Bai Luo and Gu Lai's expressions shifted drastically. Even they felt the chilling grip of death in the face of such an onslaught. If they could not withstand it, everything would be lost. They exchanged a glance, a fierce determination gleaming in their eyes. They bit their tongues, spitting a mouthful of blood. In an instant, their faces turned ashen. This self-harming tactic was a desperate last resort. Chapter 66. The might of the great golden Sunday. You wretched thing. Gu Lai's countenance darkened. As the grand leader of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps, being forced into such a position was a monumental disgrace. Bai Luo's expression was equally grim as he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Attack! Fire wolf devour!" He gestured, causing blood to transform into crimson light that merged with the fire wolf formed from spiritual energy. Almost instantly, a crimson glow enveloped the fire wolf, resembling a fiery blaze imbued with sinister power. Jiu Lai's expression turned frigid as he clenched his palm, gathering black light that coalesced into a peculiar black mirror before him. The mirror's surface was pitch black, reflecting nothing, exuding an air of mystery. Observers gazed in astonishment at this uniquely shaped black mirror, for it was Gu Lai's renowned signature technique, mastered over many years to an extraordinary level. "Youngster, you are courting death." Gu Lai waved his sleeve, unleashing the blood light into the black mirror. In an instant, a violent surge of power erupted from within. Go! Gu Lai flicked his finger, and the black mirror transformed into a beam of light, hurtling toward the great golden Sunday whoosh. Simultaneously, the fire wolf roared, charging forth with blood-red flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. Boom! Almost immediately, the attacks collided, a deep roar resonating and causing countless onlookers' eardrums to ring painfully. Waves of visible energy erupted from the point of impact, sweeping outward violently. Countless tables and chairs were overturned, and the stone walls surrounding the plaza trembled, cracking with alarming fissures. Ling Yun and the others looked on in horror. In just over half a month, Brother Ye's strength had surged to such heights. This level of attack posed a threat even to the masters of the transformation realm. Look! At that moment, an unknown voice cried out, instantly drawing the attention of countless spectators. At the center of the collision, ferocious waves of energy howled as the dazzling golden light surged like liquid, swiftly gaining the upper hand, while the powers of the fire wolf and the black mirror began to falter. Before long, the golden sun reappeared in the sight of all below it. Both the fire wolf and the black mirror dimmed, with visible cracks forming. How is this possible? Bai Luo and Gu Lai's pupils contracted sharply. Yi Kuang's expression remained indifferent as he raised his hand, pressing down with a commanding voice. Break! As his words fell, the golden sun plunged downward, with brilliant golden light flowing like liquid, fervently spreading toward the fire wolf and the black mirror. Crack! The liquid light seemed to possess astonishing weight, overwhelming the fire wolf and the black mirror, causing them to crumble under the pressure. Ultimately, the two attacks could no longer withstand the force, exploding into two resounding bursts. Scattering in all directions, Jiu Lai and Bai Luo trembled violently, blood spurting from their mouths as they staggered back, colliding with the table. Bang! The table shattered, and the two nearly fell backward, barely regaining their footing. Their combined efforts had been defeated by a junior. How could this be? Gu Lai's face was as cold as ice, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. This is bad. At that moment, Bai Luo's voice, laced with dread, rang out. Yu Lai looked up to see the brilliant sun descending upon them, an aura of death enveloping him. Little brat, Gu Lai was indeed a formidable character. He immediately suppressed his injuries, his hands weaving intricate seals as he summoned all the power within his dantian. With a whoosh, Bai Luo also struck, and their spiritual energies surged forth, coalescing before them into a towering barrier nearly 10 feet high. The barrier pulsated with dense spiritual energy, emanating waves of overwhelming force that seemed utterly indestructible. Just as this formation took shape, Xiao Jinyang descended with a fierce roar, crashing down with tremendous weight. Boom! The brilliant golden light nearly blinded onlookers in an instant. The ferocious power clashed violently, each force colliding with reckless abandon. Yi Kuang's eyes glinted sharply. He stomped his foot and charged forward, wielding his mysterious iron sword without hesitation. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he brought the sword down heavily upon the barrier. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp, shattering sound, the barrier exploded under the dual pressure of the mysterious iron sword and the mighty golden sun. In the next moment, both the sword and the golden sun continued their relentless descent, striking mercilessly upon the bodies of the two combatants. Gu Lai and Bai Luo instantly spat blood, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground, shattering the earth beneath them. Witnessing this scene, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence, countless eyes widening in disbelief at the spectacle before them. They had actually won. Ling Yun opened his mouth in astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. These were two formidable beings of the creation realm. While they were merely at the minor success stage, they were still remarkably powerful. Yi Kuang's expression turned icy as he raised the mysterious iron sword, his gaze piercingly fixed on Bai Luo and Gu Lai. It seems my words were accurate. Today, this place shall witness a feast of death. Yu Lai's face contorted with rage, his pallor deepening as he bellowed. You little brat, this is Beast Town. Do you think you can leave here alive? All of you, attack. Kill him. At this point, he cast aside all other considerations, intent on eliminating this brat first. Whoosh! Over 100 figures surged into the square. Surrounding Yi Kuang completely die in response, Yi Kuang's expression remained largely unchanged, exuding a calm demeanor. Brother Yi, let us fight our way out together, Ling Yun and the others urged, grinning broadly. They had been unable to intervene in the previous battle, but the situation had now shifted. Yi Kuang smiled, offering no words, yet his eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. Just then, Gu Lai's furious shout rang out once more. As long as we can kill this little brat today, anyone who aids the beast mercenary group will have the chance to earn spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the previously distant onlookers, who had been content to watch, suddenly revealed expressions of greed. Spirit stones? For cultivators, this was an irresistible lure. In an instant, everyone began to stir, eager to take action. Ling Yun's expression darkened. If these fence-sitters joined in, the pressure they faced would double. After all, there were over 100 people attending the banquet today. Chapter 67. All must die, you little brat, though you are formidable. You cannot escape my grasp, Gu Lai sneered coldly, surveying the scene with a chilling smile. People are inherently greedy. Using spirit stones as bait was enough to stir the hearts of those fence-sitters. Yi Kuang, upon hearing this, revealed a faintly eerie smile. Is that so? Gu Lai, seeing his expression, felt an inexplicable sense of unease rising within him. Hurry and kill this brat to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Bai Luo urged hastily. Having clashed with Yi Kuang on several occasions, he had come to understand the latter's depth. Though young, Yi Kuang was cunning and concealed numerous unexpected tactics. Attack, Gu Lai commanded, raising his hand. The warriors of the beast mercenary group wasted no time, unleashing their spiritual power into a fierce assault. As for the warriors from other factions, they hesitated, reluctant to engage immediately. They were not foolish. If their ranks were diminished, How could they survive in this realm? Thus, they opted to observe from the sidelines, suppressing their greed for spirit stones. After all, Yi Kuang's demonstrated combat prowess had been sufficient to overwhelm two creation realm experts. He was no soft target. These fools, Gu Lai cursed angrily. Yi Kuang remained calm, taking in the surrounding situation with an expression of anticipation. He was eager to test the might of his technique. Boom! Yi Kuang stomped his foot, channeling all his power from his dantian, transforming it into a torrent that surged through his meridians, gathering at his throat. The seals in his hands swiftly transformed, creating fleeting afterimages. A terrifying wave of power began to radiate outward. The warriors, caught in their hesitation, suddenly paled, sensing an extreme danger approaching. What is happening? What martial art is this brat using? Countless voices murmured in shock. Yet Yi Kuang paid them no mind. He continued to manipulate his seals, a white light emanating from his throat. Xinlong Jin, Xinlong Shao. His expression hardened as the accumulated spiritual energy erupted, sending forth waves of ferocious sound from his mouth. The entire square reverberated with the low, thunderous roar of a dragon. Boom. Wherever the sound waves traveled, the air shattered violently, an overwhelming destructive force causing many to change color in fear. Retreat! Someone shouted, resulting in chaos as many turned to flee. However, it was evident that their speed was far too slow to escape the impending sound wave. In the blink of an eye, the sound wave caught up with the crowd. Almost predictably, anyone who came into contact with the sound wave was sent flying, spitting blood. In mere moments, 20 or 30 individuals were severely injured. Damn it! Gu Lai's expression darkened, his face twisted in rage. Those who had refrained from attacking felt a wave of relief wash over them, wiping sweat from their brows. This sound wave assault had an incredibly broad killing radius. Beneath the creation realm, there was nearly no means of defense. What a terrifying brat! What martial art is this? Countless voices echoed in shocked in the span of merely 10 breaths. Nearly 70% of the over 100 warriors had been grievously wounded. Those left on the ground wailed in agony, their faces contorted in pain. The remaining warriors gazed at the scene with trepidation, trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, the sound wave's reach had its limits. Otherwise, they too would have been unable to escape. Jiu Lai and Bai Luo's faces grew deathly pale. Now, it was all over. In stark contrast to them, Ling Yun and the others stood dumbfounded, expressions of astonishment etched upon their faces. What was happening? Yi Kuang's shout had directly incapacitated 70 or 80 people. This was simply too terrifying. Who? Yi Kuang exhaled deeply, his face flushed, sweat trickling down. The cost of the Xinlong Shao was indeed immense. His dantian now contained less than 30% of its original spiritual energy. However, the destructive capability had proven remarkable. Yi Kuang scanned the surroundings, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The Xinlong Shao was a group attack technique, yielding astonishing results against these formidable cultivators. With that thought, Yi Kuang pressed his lips together, turning to face Gu Lai and Bai Luo, grinning as he said, "Now then, do you have any final words?" His voice dripped with icy malice. "You dare to kill me, brat?" Gu Lai gritted his teeth, his voice low and menacing. Bai Luo beside him appeared increasingly anxious, his expression shifting. Yi Kuang, however, merely smiled, a chilling and murderous grin. "We can certainly find out." He gripped the mysterious iron sword, stepping closer with deliberate intent. Gu Lai's skin twitched. He had but one life. How could he risk it? "Are you all dead? Attack!" he bellowed. "Today, whoever can kill this brat will receive 50 spirit stones from me." Upon hearing this, many were instantly stirred. Such a reward was enough to drive them into a frenzy. Kill! The remaining warriors of the beast mercenary group charged forward with frenzied, bloodshot eyes. Yi Kuang's expression remained indifferent as he gathered his strength. Swinging the mysterious iron sword with determination, boom! A deep sound resonated as the leading few let out shrill cries, instantly falling dead. Blood splattered, showering those behind them, awakening them from their stupor. They gazed at the blood-soaked corpses before them, terror flooding their eyes. The reward was enticing, but could they survive to enjoy it? The warriors from various factions felt a chill run down their spines, their faces reflecting deep apprehension. 50 spirit stones were beyond their reach. "Useless fools, a bunch of worthless trash," Gu Lai cursed angrily, his face contorted as he glared at Yi Kuang. "You little brat, if you wish to kill me, you shall die as well." Boom! A violent power surged around him, waves of overwhelming force spreading rapidly. This guy intends to self-destruct his dantian. Countless hearts tightened in dread. Whoosh! At that moment, Yi Kuang charged forward, his mysterious iron sword sweeping down, striking directly at Gu Lai's dantian. Bang! The overwhelming force erupted, scattering the spiritual energy Gu Lai had gathered, sending him careening backward, bloodied. You are not in a position to self-destruct, Yi Kuang scoffed coldly. After today, the beast mercenary group will cease to exist. As he spoke, his voice faltered, fixating his gaze on Bai Luo and Gu Lai, a sinister glint shimmering in his pitch-black eyes as he declared, "You both must die." Chapter 68. The brute with a chilling tone. Yi Kuang flicked his wrist, and the Xian Tai sword soared forth, transforming into a streak of black light that hurtled directly towards Gu Lai. Swoosh! The icy blade pierced through Gu Lai's body, causing a torrent of blood to erupt forth. The ground around them was swiftly stained crimson, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air, enveloping the scene in an eerie silence. Countless onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, grappling with the surreal nature of the event. The once formidable Gu Lai had met his demise before their very eyes. Many could not suppress a gasp, shivers running down their spines. This young man was indeed a ruthless character. The remaining warriors of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps were left in a daze, unsure of how to react. Should they avenge Gu Lai? That would be tantamount to delivering themselves to death. Should they flee? They glanced around, their expressions bewildered. You actually killed Gu Lai. Bai Luo trembled slightly, a pallor washing over his face. How could he have anticipated that, in enlisting the 100 Beasts mercenary corps? Not only would they fail to eliminate Yi Kuang, but they would also witness Gu Lai's downfall, leaving the majority of the 100 Beasts warriors severely wounded. It could be said that Yi Kuang had single-handedly dismantled the 100 Beasts mercenary corps. Bai Luo swallowed hard, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Master Bai, our grievances should come to an end here. Yi Kuang's gaze was as cold as ice as he bent to retrieve the Xian Tai sword. Advancing slowly. Wait. At that moment, Ling Yun suddenly interjected. Yi Kuang paused, frowning in his direction. Brother Yi, could you allow the people here to leave? After a moment's hesitation, Ling Yun spoke. Yi Kuang regarded him briefly, then nodded and turned to the warriors surrounding them. Are you all still here because you wish to spar with me? Upon hearing this, the crowd shuddered, exchanging glances before scattering in a panic. It was absurd. This young man had wiped out the 100 Beasts mercenary corps, and they would be courting death to challenge him. Thus, the opportunistic onlookers wisely fled the scene. Seizing the moment, the remaining warriors of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps scrambled to their feet, mingling with the crowd to escape hastily. Yi Kuang paid them little mind and turned his attention back to Ling Yun. Can we speak now? Ling Yun nodded, gesturing toward Bai Luo. This fellow possesses a secret of utmost importance, which may pique Brother Ye's interest. What secret? Yi Kuang queried, his brows furrowing in curiosity. Ling Yun's expression turned serious as he enunciated. The spirit stone vein. The moment those words reached Yi Kuang's ears, he was taken aback, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. The spirit stone vein? How do you know this? He pressed urgently. Ling Yun smiled faintly, explaining, I inadvertently learned of it from Gu Yang while I was imprisoned. Gu Yang? Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow. He had yet to encounter this individual. Furthermore, the other leaders of the 100 Beasts mercenary corps had not made an appearance either. They were likely dispatched to investigate the spirit stone vein in secret. Ling Yun speculated. Yi Kuang scrutinized him, asking, So you mean Bai Luo is aware of the secret behind this spirit stone vein? That should be the case, though I cannot be entirely certain. You will have to inquire directly? Ling Yun replied. Yi Kuang shifted his gaze to Bai Luo, who instinctively recoiled at the intensity of his stare. Speak of what you know. Yi Kuang commanded coolly. A cold smirk emerged on Bai Luo's face as he retorted. Why should I tell you? Do you truly believe you possess the standing to negotiate with me? Yi Kuang countered. Bai Luo's eyes flickered, and he inquired, If I divulge this information, will I be spared? That depends on whether what you provide holds any value, Yi Kuang replied, his gaze unwavering. Bai Luo gritted his teeth, conceding, I do indeed have information regarding the spirit stone vein. You were able to rally the 100 Beasts mercenary corps. Presumably because of this, correct? Yi Kuang's tone was flat. Indeed, Bai Luo affirmed. I entrusted a fragment of the map to Gu Lai, hoping he would eliminate you. At this, Yi Kuang moved to Gu Lai's lifeless body, searching meticulously until he uncovered a fragment of the map. He glanced at it, and then raised his head to ask, Where's the other half? Bai Luo's expression shifted. If I hand it over, will I still have my life? If you do not surrender it, you will just as surely meet your end. Yi Kuang replied coolly. With a mocking smile, Bai Luo retorted, If you kill me, the spirit stone vein will remain forever out of reach. Is that so? Yi Kuang's lips curled into a semblance of a smile as he carelessly tossed the fragment into his storage ring, approaching with the Xian Tai sword raised. Since you refuse to speak, I shall be left with no choice but to end your life in my eyes. Releasing a venomous snake incurs a cost far greater than a mere spirit stone vein. He grinned, lifting the sword higher. Wait! Bai Luo's face turned ashen as he exclaimed. This rogue was utterly impervious to reason, completely lacking in any sense of self-preservation. He was a brute. Yet, it was precisely this brute that filled Bai Luo with a sense of dread, akin to a scholar encountering a soldier, an overwhelming helplessness, and no matter how elaborate his schemes, if provoked, a single sword strike would suffice. Now, Master Bai, are you willing to surrender the other half of the map? Yi Kuang asked with a smile. Bai Luo seethed with resentment. Are you saying that if I yield the map, I won't gain anything in return? Yi Kuang chuckled mildly. The benefit is simple. As long as you prove the map's authenticity, you may continue to live, and in this opportunity, you might even escape by a stroke of luck. This outcome not satisfactory. Bai Luo's face twitched involuntarily at the nonchalant proposal. This rogue truly disregarded all logic. Yet, could he truly refuse? Yi Kuang was correct. By surrendering the other fragment of the map, he would indeed have a slim chance of fleeing. Very well, I will comply. Bai Luo gritted his teeth, revealing his unwillingness. A broad smile spread across Yi Kuang's face. For one who stood at death's door, there was no need to negotiate terms. A mere glimmer of hope for survival was enough to compel compliance. Perhaps the chance of survival was minuscule, or even non-existent, but at least Bai Luo saw a flicker of hope for life. Master Bai, please hand it over. Yi Kuang extended his hand, smiling warmly. Bai Luo's face flickered between shades of anger and despair as he regarded that smiling visage. Wishing he could tear it to shreds, however, at this juncture, he could only grit his teeth and retrieve a piece of jade from his person. This is the token. Take it to a small valley to the east of 100 Beasts Town, where someone will provide you with the other half of the map. Chapter 69. The Shattered Spirit Needle. Half an hour later. Brother Yi, I have obtained the item. Ling Yuan entered a stone chamber from the outer plaza. His face beaming with delight, Yi Kuang reached out to accept the fragment of the map, producing the other half from his storage ring. As the two pieces aligned, a complete map materialized before him. Tianshi Mountain. His gaze fell upon the left side of the map, where a distinct black mark was evident. Beneath it were three somewhat blurred characters. Yi Kuang frowned. Although he had located the spirit stone vein, the specific location remained vague. It was worth noting that Tianshi Mountain was a prominent peak, towering nearly 1,000 zhang, with an extensive coverage area. Who could ascertain the precise location of the spirit stone vein within its confines? Master Bai, I believe you have something to say. Yi Kuang turned to Bai Luo, inquiring. Bai Luo's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic gleam, though he masked it well, revealing nothing. You need to infuse your spiritual power into both maps, and the detailed location of the spirit stone vein will naturally unveil itself, he suggested. Yi Kuang pondered for a moment before snapping his fingers. His spiritual power surged forth, transforming into a radiant beam that penetrated both maps. Buzz! The once dim maps suddenly radiated with brilliant light, intricate lines extending forth, seamlessly interlinking the two fragments as they began to merge. Bai Luo observed, a chilling gleam surfacing in the depths of his eyes. This little brat truly believed he had no contingencies in place. Originally prepared for Gulai, but since you have chosen death, I shall grant you your wish. He watched as the light from the maps grew increasingly intense, his smile gradually chilling, eyes glinting with malevolence. Once this brat was eliminated, no one would be able to thwart him. Buzz! As the fusion of the two maps reached its zenith, the brilliant light peaked, and the previously obscure specific location began to materialize. A joyous expression broke out on Yi Kuang's face. The value of a spirit stone vein was incalculable, potentially transforming into an inexhaustible treasure trove for him. With such a discovery, his path of cultivation would become remarkably smooth. Whoosh, however. Just then, the light on the map suddenly contracted, and two indistinct slicing sounds echoed, carrying an eerie chill. Yi Kuang's pupils abruptly constricted. Before he could react, a sharp pain coursed through his body as two violet-red beams penetrated beneath his skin, swiftly vanishing from sight. He staggered backward, a sickly flush suddenly appearing on his face. Brother Yi! Ling Yuan, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, was instantly taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, Haha, you little rascal. I doubt you can escape death this time. A sinister grin spread across Bai Luo's face. He had endured for so long just for this moment. The shattering spirit needle, capable of causing the demise of even a formidable creation realm warrior, once it invaded the meridians, could utterly obliterate a person's dantian. Bai Luo's expression turned frigid as he declared. Yi Kuang's countenance darkened. He sensed that the so-called shattering spirit needle was violently piercing through his meridians, ruthlessly charging toward his dantian, intent on destruction. I truly underestimated you, Yi Kuang remarked icily. This maneuver from his opponent was indeed unexpected. Had it been an ordinary creation realm warrior caught off guard, they would likely have perished on the spot with their dantian destroyed. However, Yi Kuang sensed the approaching shattering spirit needle nearing his dantian. A mocking expression crept onto his face. Could such a trivial needle truly shatter his dantian? Sizzle. The moment the shattering spirit needle collided with his dantian, an extraordinary luminescence reminiscent of the starry sky erupted, enveloping the two needles and swiftly subduing them. You little brat, die for me. Bai Luo's eyes turned feral as he stomped his foot, launching a powerful punch. Yet, Yi Kuang showed no intention of defending himself. His calm demeanor bore a hint of mockery. What a charade, Bai Luo sneered, channeling the scant spiritual energy remaining in his dantian to form layers of fiery red membranes around his fist. However, just as he unleashed his strike, Yi Kuang's body suddenly trembled, and two violet-red beams burst through his skin, hurtling directly toward Bai Luo. Bai Luo's body stiffened instantaneously, frozen in place, as the flames coalescing around his fist dissipated at an astonishing rate. Boom! Moments later, a dull explosion echoed from his abdomen. His skin ruptured, blood gushed forth, staining his garments crimson. Bai Luo's face was etched with disbelief. How could the shattering spirit needle, which had clearly penetrated his body, lead to such a fate? You controlled the shattering spirit needle, he stammered, blood spilling from his mouth as his aura rapidly dwindled. This was because his dantian had been destroyed by the shattering spirit needle. Yi Kuang's expression remained indifferent as he stated coolly, I offered you a chance to live longer, yet you chose to seek your own demise. The Bai family really is insufferable. To think one could destroy his dantian was nothing but a fanciful delusion. He estimated that even in the event of his own demise, it would not affect the existence of the galaxy dantian. This object, strictly speaking, could be considered an unknown mystical treasure. You. Before Bai Luo could complete his sentence, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering backward before ultimately collapsing. He struggled desperately to rise, but it was only a matter of moments before he fell completely silent. Is he dead? Ling Yun finally came to his senses, staring in shock at Bai Luo's lifeless body. The preceding events had unfolded far too swiftly. By the time he comprehended the situation, Bai Luo was already lying on the ground. Yi Kuang shook his head, extending his hand to summon two beams of light that shot forth from Bai Luo's corpse, landing in his palm. They were two violet-red needles, each only a few inches long, their surfaces adorned with peculiar patterns. Shattering spirit needle, this should be a spiritual treasure, right? Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow and remarked. Although this item lacked formidable offensive capabilities, when paired with some unexpected tactics, it could indeed deliver a fatal blow. Had it not been for the existence of the galaxy dantian, he might have lost half his life despite not perishing. It seems that moving forward, one must exercise even greater caution. Yi Kuang stored the shattering spirit needles in his shumi ring, muttering to himself. Anyone who had navigated the martial world for years was rarely simple. Without maintaining sufficient vigilance, one might find themselves unaware of their own demise. Ling Yun, could you please carry this person's corpse outside? Yi Kuang refocused his thoughts and said. Ling Yun nodded, gesturing for others to assist in moving Bai Luo's body. Observing this, Yi Kuang's gaze shifted toward the now fully merged map, a smile blossoming on his face. This expedition to 100 Beasts Town had truly yielded abundant rewards. Chapter 70. The pinnacle of the 9 layers. After studying the map thoroughly, Yi Kuang placed it into his shumi ring, his expression slightly grave. According to the map, there were indeed ferocious beasts residing within Tianshi Mountain. Yi Kuang murmured to himself. In his understanding, even the weakest of these beasts could rival a creation realm warrior. Moreover, the crucial fact was that these creatures were inherently savage, making them far more challenging to deal with than humans. What level of ferocious beast could be found within Tianshi Mountain? If they were too powerful, the matter of the spiritual stone mine would require careful deliberation. Reckless actions were out of the question. As Yi Kuang pondered, Ling Yun, who had finished handling Bai Luo's corpse, re-entered the stone chamber. Ling Yun, do you have any knowledge regarding that spiritual stone mine? Yi Kuang inquired. Ling Yun thought for a moment and replied. Such matters are rarely known within the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps, so I am not well informed. However, It is said that Gu Lai summoned various martial artists to 100 Beast Town specifically for the spiritual stone mine. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang's eyes narrowed. It appeared that this spiritual stone mine was not a place of kindness. Otherwise, given Gu Lai's temperament, he would not be inclined to share such information with others. Brother Yi, if you wish to acquire that spiritual stone mine, you must act swiftly, Ling Yun advised. Hearing this, Yi Kuang chuckled. Are you worried about Gu Yang and the others who were sent out on a mission? Ling Yun nodded, saying, indeed, not only that, but when I went to retrieve the half-map earlier, I did not encounter a single soul. Oh? Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face. What transpired? A sense of unease began to stir within him. According to Bai Luo, the one guarding the half-map was the Blood Flame brothers. Leading a treasure-hunting squad, I'm not certain. Ling Yun replied. I followed the Jade Tablet's guidance and found the location where the half-map was concealed. Yi Kuang furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. Why was the treasure-hunting squad of the Blood Flame brothers missing? There had to be a reason behind this. Ling Yun contemplated. Bai Luo was exceedingly cunning. He would not leave things to chance. The disappearance of the Blood Flame brothers undoubtedly has its cause. Hearing this, Yi Kuang's unease intensified. He frowned and muttered to himself. What kind of conspiracy lies beneath this? Yet with no clues available at present, ruminating on it would yield no results. Forget it. Let's first handle matters here. Yi Kuang gathered his thoughts and inquired, where is the treasure vault of the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps? He recalled that Gu Lai had previously boasted about offering 50 spiritual stones for his life. Thus, he deduced that the treasure vault of the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps must house a considerable amount of spiritual stones. Follow me, Ling Yun replied, turning to lead the way. The two traversed the plaza and soon arrived before a black courtyard. This is where the 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps stores its treasures, Ling Yun indicated. Yi Kuang nodded, pushing open the unguarded courtyard gate and stepping inside. Boom! As the heavy stone door swung open, a dense aura immediately enveloped him. Yi Kuang gazed at the stone chamber before him, a spark of impatience flickering in his eyes. Let us enter together and take a look. Yi Kuang waved his hand and stepped into the stone chamber. The interior was dimly lit, filled with various weapons and oddly shaped items. Yi Kuang glanced around briefly, choosing not to linger, for there was nothing of value to him among the common weapons. It should be here. Yi Kuang navigated past the pile of weapons on the ground. His gaze suddenly sharpened, landing on a nearby iron chest. From within, he sensed familiar vibrations, those belonging to spiritual stones. It's locked. I wonder where the key is? Ling Yun furrowed his brow. Yi Kuang chuckled, gripping the Shin Tai sword, and with a swift strike, split the lock. Bang! The iron lock shattered, flying apart. Yi Kuang stowed his sword and forcefully opened the iron chest. A dazzling radiance erupted forth, momentarily blinding him. Spiritual stones. There were only spiritual stones. Inside the iron chest lay a row of pristine white crystals, exuding wisps of white mist. So many. At least 70 or 80. Ling Yun exclaimed with wide eyes. Having been in this territory for over a decade, he had seen only a handful of spiritual stones, yet here lay nearly 100. Yi Kuang gazed at the spiritual stones before him, his eyes burning with fervor. The 100 Beasts Mercenary Corps possessed an astonishing fortune, harboring such a vast quantity of spiritual stones. Ling Yun, take some and distribute them among the brothers, allowing everyone to enhance their strength as much as possible. Yi Kuang said, suppressing his own greed with a smile. For reasons unknown, after learning about the Blood Flame brothers, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. This. Ling Yun hesitated, his expression revealing uncertainty. He and those brothers were able to survive solely due to Yi Kuang's desperate rescue. Therefore, it stands to reason that they have no rightful claim to share these spirit stones. Yi Kuang chuckled softly, producing 30 spirit stones, and said, take them. He regarded Ling Yun and the others as friends and naturally would not quibble over such trifles. Ling Yun was taken aback for a moment, but ultimately accepted the spirit stones, his face reflecting gratitude as he said, thank you, Brother Yi. Yi Kuang patted his shoulder with a smile, responding, between friends? There is no need for such formality. You may leave now. I will enter seclusion here, and I ask that no one disturbs me. Understood? Ling Yun nodded, refraining from saying anything further as he departed from the stone chamber with the spirit stones in hand. Observing this, Yi Kuang then turned his gaze toward the iron box, that moment. Nearly 50 spirit stones remained within the box. I wonder how many I must absorb to elevate my cultivation to the peak of the spirit pattern realm. Yi Kuang pursed his lips, waved his sleeve, and collected 40 of them into his shumi-ringed eye in the time to come. He aimed to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 9th level. Only in this way would he qualify to challenge the creation realm. With this thought, Yi Kuang immediately sat down on the spot, extending his hand to summon the remaining 8 spirit stones from the iron box, which flew into his grasp. With a focused thought, the star-devouring technique began to operate, gradually consuming the 8 spirit stones. As his cultivation level rose, the process of absorbing spirit stones became less cumbersome than before. With a whoosh, under the transformation of the star-devouring technique, the energies of the 8 spirit stones instantly transformed into torrents of immense spiritual power, surging into his dantian. Yi Kuang's body trembled slightly as he distinctly sensed his cultivation soaring rapidly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he reached the 9th level peak of the spirit pattern realm. Chapter 71. Lin Mo on a mountain path not far from the beast town. A dozen figures approached from a distance. The center of this group was an exquisitely adorned carriage. The carriage was entirely open, draped with flowing pearl curtains that exuded an air of nobility. Have we arrived? At one moment, a detached voice emerged from within the carriage, sounding somewhat indifferent. Upon hearing this, the 2 individuals who had been walking ahead quickly turned around and hastened to the side of the carriage. Their appearances revealed them to be the Blood Flame brothers. Young Master Lin Mo, please be patient for a moment. Just ahead lies the beast town, they said. As the curtain was lifted, a figure dressed in white was revealed. This was a young man with a fair complexion, a languid demeanor, and long black hair cascading down his shoulders, radiating an undeniable charm. I have traveled a great distance from the sect. Do not disappoint me. The youth, referred to as Lin Mo, remarked with a faint smile. The Blood Flame brothers immediately donned obsequious smiles, hastily responding, "What does young Master Lin Mo mean? You are an inner disciple of the Eternal Life sect? How could we dare deceive you? To speak frankly, the head of the Bai family is utterly incapable of dealing with the ferocious beasts within Heavenly Stone Mountain, which is why he has invited you from so far away." Lin Mo let out a light laugh, saying, "Isn't Bai Luo quite familiar with the Jade Sword sect? He should have thought of my Eternal Life sect." The Blood Flame brothers' faces immediately bore forced smiles. For Bai Luo's son was dead. What was there to discuss regarding familiarity with the Jade Sword sect? Furthermore, the Jade Sword sect was too far from Heavenly Stone Mountain, requiring at least 3 to 4 months for a round trip. Where would the time come from? However, despite their thoughts, they dared not display their feelings openly and could only laugh awkwardly. Young Master Lin Mo is jesting. The head of the Bai family holds you in high regard. Lin Mo flicked his sleeve and replied with a faint smile. Very well, when I joined the Eternal Life sect, I indeed received assistance from Bai Luo. This visit serves to repay that kindness. The Blood Flame brothers hastily concurred, not daring to say more. Let us proceed. Lin Mo lowered the curtain and waved his hand. The Blood Flame brothers promptly returned to the front of the group, continuing their journey toward the beast town. Lin Mo sat cross-legged upon the animal hide, his gaze piercing through the swaying pearl curtains to the sky outside. A subtle smile playing on his lips, a spirit stone vein. Is it? Securing it should significantly enhance my competitive edge within the sect. Heh, I hope no fool comes to disrupt this endeavor. In the beast town, within a stone chamber, Yi Kuang sat cross-legged atop the iron box, his aura ebbing and flowing as a white vapor swirled around him, enveloping the entire room in a mist. A certain moment, he slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid AI. Is it finally time? Yi Kuang mused, feeling the roaring spiritual power within his dantian. A smile gracing his face. In the span of this half-day, he had absorbed nearly 20 spirit stones, thereby elevating his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm. At present, I do not sense the opportunity to break through into the creation realm. Perhaps some further refinement is necessary. Yi Kuang spoke to himself. His rapid ascent in power required solidifying his foundation to sense that moment of breakthrough. Otherwise, forcing a progression would result in dire consequences. With this in mind, Yi Kuang closed his eyes once more, beginning to circulate the spiritual power within his dantian, allowing it to flow through his meridians and continuously refine his foundation. Unbeknownst to him, several hours slipped by. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly steady. At this rate, it will require some time to thoroughly solidify my foundation, Yi Kuang murmured. This refinement could not be rushed. He must exercise patience, gradually eliminating the superficiality within his foundation. If only I could acquire another spiritual power star, it might significantly expedite the process, Yi Kuang mused, clenching his fist. As his cultivation progressed, the enhancement from a single spiritual power star had begun to wane. Thus, he needed to break through to the creation realm swiftly, awakening more spiritual power stars and other similar celestial bodies. Let us continue. Yi Kuang focused his mind, preparing to resume his cultivation. Suddenly, A thunderous crash resounded from outside, causing the ground beneath him to tremble. Yi Kuang's expression shifted instantly. He sprang to his feet, fixing his gaze outside. What is happening? Brother Yi, Brother Yi. At that moment, a breathless figure rushed in. What has occurred? Yi Kuang furrowed his brow and inquired. The newcomer, his face flushed and struggling for breath, replied, someone has arrived, and their strength is formidable. Brother Ling Yun and the others attempted to intervene but have already been injured. Yi Kuang's expression darkened at once, an icy glint flickering in his eyes. Let us go. Take me there, he spoke in a low, cold voice. The newcomer hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way. Once again, they stood in that square, this moment. Around 20 to 30 figures had gathered there. Heh, Ling Yun, why be so stubborn? Hand over that brat, and perhaps you may save a life. From the front of the crowd, the Blood Flame brothers stepped forward, their faces twisted with mockery as they fixed their gaze ahead. There, 7 or 8 figures lay sprawled on the ground, unmistakably Ling Yun and his companions. Blood Flame, do not be so arrogant. Even Bai Luo and Gu Lai fell at Brother Ye's hands. What are you worth? Ling Yun struggled to rise, his pallid face contorting into a cold smile. Upon hearing this, the Blood Flame brothers' pupils involuntarily constricted. When they had just learned this news, they were shocked for quite a while. Who could have anticipated that so much would transpire in just over half a month? However, soon enough, a sense of dark delight crept into their hearts. Their relationship with Bai Luo had been merely one of mutual benefit. Now that Bai Luo and Gu Lai were dead, there were simply fewer people to share the spirit stone vein with them. Young Master Lin Imo, the map must be in that brat's possession, Blood Flame remarked, glancing at the nearby carriage in a hushed tone. Ling Yun, upon hearing this, could not help but reveal a hint of terror in his gaze as he stared at the carriage. Previously, they had not even seen the individuals within the carriage before being effortlessly injured. Such methods were truly terrifying. Hand over the map and leave the beast town. You may yet preserve a life. A detached voice emanated from within the carriage. Ling Yun's expression shifted at once, his teeth clenched in silence. Kill them all. After a moment of silence, another cold and merciless voice resounded from within the carriage. Upon hearing this, the Blood Flame brothers' faces twisted with malice. They still did not believe that after killing these people, the brat would remain hidden. However, just as the two prepared to strike, their expressions suddenly changed, and they quickly looked up ahead. There, a youth bearing a heavy black sword approached, striding forward leisurely. Chapter 72. Lin Mo's arrogance. The atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically with the arrival of the youth, plunging into an eerie silence. Eyes converged upon him, imbued with a sense of inexplicable significance. The faces of the Blood Flame brothers changed, and instinctively, they took a few steps back, a flicker of alarm flashing in their eyes. They were acutely aware of the young man's ruthless methods. In just over half a month, he had dispatched 2 formidable beings of the creation realm, and the once mighty beast mercenary corps had fallen as a result. Such accomplishments were undeniably intimidating to them. On the carriage, Lin Imo, who had previously appeared indifferent, now raised his head, his gaze piercing through the swaying pearl curtains to the approaching youth. You must be the renowned genius known as the bride's attire. Am I correct? Lin Mo's eyes slightly lowered, his expression regaining its calm as he spoke in a flat tone. Although the latter indeed possesses some noteworthy qualities in his eyes, he ultimately does not qualify as a formidable opponent. Yi Kuang halted his steps, lifting his gaze with his pitch-black eyes fixed on the carriage, and coldly remarked, "Since you have injured my friend upon your arrival, you ought to introduce yourself." The beaded curtain was lifted, revealing the handsome visage of Lin Imo, who gazed at the young man ahead, the corners of his slightly thin lips curving into a subtle smile. I am Lin Imo, an inner disciple of the Chongqing sect. Yi Kuang's eyes narrowed slightly. This scene before him was unexpectedly that of an inner disciple of the Chongqing sect. It is worth noting that while the distinction between outer and inner disciples is merely a single character, their statuses are worlds apart. Young Master Yi, strictly speaking, you are still my junior. So there are certain protocols you should be aware of, Lin Imo said with a faint smile. Nonchalantly, I hail from a rural background and am unfamiliar with the customs of your noble lineage. Yi Kuang replied calmly. Haha, what a sharp tongue you possess. Lin Imo responded with a smile. I am merely speaking of the customs of the Chongqing sect. Are you not a disciple of the Chongqing sect? A cold smirk flickered in Yi Kuang's eyes, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. Speak your mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's countenance darkened. You truly are an uncouth individual, lacking even the most basic decorum before your senior. Shaking his head, he continued, very well, considering you have yet to enter the Chongqing sect. I shall teach you what rules a new disciple ought to observe. In an instant, as his words fell, he dashed out of the carriage, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as he delivered a powerful palm strike. Wei Kuang's expression turned cold. His hands were swiftly enveloped in a glaze of azure, gripping the mysterious iron sword tightly, raising it defensively before him. Bang! The force of the palm descended, unleashing a terrifying power that caused the mysterious iron sword to tremble violently. Wei Kuang's feet sank into the ground, a searing pain akin to broken bones radiating throughout his body. Before long, his complexion flushed crimson, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, retreating in a disheveled manner. Merely a casual strike had nearly inflicted grave injury upon him, a cultivator at the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm. The strength of Lin Mo was evident. Have you now learned to respect your senior? Lin Mo retracted his hand expressionlessly, stating in a calm tone, to be frank, had it not been for our shared sect affiliation today, you would already be a corpse. Thus, you should consider yourself fortunate, grateful that you still draw breath. Wei Kuang, clutching the mysterious iron sword, staggered to his feet, his blood-stained eyes fixed upon Lin Mo, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. So, must I thank you then? Is that not the case? Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, I have forewarned you of the rules to prevent you from entering the sect only to be unaware of your own insignificance, ending up crushed in some inconspicuous corner. With that, he shook his head and said, enough of this idle chatter. Hand over the map to the spirit stone mine. That is not something you are qualified to possess. Moreover, surrendering it to me will also avert the misfortune of an innocent bearing the brunt of your crime. Wei Kuang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a derisive chuckle escaping him as his expression darkened swiftly. You dare speak such nonsense? The items I possess are not for a cur like you to claim. The outburst caused expressions of astonishment to ripple across the faces of Shui Yin and his companions. Had this boy lost his mind? Did he not know who stood before him? Lin Mo, too, was taken aback by this insolent remark. He had not anticipated that a mere newcomer, who did not even qualify as a disciple, would dare speak to him in such a manner. His expression rapidly turned frigid, a chilling malice flashing through his eyes. You fool! With a stomp of his foot, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, rapidly coalescing in midair into a colossal spiritual fist measuring half a meter in size. Within the fist, an indescribable and terrifying spiritual power surged, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Not to mention Yi Kuang. Even several experts at the transformation realm would likely be obliterated by a single punch. Wei Kuang pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed upon the enormous spiritual fist, yet he appeared remarkably calm, revealing no hint of fear. This fellow's desire to kill him was perhaps a thought too ambitious. Die. Lin Mo's gaze darkened as the spiritual fist rocketed forward, the air exploding in its wake, directly aimed at Yi Kuang's crown. The force of this strike was sufficient to wreak havoc. Since you refuse to heed your senior's good intentions, then go to hell and learn how to conduct yourself in your next life. He stated coldly as the spiritual fist drew near. The pressure of the fierce wind caused Yi Kuang's skin to tighten, as though it were about to be torn apart. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, treating the entire scenario as if it were invisible to him. Yi brother! Ling Yun's face changed dramatically at this sight. Would Yi Kuang survive this blow? However, no matter how anxious he felt, it was futile, for, boom, the spiritual fist struck down, and the horrific force instantly engulfed Yi Kuang, the ground around them upheaving in layers, countless cracks spreading outwards to every corner of the plaza. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the power of an inner disciple of the Chongqing sect? It is utterly terrifying. Afterward, retrieve the items from that lad and head straight to the spirit stone mine's location. Lin Mo commanded indifferently, gesturing dismissively before turning to leave for his carriage, his demeanor akin to one who has crushed an ant, devoid of any interest in glancing back. Yet, just as Lin Mo stepped onto the carriage, his gaze abruptly sharpened, and he turned sharply to Ian. The next moment, his expression changed dramatically. In the shattered plaza, a lone figure stood erect. Though his face was pale, it exuded an air of tranquility. He lifted his head to survey his surroundings, where a massive azure barrier had formed, perfectly shielding him within. The earlier spiritual fist had been entirely repelled by this barrier. Who is it? Lin Mo's expression darkened, a flicker of astonishment flashing through his eyes. The person capable of silently saving that lad must possess formidable cultivation. His gaze swept around, finally settling upon an ancient tree outside the plaza. At its apex stood a figure clad in purple robes, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down with an indifferent expression. Upon recognizing the features of this individual, Lin Mo's pupils constricted in shock. It is you. A tempest of emotions surged within him. How could this person be here, and why had he intervened to save that lad? The purple-robed figure cast a calm glance at Lin Mo, stating, "Leave this place." The expression on Lin Mo's face shifted, gritting his teeth. "Why? Do you intend to assist a stranger?" The purple-robed figure replied, "Leave this place. I shall not repeat myself." "Impossible." Lin Mo's composure began to falter. He had only just been on the verge of obtaining the map to the Spirit Stone Mine, yet this unexpected turn of events left him unable to accept it. What frustrated him even more was that the one obstructing him was also a member of the Chongqing sect. "Senior Brother Yin, this lad is merely an arrogant and ignorant waste. Why do you choose to intervene on his behalf?" Lin Mo shouted in anger. Boom. As his words fell, the plaza before him erupted violently, creating a deep pit several meters wide. The terrifying aftershock swept outward, tearing away layers of the ground. Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He instinctively stepped back, swallowing hard. Had that previous strike landed on him, he would have had no chance to retaliate. "Leave this place," the purple-robed figure said coldly, seemingly disinterested in saying another word. Lin Mo's gaze shifted rapidly, gritting his teeth. "Can you tell me why?" "My junior sister said that she would handle all the consequences," the purple-robed figure replied, casting him a fleeting glance, his tone indifferent. "Thus, if you do not leave, I will kill you." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression turned ashen. "Junior sister? What is the meaning of this? Fine, I shall depart." Despite his numerous grievances, he dared not joke with his own life. For this senior brother Yin would indeed carry out his threat. "You little brat, the moment senior brother Yin departs, I will certainly kill you." Lin Mo vowed silently as he boarded the carriage, and no matter what, he would not relinquish the Spirit Stone Mine that was so close at hand. "By the way, if I discover that you are harboring thoughts of revenge afterward, then you need not return to the Chongqing sect." A voice devoid of warmth echoed in his ears. Lin Mo's body froze instantly, his expression shifting between green and red, reflecting extreme rage and unwillingness. He clenched his fists tightly and boarded the carriage without uttering a word. "Depart." Upon hearing this command, Shui Yin and his companions felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Hastily taking the reins of the carriage, not daring to look back, the events that had just transpired had left them trembling in fear. Should senior brother Yin be displeased, they would likely be obliterated with a mere slap. Yi Kuang watched as the carriage turned away and departed the plaza, his expression icy and silent. He understood that he could not intervene, for the strengths of both parties were not even remotely comparable. "Lin Mo, is it? Once I arrive at the Eternal Life sect, I shall reclaim this debt bit by bit." Yi Kuang's eyes were icy, revealing a chilling intent to kill. Had it not been for the intervention of the man in the purple robe earlier, he would already be a lifeless corpse. Such a profound enmity, how could it go unavenged? "If you wish to kill me, you are incapable of doing so." The purple-robed man descended from the ancient tree and landed upon the uneven square, speaking in a tone devoid of urgency. Perhaps, Yi Kuang did not engage in further debate, for the truth would ultimately prove itself. He clasped his hands and expressed, "I am grateful for your timely rescue. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay this kindness in no need." The purple-robed man waved his hand dismissively and replied, "My presence here is solely due to my junior sister, and has nothing to do with you, so you need not feel indebted. Moreover, it would be of no benefit to me." Yi Kuang said nothing, for in the undertones of the other's words, he sensed a condescension in the eyes of the purple-robed man. His gratitude was rendered meaningless simply because his own strength did not warrant the former's attention. He smiled calmly, his expression betraying no anger. "Although you may not care, I adhere to my principles." Yi Kuang asserted, "Do as you wish." The purple-robed man regarded him with an impassive demeanor, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. "How did you discover my presence earlier?" "A sensation," Yi Kuang replied with a faint smile. Long before Lin Mo made a move, he had sensed this individual's arrival with his acute perception. Otherwise, he would not have remained stationary. "I have heard much about your adeptness in soul perception, and it appears to be true," the purple-robed man stated. "Here is a piece of advice. Once you reach the Eternal Life sect, suppress any notions of vengeance, for such emotions are not only futile but may also bring about your own demise. Additionally, your status is that of an outer disciple, while Lin Mo is an inner disciple. Should he wish to eliminate you, it would not be overly difficult. This, you shall understand once you arrive at the Eternal Life sect." Yi Kuang's gaze flickered as he inquired, "Is interdisciple combat permitted within the Eternal Life sect?" The purple-robed man cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "Is that so strange? Do you truly believe the Eternal Life sect is some ivory tower? It is far more brutal than the forest of beasts. If you feel daunted, you may return and spare your junior sister the embarrassment." "Junior sister? Who is the junior sister you speak of?" Yi Kuang frowned and asked. "You will know once you reach the Eternal Life sect." The purple-robed man shook his head. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang's eyes involuntarily flickered as he pondered. "Lastly, I offer you one more piece of advice. With your current strength, do not attempt to meddle with the spirit stone veins," the purple-robed man warned. "Why?" Yi Kuang frowned. "Do you think the spirit stone veins are treasures one can simply take?" The purple-robed man replied flatly. "To speak frankly, do not think that even with 10 martial artists of the transformation realm, you would return alive." Yi Kuang was taken aback. The so-called spirit stone veins were indeed that fearsome? Having said this, the choice of action is yours, the purple-robed man remarked, shaking his head as he turned away. "Might I inquire your name, esteemed sir?" Yi Kuang asked. "There is no need for that." The purple-robed man swiftly departed the square. Just as he was about to vanish, a faint voice resonated in the air above the square. "Make haste to the Eternal Life sect, for becoming a true outer disciple is no simple matter." Chapter 74. Spirit Needle and Ascension Blade. Yi Kuang gazed in the direction of the departing purple-robed man, a contemplative expression crossing his face. From the implications of the other's words, it seemed that he was not yet a true outer disciple. Was there still an entrance examination to undergo? He murmured, a hint of intrigue surfacing on his youthful visage. He was quite eager to discover what the Eternal Life sect, which produced such self-proclaimed noble disciples, truly entailed. "Brother Yi, what are your plans moving forward?" Ling Yun approached and inquired. Yi Kuang gathered his thoughts, remaining silent for a moment before responding. "I shall set aside the matter of the spirit stone veins for now. My priority is to reach the Eternal Life sect as swiftly as possible." "Set aside?" Ling Yun expressed surprise. "Indeed," Yi Kuang nodded. "The purple-robed man speaks the truth. Attempting to excavate the spirit stone veins with our current strength would be akin to seeking one's own demise. This is evident from how far Bai Luo traveled to invite Lin Mo, and from the purple-robed man's demeanor. The spirit stone veins undoubtedly conceal unimaginable dangers. Given my present strength, I may not even survive the approach. Brother Ling Yun, I have a favor to ask of you. Yi Kuang contemplated before speaking. "Please, Brother Yi," Ling Yun replied. Yi Kuang's expression turned serious. "After I depart, you must immediately head to Tianshi Mountain and find a place to reside nearby. Remaining vigilant of your surroundings." Ling Yun's eyes flickered. "What do you mean?" Yi Kuang smiled. "Once I have amassed sufficient strength at the Eternal Life sect, I shall naturally seek you out and explore the spirit stone veins. Until then, I must rely on you. No problem." Ling Yun nodded, his expression earnest. Yi Kuang patted his shoulder. "During this time, you may encounter Gu Yang and his group. Do your best to avoid them and refrain from any conflicts." Ling Yun frowned. "Are you not worried they will discover the spirit stone veins?" Yi Kuang chuckled. "Fear not. Without a map to guide them, those individuals could scour Tianshi Mountain to no avail and still not uncover the location of the spirit stone veins." He possessed the map, thus was acutely aware that Gu Yang and his group would find it impossible to locate the veins. Ling Yun nodded. "When will you set off?" "After resting for a day to recover." "I will depart tomorrow," Yi Kuang stated. Ling Yun smiled. "In that case, we shall wait for your good news nearby Tianshi Mountain." Yi Kuang nodded, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon, a faint smile gracing his features, tinged with defiance. "The Eternal Life sect, is it? I hope it truly offers me a path to strength." He clenched his fist, his expression shifting subtly, for in 3 years, within the Jade Sword sect, a figure awaited him. He had no desire to endure the same humiliation once more. "Shang Guanyu, in 3 years, I shall stand before you and reclaim all that is owed." A whisper of self-reflection lingered in the air. The next day, as dawn's light illuminated the skies above Hundred Beasts Town, a young man, bearing a heavy black sword upon his back, walked along a nearby path at a measured pace. The golden rays cascaded down, casting a solitary glow upon the youth. "Brothers, we shall meet again in the future." Yi Kuang paused at the entrance of Hundred Beasts Town, turning back to wave at Ling Yun and the others, before resolutely setting forth into the golden dawn, heading toward the town's outskirts. "Brother Yi, let the disciples of the Eternal Life sect see that we, who hail from humble beginnings, are no lesser than anyone else, and can forge a path of our own glory in martial arts. Brother Yi, we await the moment of your renown." Just as his figure began to fade from view, fervent voices echoed from behind. A smile graced Yi Kuang's lips as he lifted his gaze toward the east, his youthful face illuminated by a golden radiance. Eternal life sect, here I come. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light, darting away into the distance. Days later, deep within a dense forest, a campfire flickered, illuminating the silhouette of a young man. Yi Kuang sat cross-legged upon a tree stump, his expression tranquil, breathing evenly and steadily. Around him, wisps of white energy swirled, occasionally stirring in gentle waves. After a while, Yi Kuang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight surfacing within. Through this period of refinement, his foundation had nearly reached perfection, and the opportunity to break into the transformation realm was drawing near. The cultivation of the Golden Sun technique has allowed me to proficiently harness the power of the Great Golden Sun. Yi Kuang pursed his lips, muttering to himself. As for the Profound Dragon Mirror, I should have also mastered the first stage of the Profound Dragon's Roar by now, shedding that initial awkwardness. At this juncture, he could not help but feel a sense of gratitude. Without the martial arts star, he would not have been able to devote his focus to cultivating 2 martial arts disciplines while refining his foundation. And this, Yi Kuang's mind stirred, and radiant patterns extended from his back, accompanied by a gentle rustle as a pair of translucent wings unfurled behind him. With a soft flap, a gust of wind swept through the surroundings. I wonder if I will be able to sustain prolonged flight once my strength breaks into the transformation realm. Yi Kuang turned his head, an expression of anticipation gracing his face. This flying spirit wing demands an immense amount of spiritual energy. Even with his current pinnacle strength at the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm, it proves to be somewhat taxing. After a brief moment, Yi Kuang seemed to have an epiphany. With a flicker of thought, the Shumi ring on his finger shimmered, and 2 slender crimson needles materialized in his grasp. Indeed, the shattering spirit needles. He stroked his chin, a contemplative expression gracing his face, as he mused, the method of attack of this object bears some resemblance to the ascending spirit blade. I wonder if the 2 can be fused. As he spoke, he activated the flight wings on his back, a cascade of crystalline light descending around him, transforming into 2 semicircular blades of light. Let us give it a try. Yi Kuang flicked his fingers, sending the shattering spirit needles soaring towards the 2 blades. A resounding hum echoed as the 2 forces clashed, unleashing a violent wave of energy, each force fiercely repelling the other without a hint of merging. Observing this, Yi Kuang couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed he had overthought the matter. Very well, I shall rest for the night and continue my journey tomorrow. With a wave of his sleeve, he intended to retract the shattering spirit needles. However, at that moment, a sudden realization struck him. Perhaps he could attempt once more. After a brief contemplation, a command was transmitted to his galactic Dantian. Chapter 75. Arrival at the Longevity Sect buzzing. Within Yi Kuang's Dantian, the devouring star began to rotate slowly, emanating a black luminescence that coalesced into a swirling vortex before him. Within this vortex lay a domineering force of absorption, so profound that it seemed capable of engulfing even the human spirit. Yi Kuang flicked his fingers once more, and the black vortex shot forth, heading straight for the ascending spirit blade and the shattering spirit needles. Upon contact, he was astonished to see the once repelling ascending spirit blade and shattering spirit needles gradually soften, their previously confrontational energies retracting. It truly works. Joy illuminated Yi Kuang's face. This so-called devouring power was indeed miraculous. Not only could it consume all, but it also possessed remarkable inclusiveness, adept at perfectly resolving the inherent repulsion between 2 entities. Thus, under his gaze, the ascending spirit blade and the shattering spirit needles began to merge. This process continued for less than half an hour, until a single purple-red blade of light manifested before him. They had completely fused. Yi Kuang beheld this scene. Unable to contain his delight, he could sense the terrifying power of this purple-red blade, sharp enough to cleave even the hardest stone in twain. Moreover, due to the incorporation of the shattering spirit needles, the so-called spiritual defense was as fragile as paper before it. Let us see how powerful it is. With a thought, the purple-red blade surged forth, tracing a circular path in opposite directions. Sizzle. As the 2 blades returned to him, every ancient tree within several zhang was severed, their cut surfaces smooth and flawless, leaving no trace behind. Yi Kuang smacked his lips, astonished. When it came to sheer lethality, this weapon was even more formidable than the Xinlong Howl. After all, the latter was merely a group attack technique, lacking the dominance of the current creation. From now on, I shall name you the Shattering Spirit Blade. He smiled at the 2 purple-red blades before him. Whoosh! With that, the Shattering Spirit Blade transformed into a crystalline radiance. Returning to the flight wings, Yi Kuang retracted the wings, his gaze penetrating through the campfire towards the distant, dim horizon, a spark of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. At this rate, in 5 or 6 days, he would reach the longevity sect. He had many aspirations for this powerful force, ranked among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Surely, it would be an extraordinary place. A gentle laughter echoed around the campfire, and his eyes gradually closed as he entered into meditation. 5 days later, by a clear stream, a massive wild bull was drinking deeply, the sound of its gulping audible even from several meters away. Moo! Suddenly, the bull halted its drinking, a low sound emanating from its nostrils. Instinctively, it sensed an approaching danger. Whoosh! Just as it turned, a swift sound of rushing wind broke the silence, a black ray descending from the sky. Piercing through the bull's neck, blood spurted forth as the bull let out a mournful moo, its massive body collapsing into the stream. Gushing blood turned the water crimson, the acrid scent of blood quickly permeating the air. A lithe figure darted through the branches, landing deftly beside the fallen bull. It was none other than Yi Kuang, who had been hastening towards the longevity sect. He drew forth his Xian iron sword, his gaze fixating on the bull's 2 black horns. What a fine treasure! Yi Kuang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had been watching this bull for quite some time, finally seizing the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. The black horns of a bull capable of rivaling a peak 9th layer spiritual pattern realm warrior should be quite valuable. Grinning, Yi Kuang swung his Xian iron sword, cleanly severing the 2 horns and stowing them in his Shumi ring. His smile broadened as he realized he had collected many valuable items from the beasts along his journey. Once he reached the longevity sect, he could exchange them for resources suited to his training, expediting his strength enhancement. After all, the figure in the purple robe had mentioned that competition within the longevity sect would be even more brutal than here. To obtain quality resources, one must possess formidable strength. Crossing the ridge ahead, he should soon reach the longevity sect. Yi Kuang gazed towards the distant horizon, where a towering stone peak loomed, rising 300 zhang high, surrounded by an endless expanse of forest. I shall take a brief rest before proceeding. He swung his Xian iron sword, slicing off a leg of the bull, then swiftly vanished into the nearby forest. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, when he re-emerged, he was dragging a large pile of firewood behind him. Time for a meal to regain my strength. Yi Kuang set up the firewood and ignited it, then turned his attention to the bull's leg, grinning. Half an hour later, the crackling of burning wood filled the air as Yi Kuang sat cross-legged on a rock, skewering the bull leg with his Xian iron sword, roasting it until the juices flowed and it turned golden brown, utterly tantalizing. Almost done, he tore off a piece of the cooked meat, inhaling its aroma before popping it into his mouth and chewing vigorously. Delicious. Yi Kuang's eyes sparkled as he disregarded any semblance of decorum, taking a huge bite from the bull leg. After a hearty feast, he left nothing but bones. As a practitioner of spiritual energy, his consumption was far beyond that of a mere mortal, casually tossing the bones aside. He stood up, letting out a few contented burps. Let us go. With a firm step, he darted towards the stone peak. Half a day later, standing atop the stone peak, Yi Kuang gazed down, his face awash with profound astonishment. Before him lay an expansive mountain range, seemingly endless. Towering palatial structures rose at various points, exuding an imposing aura. Some palaces resembled small mountains, radiating golden light, resembling a sun. Others stood merely a few zhang high but bore an ancient majesty that felt both mysterious and awe-inspiring. Connecting these edifices were iron chain bridges, with figures flitting about. Faintly, he could hear boisterous shouts emanating from various directions. Is this the longevity sect? Yi Kuang was filled with awe, unable to quell the tumult of emotions within. Compared to this place, Qingyun town felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Each palace here was a marvel in its own right, and it was no wonder the longevity sect was counted among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. It was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 76. Zhun Xiong halt. Who goes there? Before a towering city wall, dozens of armored guards flanked the gates. As they spotted the approaching youth, one stepped forward, blocking his path with a spear, and in a deep voice inquired. Yi Kuang paused, lifting his gaze to the grand plaque above the gate, where 3 radiant ancient characters read, Longevity Sect. A faint smile crossed Yi Kuang's lips as he produced a jade token from his person, presenting it to the armored guard. Disciple token? The guard took the token, examining it with a hint of surprise as he glanced at Yi Kuang. This young man, despite his age, possessed a token from the longevity sect. Follow me. The guard returned the token, uttering a brief command before turning to walk through the city gate. Yi Kuang promptly followed. As he passed through the gate and entered the domain of the longevity sect. An indescribable ancient aura enveloped him. His gaze swept over the ancient bluestone path before him, lined with towering edifices. Under the guard's lead, Yi Kuang advanced until he arrived at a spacious courtyard. This will be your residence in 7 days. The test for new outer disciples will take place. Only those who pass may become true outer disciples. The armored guard regarded him and added, make good use of your time to cultivate. Thank you. Yi Kuang clasped his fists in gratitude. The guard nodded and departed without further delay. Yi Kuang gazed at the gate before him, his eyes surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, and an overwhelming sense of loneliness welled up within him. As he stepped into the expansive Chongqing sect for the first time, a wave of apprehension and unease washed over him. Is this where my future begins? Yi Kuang took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, softly murmuring to himself. After a moment, he gathered his composure and approached the black gate, pushing it open. His gaze was immediately drawn to the courtyard, where several youthful figures came into view. 3 young men and 1 young woman stood there. The girl, not much older, donned a light blue dress, her beauty radiating a vibrant youthful energy. Among the boys, one particularly plump figure caught the eye. He appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age, yet his robust frame towered above the others. Wow, a newcomer has arrived, the chubby boy exclaimed, leaping up with a rhythmic jiggle of his flesh. He quickly made his way towards Yi Kuang. Reacting instinctively, Yi Kuang took a few steps back, avoiding the boy's enthusiastic charge. Hey, no need to be afraid. The rotund lad leaned forward, flashing a friendly smile as he extended his hand. Little brother, I'm Xingxiu, hailing from a small town miles away. Yi Kuang's lips twitched momentarily. Xingxiu? Truly a bear. What a bold name. Little brother, let us be friends. Xingxiu grinned, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons as he shook his hand. Yi Kuang regained his composure, a smile breaking across his face as he replied, I am Yi Kuang. Brother Xiong, Hello. A hint of embarrassment crept onto his face, clearly feeling that the previous address was inappropriate, and he quickly corrected himself. Zhan Xiong chuckled heartily, his demeanor innocuous as he turned to introduce the other 2 boys. This is Lu Ming, and this is Yang Yin. Then his gaze shifted to the girl in the light blue dress, a grin spreading across his face. And here is our group's only beauty, Zhao Qian. Isn't she lovely? He winked at Yi Kuang, his smile taking on a slightly mischievous tone. Let me tell you a secret, Zhao Qian is still single, so you still have a chance. However, Xingxiu patted his own belly, you'll have to outshine me first if you wish to win her over. Fatty, if you say one more word, I'll break your legs, the girl declared, her delicate hands on her hips as she glared at him in annoyance. Zhan Xiong merely retracted his neck, his grin unwavering. Yi Kuang was at a loss for words, suddenly realizing that this chubby boy was quite the character. What do you mean by our group? He inquired, recalling Xingxiu's earlier remark with a hint of confusion. Xingxiu grinned widely. Newly admitted outer disciples are grouped in 10s. Each group must offer tributes to an inner disciple. Tributes? Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow, his expression deepening with perplexity. Indeed, there are strict hierarchical relationships among the disciples of Chongqing sect. Each group of outer disciples must hand over half of their monthly earnings to the inner disciples. He explained. Typically, these tributes are spirit stones. Half of the spirit stones? Yi Kuang's face paled, his expression shifting dramatically. That's outrageous. Does that mean it's equivalent to the combined earnings of 5 outer disciples in a month? Xingxiu wore a bitter smile as he sighed. Who would disagree? It's truly harsh. We must strive to become inner disciples. Otherwise, we'll be bullied mercilessly. Yi Kuang's lips twitched slightly. Who should our group submit the spirit stones to? That hasn't been decided yet, but it should be after the assessment, Xingxiu replied, shrugging. Right now, everyone is broke. Where would the spirit stones come from? Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang instinctively touched his shumi ring. Recalling that he had over 20 spirit stones inside, it seemed that in the coming week, he would need to absorb them diligently. He thought to himself, helplessly, that the rules of Chongqing sect were rather merciless, leaving no room for newcomers to breathe. Shaking his head, he felt a sense of resignation. Clearly, the purple-robed man was correct. This place was far more brutal than the beast forest. Are there only you few here? He asked, reining in his thoughts. Xingxiu shrugged. The other 5 have long since arrived but have been holed up in their rooms practicing. You needn't pay them any mind. They're rather arrogant and ignore us. Why is that? Yi Kuang probed. Why else? It's simply because those individuals hail from a small city that produced a few inner disciples, Zhan Xiong replied, a hint of displeasure etching his features, clearly having endured some disdain over time. Yi Kuang couldn't help but chuckle. He had anticipated such a scenario. Come, let me show you to your room, Xingxiu said, rolling his shoulders, clearly uninterested in further complaints. Yi Kuang nodded and followed suit. Inside the spacious room, there was only a wooden couch, which appeared exceedingly simple. Heh, don't mind the simplicity. While Chongqing sect may be affluent, they are quite stingy. Unless you become an inner disciple. You won't receive any benefits, Xingxiu remarked with a quirky smile. That's all right, Yi Kuang replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. He was not born into a prominent sect and did not mind such modest accommodations. By the way, what exactly is the assessment in 7 days? He pondered aloud. Xingxiu chuckled. It's quite simple. Really, it's a kind of obstacle course game. As long as our group can withstand the inner disciples for the duration of an incense stick, we'll pass. Before that, there seems to be a talent assessment, but it's not particularly significant, he added. Thank you, Yi Kuang smiled. Hey brother Yi, you better prepare well. Enduring an incense stick's time against the inner disciples is no easy feat. Zhang Xiong cautioned. I understand, Yi Kuang replied. His lips pressed together as a flicker of determination crossed his eyes. You should have some knowledge of the 3 pavilions and 7 sects, correct? Xingxiu thumped his chest, causing his ample flesh to quiver. Of course. When it comes to understanding the 3 pavilions and 7 sects, I dare say there are few in this cohort of outer disciples who could rival me. Have you heard of Senior Brother Yin? Yi Kuang's face lit up with eagerness as he inquired. Huh? Xingxiu scratched his head, an awkward smile creeping across his face. Who is Senior Brother Yin? I've never heard of him. Upon hearing this string of questions, a dark line appeared on Yi Kuang's forehead, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. It seemed this plump fellow was merely boasting, leaving him feeling disappointed. Ask again. Go ahead. This time, I assure you I'll know, Xingxiu said, his face reddening in embarrassment. Yi Kuang sighed in exasperation. He felt as though he was being led astray by this unreliable companion. With a resigned smile, he clung to his last glimmer of hope and asked, There is a female disciple from the Jade Sword sect named Shangguanyu. You must know of her, right? Shangguanyu? Zhang Xiong's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly replied, I know her, I really do. This woman is quite formidable. It's said she broke through to the great perfection of the transformation realm in just a month or 2 after returning to the Jade Sword sect. Yi Kuang's eyes sharpened, realizing how swiftly her strength had escalated. The innate realms, transformation, spirit communication, and 9 cauldrons. Each had subdivisions of small success, great success, perfection, grand perfection, and sealing. Neither Gu Lai nor Bai Luo, whom he had previously encountered, had even reached the small success of the transformation realm, far from attaining great success. According to what I've heard, she will likely reach the perfection stage of the transformation realm within 2 months. Xingxiu continued, his grin wide. This woman has been taken under the personal tutelage of the Jade Sword sect's leader and is enjoying resources that are simply enviable. Moreover, it's likely that Shangguanyu will soon ascend the talented ones list and compete against those super prodigies. He added, rumor has it that, based on her displayed talent, she might even break into the top 3 of the talented ones list. Hearing this, Yi Kuang's expression grew solemn. He understood that Shangguanyu's rapid breakthroughs were not only due to the Jade Sword sect's intensive training, but also her years of accumulated foundation. After all, despite her stagnation in power prior to the restoration of her mental faculties, she had never ceased her training. What is the talented ones list? Yi Kuang asked. A look of yearning appeared on Zhang Xiong's face as he licked his lips. It's the highest-ranking list among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Anyone who can be listed there is an extraordinary prodigy. At this point, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Discussing such matters is futile, as it's a level beyond our reach. Beneath the esteemed Tianjiao list, our Chongqing sect alone boasts several rankings, with the weakest being that of the outer disciple. However, even to ascend this outer disciple list, one must pass the upcoming test in 7 days. Moreover, the majority can only secure positions at the tail end, lacking even the qualifications to break into the top 30. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang appeared somewhat bewildered. The potential of the top 3 on the Tianjiao list? A faint smile curved at the corners of his lips, revealing a stubborn and resolute spirit. Shangguanyu, regardless of how high you stand today, I shall stand before you in 3 years. Xingxiu, noticing Yi Kuang's daze, waved his hand in front of him and chuckled. What's wrong? Have you been struck dumb? Yi Kuang, suppressing the tumult within, revealed a peculiar glimmer in his dark eyes. In 7 days, I shall secure a spot within the top 30 of the outer disciple list. In the past, he had not favored boasting in front of others, choosing instead to toil silently. Yet now, perhaps it was the deep-seated pride of youth that had been severely provoked, leading to a slight loss of composure. He was no sage, unperturbed by accolades or slights. He possessed his own dignity and sense of honor. He was determined to prove, to himself and to that woman, that her previous choice had been a grave error. This might appear somewhat laughable, a naive sentiment of youth. Nevertheless, his tenacious spirit would drive him to strive for it, even if it left him battered and bruised. Xingxiu, observing Yi Kuang's current demeanor, wished to say something but ultimately remained silent. Though he appeared simple-minded, his sensitivity allowed him to perceive the unusual emotions reflected in Yi Kuang's gaze. Ambitious, I support you. Brother Xiong. Xingxiu clapped Yi Kuang's shoulder heartily, his expression a complex blend of emotions. Focus on enhancing your strength. Only by passing the test can you access the unique resources of the major sects. With that, Zhan Xiong departed without further delay, while Yi Kuang watched his retreating figure, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. Although the Chongqing sect was ruthless, this plump fellow had imparted a sense of sincerity. Perhaps we shall become true friends, he smiled faintly, feeling his spirits lift considerably. After a moment, Yi Kuang exhaled deeply, leaping onto the wooden bed. His fingers grazed the Shumi ring, and with a flash of light, several spirit stones appeared before him. Let us begin, he murmured as he slowly closed his eyes. He aimed to refine his foundational skills to perfection before the test in 7 days. Only then would he be qualified to break through to the creation realm. In the tranquil room, the youth sat cross-legged on the simple wooden bed, his eyes gently closed, surrounded by a swirling white aura that gradually expanded to form a thin mist. After a considerable time, Yi Kuang slowly opened his tightly shut eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He lowered his gaze to his dantian, where a faint white light was seeping out, signaling that his spiritual energy was nearing its limit. After such extensive refinement, his foundation was close to perfection. However, the sensation of breaking through still eluded him. Yi Kuang pursed his lips, a hint of helplessness crossing his expression. It seemed that the breakthrough to the creation realm was not as simple as he had imagined. Perhaps he still required a fortuitous opportunity. Yi Kuang gathered his thoughts and flicked his fingers, causing a beam of light to shoot out from the Shumi ring. Landing before him was several spirit stones. During this period, he had absorbed 20 stones and was left with only these. Just as he prepared to continue his absorption, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside. Frowning, Yi Kuang stored the spirit stones away and leaped off the bed. In the courtyard, several figures had gathered, creating a tense standoff. Among them were Zhan Xiong and Zhao Qian. Zhan Xiong's face was flushed with anger, beads of cold sweat occasionally dripping from his forehead, clearly indicating his emotional turmoil. Opposite him stood 5 youths, the foremost of whom bore a handsome visage, a sneer perpetually curling his lips, his eyes betraying an unmistakable arrogance. Lu Qing, return my spirit stones, Zhan Xiong demanded furiously. Return them? The youth, Lu Qing, lifted an eyebrow in disdain, casually replying, what use would these spirit stones be to you? You useless fatso. Hand them over to me instead, so our group can have a better chance of passing the test. You? Zhan Xiong's expression darkened further, his fury palpable. These spirit stones were hard-earned money from his labor for the sect over recent days, yet before he could even use them for cultivation, they had been snatched away by this scoundrel. Lu Qing chuckled mockingly, saying, you fatso, apart from me, who else in our group can lead you through the test? Handing the spirit stones to me is a wise choice. Otherwise, we'll all be kicked out after the test. Hearing this, Zhao Qian could no longer hold her tongue and scoffed. Is it right to forcibly take someone else's possessions? Furthermore, what gives you the right to claim you can lead us through the test? Is it merely because you are at the 8th level of the spiritual pattern realm? Lu Qing's smile faded slightly as he retorted, Zhao Qian, you truly are blind, wasting your pretty face. Who told you that my current cultivation is only at the 8th level of the spiritual pattern realm? He stepped forward, stomping heavily on the ground, unleashing a surge of overwhelming spiritual energy that swept outward. Everyone present was pushed back several steps, eyes wide with shock. 9th level of the spiritual pattern realm? When did this guy break through? Lu Qing smirked, glancing at Xingxiu and Zhao Qian, and said nonchalantly, now you should see that handing over the spirit stones to me is only natural. Right? Xingxiu's complexion shifted between blue and red as he gritted his teeth, stating, even so, you still cannot justify stealing my belongings. He had toiled day and night to obtain those spirit stones. How could he allow them to be taken away? Moreover, the manner in which the opponent acted was one of arrogant entitlement, devoid of any hint of apology, instead posing as a savior, which only fueled his ire. Since you desire the spirit stones so much, very well, Lu Qing said with a faint smile, stepping forward and pointing at himself, Fatso, I'll stand here and let you hit me. If you can force me back even half a step, you can have the spirit stones back. What do you say? Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. Xingxiu's face turned crimson, his eyes blazing with rage. This scoundrel was truly overstepping the bounds. Xingxiu, don't be impulsive. You're only at the 6th level of the spiritual pattern realm. Zhao Qian urged, noticing Xingxiu trembling with rage. No. Xingxiu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. I refuse to believe how tough this scoundrel really is. With a thought, a jade-colored light enveloped his palm. Foolish, ignorant wretch. Lu Qing shook his head, his expression laced with disdain. You better keep your word. As Xingxiu prepared to unleash his power, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, accompanied by a gentle voice. Allow me to handle this. Xingxiu was taken aback, turning to see a young face adorned with a warm smile. Brother Yi, he stammered in surprise. The others turned their attention as well, their faces reflecting astonishment. Did this fellow just say what they thought they heard? Lu Qing's lips curled into a mocking smile as he remarked, This must be the elusive young Master Yi. Am I correct? Yi Kuang smiled faintly, remaining silent. Lu Qing's derision intensified. Although the fatso was inept, he at least had the age to avoid being pitifully weak. But what of this young man before them? Judging by his appearance, he was likely the youngest among them. How capable could he possibly be? Kid, it's fine to play the hero, but you should also consider whether you have the strength to back it up. Yi Kuang smiled slightly and replied, I have always lacked self-awareness, so I'd like to ask young Master Lu to gauge just how much strength I possess. Lu Qing's eyes narrowed dangerously. Brother Yi, please don't act rashly. Let me handle this, Xingxiu interjected, panic evident on his face. Zhao Qian frowned, also urging, Lu Qing is quite powerful. If you forcefully intervene, you'll only end up in a worse predicament. She sensed Yi Kuang's strength was likely inferior to Xingxiu's. Based purely on Ag Dao, Yi Kuang chuckled but offered no explanation, turning his gaze toward Lu Qing with a smile. Young Master Lu, are you ready? Lu Qing sneered, his expression dripping with mockery. Always ready, if you can push me back. I'll return Xingxiu's spirit stones, doubled. He remained unconvinced that this novice could possibly have any real talent in his eyes. Even if the opponent gave it their all, it would only amount to a mere tickle. Yi Kuang's smile deepened, and he raised his palm, fingers slowly curling together. Paying to be beaten? Such a request is simply impossible for me to decline, as his laughter echoed, his fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, hurtled directly toward the opposing Lu Qing. Chapter 79. I allow you to open the mountain bang. The moment that fist landed, the smile on Lu Qing's face instantly froze, a look of extreme terror surging forth from his eyes. He felt an unimaginable, terrifying power erupting beneath that fist, like a deluge crashing down, devastating and unstoppable. Thus, everyone stood in stunned silence as they witnessed Lu Qing being sent flying, his back crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. Boom! With a resounding crash, a large portion of the wall collapsed, countless bricks tumbling down and burying Lu Qing beneath them. The scene fell into a deathly silence, shock etched across every face. With just a single punch, Lu Qing, at the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm, had been sent sprawling. This was truly terrifying. A multitude of gazes shifted, converging upon that youthful figure in contrast. Yi Kuang maintained a calm demeanor, rubbing his fist and gently shaking his head, truly not worth the effort. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched, an overwhelming sense of vertigo washing over them, as they began to question whether they were experiencing an illusion. Xingxiu's chubby face momentarily froze, before erupting into an exaggerated scream, leaping up with his entire body jiggling. Wow, Brother Yi, it turns out you are the pillar of our group. As he spoke, he excitedly lunged forward. Yi Kuang's lips twitched as he swiftly sidestepped. Brother Xiong, do you really have such a fondness for bear hugs? He found it somewhat unbearable. Zhao Qian and the others gradually regained their senses, gazing at him in astonishment, their inner turmoil lingering. Meanwhile, the expressions of the few individuals across from them shifted dramatically, revealing an array of emotions. They had clung to Lu Qing for so long, only to be interrupted by this seemingly unimposing youth. In an instant, they began to question their very existence. Clatter! Bricks rolled as a disheveled figure crawled out from the rubble. At this moment, Lu Qing was in a pitiful state, his entire body ragged, a blood-red fist mark glaring on his abdomen, a sight most alarming. His face fluctuated between green and red, resembling a dye house in turmoil, constantly shifting. He could not accept the reality that he had been sent flying by a single punch. For days, he had looked down upon others, believing that only through his own strength could his group succeed. Yet now, That so-called pride had been shattered to smithereens by a single blow. Young Master Lu, may I now request the spirit stones? Yi Kuang smiled slightly, extending a hand. Upon seeing this, Lu Qing felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly choking on it. This is merely because I was careless. It doesn't count, he gritted through clenched teeth. Yi Kuang's expression turned cold. So, you intend to play tricks? Lu Qing, face flushed with anger, retorted, you little rascal, think carefully. In this eternal life sect, my Lu family has 2 inner disciples. So, you are not someone I need to fear. Yi Kuang shook his head. I have no interest in how many inner disciples your Lu family possesses. Hand over the spirit stones, and we shall leave it at that. Dream on, Lu Qing sneered. Once something is in my possession, there is no reason to part with it. Is that so? A smirk crept onto Yi Kuang's lips as he trembled slightly, summoning a whirlwind. Lu Qing's pupils constricted as he watched the youth charge toward him, gritting his teeth. Do you think I would make the same mistake twice? He clasped his hands together, spirit energy howling as it gathered in his palms. Gradually, a radiant light blossomed, transforming into a jade-colored imprint. Jade spirit seal, Lu Qing shouted, slapping his palm, and the jade light shot forth. A chill flickered across his face. This was one of his ultimate techniques. However, Yi Kuang reached out, shimmering with glazed light, directly seizing the jade imprint. What a ridiculous jade spirit seal. It truly wastes a fine martial art. He tightened his grip, shattering the jade imprint instantly. Lu Qing's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily retreated a few steps, once more forming a seal with his hands, shouting, Mountain opening palm, I allow you to open. Yi Kuang chuckled coldly, his form appearing like a wraith right before Lu Qing, his palm striking his chest. Bang! The force Lu Qing had just gathered was instantly dispersed, and he was sent flying once more. Damn it, opening the mountain. You think you can open it? I will make you open. Thud! A foot landed heavily on his dantian, forcibly suppressing the spirit energy he had been channeling. Lu Qing's face flushed red. Unable to endure any longer, he spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. Still wish to open? Yi Kuang fixed his gaze on him, his dark eyes glinting sharply. You. Lu Qing's words remained unfinished as he coughed up another mouthful of blood in fury. Despite being at the 9th level of the spirit pattern realm, he found himself utterly powerless before this youth. Hand over the spirit stones, Yi Kuang stated with an indifferent expression. Lu Qing's mouth, blocked by blood, revealed a clear intention to curse, but his expression was unmistakably one of frustration. Seeing this, Yi Kuang, uninterested in further conversation, swiftly slapped him unconscious. He reached out and retrieved a golden silk bag from Lu Qing's person. A quick glance inside revealed a smile blossoming on his face. More than 60 spirit stones. How rich, he chuckled softly. It seems the Lu family you mentioned is quite a formidable force. Otherwise, how could they allow Lu Qing to carry so many spirit stones? After contemplating, he extracted 20 spirit stones, tossing them to Zhenxiong. You keep 10 and distribute the rest among Zhao Qian and the others. He understood that to survive in the eternal life sect, one needed not only strength but also a group of allies. Zhenxiong gazed at the 20 spirit stones in his hand, his chubby face filled with astonishment. Brother Yi, isn't this a bit too much? I only lost 5 spirit stones earlier. Yi Kuang smiled. Accept it. Consider it a benefit from Lu Qing. Upon hearing this, Zhenxiong grinned widely. Brother Yi, from now on, we will follow you. Zhao Qian looked at the youthful figure before her, her expression shifting, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her beautiful eyes. The other two, Lu Ming and Yang Yin, wore expressions of joy. For them, acquiring 3 or 4 spirit stones was an exhilarating prospect. Seeing their reactions, Yi Kuang smiled, realizing that his actions had produced a favorable outcome. With that thought, he tucked away the golden silk bag and turned his gaze toward Zhenxiong. Earlier, you mentioned that the spirit stones were earned through assisting the sect with chores? Zhenxiong nodded, a hint of surprise in his tone. Brother Yi, do you wish to help with the chores as well? Chapter 80. Black gold robe. Yi Kuang's lips twitched slightly, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. Not quite. Then what do you mean? Zhenxiong asked, his curiosity piqued. Yi Kuang shrugged. I want to know what other ways we have to earn spirit stones given our current status in this world. Spirit stones are genuine hard currency, essential for cultivation as well as purchasing necessary treasures. After pondering for a moment, Zhenxiong replied, there are ways, but generally, new disciples rarely choose those methods. Dio elaborate, Yi Kuang prompted. Zhenxiong nodded. In the outer sect area, there is a treasure appraisal pavilion, where one can exchange various treasures for spirit stones. Moreover, if you possess especially valuable items, you can auction them at the pavilion. often yielding a handsome sum. To my knowledge, they also sell high-grade spirit stones, but their prices are exorbitant. Ordinary newcomers simply cannot afford them. Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow. High-grade spirit stones? Suddenly, he recalled that his devouring star could refine spirit stones, making them more pure. He wondered what level the refined spirit stones would reach. Brother Yi, do you want to check out the treasure appraisal pavilion? Xingxiu asked, noticing his expression. Yi Kuang nodded. It's always beneficial to familiarize oneself with the environment of the Eternal Life sect. Xingxiu grinned. You are becoming increasingly inscrutable in his eyes. Those who could visit the treasure appraisal pavilion were often distinguished and affluent individuals. Yi Kuang chuckled, offering no explanation, and began to head back to his quarters. Brat, return my spirit stones, a furious voice called from behind. Yi Kuang paused, a faint smile appearing on his face. Young Master Lu, you previously stated that giving the spirit stones to those more capable would provide our group with a greater chance to pass the test. What? Has your mind changed now? Just as Lu Qing, who had just risen, heard these words, he nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. You rascal, you are being unreasonable, Lu Qing shouted in anger. Yi Kuang smiled lightly. If young Master Lu is dissatisfied, we can always have another round of paid beating. I am more than willing to oblige. You, Lu Qing, unable to contain his fury, had his expression shift dramatically for a moment. Finally, gritting his teeth, he declared, very well, you may take the spirit stones, but you must return one item from the golden silk pouch to me. What item? Yi Kuang initially raised an eyebrow, having not paid attention to what treasures might lie within the golden silk pouch beneath the spirit stones. Lu Qing replied coldly. Yi Kuang waved his hand over the Shumi ring, and the pouch appeared in his grasp, shimmering with light. As he pushed aside the spirit stones, he indeed discovered a gleaming object beneath them. Was it clothing? Yi Kuang, curiosity etched on his face, retrieved it, revealing a peculiar robe that shimmered with a black and gold radiance. Return the black gold robe to me, Lu Qing shouted, his eyes reddening. Is it truly a spiritual treasure? Yi Kuang mused as he gazed at the black gold robe in his hands, his brows involuntarily raising. As far as I know, the Lu family's black gold robe is exceptionally unique. When worn, it can manifest or conceal at will. Moreover, it enhances one's defensive capabilities and cloaks one's aura, rendering one's identity undetectable. Xingxiu leaned closer, his face filled with envy, exclaiming in astonishment. Yi Kuang glanced at him, somewhat surprised. This brother Xiong seems to be quite well informed. Hey, now you must believe that my knowledge of various matters is unparalleled, right? A smug light flickered in Zhang Xiong's squinted eyes as he grinned widely. Yi Kuang chuckled softly, his gaze returning to the black gold robe. His expression peculiar. If utilized appropriately, this could indeed be a remarkable treasure. Little rascal, quickly return the black gold robe to me. Lu Qing's furious voice rang out once more. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang tucked the robe away and smiled. For the sake of our group's successful passage, it is only rightful that I keep this spiritual treasure. If you wish to reclaim it, I am always ready to oblige. Lu Qing nearly spat blood upon hearing this. This rascal had merely returned all his previous words. The frustration and indignation swelling within him were nearly suffocating. Yi Kuang, indifferent to the matter, engaged in brief conversation with Zhang Xiong and his companions before returning to his room. Before heading to the treasure appraisal pavilion, he planned to refine some spirit stones using the devouring star, hoping to fetch a good price. Lu Qing gazed at the closed door, his expression shifting, rife with resentment. Ultimately, however, he dared not burst in, hurling his sleeve in frustration before returning to his own quarters. Once he contacted the two inner disciples of the Lu family, he would ensure that rascal pays dearly. Yi Kuang sat cross-legged upon a wooden couch. A black gold robe laid before him. It seemed to harbor a form of confinement within. He pondered. In his previous attempts, he had encountered considerable resistance, failing to don the black gold robe. Let me try again. With a flick of his hand, he summoned his inner spiritual power and forcefully draped the black gold robe over himself. An overwhelming repulsive force immediately surged forth. Let us see just how much power you possess, Yi Kuang thought, channeling the devouring star within him, the dark light spreading forth toward the black gold robe. Buzz! The robe, previously resisting fiercely, gradually began to quiet down. This is promising. Yi Kuang's eyes brightened. He could feel the robe's resistance diminishing. It was as if the power of the devouring star was slowly consuming the confinement within the robe. This process continued for approximately 15 minutes until all repulsion vanished completely. Buzz! The black gold robe erupted in a burst of radiance, seemingly forging a wondrous connection with Yi Kuang. With a mere thought, the robe swiftly faded, melding beneath his skin. What a splendid item! Yi Kuang's eyes sparkled with delight, his expression brimming with joy. He had not anticipated that Lu Qing's provocation would yield such an unexpected boon. With this item, my defensive capabilities will at least double. Yi Kuang carefully sensed his body, smiling. Next, he needed to refine the spirit stones before heading to the treasure appraisal pavilion for further exchanges. Otherwise, even with the 40-plus spirit stones obtained from Lu Qing, he could not sustain prolonged cultivation. Moreover, he was acutely aware that once he broke through to the creation realm, his demand for spirit stones would only increase. Let us begin. Yi Kuang exhaled softly, waving his sleeve, causing several spirit stones to appear before him. The rich fluctuations of spiritual energy immediately permeated the air. Chapter 81. Tangya in the vast, endless expanse of the starry sky, countless stars floated, radiating brilliant light. Above a pitch-black star, a glowing orb hovered. It should be about time. Within the orb, a youthful visage materialized as Yi Kuang gazed down at the devouring star, murmuring softly to himself, "Buzz." As his words fell, beams of light burst forth from the devouring star, converging above it to form glimmering spirit stones. Observing this, a broader smile spread across Yi Kuang's face. After half a day of refinement, the 40 spirit stones in his possession were now entirely processed. It is time for me to visit the treasure appraisal pavilion. With a thought, he gradually withdrew his consciousness from his dantian. As he was about to depart, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the rear of the devouring star. There, several stars shimmering with peculiar light seemed poised to reveal themselves. I truly anticipate this. I wonder what changes will occur here once I break through to the creation realm? His soft musings echoed gently throughout the vast starry expanse. As Yi Kuang pushed open the door and stepped outside, dusk had already descended, leaving the courtyard devoid of any presence. Yi Xiaogu, are you heading to the treasure appraisal pavilion? A chubby head suddenly poked out from a nearby window, grinning amiably. Yi Kuang's heart skipped a beat, feeling a sense of helplessness. This fatso was truly omnipresent. Yi Xiaogu, how about I accompany you? Xingxiu chuckled, his eyes nearly disappearing in the process. Yi Kuang shook his head, replying, I'll go alone for now. You should focus on absorbing the spirit stones. Xingxiu shrugged, stating, just be careful. Although this is the outer gate area, it's still quite chaotic, not much better than outside. I will be cautious. Yi Kuang smiled, not lingering further, stepping out of the courtyard. Along the way, just as Zhang Xiong had warned, Yi Kuang encountered no fewer than 10 instances of fighting. Without exception, these individuals were new outer disciples from various regions, typically proud and defiant, leading to frequent conflicts. The Chongqing sect seemed to have no intention of intervening as the passing enforcement teams turned a blind eye, allowing the clashes to unfold. Indeed, this place is not much better than the outside world. Yi Kuang shook his head, sidestepping a confrontation, and turned into a narrow alley. Not far ahead lay the treasure appraisal pavilion. However, before that, he needed to make some preparations. Yi Kuang glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, then summoned the black gold robe. With a flash of light, a voluminous black gold robe enveloped him entirely, obscuring his features. This item possesses the effect of blocking external detection. I should not be recognized by the personnel at the treasure appraisal pavilion. Yi Kuang mused. His experience in the beastly forest had taught him that maintaining a low profile was the key to longevity. If word of his ability to refine spirit stones leaked, he would soon find himself beset by endless troubles. After all, a man without sin may still suffer for possessing a gem. Let us go. Once Yi Kuang confirmed that he would not be recognized, he exited the alley and made his way directly to the treasure appraisal pavilion. The treasure appraisal pavilion, located in the southeastern part of the outer gate area, attracted a steady flow of visitors, though it primarily served as a gathering place for the scions of various influential families. One could easily find several young masters of prominent factions within. Upon arriving, Yi Kuang ignored the curious gazes surrounding him, opting for a more secluded path to the back hall of the treasure appraisal pavilion. This area was designated for exchanging treasures. He raised his head to glance at the plaque hanging in the back hall before stepping inside. May I ask, sir, are you here to exchange items? A sweet voice reached his ears. Yi Kuang's peripheral vision caught sight of a lavishly dressed woman behind the counter. She had fair skin, with narrow, alluring peach blossom eyes, her red lips slightly pursed, adorned with a faint smile. Yes, Yi Kuang replied, lowering his voice. The woman regarded him with a glance, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. However, being well-versed in such matters, she did not pry but merely smiled, saying, You seem to be a first-time visitor. My name is Tangya, and I handle most matters in the back hall of the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. Yi Kuang nodded, extending his hand to sweep over his shumi ring, causing a variety of materials to appear on the counter. Miss Tang, could you please assess how many spirit stones these are worth? He asked in a low tone. Tang Ye's eyes flickered, her fair face displaying a hint of astonishment. However, her surprise stemmed not from the materials on the counter, but from the shumi ring itself. In her discerning gaze, the spatial ring held by this mysterious individual was undoubtedly of extraordinary quality. Generally, those possessing high-grade spatial rings were not ordinary noble offspring. As these thoughts flitted through her mind, Tang Ye's fair complexion bore a slightly more pronounced smile. Her gaze swept over the materials on the counter, and with a cheerful tone, she remarked, "These materials hold considerable value. They can be exchanged for 20 spirit stones." "Then I shall trouble you, Miss Tang," Yi Kuang replied. Tang Ye elegantly turned, retrieving a jade plate from behind, and with a radiant smile, she presented it. "Here are the 20 spirit stones. I kindly ask you to accept them." Yi Kuang nodded, stowing the spirit stones within his shumi ring. Such a harvest could certainly be deemed satisfactory. "Do you have anything else to exchange, Miss Tang?" she inquired with a beaming smile, noticing he had no intention of leaving. Yi Kuang hesitated briefly before producing a refined spirit stone from his shumi ring. "What is the value of this item?" he inquired. With an elegant smile, Tang Ye's expression shifted when she beheld the stone glimmering with a crystalline light on the counter. Her delicate face momentarily froze in surprise. "A mid-level spirit stone," she exclaimed, "but it seems even purer than the ordinary ones." Her heart brimmed with astonishment, for it was rare to encounter mid-level spirit stones in this outer sect area. "Miss Tang, what is the value of this spirit stone?" Yi Kuang asked, observing her momentary daze. Regaining her composure, Tang Ye promptly responded, "Under normal circumstances, the exchange rate from low-level to mid-level spirit stones is 10 to 1. However, given the exceptional purity of your stone, it can be exchanged for 20 low-level spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang, concealed beneath his black robe, found himself momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his face. The value of an ordinary low-level spirit stone, after being refined by devouring a star, had increased by a staggering 20-fold. Such an exaggeration left him questioning his own hearing. Chapter 82. All thanks to performance, Yi Kuang's emotions surged. He had initially thought that devouring a star would yield a modest fortune, but he never anticipated it would amount to such an astonishing windfall. 20-fold, he clenched his fist, striving to suppress the exhilaration bubbling within him, determined not to reveal his excitement. After a moment's pause, he took a deep breath, his voice low and steady. "Miss Tang, are you certain that this spirit stone is worth 20 low-level spirit stones?" With a charming smile, Tang Ye affirmed, "Absolutely. Would you like to proceed with the exchange?" "Sir?" Yi Kuang nodded, brushing his shumi ring, and a dazzling display of over 40 refined spirit stones emerged upon the counter. The radiant light radiated outward, accompanied by a profound wave of spiritual energy that enveloped the entire back hall. Tang Ye's expression gradually solidified, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the sheer number of spirit stones, her lips parting slightly in disbelief. "Is there truly this many?" she gasped. 40-plus spirit stones of superior mid-level quality equated to approximately 900 low-level spirit stones. Such a display of wealth was rare even among the top 30 outer sect disciples. "Sir, do you wish to exchange them all?" Tang Ye inquired, her expression one of incredulity. Typically, martial artists placed immense value on high-quality spirit stones and would rarely part with them for lower-grade stones. Yi Kuang nodded gently, stating, "I wish to exchange them all for low-level spirit stones." For him, as long as he possessed the ability to devour stars, he need not worry about the scarcity of high-quality spirit stones. Tang Ye's countenance momentarily faltered, but she quickly suppressed her astonishment, saying, "Please wait here. I will retrieve the spirit stones from the back." "Very well," Yi Kuang replied in a subdued tone. Tang Ye promptly turned and entered a metal door at the back. After what seemed like the duration of half a stick of incense, she returned, now holding a shimmering silver ring in her hand. "Sir, all 900 low-level spirit stones are contained within this spatial ring," she said, offering it with a smile, while Yi Kuang reached out to accept it, intending to extract the spirit stones, but Tang Ye gently halted him with a smile. "This spatial ring is a gift from me to you. Sir, should you acquire any high-quality spirit stones in the future, I hope you will consider visiting the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion again." Hearing this, Yi Kuang nodded appreciatively, not wishing to appear overly formal, and accepted the silver spatial ring. "Miss Tang, there is one more item I wish to purchase. I wonder if the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion has it?" "Please, do tell," Tang Ye smiled. Yi Kuang replied. A type of medicine that makes one appear gravely injured. Tanya looked at him in surprise, her expression filled with confusion. What would you need such a medicine for? It's useful. Yi Kuang's response was succinct. Tang Ye's curiosity was piqued, but her nature prevented her from pressing further. She simply nodded. We have it. Then I shall trouble you once more, Miss Tang, Yi Kuang said. With a slight smile, Tanya waved her hand, and a jade vial appeared in a flash of light. She extended it towards him, saying, This contains the medicine you seek. How much does it cost? Yi Kuang inquired. No need for payment, sir. Consider it a small token of my appreciation, Tanya replied with a charming smile. Thank you, Yi Kuang said as he took the jade vial, not lingering any longer, and turned to leave the treasure appraisal pavilion. It was time for him to return and focus on his training, striving to enhance his strength before the impending test. Otherwise, being expelled from the Chongqing sect upon arrival would be rather embarrassing. Tanya watched him depart, a contemplative glimmer flashing through her beautiful eyes. Uncle Li, someone who spins so lavishly must have an intriguing background. No? She mused softly. An elderly man in plain garments emerged from behind the iron door, pondering aloud. I cannot say for certain. That man's black robe is a spiritual treasure. My senses could not penetrate it. Tanya narrowed her elongated eyes slightly, a cunning smile gracing her lips. Then let's investigate the origins of this spiritual treasure. Such a remarkable item cannot possibly be without a name. Rest assured, miss, I shall look into it at once, the elderly man replied with a slight nod before turning to leave. Tanya smiled gently, speaking to herself. It seems an interesting character has emerged among this year's outer disciples. I truly wonder what your true identity is. In a secluded alley, Yi Kuang glanced around before slipping into an unoccupied corner. With a flick of his hand, a jade vial materialized within his grasp. The black gold robe of the Liu family is likely known to many, so I must ensure others believe that this item is not in my possession. Gazing at the jade vial in his hand, a faint smile curled upon his lips. Thus, before returning to my residence, I must allow Lu Qing to witness me in a state of grievous injury. This way, the theft of the black gold robe will appear entirely reasonable. In this manner, even if others harbor doubts, they will find it challenging to ascertain the truth. He flicked his fingers, the medicine within the vial soaring forth to be swallowed in a single gulp. Almost instantaneously, his skin flushed a fiery red, and peculiar wounds appeared. Most convincingly, the chaotic aura surrounding him suggested a guise of distress, a commendable effect. Yi Kuang smirked, then staggered as he made his way back to his residence. Bang! The wooden door of the courtyard swung open, and a figure stumbled inside, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yi Xiaogu, what has happened to you? Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Xiong rushed out of his room, quickly supporting him upright. Zhao Qian and others followed suit, emerging from their quarters. It's nothing. I merely encountered some outer disciples on the way and got into a scuffle, Yi Kuang replied, shaking his head. Breathless, this is truly poetic justice, Lu Qing sneered as he stepped forward, his cold laughter ringing out. This little rascal finally received a well-deserved lesson, offering him a moment of satisfaction. Yi Kuang steadied himself, feigning weakness as he said, Young Master Lu, quite a few of my belongings were taken from me. Lu Qing's expression faltered, an unwelcome sense of unease creeping into his heart. Yi Kuang sighed helplessly, stating, The black gold robe I borrowed from you was among them. What? Lu Qing's face paled. What Yi Kuang said next nearly sent him into a fit of rage. I was knocked senseless and can't even recall what my assailant looked like. So your black gold robe is likely lost for good. Yi Kuang's face bore an expression of sincere regret as he stammered his apologies. Lu Qing's countenance darkened completely, his body trembling with rage. He had intended to pressure Yi Kuang into relinquishing the black gold robe once he contacted 2 inner disciples from the Liu family. Yet now, this rascal had the audacity to inform him that the black gold robe had been stolen, and he couldn't even remember his assailant's appearance. What utter nonsense! Chapter 83. The day of the test you are speaking nonsense, Lu Qing seethed, his face contorted with fury. Such a revelation meant he would likely never retrieve the black gold robe. It was a treasured possession of the Liu family, not truly belonging to him. If the family were to discover this, he would face dire consequences. My sincerest apologies. Yi Kuang shook his head, his expression of regret appearing utterly genuine. Yet, to Lu Qing, it only served to fuel his seething anger, his rage boiling within. You are not fooling me. Tell me where the black gold robe is. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, his voice laced with venom. Had it not been for the memory of being thoroughly beaten just moments ago, he might have charged at this rascal to give him a sound thrashing. Yi Kuang let out a soft sigh. patting his head as he remarked, I will do my utmost, but whether I can recall it depends on fate. Fate. The veins on Lu Qing's forehead throbbed violently, his anger surpassing what it had been previously, nearly causing him to explode with rage. And the Chongqing sect, one must rely on the support of their family to thrive. If this matter were to be reported back, and the Lu family imposed severe punishment, directly notifying the two inner disciples of the Lu clan, he would lose all his backing. The mere thought of such a consequence sent a chill down Lu Qing's spine. In this fiercely competitive Chongqing sect, lacking support meant that not only would he struggle to become an inner disciple, but even the question of surviving to leave could become perilous. You scoundrel, I demand that you retrieve the black gold robe, he bellowed furiously. Wei Kuang shook his head helplessly and replied, Young Master Lu, my condolences. You? Lu Qing felt a surge of blood rising in his throat, nearly choking on his fury. Let us go. Assist me back to my room, he commanded. Wei Kuang, wearing a look of resignation, turned to Zhenxiong and said, Help him. Zhenxiong nodded and supported Lu Qing as they entered the room. Lu Qing stood behind, trembling with rage, nearly fainting on the spot. The black gold robe was a precious item bestowed upon him by his family for temporary use. How could it have been lost to that little rascal? It was infuriating beyond measure. Inside the room, Yi Kuang cautiously sat down on the wooden couch, propped up by one hand. Zhenxiong stood to the side, looking at Yi Kuang with a smile. Thank you. You may now go cultivate, Yi Kuang said weakly, smiling faintly. Zhenxiong, however, did not leave. Is there something you need? Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow. Zhenxiong squinted, staring intently at him. Brother Yi, you aren't injured? Yi Kuang was taken aback internally, maintaining a calm facade. How did this chubby fellow see through it? Brother Yi, I possess some knowledge of medicine, so the superficial signs cannot deceive me, Zhenxiong said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang couldn't help but shake his head. I didn't expect you to notice. This chubby fellow appeared simple-minded, yet his thoughts were surprisingly astute, which took Yi Kuang aback. Due to certain reasons, I had to do so. Yi Kuang shrugged. He was not afraid of Lu Qing's retaliation, but the matter concerning the refining of spirit stones had to be kept hidden, lest someone trace it back to him through the black gold robe. Zhenxiong regarded him thoughtfully and suddenly chuckled. Brother Yi, rest assured, I won't speak of this to anyone. Thank you. Yi Kuang expressed his gratitude. Zhenxiong waved his hand dismissively. Brother Yi has helped me so much. This is but a trifling matter. Although I do not know your reasons, you must remember to act with utmost caution in the future to avoid revealing any flaws. Those who can enter the Chongqing sect, while they may include some foolish individuals, are not without their share of shrewd minds. Yi Kuang nodded, understanding this well. As the saying goes, caution is the mother of safety. Maintaining a degree of prudence is never a disadvantage. Those who are reckless cannot sustain themselves for long. The greatest folly lies in considering others to be fools. There will always be individuals more astute than oneself. Brother Yi, I take my leave, Zhenxiong said, turning to exit the room. Yi Kuang watched him go, pursing his lips and allowing a smile to surface. This brother Xiong has a bit of charm. Moments later, he suppressed his thoughts and waved his sleeve, causing over 30 spirit stones to levitate before him. During this period, he intended to thoroughly refine his foundation. Once that was achieved, a minor opportunity would suffice for him to break through to the creation realm. With this in mind, Yi Kuang slowly closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in cultivation. Days swiftly passed. When the day of the test arrived, the outer sect area erupted with excitement, countless new disciples emerging from their courtyards, hearts filled with trepidation as they converged upon a vast square. There, the true test would commence, and the final results would determine who could remain within the Chongqing sect. Those who failed would face elimination, departing the sect in disgrace. Wow, Zhao Qian, your aura seems to have strengthened again. Have you broken through to the 8th level of the spirit pattern realm? Zhenxiong's voice rang out in the courtyard. Shut up, you fat fool, Zhao Qian retorted sharply, gritting her silver teeth. Zhenxiong chuckled, entirely unfazed, his skin remarkably thick. You truly find humor in this, but once you are eliminated, you can only leave in shame. Becoming the subject of ridicule, a cold voice interjected, laced with malice. Zhenxiong's smile faltered slightly as he turned his gaze toward Lu Qing, saying, You needn't fret about that. Lu Qing sneered. You think that little brat can protect you for long? He remained unconvinced that he could not deal with that scoundrel in the Chongqing sect. Zhenxiong grinned, then let us wait and see. Lu Qing snorted disdainfully, ignorant fool. He would make this fat fool understand the foolish consequences of a wrong choice. Creak. Just then, a door swung open, and with the sound of footsteps, Yi Kuang emerged. Everyone is here, he said, casting a casual smile at Zhen Xiong and the others. Brother Yi, it's about time. We should be on our way, Zhen Xiong remarked. Yi Kuang nodded, waving his hand. Let us go. With that, he stepped out of the courtyard first, followed closely by Zhen Xiong and the others. Zhao Qian's beautiful eyes flickered, glancing at Yi Kuang, astonishment crossing her features. The latter now exuded an even more dangerous aura. That scoundrel. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Brother Lu, what should we do? Asked several youths trailing him. Let us proceed for now, Lu Qing replied, flicking his sleeve in irritation as he strode forward. The enmity between him and that rascal could not simply be set aside. Sooner or later, he would collect on every debt, piece by piece. Chapter 84, Black Rock Square. Black Rock Square, located at the heart of the outer sect area, is the most bustling and prosperous place. The newcomer disciple tests are being held here today. At the center of the square stands a towering monument, 10 zhang high. The monument, entirely black, shimmers with a profound light, as if imbued with some essence. When Yi Kuang and the others arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered in the square, the sounds of chatter echoing all around. Truly, the Chongqing sect is remarkable, for the sheer number of new disciples alone is astounding. Yi Kuang swept his gaze across, his expression one of astonishment. Though not all the new disciples had arrived, the number had already exceeded 3,000, quite impressive indeed. What is that? Yi Kuang's gaze fixed upon the black stone monument, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. This stone monument exuded an extraordinary aura. That is the testing monument, which can gauge each individual's martial talent. Zhen Xiong chuckled, his face alight with pride. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang felt a tremor of excitement within. A true treasure of the Xin grade, and not just any ordinary item. This was the first time he had encountered such a relic in this life. The value of such an item was almost beyond his comprehension. The Chongqing sect's foundations are indeed exceptional, he mused. Just a testing apparatus of this caliber speaks volumes about the sect's strength. Do you see those stone chambers? Zhen Xiong pointed towards the edges of the square. Yi Kuang looked up to see a row of black stone chambers connected together. Each stone door was manned by an inner sect disciple. Only by successfully passing through could they avoid elimination. A serious expression graced Zhen Xiong's chubby face. No need for elaboration. Merely the mention of inner sect disciples conveys the severity of this test. Yi Kuang fixed his gaze on the stone chambers, nodding slightly, his own expression growing grave. He had already experienced the prowess of inner sect disciples firsthand. For instance, Lin Mo and the man in the purple robe were both formidable opponents, exceedingly difficult to contend with. I wonder if I can pass this test, Yi Kuang mused, placing his palm on his dantian, an unusual glimmer in his eyes. Let us hope that when the critical moment arrives, my instincts prove correct. The real contenders have arrived. Zhen Xiong's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with apprehension. Yi Kuang shifted his gaze to the eastern side of the square. There, 3 groups of individuals appeared, the aura they emanated. Their brows furrowed in surprise. They were the 3 groups of newcomers with the highest martial talent in this cohort, hailing from the Nye family of Xuanwu City, the Feng family of Wind Spirit Mountain, and the Qiu family of the hills. Oh, you see that blue-robed youth on the left? Zhen Xiong spoke gravely. Yi Kuang nodded, sensing a subtle pressure emanating from the blue-robed youth. He is Nye Yun of the Nye family, possessing exceptional martial talent. It is said that 3 years ago, he had already reached the peak of the Spirit Pattern Realm's 9th level, and his current cultivation is unfathomable. Zhen Xiong continued, turning to another individual, and the one on the right is Feng Xiaotian of the Feng family. This person is known for his unconventional methods and also possesses remarkable martial talent, reputed to be a genius capable of breaking through to the spirit connection realm before the age of 30. As for the one in the middle, that is Qiu He of the Qiu family. His personality starkly contrasts with Feng Xiaotian's. He is exceedingly cold and reportedly enjoys killing for pleasure. A true bloodthirsty individual. Yi Kuang pressed his lips together and remarked, the cultivation levels of these 3 individuals should be at the minor completion stage of the transformation realm, correct? Indeed. Zhen Xiong nodded in agreement and continued, it has been foretold that after today's assessment, these 3 will undoubtedly secure a position among the top 30 outer disciples, thereby gaining eligibility to contend for inner disciple status. A flicker of intrigue danced in Yi Kuang's eyes. It appeared that the caliber of this year's newcomers was truly remarkable. After all, those who attain the transformation realm at such a tender age must be exceptional talents, destined for extraordinary accomplishments. Henceforth, one must cultivate with even greater diligence. Yi Kuang clenched his fist, exhaling softly. The Galaxy Dantian could indeed provide him with some assistance, yet to genuinely grow stronger, he must rely on his own efforts. Furthermore, as his perspective broadens in the future, would he not encounter prodigies burdened with immense fortuity? After all, luck is not a constant companion, nor does it linger indefinitely. Only through steadfast and arduous cultivation can one secure the true opportunities that cannot be taken away. Swish, before long, the air above the square was filled with the sound of rushing wind as several figures soared in from the distance. An overwhelming aura radiated throughout the plaza, causing a stir among the gathered crowd. Yi Kuang raised his gaze, his attention immediately drawn to an elder clad in purple. Among the sudden arrivals, this elder exuded the most formidable presence. He was Elder Shui from the outer sect, responsible for the assessments of newcomers from previous generations, and it was rumored that his cultivation had long since reached the spirit communication realm, Xingxiu explained. This rotund man certainly did not exaggerate his knowledge. Yi Kuang nodded slightly, but just as he intended to look away, he sensed something and turned his gaze back to Elder Shui. Was it merely an illusion? He murmured to himself. Just moments ago, he had inexplicably detected a hint of hostility directed at him from Elder Shui's eyes. However, the sensation was fleeting, leaving him somewhat uncertain. Esteemed newcomers, I trust you have been eagerly awaiting today's assessment, so I shall refrain from further ado, Elder Shui said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. When it lingered briefly on Yi Kuang, it subtly shifted away. Following this, those called upon would present their respective teams for the talent assessment. First group, Yin Che. A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd as a young figure stepped forward, followed by 9 others in an orderly fashion. They placed their hands upon the assessment monument. Elder Shui spoke in a calm tone. The youth named Yin Che nodded, extending his palm to touch the monument. Buzz! In the next moment, a dazzling radiance erupted from the assessment stone, transforming into a silver beam that shot upwards, coalescing into several ancient characters at the pinnacle. Yin Che, silver grade level 3 talent, Elder Shui's voice resonated throughout the plaza. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately graced Yin Che's face, clearly satisfied with the outcome. Yi Kuang's gaze flickered. He was uncertain of the precise standing of silver grade level 3 talent. However, judging by Yin Che's reaction, it must be commendable, right? Chapter 85. A surge of talents. Martial arts talents are classified into 3 grades: silver, gold, and heavenly. Each grade is further divided into 9 levels, totaling 27 ranks, which encompass the majority of martial talents across the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. Xingxiu elucidated, while silver grade level 3 may not be exceptionally high, it is worth noting that most newcomers possess only silver grade level 1 talent. Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow. Silver grade level 1. Wasn't that the lowest tier? Xingxiu chuckled. Do not underestimate silver grade level 1 talent, for beyond the 3 pavilions and 7 sects, most martial artists lack even the basic martial talent, merely reaching a level where they can cultivate. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang offered a faint smile. If that is the case, then silver grade level 3 talent must indeed be quite commendable. Xingxiu nodded. Indeed, you will soon understand as you observe further. Yi Kuang chuckled lightly, redirecting his attention to the assessment monument. As Yin Che withdrew, the remaining 9 members of the same group took their turns, placing their hands upon the monument. Liu Ming, silver grade level 1 talent. Zhao Huang, silver grade level 2 talent. Yun He, silver grade level 1 talent. As Yi Kuang observed the results, he recognized that Xingxiu's assertions were indeed accurate. Silver grade level 3 talent was relatively impressive, considering that within this group, Yin Che was the sole individual with silver grade level 3 talent, while the others ranked at most silver grade level 2. Next group, Gu Cheng. Next group, Qian Lie. As time progressed, an increasing number of assessment results emerged. However, the highest talent level recorded was merely silver grade level 5, with all others trailing beneath that. The assessment monument also underwent a transformation, as ancient characters began to materialize, revealing the rankings of each group. Xingxiu smiled and explained, these rankings? Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow, surveying the results and noting that Yin Che's group was positioned at 150. As more newcomers proceeded with their assessments, the rankings continued to shift. Not be misled into thinking that these rankings are mere numbers, Xingxiu remarked. Yi Kuang shot him a glance, inquiring, does the ranking have any significant implications? Xingxiu nodded. While these rankings do not directly affect the final assessment results, it is vital to understand that those with higher talents naturally receive more opportunities and are more likely to attract the attention of the Eternal Life sect. Sometimes, a small opportunity can outweigh 10 years of effort. Yi Kuang acknowledged this, agreeing that while hard work is crucial, opportunities are equally indispensable. Next group, Nye family, Nye Yun. A venerable voice resonated, capturing his attention. Yi Kuang's gaze shifted to the blue-robed youth stepping forward to face the assessment monument. Curiosity glimmering in his eyes, he was eager to discover what level of martial talent this highly reputed genius possessed. Buzz. The moment Nie Yun's palm made contact with the monument, an incredibly brilliant light erupted. A silver beam shooting upwards, coalescing into ancient characters atop the monument. Nie Yun, silver grade level 7 talent. As these words spread, the plaza fell into a hush, astonishment washing over countless faces. Silver grade level 7? How astonishing! Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Yi Kuang narrowed his eyes, a look of admiration crossing his features. Silver grade level 7 talent had emerged as the highest thus far in the assessments. It was no wonder he had achieved minor completion in the transformation realm at such a young age. Following Nie Yun's departure, the remaining members of his group approached the monument in succession, achieving results of silver grade level 4, silver grade level 3, silver grade level 3. As these remarkable results unfolded, Nie Yun's group swiftly ascended to the top rank. Elder Shui observed the scene with a slight nod, a satisfied expression gracing his features. His gaze then shifted toward the direction of the Feng family. Next group, Feng Xiaotian. Under the watchful eyes of many, Feng Xiaotian stepped forward, approaching the assessment monument. He raised his hand, gently placing it atop the stone. Buzz! A brilliant light erupted, revealing several dazzling ancient characters. Feng Xiaotian, silver grade level 7 talent. Once again, the plaza erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Simultaneously, as the other 9 members of his group completed their assessments, Feng Xiaotian's group surged in rank, overtaking Nie Yun's group to claim the top position. Next up, Qiu He from the Qiu family. As Elder Shui's voice resonated once more. All eyes converged upon Qiu He. If one were to select a true king among the newcomers, Qiu He would undoubtedly be the most acclaimed candidate. For not only did he possess astounding talent, but his ruthless methods and decisive demeanor commanded great respect. Yi Kuang's gaze remained fixed on Qiu He, who, with a cold expression, led 9 newcomers to the assessment monument. Without hesitation, Qiu He raised his hand and placed it upon the stone. A blinding light erupted at that moment, a silver beam shooting upwards and converging at the top of the monument. Before long, several ancient characters appeared. Qiu He, silver grade level 8. The plaza fell silent, and after a brief moment, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted. Even Nie Yun and Feng Xiaotian cast incredulous glances at this prodigious talent from the Qiu family, who possessed silver grade level 8 talent. As anticipated, Qiu He's group swiftly surpassed Feng Xiaotian's, claiming the first rank. Remarkable, to my knowledge, in previous newcomer assessments, only one individual with silver grade level 8 talent has ever emerged. Zhang Xiong marveled. That individual has since distinguished himself among the inner disciples, gaining considerable fame. Yi Kuang smiled faintly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He too was curious to ascertain the level of his own martial talent. As his thoughts swirled, he felt a sudden awareness. His gaze drawn forward, Qiu He turned around with an expressionless face and took deliberate steps forward. His gaze transcended the throngs of people, settling on a solitary figure amidst the crowd. What is this fellow up to? The newcomers present sensed the unusual atmosphere and instinctively followed Qiu He's line of sight, their attention drawn to Yi Kuang. Who is this person? Why does he seem so unfamiliar? I don't know. I've never seen him before. Hey, judging by Qiu He's demeanor, he doesn't appear to be very friendly. Amidst the cacophony of whispers, Qiu He's footsteps finally halted before Yi Kuang, and a voice, cold and indifferent, resonated in the air. You, young man, are you the prodigious wedding garment genius of Qingyun Town, Yi Kuang? Chapter 86. Qiu He's threat. When Qiu He's voice echoed, the expressions of many newcomers in the square momentarily froze, followed by astonishment flickering in their eyes. Whispers began to circulate. Is this the famed genius of Qingyun Town? Hey, I heard this young man was publicly rejected by Su Guanyu from the Jade Sword sect. Utterly losing face. But wait, isn't it said that he has no dantian? How could he possibly join the longevity sect? Who knows? Perhaps his notoriety allowed him to be admitted as an exception by the longevity sect. What you say sounds rather nonsensical. A multitude of clamorous voices erupted, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. They may not recognize Yi Kuang or even know his name, but they were all too familiar with the title of wedding garment genius. Because of Su Guanyu, even among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects, few would be unaware of the term wedding garment genius. Its notoriety was comparable to that of some super prodigies. Yi Kuang absorbed the mocking remarks that reached his ears. He regarded the man before him with a calm expression and said coolly, "Did you come down here merely to spout such nonsense?" Qiu He's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing within. "I am here simply to inform you that I share a familial bond with a certain Lin Mo, an inner sect disciple. Do you understand now? Yi Kuang's expression slightly tightened. This person was actually related to Lin Mo. I advise you to relinquish certain things that you cannot possess. Do so early, and you may preserve your life. Qiuhua's voice was somewhat hoarse, laced with a bloody undertone. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang's countenance returned to tranquility, showing no intention of responding. Noticing this, Qiuhua's lips curled into a chilling smirk. Some wish for you to leave the longevity sect in disgrace, but I believe letting you remain is a far superior option. This way, I can personally end your life and reclaim that which does not belong to you. Therefore, I hope you do not disappoint me and can smoothly pass the trials. Yi Kuang's eyelids drooped slightly, a flicker of frostiness in his gaze. Rest assured, I shan't let you down. Very well. Qiuhua's face blossomed with a thick smile as he clapped his hands and slowly turned to leave. Kid, considering you have some merit, I will ensure your death is somewhat dignified. Not leaving you limbless, a faint voice, enveloped in spiritual energy, drifted into Yi Kuang's ear. Yi Kuang stood still, his eyes calmly observing the retreating Qiuhua, the corners of his mouth curling into a chilling arc. Does this fellow truly believe he holds any significance? My life is not something anyone can take at will. He is truly a troublemaker. Such actions will only bring calamity upon our group. A cold smile appeared on Lu Qing's face as he spoke. Yi Kuang remained expressionless, not bothering to turn back as he replied. If you don't wish to stay in this group, you might as well leave. Lu Qing's face flushed crimson. Just as he was about to retort, an elderly voice rang out. Next group, Yi Kuang. Hearing this, Yi Kuang composed himself and stepped forward. I'll go first. Lu Qing dashed from the back, racing towards the testing steel, his urgency suggesting he had something to prove. Over the past few days, he had nearly bottled up his frustration. Now that he finally had the opportunity, he aimed to showcase his exceptional martial talent. You little rascal, I refuse to believe you could possibly surpass me in martial talent after using underhanded tactics to injure me. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, extending his palm to press against the testing steel. Buzz, a dazzling light erupted, and a silver beam shot forth, transforming into several ancient characters. Lu Qing, silver grade, 5th ranked, a look of undeniable self-satisfaction spread across Lu Qing's face. This level of talent was sufficient to rank him among the top 30 newcomers, deserving of the title excellent. Kid, temporary leadership means nothing. Once I establish myself here, this talent will easily overshadow you. Lu Qing sneered, his gaze fixed on Yi Kuang. His pent-up frustration and resentment had finally found some release due to today's events. Yi Kuang, disinterested in this clown, glanced at the eager Xingxiu and Zhao Qian, smiling as he said, if you're impatient, feel free to proceed with the testing. For someone like Lu Qing, he had no desire to hastily prove anything. All right. Xingxiu chuckled and rushed out first. Xingxiu, silver grade, 3rd rank. Zhao Qian, silver grade, 4th rank. Lu Ming, silver grade, 2nd rank. When the last person completed their test, Yi Kuang's group unexpectedly ranked 30-5th. Yi Kuang was somewhat taken aback. How about it, brother Yi? Xingxiu returned. Beaming. Yi Kuang nodded. Not bad. Silver grade, 3rd rank talent. That was indeed commendable, placing him in the upper middle range. Xingxiu's expression radiated satisfaction. For him, this outcome was more than enough. Kid, it's your turn. Lu Ming crossed his arms, his gaze filled with malice. He was eager to see what level of martial talent this young man could possibly possess. At this moment, not just him, but the eyes of the onlookers were also focused on Yi Kuang. Filled with anticipation for this renowned wedding garment genius from the northern region of Tianlin Mansion and how he would perform unexpectedly, I'm going. Yi Kuang's expression remained calm as he patted Jian Xiong's shoulder and stepped towards the testing steel. Ascending the stone steps and standing before the steel, he instantly felt an intangible, vast aura radiating from it. Truly, it is a profound-grade spiritual treasure. Yi Kuang marveled inwardly, raising his hand and, amidst the multitude of gazes, pressed it against the steel. Buzz! The steel trembled slightly, then fell silent, emitting no further sound. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this young man possesses no martial talent? Hence the testing steel's lack of response? It is indeed possible. After all, this young man was born without a dantian. Even if he managed to recover later, he could only barely cultivate. The venue buzzed with murmurs, and a smirk crept upon Lu Qing's lips. This young man has finally revealed his true colors. Although he was unaware of how Yi Kuang had gained such brute strength, a lack of talent meant a lack of talent. His future growth would be severely limited, perhaps never even touching the realm of transformation. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Boom! However, at that moment, a deep rumble suddenly emanated from the testing steel. Chapter 87. It exploded. Wow! A brilliant radiance erupted from the testing steel, akin to the sun illuminating the heavens, causing the spiritual energy in the entire space to surge. A tempestuous wave of energy swept outward, shaking the ground beneath them. What is happening? Expressions of bewilderment crossed countless faces as they exchanged astonished glances, utterly shocked. The commotion from the testing steel was unprecedented, exhibiting signs of going berserk in the sky. Elder Shue's murky eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the testing steel below, his expression shifting noticeably. From his experience, the greater the disturbance from the testing steel, the more extraordinary the martial talent of the tester. What peculiar quality does this young man possess? He glanced at the youth standing before the testing steel, furrowing his brow. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted, and a profoundly rich silver light ascended from the testing steel, its purity akin to liquid, distilled to perfection. Could it be talent of silver grade, 9th rank? Elder Shue's expression turned astonished. The crowd around the square grew increasingly chaotic. Such a commotion was simply too shocking for anyone to remain composed. Xiaohua furrowed his brow, fixating on the intensely brilliant silver light, and in the next moment, his pupils constricted, his entire face shifting in astonishment. For he beheld that golden light. Indeed, golden light. Countless individuals gasped in disbelief. As the silver light condensed to its zenith, it gradually transformed into golden radiance. They all understood what this signified. Golden-grade martial talent. Zhang Xiong's plump face was etched with disbelief. He rubbed his not-so-large eyes vigorously, as if to confirm whether he was hallucinating. This is impossible. Lu Qing's expression froze completely as he stared at the dazzling golden light, letting out an unrestrained roar. The golden-tier martial arts talent had scarcely appeared more than a handful of times in the past decade during the selection of new disciples at the Chongqing sect. Those individuals undoubtedly ascended the list of prodigies, becoming genuine super geniuses. Yi Kuang stood before the testing stone, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. The moment his palm made contact with the testing stone, an extraordinarily terrifying and peculiar wave erupted from his galaxy dantian, swiftly surging into the stone. Wasn't this commotion a bit excessive? After a long while, Yi Kuang opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, pondering silently. Boom! Before his words could fully escape his lips, the testing stone underwent another transformation. The originally golden light gradually deepened and shifted toward a violet gold hue. Instantly, a chorus of gasps filled the air, as violet gold signified a heavenly tier martial arts talent. Not only within the present Chongqing sect, but perhaps throughout the entirety of its history, such a phenomenon had never been witnessed. Could it be that the testing stone was malfunctioning? As the shock reached a certain threshold, some began to speculate in disbelief. Otherwise, how could everything happening before them be possible? It was undeniably heavenly tier martial arts talent, an occurrence that had never emerged among the 3 pavilions and 7 sects. I also believe that even among those who topped the prodigy list, their talents would at most be of the golden tier 4th or 5th rank, a gap unimaginable when compared to true heavenly tier martial arts talent. Hey, this lad has certainly stolen the spotlight with this opportunity. Gradually, the notion that the testing stone had malfunctioned garnered more and more agreement. Even Ye Yun, Feng Xiaotian, and Qiuhe shared this sentiment. After all, in their eyes, heavenly tier martial arts talent was nothing short of legendary, something that could never manifest here. Elder Shue's murky eyes sparkled with a strange light as he gazed at the resplendent violet gold stone below, murmuring, "Is it truly a malfunction of the testing stone?" For some reason, he felt that this viewpoint was somewhat absurd. Before the testing stone, Yi Kuang stared in a daze at the scene before him, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that the power of his galaxy dantian could be so overwhelming, directly yielding a heavenly tier martial arts talent. Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Yi Kuang shook his head slightly, speaking with a hint of helplessness. A moderate display of talent could indeed enhance one's status within the Chongqing sect. However, if one stood out too much, it might invite unnecessary troubles, even life-threatening dangers. After all, he currently lacked the strength to protect himself. Taking a deep breath, Yi Kuang attempted to retract the power from the testing stone. Crack! Just then, a crisp sound suddenly echoed, causing his heart to contract sharply and away. Yi Kuang's gaze slowly shifted to a certain point on the testing stone, his expression one of astonishment. There, a tiny crack had emerged. As soon as the crack appeared, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction, swiftly spreading across the entire testing stone. At that moment, everyone present became aware of the situation, and countless horrified voices erupted. What is happening? The testing stone is actually damaged. In midair, Elder Shui was also taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Crack! The cracks multiplied, and once they reached a certain extreme, the testing stone could no longer withstand it, shattering with a resounding bang right before Yi Kuang's incredulous gaze. Upon witnessing this, Yi Kuang instinctively retreated, his speed pushed to the limit as he dodged the fragments of the testing stone that came hurtling toward him. The ground of the surrounding plaza erupted chaotically, creating enormous pits. After retreating a dozen or so meters, Yi Kuang looked at the scene before him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Had he not reacted quickly, he would have surely perished by now. What on earth is going on? Yi Kuang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, utterly speechless. It was merely a test. Did it really have to cost him his life? Half a joss stick later, as everything settled into calm, a significant portion of the plaza lay in ruins. Yi Kuang stood amidst the wreckage, feeling the weight of thousands of gazes converging upon him, sending shivers down his spine. This time, it seemed he had truly overstepped. His lips twitched into an innocent expression. This outcome was entirely unexpected, even more shocking than the emergence of heavenly-tier martial arts talent. The crowd stared at him, their faces reflecting an unmistakable astonishment, with some even appearing in a state of daze. This lad actually blew up the testing stone. Surely they weren't hallucinating? Chapter 88. Elder Shui's targeting Yi Kuang wore a look of resignation, utterly unprepared for this outcome. The Galaxy Dantian had proven so domineering that it had literally obliterated a mysterious grade treasure. This? Xingxiu's chubby, pale face bore a peculiar expression. Even he could not help but feel a twinge of doubt, wondering if the testing stone had malfunctioned. Otherwise, why would it explode? Lu Qing's gaze darkened momentarily before a realization seemed to dawn upon him, his face lighting up with a look of schadenfreude. He certainly did not believe that Yi Kuang's talent could not be measured by the testing stone. Thus, he attributed everything to a malfunction of the stone itself. And could the involved party, Yi Kuang, escape unscathed? You little rascal, you've certainly made quite the splash this time. Lu Qing's face was filled with mockery. He had originally anticipated that this new batch would produce a peerless genius. But who would have thought it was merely a hapless soul encountering a malfunctioning testing stone? Next, it seemed there would be a good show to watch. In midair, Elder Shui remained in stunned silence for a long time before his expression gradually darkened. The testing stone was a mysterious grade treasure, and now it had been inexplicably destroyed. How could he not face repercussions from the sect? Yi Kuang, what on earth did you do to cause the destruction of the testing stone? His voice carried a chilling undertone. Yi Kuang furrowed his brow. It seemed his earlier instincts had been correct. This old fellow was indeed targeting him. Elder Shui, are you not well aware of my capabilities? He spoke in a deep voice. Do you truly believe I possess the ability to destroy a mysterious grade spiritual treasure? Upon hearing this, Elder Shui's tone faltered. Indeed, in his understanding, not even a junior of the spirit pattern realm, let alone a peak cultivation realm warrior, could possibly destroy a mysterious grade treasure. Moreover, this testing stone was not just any mysterious grade treasure, but one of superior quality. However, he would never voice such thoughts, for he required a scapegoat to alleviate his own responsibility. Yi Kuang, this incident occurred in your presence. No matter what, I, as the elder, demand an explanation. Elder Shui's expression turned grim as he coldly stated. Yi Kuang chuckled inwardly, though his exterior remained largely unaffected. An explanation? Are you suggesting that because my talent is too high, leading to the testing stone's inability to withstand it, I should be punished by the sect? He had come to understand that this old fellow was deliberately targeting him, though he was uncertain of the underlying reasons. You little brat, how arrogant! Elder Shui's face darkened with anger, and he prepared to make a move. He certainly did not believe that the destruction of the testing stone was due to this lad's excessive talent. Elder Shui, calm yourself. In my view, it would be wise to postpone this matter. The most important task at hand is to proceed with the next stage of the new disciple test. An emaciated elder interjected. Upon hearing this, Elder Shui's expression shifted, and he ultimately suppressed his anger, stating coldly, You little brat, do not think you can evade responsibility. Once the testing concludes, I will settle accounts with you. Yi Kuang could not be bothered to engage in further dialogue, his eyelids drooping as he turned to leave. Since this old fellow was targeting him, he had no need to be courteous. Scoundrel. Elder Shui's expression darkened further at being ignored, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Now, with the incident involving the testing stone, he had a legitimate reason to expel this lad from the Chongqing sect. You little brat, regardless of the outcome of the upcoming test, I will ensure you leave the Chongqing sect in disgrace." A chilling voice echoed in his heart. Impressive. Xingxiu regarded the returning Yi Kuang with a thumb raised in admiration, exclaiming in astonishment, "To have blown up the testing stone. This would indeed mark him as the first in the history of the Chongqing sect." Yi Kuang shrugged, responding, "It was merely an accident, at this moment." He felt somewhat fortunate. The explosion of the testing stone had its advantages for him. For in doing so, no one would believe he possessed extraordinary talent, but rather attribute everything to a malfunction of the testing stone itself. Otherwise, with a martial arts talent reaching the heavenly tier 9th rank, he would likely attract not fortune but rather assassination attempts, constantly threatening his life. After all, individuals from other sects would not stand idly by as he grew stronger. Had he known the outcome would be this way, he would have limited his talent to the golden tier 1st or 2nd rank. This way, he could garner the sect's attention without drawing excessive scrutiny. Yi Kuang shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. What is there to be proud of? It is merely a fluke that has allowed this lad to steal a moment of glory. Lu Qing let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Moreover, perhaps this very glory will bring misfortune to someone." His voice dripped with scorn, laced with a hint of jealousy, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. Why should that brat seize all the attention? Yi Kuang maintained a calm demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Qing as he stated, "The test will commence shortly. If you continue to babble at that time, I will ensure you leave on a stretcher." Lu Qing's expression stiffened. He dared not refute those words. "I hereby declare the test to begin." At that moment, Elder Shui's gaze swept across the assembly, and with a flick of his sleeve, a deep voice resonated. Boom! The stone chambers at the square's periphery suddenly shook violently. Brilliant lights erupted, coalescing into a line of characters at the apex. Following that, the stone doors slowly opened. According to the markings on the stone chambers, each group of disciples entered their corresponding chambers. Elder Shui spoke in a grave tone. Whoosh! A cacophony of rushing winds ensued. As countless figures surged forth, racing towards the stone chambers, Yi Kuang looked up and noticed his name above one of the stone chambers. Once inside, "I hope everyone will work together to overcome the test." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lu Qing and the few individuals beside him, his expression stern as he added, "If we fail, everyone will be expelled." Lu Qing scoffed, saying, "No need for your reminders. I just hope you won't be the one dragging us down." Yi Kuang, uninterested in further banter, waved his hand and charged ahead. Behind him, Xingxiu and the others immediately followed suit. "We shall proceed as well," Lu Qing declared, his face cold, eyes fixated on Yi Kuang's retreating figure, as he gestured for a few warriors to follow him towards the stone chamber. In midair, Elder Shui's gaze fell upon them, the chill in his eyes growing ever more pronounced. "Little rascal, I have arranged quite the spectacle for you. I hope you enjoy it thoroughly." Chapter 89. The sudden opportunity within the dimly lit stone chamber. Oil lamps hung on either side, imparting an oppressive atmosphere. Upon entering, Yi Kuang's gaze immediately fixated on the deepest part of the chamber. There, a stone chair stood, and upon it loomed a shadow shrouded in darkness. Yi Kuang's eyes narrowed slightly. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an undeniable sense of familiarity. That person. Could it be the inner sect disciple testing us? Xingxiu strained his small eyes, attempting to discern the figure's appearance amidst the gloom. Yi Kuang inhaled deeply, his expression growing grave as he cautioned, "Everyone, be cautious." As his words fell, the figure on the stone chair suddenly stirred, revealing an incense burner that slowly descended before him. Upon it stood a burning ancient incense stick. "He, young Master Yi, we meet again." A faint chuckle resonated in the AIR's light cascaded down, dispelling the darkness. The figure's visage became apparent. Yi Kuang's pupils constricted slightly, for the individual was none other than Lin Mo, the inner sect disciple with whom he had clashed at Baishou Town. "What a coincidence to see you here," Yi Kuang remarked with a cold smile. He would not believe that Lin Mo's presence here was devoid of ulterior motives. Lin Mo gradually rose, a formidable aura of spiritual power emanating from him. Great success in the transformation realm. Xingxiu's plump face quivered, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his eyes. The strength of an inner sect disciple was indeed formidable. The expressions of Zhao Qian and the others turned grave, their hands clenched tightly. Given their current prowess, enduring even a single incense stick's worth of time against Lin Mo would prove exceedingly challenging. "Kid, I heard you made quite the stir outside." Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smirk. "But here, no matter how you seek to gain attention, you will only leave the Eternal Life sect in disgrace." Yi Kuang replied calmly, "I hope you possess the capability to make that happen. Arrogant little brat." Lin Amo shook his head, stating, I now present you with two options. First, surrender that item, and perhaps I may consider allowing you to pass the test. Second, you can leave the Eternal Life sect, or even Yi Kwang remained silent, slowly drawing the black iron sword from his back, his eyes icy. What an insufferable fool! Lin Mo's expression darkened. He stamped his foot heavily, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged from his body, coalescing into a massive fist. If you refuse a toast, you will be forced to drink a forfeit. Get out, with a wave of his sleeve. The spiritual fist shot forth, hurtling towards Yi Kwang. Engage! Yi Kwang barked, unleashing the entirety of his spiritual power into the black iron sword. Buzz! The blade trembled, a clear song of the sword resonating as a sharp aura swept forth. Golden Sun technique, Great Golden Sun. Without any pretense, Yi Kwang focused his thoughts, causing resplendent golden light to gather behind him, swiftly transforming into a dazzling golden in the next moment. The sun surged forth, merging into the sword's body as the golden radiance exploded. The previously dark sword was rapidly suffused with a brilliant golden hue, shining with unparalleled brilliance. Slash! Yi Kwang stepped forward, bringing the black iron sword down with tremendous force, augmented by the power of the Great Golden Sun, striking the spiritual fist. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, causing the surrounding stone walls to tremble incessantly, as if they might shatter at any moment. However, it was evident that with Yi Kwang's current strength, even with all his might, he could not truly withstand the spiritual fist's assault. Before long, the golden light upon the black iron sword began to dim, swiftly fading away. Spirit Rock Hand, Opening Mountain Palm, Thunder Seal Finger. The incantations rang out as powerful attacks tore through the air, crashing heavily against the spiritual fist. The black iron sword, which had been on the verge of collapse, regained a semblance of stability due to the addition of these attacks. After all, 10 individuals joining forces wielded considerable might. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Amo observed with disdain, his expression mocking. These ignorant fools had no comprehension of the power of the perfected transformation realm. Break for me! Lin Amo snapped his fingers. A beam of spiritual light surged forth, merging into the spiritual fist. Whoosh! The power of the spiritual fist doubled in an instant. The previously stalemated situation was thoroughly shattered. Bang bang! 9 powerful attacks shattered in succession, sending Zhang Xiong and the others flying backward, their backs crashing heavily against the stone door. Yi Kwang's expression shifted slightly, for the golden light on his black iron sword had entirely dissipated, the immense power contained within it vanishing rapidly. Thud! As the spiritual fist struck again, the black iron sword quivered violently, bending inward to form a remarkable arc. A tremendous force surged along the blade, causing Yi Kwang's feet to scrape against the ground as he slid backward. Boom! His back collided against the stone door with a resounding thud, echoing a deep, resonant sound. Yi Kwang's chest churned with blood, nearly forcing out a mouthful of reverse blood, but he ultimately swallowed it down. The preceding force had nearly all been directed at him. Kid, do not stubbornly resist. If you do not surrender that item today, I will make you wish you were dead, Lin Amo stated coldly. Yi Kwang's countenance remained frosty as he cast a glance at the ancient incense. It had burned less than 1/10 of its length, while they were already being thoroughly dominated. If this continued, it would be impossible to endure for the duration of a single incense stick. Yi Kwang's gaze flickered, as if sensing something. You foolish thing. Let us see how many times you can endure. Lin Mo's eyes darkened upon realizing that Yi Kwang had ignored him. He clasped his hands together, icy blue light emanating from his dantian, coalescing before him into an icy blue seal. The seal radiated a dense chill, coalescing into an unbreakable mist. The temperature seemed as though it could freeze a person's blood. Go! Lin Amo clapped his palm, and the icy seal, imbued with astonishing coldness, surged towards the stone door. Yi Kwang, witnessing this, focused his thoughts once more, channeling his inner strength. However, at that moment, a peculiar fluctuation suddenly enveloped his entire being. His eyes gleamed with intense light. This is an opportunity for breakthrough. Yi Kwang's expression grew grave. The situation was dire, and attempting to break through now was undeniably perilous. Yet, apart from that, did he possess any other means to successfully overcome this trial? With that thought, he inhaled a breath of frigid air, suppressing the myriad of hesitations within him, and spoke in a low voice. You all hold Lin Amo off for a moment. I need to break through here. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of the others. They could not have misheard him, could they? Chapter 90. Zhang Xiong's peculiar spirit treasure. Has this rascal lost his mind? Lu Qing's face darkened as he exclaimed. Choosing to break through at such a moment is nothing short of a joke, wagering the futures of us all. For even if he were to be obstinate, he must admit that Yi Kuang is the primary force here. Should the latter choose to abandon them, they would all be expelled from the Eternal Life sect. I need a little time. Yi Kuang paid no heed to the situation. Instead, he simply settled down on the spot, sweeping his sleeve to reveal a miraculous herb that materialized in his hand. It was none other than the innate treasure. With a swift motion, he opened his mouth and swallowed the precious herb, a surge of potent medicinal energy erupting from within him like a torrential flood. In an instant, the spiritual energy within his dantian began to coalesce into formidable forces, propelled by the herb's power, coursing through his meridians and circulating throughout his body. Vaguely, it seemed as if something extraordinary was gradually taking shape. This bastard! Lu Qing seethed with clenched teeth, realizing that this was nothing short of self-sabotage. Lin Mo's expression remained indifferent as he cast a glance at Yi Kuang, who was in the midst of a breakthrough, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. This fool is truly courting death. Since you have chosen such a foolish path to demise, allow me to facilitate your end. He stomped his foot heavily, an astonishing chill howling forth, transforming into icy blue streams that encircled him. Crack! The ground around them froze at an alarming rate, covered by a thick layer of frigid ice. What should we do? Zhao Qian's delicate face tightened. With their combined strength, it would be nearly impossible to contend with the enemy for even a moment. Trust in Brother Yi. He wouldn't jest with his own future. Zhan Xiong bit his lip, his gaze flickering rapidly, as if grappling with uncertainty. Lu Qing's face darkened. Trust in what? I see that fool digging his own grave, dragging us down with him. Zhan Xiong shot him a glance before turning his attention to the others, his plump face etched with concern. I possess a method that might momentarily impede Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian and the others' eyes brightened, eagerly asking, what method? Zhan Xiong hesitated, but ultimately gritted his teeth and produced an item from his possession. A peculiar expression surfaced on the faces of the crowd as Zhan Xiong revealed a jade bowl containing gleaming rice grains. Lu Qing's lips twitched, his expression darkening. You gluttonous fool, at a time like this, you still think of food? Zhao Qian furrowed her brows, puzzled. What on earth is this chubby fellow doing with a jade bowl? This item is a family heirloom, the Jade Spirit Bowl. The contents are not mere grains of rice but substances condensed from spiritual energy. Zhan Xiong cleared his throat, feeling a flush of embarrassment despite the urgency of the moment. The design of this spiritual treasure is rather absurd. Who could blame the eccentric ancestor of our family for crafting a spiritual treasure that resembles a food bowl, all for the love of culinary delights? Truly a bit humiliating. Ahem. Let us collectively channel our energies and infuse spiritual power into the Jade Spirit Bowl. Suppressing his embarrassment, Zhan Xiong altered his hand seals, the spiritual energy within his dantian roaring forth, surging through his meridians like white streams entering the jade bowl. The others, seeing this, hesitated momentarily but soon joined in, unleashing their spiritual energies into the bowl. Buzz! The Jade Spirit Bowl trembled, and the rice-like substances within began to melt away, transforming into a crystalline liquid. Condense. Zhan Xiong's expression turned serious as he pressed his palms together, commanding, condense. In an instant, the gleaming liquid erupted from the Jade Spirit Bowl, swiftly forming a luminous shield ahead. Overreaching. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive as he flicked his fingers, summoning a myriad of ice shards that hurtled toward the light shield. Bang! Upon contact, ripples surged across the shield, radiating outward. Yet, this luminous barrier, born from the Jade Spirit Bowl, displayed remarkable defensive capabilities, barely holding against the onslaught of ice shards. However, it was evident that it could not withstand for long. A futile struggle. Lin Mo shook his head, disdain evident on his face. Once the shield shatters, these individuals will be left with no recourse, destined to be expelled from the Chongqing sect one by one. As Zhan Xiong and the others strained to fend off Lin Mo, Yi Kuang's spiritual energy within reached a boiling state. Moments later, as the energy coursed through his meridians and returned to his dantian, an indescribable sensation began to permeate the air. Condense. Yi Kuang's expression turned grave as he focused on the area above his dantian, where countless strands of spiritual energy were wildly converging. Vaguely, something was taking shape. The spiritual core, a unique entity nurtured within the dantian of a cultivator at the transformation realm. Once acquired, it greatly enhances one's control over spiritual energy. This was also the primary reason why transformation realm cultivators could shape their spiritual energy. Furthermore, Possessing a spiritual core grants a martial artist attribute-based attacks, and the explosive power unleashed would multiply exponentially. As more and more spiritual energy gathered, a spherical object gradually took form at the center of the radiant glow. I wonder what quality my spiritual core possesses. Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Generally speaking, spiritual cores are classified into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. The method of distinguishing grades is straightforward. The higher the quality of the spiritual core, the larger its size. The lowest grade one has a diameter of merely 1 inch, while the highest reaches 9 inches. Buzz. As time passed, the initially ethereal spiritual core began to solidify, its volume showing signs of growth. Crack! Just then, a faint sound emanated from within the core, causing Yi Kuang to startle. Not good, he exclaimed in alarm, witnessing tiny cracks forming on the surface of the spiritual core. Damn it! Yi Kuang's expression darkened. Should the core shatter, it would signify his failure to break through, leaving him powerless to stop Linimo. What a stroke of bad luck. Yi Kuang clenched his jaw, his gaze flickering rapidly as he sought a way to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, he ultimately found nothing. His expression turned grim. Was the Chongqing sect to be his final destination? Just as he was consumed by anxiety, a peculiar glow suddenly radiated from within his dantian, enveloping the spiritual core. Yi Kuang's expression froze, soon replaced by a surge of joy. This is the power of the transformation fruit. Chapter 91. 10 grades. The delight in Yi Kuang's eyes deepened as he realized that the transformation fruit he had consumed in that cave was now proving invaluable. Buzz! Under the influence of the transformation fruit's power, the cracks on the surface of the spiritual core began to vanish one by one. It's going to work? Yi Kuang clenched his fist, joy illuminating his face. Once he broke through to the transformation realm, he would have the means to overcome today's challenge. As the last crack on the core disappeared, its size began to increase once more. The solidity of the core improved alongside its growing volume. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Within mere moments, the diameter of the spiritual core reached 7 inches. Yi Kuang couldn't help but be astounded. A grade 7 spiritual core? This seems rather formidable. Yet, the growth did not cease there. 7 inches, 8 inches. In his astonished gaze, the diameter of the core expanded to 9 inches. A grade 9 spiritual core? Yi Kuang's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He never imagined that the spiritual core he was forming would reach the highest quality. Such a quality of spiritual core would surely be exceedingly rare even within the Chongqing sect. However, just as he was basking in astonishment, the spiritual core stirred again. Buzz! It quivered slightly, breaking through the 9-inch threshold and gradually reaching 10 inches. Yi Kuang's face was filled with incredulity. 10 inches. Could there truly be a grade 10 spiritual core in existence? Before this moment, he had neither heard of nor seen such a thing. It is said that with each grade increase, the capacity for spiritual energy within the dantian doubles. If that holds true, then a grade 10 spiritual core would imply a 10-fold increase in spiritual energy capacity. Yi Kuang marveled incredulously. Simply unimaginable. His gaze flickered as a vague suspicion formed in his mind. This transformation must be related to the galaxy dantian. Otherwise, how could the spiritual core surpass the 9-inch barrier, achieving the extraordinary 10 inches? With a deep breath, Yi Kuang suppressed the shock within him. For now, he must focus on completing his breakthrough, for he sensed that Zhang Xiong and the others could not hold out much longer. Crack! As the incense in the burner burned halfway, the barrier formed by Zhang Xiong and the 9 others began to display cracks. Not good. Zhang Xiong's expression shifted abruptly. Should this barrier be breached, they would lose their ability to resist Linimo entirely. Lu Qing and Zhao Qian's faces paled slightly. Were they truly destined to be expelled from the Chongqing sect? It's all that little rascal's fault, choosing this moment to attempt a breakthrough. He is such a hindrance. Lu Qing gritted his teeth, filled with resentment and frustration at being a proud talent of the Lu family yet facing such humiliation. I warned you all that this fool would drag us down, yet you refused to believe me. The situation became irreparable. Lu Qing could no longer contain the resentment brewing within him. If there is blame to be assigned, it lies with your poor choice of allies, teaming up with that fool. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive as he waved his hand, summoning another wave of ice shards that crashed against the luminous shield. Bang! The already precarious light shield shattered completely at this moment, bursting into a myriad of radiant fragments that returned to the Jade Spirit Bowl. The crowd shuddered in unison, instinctively retreating. Whoosh, however, the ice shards pressed on relentlessly, carrying an astonishing chill as they surged forward. The faces of Zhang Xiong, Lu Qing, and the others paled considerably in that instant. If struck by the ice shards, their inner spiritual energy would likely be frozen, rendering them incapable of any means of resistance. At that point, the only path left would be elimination. Brother Yi, we have done our utmost, Xingxiu lamented, his plump face etched with helplessness, a sense of despair echoing in his heart. Yet, just as he was about to shut his eyes in despair, a sudden rush of wind erupted, and a streak of black light shot from behind, positioning itself directly in front of everyone. Bang, bang. The ice shards crashed down, producing a crisp sound. Xingxiu looked forward in surprise, where a black heavy sword stood resolutely, repelling all incoming ice shards. Brother Yi in the next moment, he snapped back to reality, swiftly turning his head backward. Not only he, but Zhao Qian and the others also hurriedly turned around. Before the stone door, the youth who had been sitting cross-legged with closed eyes slowly rose to his feet. A formidable aura emanated from him, subtly overwhelming the surroundings. Brother Yi, you have broken through? Xingxiu exclaimed, a mix of joy and astonishment. Yi Kuang chuckled softly, casting a glance at the remaining incense stick, and said with a light smile, "Leave the rest to me." Lu Qing's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that this lad would truly achieve a breakthrough. A complex array of emotions swirled within him, tinged with both jealousy and relief. The creation realm. Across from him, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed in surprise. This youth consistently brought forth unexpected turns. Yi Kuang, do you truly believe that with your fledgling mastery of the creation realm, you can contend with me? Lin Mo scoffed coldly. His strength was formidable even among those who had reached the pinnacle of the creation realm. Thus, even with Yi Kuang's sudden surge in power, he felt little trepidation. Contending would be challenging, but enduring for half an incense stick's duration should pose no issue. A slight smile graced Yi Kuang's lips, and as his final word fell, he stomped heavily on the ground, unleashing a fierce wave of spiritual energy. The power of the creation realm was fully unleashed at that moment. Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. The intensity of Yi Kuang's spiritual energy was remarkably profound, far exceeding that of a typical practitioner at the initial stage of the creation realm. He could not afford to be careless, lest he stumble into an unforeseen predicament. A flicker of determination flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Ice Spirit Technique. With lightning speed, Lin Mo's hands transformed, and streams of ice blue light surged forth, coalescing in his palm. Gradually, an ice sculpture began to take shape. The sculpture, glistening and approximately a foot tall, bore an astonishingly lifelike appearance, as if it were a living entity. Its surface was adorned with peculiar patterns, emanating an extraordinary chill. A grave expression crossed Yi Kuang's face. He discerned that the technique employed by Lin Mo was no trifling matter and likely reached the advanced level of the Huang grade. He took a deep breath, the light of his Shumi ring shimmering as he stored the black, heavy sword within. Following that, he gestured with his hands, weaving through the air, leaving behind trails of afterimages. A deep, resonant shout echoed forth. Mystic Dragon Mirror, Mystic Dragon Howl. Chapter 92. Blood Cold Blade Whoosh. A torrent of potent spiritual energy surged from Yi Kuang's dantian, howling through his meridians and converging at his throat. In the next instant, a dragon-like roar erupted from his lips, reverberating throughout the stone chamber. Roar! The sound waves rippled outward, akin to gentle ripples, reaching Lin Mo across the way. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, his heart jolting. This fluctuation, mystic-grade martial arts, he was somewhat taken aback. This youth had successfully cultivated a mystic-grade martial art. Was worth noting that even he had not achieved such a feat. The comprehension required for mystic-grade martial arts far surpassed that of Huang-grade martial arts. However, even if you mastered a mystic-grade martial art, it would be difficult to rival my ice spirit technique, Lin Mo sneered. This lad had just broken through to the initial stage of the creation realm. Despite his astonishing abilities, he could not offset the disparity in their foundations. Freeze it for me. With a flick of his sleeve, the ice sculpture soared forth, propelled by an overwhelming chill, hurtling toward the sound waves. Observing the imminent approach of the ice sculpture, Yi Kuang's lips curled into a slight smile. He wasted no words. Altering his hand seals, a peculiar wave of energy radiated outward. Whoosh! What was once nearly imperceptible sound waves now shimmered with a starry brilliance. From afar, it appeared as though a shimmering river of stars was unfurling, dazzlingly luminous and extraordinarily unique. The might of Mystic Dragon Howl surged exponentially. A glint of satisfaction crossed Yi Kuang's eyes. The moment he condensed his spiritual core, he possessed his own spiritual energy attributes. Unlike ordinary individuals, his attributes were extraordinarily unique, akin to the vast expanse of the starry sky, deep and resplendent. This must be the starry sky attribute. Yi Kuang murmured to himself, unable to conjure a second name for his spiritual energy attributes. What on earth is this? Lin Mo's gaze darkened as he beheld the transformed sound waves, his expression growing considerably grim. He had never witnessed a spiritual energy manifesting such peculiar attributes. Bang! In the next moment, the ice sculpture collided with the starry-hued sound waves. Instantly, an overwhelming shockwave erupted, shaking the surrounding stone walls violently. This state of affairs did not persist long, as the color of the ice sculpture began to fade, and fine cracks appeared. Bang! Before long, the ice sculpture reached its limit and exploded, scattering into countless fragments. Simultaneously, the sound waves dissipated entirely. This clash ended in a stalemate. Behind, Zhang Xiong's face registered disbelief. Brother Yi actually withstood that blow, he exclaimed, his eyes wide. Beside him, Zhao Qian, Lu Qing, and the others wore similarly astonished expressions. In stark contrast, Lin Mo's face darkened considerably. He glared at the youth opposite him, his expression twitching. The overwhelming victory he had envisioned had yielded such a result, leaving his pride as an inner sect disciple struggling to accept it. How could this be possible? Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Yi Kuang remained composed. Observing Lin Mo's changing countenance without a hint of arrogance, he understood that the latter had not yet unleashed his true power. Ultimately, this was due to a sense of underestimation. Brother Lin, it seems that in today's test, you will not be able to expel me from the Chongqing sect, Yi Kuang remarked with a faint smile. Lin Mo's gaze darkened. He glanced at the ancient incense stick, nearly burned to ash, his face twisting into a sinister expression. You truly believe that your limited abilities can contend with me? With a swift motion, he retrieved a dark red great blade from his spatial ring. The blade, approximately 3 feet long, glimmered with a chilling aura, exuding a strong scent of blood and an unsettling wave of icy coldness. This weapon was known as the Blood-Cold Blade, a genuine advanced Huang-grade spiritual treasure. Lin Mo's countenance was grim as he pointed the blade at Yi Kuang, coldly stating, "Today, dying beneath the blood-cold blade will be an honor for you." Boom! As his words fell, an indescribable wave of frost surged forth. The blood-cold blade quickly became enveloped in a layer of blood-red ice crystals. From a distance, it resembled a demonic blade of blood. Instilling fear in all who beheld Yi Kuang's expression turned solemn. He realized that Lin Mo had ceased holding back and was prepared to slay him with the blood-cold blade's overwhelming might. His gaze flickered as thoughts raced in his mind. Currently, he had just broken through to the initial stage of the creation realm and had yet to practice any techniques. It was impossible for him to withstand the assault of the blood-cold blade head-on. Thus, he could not afford to confront it directly. Brat, prepare to die. Lin Mo grasped the cold hilt of the knife, gradually raising the blood-cold blade. As he did so, a torrent of power surged from his dantian into the blade, rapidly amplifying its terrifying might. Slash! In the next moment, Lin Mo stepped forward, the blood-cold blade slicing downwards with ferocity. Whoosh! The blade trembled, unleashing a blood-red beam of light that bore an unspeakable chill. Hurtling toward Yi Kuang's neck, the might of this strike far surpassed that of the previous ice spirit technique. Brother Yi. Zhang Xiong's expression changed drastically, but before he could finish his words, the blood-red light had descended. Boom! The ground erupted as the blood-red light exploded, carving visible fissures into the earth. The surrounding stone walls trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Zhang Xiong and the others watched in horror, their hearts sinking. Would they truly fall at the last moment? If Yi Kuang were severely injured, then everyone present would be expelled in an instant. This scoundrel is utterly despicable, Zhao Qian exclaimed, her complexion pale as she gritted her silver teeth. Generally, during such tests, inner sect disciples would not exert their full strength, typically using only 70 to 80% of their power at most. Yet, Lin Mo had summoned the blood-cold blade, evidently channeling at least 70 to 80% of his strength. How could it have come to this? Lu Qing's complexion had turned a ghastly pale. He was on the brink of success when he unexpectedly collapsed at the very last moment, leaving him utterly discontented. In such dire circumstances, despite the profound enmity he held towards Yi Kuang, he still harbored a hope that the latter could endure this trial, for if he were to fail, he too would face elimination. Departing from the Chongqing sect in disgrace, Lin Mo gazed at the faces of those opposite him, a chill of foreboding washing over him. Enough, it's time for you to leave. The blood-chilling blade in his hand emanated an astonishing aura once more. However, just as he was about to strike, his gaze seemed to catch sight of something, and his pupils constricted abruptly. Chapter 93. The cruel rate of elimination from the shattered ground, A crimson glow gradually dissipated, revealing nothing but emptiness. No figures were present. What is happening? Lin Mo was taken aback, and in the next moment, he seemed to sense something, directing his gaze towards the ceiling of the stone chamber. There, a figure stood. Translucent spiritual wings crossed before Yi Kuang, shielding him from the earlier onslaught of violent power. Flying spiritual wings. Lin Mo's pupils narrowed. This young man possessed a set of flying spiritual wings. Damn it, he seethed. What he had deemed a guaranteed lethal strike had been evaded by this brat in such a manner. Behind him, Zhen Xiong and the others were momentarily stunned, their faces soon betraying uncontainable delight. Brother Yi is unharmed, Zhen Xiong exclaimed joyfully. Lu Qing's expression shifted, his gaze becoming complex, unsure of how to convey his inner turmoil. At the top of the stone chamber, Yi Kuang activated his flying wings, gradually extending them to the sides. That was close. He cast a glance at the dimly lit wings, shaking his head involuntarily. Earlier, he had dodged the primary assault, yet he had still nearly sustained grave injuries. Were it not for the formidable defense of the flying wings, he likely wouldn't have had the strength to rise again. The strength of the inner sect disciples is indeed formidable, Yi Kuang thought gravely. Lin Mo had yet to unleash his full power, yet he had been forced into such a predicament. If today had been a true battle of life and death, his chances of victory would have been minimal. I must swiftly find a cultivation technique and successfully master it, he silently resolved. Ever since arriving at the Chongqing sect, the pressure he felt had only intensified. Compared to the outside world, the competition here was undeniably fiercer. You little brat, let's see how many times you can evade. Lin Mo's gaze darkened, the blood-chilling blade in his hand flickering ominously, a dreadful icy bloodlust emanating from it. Yet, in response, Yi Kuang remained remarkably calm, his gaze falling upon the ancient incense, a faint smile gracing his lips. Senior Ling, our duel will have to wait until next time. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart sank, and he immediately turned to look. At that moment, the ancient incense had completely burned away, leaving only a pile of ash. Boom! The tightly shut stone door slowly creaked open. Lin Mo's expression instantly soured to the utmost degree. Time was up. Even if he wished to act, he could not. For should such an event reach the ears of the sect, he would face severe punishment. The Chongqing sect was indeed ruthless, but it did not permit anyone to breach its rules. Brother Lin, I concede. Yi Kuang smiled faintly, though a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. When we meet again, I shall repay the kindness you showed to my junior bit by bit. With that, he flapped his wings and descended gracefully. Everyone, let us exit now. Yi Kuang addressed Zhen Xiong and the others with a smile. Zhen Xiong, still somewhat dazed, nodded. Had they truly succeeded? In that moment, he was left questioning everything. For the dramatic turnaround at the last moment had been too intense for his fragile heart to bear. Lu Qing observed Yi Kuang's retreating figure as he exited the stone door, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Since their meeting, there had not been a moment of joy between them. It had been nothing but conflict after conflict. Yet in the end, it was this very scoundrel, whom he loathed to the core, who had aided him in successfully passing the test. Why Yi Kuang? Lu Qing murmured softly, shaking his head as he stepped through the stone door. Meanwhile, after their departure, Lin Mo trembled slightly. Despite personally intervening, he had been unable to halt that brat. You little rascal, do you think joining the Chongqing sect is something to celebrate? I will make you understand that those unworthy will sooner or later be expelled from the Chongqing sect. The chilling voice, laced with a deep-seated malice, echoed within the stone chamber. In midair, Elder Shui stood suspended, gazing at the slowly opening stone door below, his eyes flickering. Figures began to emerge from behind the door. Appearing upon the plaza, Nie Yun, Feng Xiaotian, and Qiuhe's group were among them, unsurprisingly. Those who did not emerge were essentially declared eliminated, in no movement. That brat should not be able to come out, Elder Shui mused, his gaze flickering towards a particular stone door. With Lin Mo stationed there, he could hardly believe that Yi Kuang had succeeded in passing the test. However, suddenly, heavy footsteps resonated, and figures began to emerge from behind the door. The foremost among them was Yi Kuang. Elder Shui's expression instantly stiffened, a shadow of darkness crossing his eyes. This brat had actually succeeded in the trial. What a waste of space, he cursed inwardly. With Lin Mo's capabilities, how could he allow Yi Kuang to pass the test unscathed? Beside him, a gaunt elder smiled faintly, a hint of intrigue gracing his features. What a remarkable little fellow. He managed to pass the test. As an elder of the outer sect, he was acutely aware of Elder Shui's plans. Thus, he understood well the difficulty of the trial faced by Yi Kuang's group. When the inner sect disciples unleashed 3 or 4 portions of their strength, Lin Mo would undoubtedly exert himself to the fullest. Yet, even so, he had still failed to impede Yi Kuang. Finally emerged, Yi Kuang stood upon the plaza, his gaze meeting the sun as he exhaled deeply. He had been on the verge of elimination, but thankfully, he had emerged unscathed in the end. Brother Yi, thank you. Xingxiu clasped his fists, his face alight with joy. Zhao Qian and the others also expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Lu Qing's expression shifted. The envy in his eyes diminished considerably at that moment. After all, he bore no deep-seated hatred towards Yi Kuang. Now that the latter had assisted him in successfully passing the test, he felt a twinge of emotion. Yi Kuang smiled, but just as he was about to speak, his expression shifted, and he turned to the side. A slightly frosty gaze met his own, and their eyes clashed in the air, sparks seemingly igniting between them. Heh, I never expected you to pass the test smoothly, Qiu, he remarked, a smile tugging at his lips. Yi Kuang's eyes flickered. He could discern from this person's demeanor that he was undoubtedly aware of Lin Mo's actions. Contemplating this, he scanned the surroundings, his expression momentarily tightening. He noticed that fewer than half of the newcomers had appeared. This implied that over half had been eliminated. Such odds were nothing short of brutal. One could argue that this method of group elimination was unfair, but in this world, absolute fairness was a mere illusion. My journey in the Chongqing sect begins here. Yi Kuang clenched his fist, his heart swelling with fervor. Chapter 94. One strike everyone, please quiet down. In midair, Elder Shui raised his hand in a calming gesture, his gaze sweeping across the gathered crowd as he spoke solemnly. I would like to extend my congratulations to you all for officially becoming outer sect disciples of the Chongqing sect. He continued, next, we will follow the customary practice of conducting challenges for the outer sect disciple rankings. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew subdued, anticipation glimmering in the eyes of countless spectators. What is this? Yi Kuang furrowed his brow and inquired. Xingxiu explained with a smile, this is a customary practice for selecting newcomers. Once all those who pass the test appear, the sect will choose some to challenge us newcomers. Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow, intrigue flashing in his eyes. Are there benefits to those who rank on the outer sect disciple list? He asked. Xingxiu pondered for a moment before replying, of course. But according to the rules, you need to reach the top 30 on the outer sect disciple list to truly reap the rewards. Generally speaking, these rewards come in 2 forms, improved cultivation conditions and a regular allocation of spiritual stones from the sect. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards. However, the specific quantities would only be revealed once you made the list. Yi Kuang nodded, then lifted his gaze towards the front, where several gusts of wind could be heard. Moments later, 3 figures appeared before the crowd. These 3 were Gu Yin, ranked 30th on the outer sect disciple list, Xing Chun, ranked 29th, and Luo Xian, ranked 28th. Elder Shui pointed towards the 3 figures below, announcing, if you're interested, you may step up to challenge them. However, if 2 individuals choose the same target, they must determine the winner before proceeding to challenge again. Upon hearing this, many faces shifted. Realizing that the individuals present were all formidable experts ranked within the top 30 of the outer sect disciple list, I will go. Nie Yun, hailing from the Nie family, stepped forward with fervent intensity in his gaze, fixating on the 3 figures before him. Ha, count me in, Feng Xiaotian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, also taking a bold step forward. The crowd, however, was not taken aback by this spectacle. It was well understood that anyone aspiring to challenge those ranked among the top 30 disciples of the outer sect must possess at least the cultivation of the transformation realm, a feat only a select few could achieve. Qiuhua cast a fleeting glance at Nie Yun and Feng Xiaotian before diverting his gaze towards the horizon. Young Master Yi, will you not join us for a bit of fun? He remarked casually, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at Qiuhua's words. What did he mean? Did he truly believe that this young man possessed the capability to challenge the top 30 of the outer sect disciples? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Nie Yun narrowed his eyes, detecting an inexplicable undertone in Qiuhua's statement. This young man, it seemed, was not as simple as he appeared. A flicker of realization ignited within him, for he understood that Qiuhua would not take interest in someone deemed worthless. What are you afraid? Qiuhua inquired, observing Yi Kuang's silence with a faint smile. If that is the case, I must inform you that those lacking courage do not last long in the Chongqing sect. A hint of disappointment lingered in his heart. He had initially believed that those who could pass the test under Lin Mo's scrutiny would be rather extraordinary. Yet, it appeared that perhaps luck played a role in this young man's success. Brother Yi, he's trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it. Xingxiu interjected hastily. The earlier battle with Lin Mo had drained Yi Kuang considerably, and with the latter's recent breakthrough, his foundation was still tenuous. Should he forcefully challenge a top 30 expert, dire consequences could ensue. Yi Kuang chuckled softly, turning to face the scornful Qiu Hua. You wish to play? Very well, I shall indulge you. Today, I have set my sights on whoever you choose to challenge. He was well aware that he was not one to be trifled with, and since Qiu Hua had persistently sought trouble, he decided it prudent to make it clear that the reputation he wielded held little sway over him. While he could momentarily set aside the matter of Lin Mo, Qiu Hua, this pompous fool, was someone he intended to trample upon to deter anyone from daring to prance about before him in the future. The crowd was taken aback by his chilling declaration, disbelief washing over their faces. Was this young man truly declaring war on Qiu Hua? Nie Yun and Feng Xiaotian exchanged glances, a hint of amusement flickering across their faces. This young man possessed admirable audacity, daring to speak in such a manner. Even they had little confidence in besting Qiu Hua. How intriguing, they thought. Qiu Hua was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. His eyes fixated on the youth across from him, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You dare to declare war on me? Do you truly believe you are worthy? He taunted, gesturing towards one of the three figures clad in a cloud-patterned robe. I choose Luo Xian, who ranks 20-8th. Do you possess the courage to face him? An uproar erupted among the spectators, many secretly marveling at Qiu Hua's audacity in selecting the toughest opponent among the newcomers. Yi Kuang's expression remained serene. He said nothing, merely gesturing towards the space within his sumi ring. A radiant glow enveloped the black iron sword that materialized in his grasp. One strike, he declared, raising the sword, the cold tip angled towards his adversary, a smirk playing on his lips. The moment those words escaped his mouth, the previously bustling square fell into an eerie silence. Qiu Hua's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He had not anticipated that his opponent would not only accept the challenge but do so with such audacious flair. Foolish, he thought, with a derisive chuckle. A glimmer of bloodlust ignited in his eyes as a wave of brutal energy surged forth. This young man dared to treat him as if he were a mere soft target. He was woefully unaware of the gravity of his situation. Yi Kuang's expression remained impassive, his dark eyes shimmering with a star-like brilliance. Golden sun technique, he intoned, stamping his foot down, as brilliant golden light erupted from within him, coalescing into a radiant sun behind him. In an instant, celestial energy surged forth from his dantian, rapidly merging with the sun. Within the blink of an eye, the dazzling golden orb transformed into a hue reminiscent of the starry sky, appearing as a celestial body suspended within the cosmos. This marked the first time he had activated the golden sun technique using celestial energy, and its power surpassed that of ordinary high-tier yellow-grade martial arts. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Yi Kuang focused his intention, channeling the celestial energy into the sword. In that moment, a brilliant explosion of starlight erupted, enveloping the blade in resplendent hues. Slash! In the next heartbeat, Yi Kuang lunged forward, unleashing a downward strike. The sword beam, akin to a cascade of stars, shot forth with an unparalleled ferocity, tearing through the air at lightning speed, aimed squarely at Qiu Hua. At that moment, the onlookers felt as though the very heavens had been cleaved in twain. The brilliance of the attack resembled a river of stars cascading downwards, evoking an indescribable sensation of awe. Such terrifying prowess. Nie Yun thought, his gaze sharpening as shock registered on his face. He had initially perceived Yi Kuang as merely an arrogant youth, yet this single strike had completely altered his perspective. This young man was anything but ordinary. Feng Xiaotian's expression grew solemn as he remarked slowly, arrogance born of insufficient ability is mere vanity, while arrogance backed by true skill can be deemed confidence. Yi Kuang belongs to the latter category. The mockery and derision on Qiu Hua's face evaporated in that instant, for he sensed a lethal aura emanating from the sword strike. What a remarkable young man, he thought, inhaling deeply as he stamped his foot down onto the ground, unleashing a torrent of energy from his dantian, blood-condensing palm. He declared, gripping his hand as crimson light burst forth from the gathered energy, morphing into a massive blood-red palm, roughly the size of a person. The palm's surface bore the marks of time, appearing solid and formidable. Break for me, he commanded, slamming the palm forward. With a resounding whoosh, the blood-red palm shattered the air, trailing a pungent scent of blood as it surged towards the sword beam. The moment the two forces collided, a deafening roar echoed, leaving countless spectators reeling from the shockwave that assaulted their eardrums. Yet, in the very next instant, the seemingly formidable blood-red palm began to splinter and fracture. The starry sword beam sliced through the palm with ease, as though it were mere tofu, leaving behind a smooth, mirror-like surface devoid of any marks. Boom! As the blood-red palm was cleaved in two. The internal energy dissipated rapidly, culminating in a dazzling explosion of light that scattered across the arena. What? Qiuhua's eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorted with incredulity. His signature technique had been so effortlessly dismantled. Swoosh! The starry sword beam continued its relentless advance, piercing through all obstacles as it surged towards Qiuhua's brow. His expression shifted in alarm, and he hastily altered his hand seals to summon his energy. Blood-condensing bell, he shouted, as crimson light writhed and coalesced into a massive blood-red bell. The surface of the bell was adorned with countless crimson patterns, pulsating as if alive. This was his strongest defensive technique, reputed to have withstood the full force of a fellow practitioner at the same level. Remarkable, spectators murmured, astonished that Yi Kuang had managed to force Qiuhua into such a precarious situation with a single strike. As the starry sword beam descended upon the blood-red bell, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Almost instantaneously, the seemingly impenetrable defense was cleaved in two, the blood light within dissipating in an instant. Although the sword beam had broken through two formidable attacks, its radiance had dimmed considerably, its power diminished by nearly 70 to 80%. In the next heartbeat, under Qiuhua's horrified gaze, the sword beam struck him mercilessly. The final remnants of its power erupted violently at that moment. Boom! Qiuhua was sent sprawling backward, bloodied and battered, visible gashes marring his body. The square fell into an eerie silence once more, as countless observers stared in disbelief. The young man, once regarded as the reigning king among newcomers, had been gravely wounded by a single strike. Such overwhelming might left them all in a state of shock. Truly impressive. Zhang Xiong's pudgy face was etched with astonishment, his jaw dropping in disbelief. This young man. Lu Qing's expression grew increasingly complex, the jealousy in his eyes gradually fading. Born into the prestigious Lu family, he possessed keen insight. He understood that with Yi Kuang's displayed talent, his ascension to the inner sect was all but assured. Should fortune favor him, he might even rise to prominence among the inner disciples. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Qing shook his head internally, feelings of mixed emotions swirling within him. Unbelievable. Qiuhua's expression darkened considerably as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Preparing to rise, boom! Just then, a streak of black light descended from the sky, embedding itself into the ground beside him. A chilling aura quietly enveloped the surroundings. Qiuhua's body immediately stiffened. He looked up and found a familiar figure standing before him. Yi Kuang's expression was indifferent as he grasped the hilt of his dark iron sword, slowly drawing it from the ground. Perhaps I have more than one opponent, but at the very least, you do not possess the qualifications to be one. Therefore, from this moment onward, you need not bark like a dog before me, Yi Kuang stated, his eyes icy, a calm tone imbued with a disquieting chill. This battle would serve to establish his authority, preventing anyone from daring to prance about in his presence to flaunt their so-called superiority. Qiuhua's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red. His eyes slightly reddened, his whole body trembling ever so slightly, clearly consumed by rage. His pride and sense of superiority were utterly shattered in this moment. How could one of his temperament accept this? Yi Kuang did not speak further. He tightened his grip on the dark iron sword and turned slowly to walk forward. There, three figures radiating formidable energy awaited: Gu Yin, Xing Chen, and Luo Xian. Yi Kuang's gaze immediately locked onto Luo Xian. A hint of battle intent curving his lips upward. To break into the top 30 of the outer sect disciples ranking was the first goal he aimed to achieve since entering the Chongqing sect. The onlookers exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. Prior to this moment, they might have found Yi Kuang's ambitions laughable, but now, after he had decisively defeated Qiuhu, no one dared to question his capabilities. This young man indeed possessed the ability to challenge Luo Xian. The excitement is about to unfold. Zhang Xiong grinned widely, his chubby face alight with anticipation. He recalled Yi Kuang promising to break into the top 30 after the test, and now it seemed that moment was upon them. Go for it, brother Yi. Zhang Xiong encouraged. Chapter 96. The Dark Fire Ghost Lotus. Yi Kuang's expression remained serene, a faint smile gracing his features as he extended a hand towards Luo Xian. Brother Luo, after you. Luo Xian fixed his gaze upon him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that among this generation of newcomers, there was such a remarkable talent as Yi Shidi. You flatter me, brother Luo, Yi Kuang replied with a smile. Luo Xian merely smiled without comment, his eyes sharpening with intensity. In today's battle, I will not hold back. He stamped heavily on the ground. unleashing a surge of profound spiritual energy that manifested as waves of fire swirling around him. The ground turned crimson, as if set ablaze. Wei Kuang's gaze sharpened. Although they were both at the minor completion stage of the transformation realm, this veteran disciple, ranked 28th on the outer sect disciples list, clearly possessed deep foundations. This opponent would not be easy to deal with, he exhaled softly, raising the dark iron sword to point diagonally at the ground. A sharp brilliance instantly emanated from him. With a resounding crash, the bricks beneath Yi Kuang shattered as he surged forward like a streak of light, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, charging directly at his opponent. Let us make our move. Feng Xiaotian and Ye Yun exchanged glances before dashing towards the other two formidable figures on the outer sect disciples ranking. With a thunderous clash, powerful shockwaves erupted as both sides engaged, tearing away layers of earth beneath them. The newcomers scattered around the plaza gazed in awe, yearning for the day they too could challenge the top 30 of the outer sect disciples. This guy is truly hiding his strength well, Zhao Qin remarked, her delicate face reflecting shock. Before arriving at the Chongqing sect, she had been the pride of her family, yet here, she felt overshadowed. Xingxiu, however, was not plagued by such sentiments. He clenched his fists, his chubby face brimming with excitement as he watched the battlefield, occasionally breaking into a broad grin. Perhaps this time, brother Yi will truly shine, he exclaimed eagerly. Lu Qing shot him a glance, somewhat exasperated. Why was this chubby fellow more excited about brother Yi's glory than she was? Shaking her head inwardly, she thought with a swift motion. Yi Kuang swung his sword downward, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a raging torrent. Just as the dark iron sword was about to descend, a flash of light revealed a dark red axe materializing before Luo Xingxiu. Clang! The blades met with a shower of sparks, the sharp sound reverberating painfully in the AIRD. Yi Kuang's grip on the sword momentarily numbed. He had never encountered an opponent of his own rank capable of matching him in sheer power. Truly, this was a figure ranked within the top 30 of the outer sect disciples. He flicked his wrist, and starlit brilliance erupted from the sword, transforming into streams of sword energy that shot towards Luo Xingxiu's face. Unfazed, Luo Xingxiu waved his sleeve, summoning a fiery shield of crimson energy to protect himself. Boom! The sword energy collided but failed to gain any ground, melting away against the high temperatures emanating from the fiery shield. Great Golden Sun, Yi Kuang shouted, summoning golden rays that coalesced behind him, swiftly transforming into a resplendent force that surged toward Luo Xingxiu. Dark Fire Lotus. Luo Xingxiu's thoughts surged as he wielded the massive axe, his hands moving with lightning speed, channeling roaring flames from his dantian into a torrent of fiery waves that coursed toward the axe. Buzz! The axe trembled, dark red flames flickering to life, resembling ghostly fire that exuded an eerie aura, causing the ground to crack under the strain of the terrifying heat. Go! Luo Xingxiu flicked his fingers, unleashing the dark flames which transformed into swirling fire lotuses, charging toward Yi Kuang. Sizzle! Wherever the fire lotuses passed, the air ignited, and even from a distance, onlookers felt a burning sensation on their skin. Such terrifying flames! Many gasped, their eyes wide. Those who had ascended to the top 30 of the outer sect disciples were indeed formidable, their techniques remarkably fierce. Yi Kuang's expression turned grave as he gripped the dark iron sword, pouring all his power into it. Slash! He stepped forward, bringing the sword down heavily. The starlit brilliance swept forth, clashing with the dark fire lotuses upon contact. The dark fire lotuses exhibited an overwhelming force, effortlessly incinerating the starlit radiance. Yi Kuang's expression tightened. He sheathed the dark iron sword into his space ring, his speed suddenly surging. Swish! The dark fire lotuses advanced from all directions, relentlessly pursuing Yi Kuang. He pushed his speed to its limit, evading the attacks with agile movements. Not bad speed, Luo Xingxiu noted, impressed. He could see that the dark sword in Yi Kuang's hand was extraordinarily heavy. Once stored in a spatial ring, Yi Kuang would gain an instantaneous speed boost without the burden. Yet, my dark fire lotus is not so easily dodged. Luo Xingxiu formed hand seals, calling out, "Form the array." Whoosh! The fire lotuses danced, converging in a specific pattern, forming an intricate formation that surged toward Yi Kuang. In that moment, Yi Kuang felt as though he had nowhere to escape, as if everything around him were sealed by the formation. "I shall witness the might of your dark fire lotus," Yi Kuang declared coldly. Even if he could not evade it, he had no fear of confronting it head-on. Chapter 97. The Radiant Blade's Might. Xianlong Mirror. Yi Kuang formed seals with his hands, torrents of spiritual energy coursing through his veins, gathering at his throat. Xianlong Roar. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a deep, resonant dragon roar that sent visible sound waves spiraling forth, colliding directly with the dark fire lotus. Boom! The air around them trembled violently as surging shockwaves erupted. The fire lotuses and sound waves clashed fiercely, rapidly depleting their power until they finally dissipated. Yi Kuang's complexion paled as he staggered backwards several steps, nearly spitting blood. After a moment, he suppressed the turmoil within his chest, fixing a grave gaze upon Luo Xingxiu. The power of that technique was enough to crush an ordinary practitioner at the minor completion stage of the transformation realm. However, before the opponent, he found himself at a disadvantage, unexpectedly countered. In contrast, a flicker of astonishment passed through Luo Xingxiu's eyes. This technique, the Dark Fire Ghost Lotus, was a martial art he had cultivated for several years. Its power undeniably formidable even among the high-grade yellow-tier martial arts. I truly underestimated you. His expression turned frigid as he gripped the dark red giant axe, lifting it gradually from the ground. Whoosh! The surrounding air surged violently, as if it feared something. Go force me to resort to this technique is indeed an achievement on your part. Luo Xingxiu's gaze sharpened, the energy within his dantian roaring forth, continuously infusing into the giant axe. Buzz! The dark red axe trembled incessantly, its surface glow becoming increasingly concentrated. From a distance, it resembled a weapon emerging from the depths of a blood-soaked abyss, evoking an eerie sensation. This is in midair. Elder Shue's expression stiffened slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes as he recognized Luo Xingxiu's signature move, the Dark Fire Triaxe. His voice carried a tone of shock. This young man had managed to push Luo Xingxiu to such an extent. That lad? Elder Shue fixed his gaze on Yi Kuang below, his expression gradually darkening. He understood that a grudge had been established between them, thus even for his own sake, he must suppress Yi Kuang and ensure he does not rise. Otherwise, one day, his position as an outer sect elder might very well be jeopardized. Young man, if you must blame someone, blame yourself for being so unperceptive. Elder Shue's countenance turned grim as he thought. Buzz! As the power within the giant axe reached its zenith, a blood-red glow enveloped it, conjuring phantoms around its exterior. Luo Xingxiu's expression grew exceedingly grave, a pallor subtly crossing his features. This move consolidated nearly 90% of his strength. Once executed, there would be no retreat. Yi Kuang. Should you withstand this strike, the position within the top 30 of the outer sect disciples shall belong to you. Upon finishing his words, Luo Xingxiu stepped forward, raising the dark red giant axe, and struck down 3 consecutive blows. Whoosh! 3 dark red beams shot forth from the axe blade, forming a triangular intersection that zipped through the air like lightning. Upon these beams, a terrifying heat radiated, causing the air to crackle and explode in its wake. Yi Kuang looked up, his obsidian pupils reflecting the 3 dark red beams, his expression solemn. From this, he sensed a perilous threat. Any one of these beams possessed the strength to annihilate an ordinary practitioner at the minor completion stage of transformation. Realizing this, Yi Kuang took a deep breath, altered his hand seals, and called out, "Appear." Whoosh! A pair of translucent flying spiritual wings unfurled from his back, gently flapping as they lifted him into the air. Flying spiritual wings? The crowd gasped in astonishment, staring incredulously at the wings behind Yi Kuang, exclaiming in disbelief. This lad actually wields a pair of flying spiritual wings. Elder Shue's gaze sharpened, his eyes flickering as he scrutinized the wings. For some reason, he felt a twinge of unease emanating from these wings. Why does this object seem familiar? Elder Shue furrowed his brow, a sense of apprehension creeping into his heart. Below, Luo Xingxiu regarded Yi Kuang, suspended in midair, his expression shifting slightly. Yi Shidi, do you intend to flee? If the opponent truly escaped using the flying spiritual wings, he would find himself at a loss. However, that would also imply that Yi Kuang relinquished his chance at a top 30 position among the outer sect disciples. Yi Kuang shook his head, his eyes sharpening with resolve. He had never entertained the thought of retreating, let alone fleeing. Today, I shall shatter your dark fire tri-axe. Yi Kuang altered his hand seals, and the flying spiritual wings behind him erupted in dazzling brilliance, transforming before him into 2 purplish-red blades of light. The tips of the blades, an indescribable sharpness emanated, as if they could slice through space itself. Yi Kuang flicked his fingers, and the purplish-red blades shot forth, racing towards the 3 dark red beams like a streak of lightning. Bang! As the 2 forces collided, a crisp sound resonated, akin to the clash of metal. Immediately, the 3 dark red beams writhed, morphing into raging flames that engulfed the purplish-red blades entirely. Hiss! The surrounding air fled in panic, the terrifying heat radiating forth causing many to hastily retreat, fearing the repercussions. Zhang Xiong and the others wore grave expressions. In the face of such a domineering assault, could Brother Yi withstand it? Hee, ye shitty, it seems you will return in defeat today. Luo Xine smiled faintly, a confident expression surfacing on his pale face. Although this move had drained his energy, it had successfully defeated the opponent, safeguarding his place among the top 30 outer sect disciples. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang, suspended in the air, revealed a faint smile. Brother Luo, it seems you speak too soon. He smiled slightly, altering his hand seals and gently pressing down towards the dark red flames below. Break? As the word escaped his lips, the dark red flames erupted violently, unleashing a terrifying force akin to a storm. Boom! In an instant, all the flames vanished, and purplish-red light surged skyward, filling the realm with a crisp resonance. What is happening? The crowd's gaze instantly turned to the sky, where two purplish-red blades hovered ominously, powerful ripples of energy emanating from them. It is over. Yi Kuang's lips curled into a slight smile as he flicked his fingers lightly. Whoosh! The purplish-red blade surged forth, slicing through the air like two celestial ribbons, charging towards Luo Xine. In that moment, the entire plaza echoed solely with the sound of the blades cleaving through the air. Chapter 98. The Enraged Elder Shui. Whoosh! The sharp aura startled Luo Xine, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow. He understood that should these blades strike, his life would be forfeit in an instant. Luo Xine gazed at the purplish-red blades, his expression shifting as he spoke bitterly. I'd have lost. Before coming here, he had imagined showcasing the might of a seasoned disciple before this group of newcomers. Yet the outcome proved dramatically ironic, as he found himself defeated by a novice. I concede. Yi Kuang waved his sleeve, retrieving the spirit-slicing blade. The flying spiritual wings behind him gently flapped as he descended to the ground. This encounter had made him acutely aware of the spirit-slicing blade's overwhelming nature. Its terrifying sharpness possessed a destructive capability against spiritual energy. Ordinary martial arts could be shattered in an instant. It seems that my decision to merge was indeed a wise one. Yi Kuang mused with a faint smile. Bang! Just then, a low sound erupted from the adjacent battlefield, revealing two figures tumbling backward in disarray, crashing heavily to the ground. The two were Nie Yun and Feng Xiaotian. Clearly, both of their challenges had ended in failure. You have lost. Jiu Yin and Xing Chen exchanged glances, their expressions neutral as they spoke. As they did, their attention shifted to the young man nearby, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in their eyes. This lad has actually defeated Luo Xine. Both being strong contenders among the top 30 outer sect disciples, they were well aware of Luo Xine's formidable nature. Even when they clashed, victory was often elusive. What an impressive young man. He will undoubtedly become an inner sect disciple in the future. They marveled inwardly, their expressions complex. Over the years, they had endured countless hardships to attain the status of inner sect disciples, yet had still not realized their aspirations. The recently risen Feng Xiaotian and Nie Yun also regarded Yi Kuang with complicated expressions. In light of their defeats, this young man had managed to triumph over the most challenging opponent, Luo Xine. We have all misjudged him. Feng Xiaotian shook his head, sighing softly. Nie Yun's expression turned bitter. It seemed that rumors were merely rumors and should not be taken too seriously. Otherwise, one might find themselves, like Qiu He, having their confidence ruthlessly shattered. That scoundrel. The most enraged of all was undoubtedly Elder Shui, who was loath to witness this outcome. Haha, Brother Yi is truly remarkable. Xinxiong's flushed face beamed with excitement as he fervently applauded, exclaiming, I knew you would win. Behind him, Zhao Qian and others also wore expressions of delight. As fellow group members, Yi Kuang's strength would undoubtedly provide them with a sense of security. Lu Qing cast a complex glance at Yi Kuang, remaining silent. Around the plaza, numerous new disciples turned their attention to the youthful figure. The defeats of Feng Xiaotian and Nie Yun only served to elevate Yi Kuang's prominence. After all, few newcomers had managed to decisively defeat seasoned disciples and ascend to the top 30 of the newcomer rankings immediately after passing their tests. Such an achievement was nothing short of astonishing. This lad is indeed well concealed. Indeed, with such talent, he would stand out even among inner sect disciples. Do you think the previous explosion of the testing monument was due to this young man's extraordinary aptitude? That seems unlikely. Even if Yi Kuang is exceptionally gifted, it wouldn't be enough to cause the testing monument to shatter. That may be true, but this current achievement is already quite impressive. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, Yi Kuang's countenance remained remarkably serene. The trials of the years had honed within him a resilience far surpassing that of his peers. While he could not claim to be entirely unaffected by praise or reproach, he certainly displayed a commendable composure. Raising his gaze to the elder Shui hovering high above, a subtle smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Elder Shui, may we now announce the results?" He had heard from Zhang Xiong that those who ranked within the top 30 of the outer sect disciples were afforded certain privileges. Upon hearing his words, Shui elder's expression shifted, a fleeting shadow of displeasure crossing his eyes. Did this young man still expect him to declare the results? He scoffed internally, though his exterior remained stern as he intoned, "Let us set this matter aside for now. I have previously stated that once the testing concludes, you must provide me with an explanation regarding the shattered testing monument." Yi Kuang's smile faltered, anger bubbling within him. This old man possessed a remarkable audacity. He had never heard of a testing monument being destroyed due to the tester's extraordinary talent, with the tester then expected to bear the responsibility. Moreover, even if he were indeed at fault, such matters required deliberation within the sect, not the unilateral decision of this old fool. "Elder Shui, how can you demand an explanation from a disciple when the reasons for this incident remain undisclosed?" Yi Kuang retorted with a cold laugh. Elder Shui's expression darkened further. "If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I reserve the right to revoke your disciple status and expel you from the Changsheng sect. I advise you to contemplate this carefully." In the outer sect, he wielded considerable authority. Expelling a new disciple posed little challenge, as he had done so on multiple occasions in the past. Upon hearing this unreasonable declaration, Yi Kuang's expression turned icy, his fury surging to a boiling point. "An explanation? I owe you nothing, you old fool. Do you hear me? I have come to the Changsheng sect, and I am not beholden to you." He realized that no matter how much he conceded today, this old rascal would find every excuse to expel him from the Changsheng sect. Elder Shui's face twitched, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly infuriated. "You dare insult this elder?" Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow, sneering, "Stop with your pretentious posturing. I intend to see if this Changsheng sect is truly under your tyrannical thumb." Elder Shui trembled with rage, roaring as he descended, "You little brat, I will slay you." With a flick of his sleeve, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a colossal mountain of power, approximately 10 zhang in height, descending upon Yi Kuang. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the onlookers' expressions changed dramatically. How could this elder, a figure of authority in the outer sect, dare to strike at a mere newcomer in front of everyone? Crack! Before the spiritual mountain could land, the ground below erupted violently, the force of the shockwave surging forth like a torrential flood. Such an assault, such power, could easily obliterate any formidable opponent at the transformation stage. Chapter 99. Chief Elder Yi Kuang's expression darkened considerably. He gazed at the impending spiritual mountain and felt the energy in his dantian surge wildly. This old fool sought to kill him, but it would not be so simple, shameless. Zhen Xiong's expression shifted, indignantly rebuking in his view. The issue clearly lay with the testing monument, yet Elder Shui had the audacity to place the blame on Yi Kuang, even resorting to violence. Truly, he had no shame whatsoever. The newcomers in attendance could not help but shake their heads, casting disparaging glances at Elder Shui. If other elders encountered a genius like Yi Kuang, would they truly care about a mere testing monument? Elder Shui's narrow-mindedness was glaringly apparent. Noticing the disdainful gazes directed at him, Elder Shui's composure faltered, a shadow of malice flickering across his face. Yet, he found himself trapped, unable to retreat. "You little brat, die!" With another wave of his sleeve, the spiritual mountain descended with renewed ferocity. However, just as the mountain was about to crash down, a cold snort suddenly reverberated through the air. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the spiritual mountain exploded on the spot, its internal force dissipating instantaneously. Elder Shui staggered, horror flashing in his eyes. How could a mere cold snort dismantle his assault? What kind of formidable cultivation was required for such a feat? The scene descended into chaos, countless individuals exchanging incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yi Kuang relaxed somewhat, observing the shattered spiritual mountain before turning to the horizon, where a sound akin to slicing winds approached. In a matter of moments, a figure materialized in the atmosphere. An indescribable, overwhelming force surged outward, causing the spiritual energy in the surroundings to spiral into a frenzy. It was an elderly man with black hair, emanating an aura of dominance, devoid of any signs of decline. Elder Qingde, as Elder Shui recognized the visitor, his expression transformed entirely, his voice faltering. "Who is this person?" Yi Kuang inquired, approaching Zhen Xiong. After a moment's contemplation, Xingxiu responded, Elder Shui just referred to him as Elder Qing in the outer sect. There are only 3 chief elders who would merit such respect from him, and that would be Qing Yun, Elder Qing. His status is on par with certain inner sect elders, representing the true hierarchy of the Chongqing sect. Yi Kuang felt a jolt of surprise. One of the 3 chief elders held a position of immense authority within the outer sect, his status unparalleled. Elder Qing, may I inquire as to the reason for your visit? Elder Shui's expression shifted, and he bowed slightly. While both were elders of the outer sect, the title of chief signified a distinction akin to that between inner and outer sect disciples. They were not on the same level. Elder Qing, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at Elder Shui with an indifferent expression. While the Chongqing sect advocates competition, it does not extend to elders attacking disciples, does it? Such actions violate our principles. Elder Shui's heart raced, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The weight of those words was severe. Just as he could deal with new disciples, Elder Qing, as a chief elder, could just as easily strip him of his position and expel him from the sect. Thus, he could not afford to be unconcerned. Chief elder, that brat damaged the testing monument. I intended to resolve this amicably, but he responded with harsh words, leaving me no choice but to take action and teach him a lesson, Elder Shui explained, lowering his gaze. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in derisive murmurs. This old fool had no shame, brazenly fabricating lies. Had it not been for his relentless pressure, would Yi Kuang have lost control of his emotions? Elder Shui's face twitched, a shadow of malice crossing his features. He vowed to teach these insolent newcomers a lesson in due time. Elder Qing shot him a glance. Elder Shui, do you believe the Chongqing sect values a mere testing monument over a remarkably gifted newcomer? After all these years as an elder, should you not grasp such a fundamental principle? Gritting his teeth, Elder Shui replied, Chief Elder, I do not believe that a testing monument could be destroyed simply due to a person's talent. It is clear that this brat must have sabotaged it intentionally. Is that so? Elder Qing replied nonchalantly. The circumstances surrounding this incident will be thoroughly investigated by the sect. However, there is one matter that Elder Shui must acknowledge at this moment. What matter? Elder Shui's expression shifted, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. Receive the decree. Elder Qing waved his sleeve, and a radiant purple-gold light materialized, transforming into a scroll that slowly unfurled. A decree? Elder Shui's heart sank at the mention of these 2 words. Within the Chongqing sect, only a select few held the power to issue such decrees. Elder Qing regarded him intently and announced, Elder Shui Ming, as an elder of the outer sect, you have displayed narrow-mindedness and partiality, resorting to violence against a newcomer disciple. Henceforth, your position as an outer sect elder is revoked, and you are expelled from the Chongqing sect. As these words echoed through the square, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Countless individuals rendered speechless, trapped in a state of disbelief. What was happening? Had they misheard? Elder Shui's expression mirrored their shock, standing frozen in place, scarcely able to believe his ears. For such a trivial matter, the sect had issued a decree, stripping him of his elder status. Moreover, he was expelled from the sect entirely. This meant he would never again have the opportunity to reclaim his position as an outer sect elder. Impossible. Elder Shui stood in stunned silence for what felt like an eternity before suddenly shrieking, his face contorted in anguish. He had toiled for decades to attain the position of outer sect elder, and now, due to a trivial incident, all his efforts had been rendered futile. Such a colossal disparity was unbearable. Elder Qing waved his hand, and a dozen figures clad in purple-gold armor surged forward. This cannot be happening. Absolutely impossible. Elder Shui cried out in panic upon seeing the armored figures. Qing Yun gazed indifferently at the individual before him and stated, This is the young lady's intention. She has instructed me to convey a message to you. Were it not for the merit you have accumulated over the years, it would not merely entail the revocation of your elder status and expulsion from the Chongqing sect at this juncture. He paused briefly, casting a glance at the other outer sect elders. The young lady also mentioned that she will not interfere with the normal competition among the disciples within the sect. However, should there be any actions that violate the rules, the fate of Elder Shui shall serve as an example for you all. His calm voice echoed through the air, leaving Elder Shui utterly crumpled to the ground. His complexion ashen, he understood that his fate was sealed. The depth of regret within Elder Shui reached an unparalleled level. Why had he ever heeded that person's words and sought to expel Yi Kuang from the Chongqing sect? But now, it was too late for regrets. He had lost everything. He could not comprehend why his expulsion of a novice disciple had stirred the young lady to issue a decree from the sect, plunging him into an abyss from which there was no return. Why? Why? Elder Shui's emotions spiraled out of control as he roared skyward. To this question, there was no response. Qingyun, with an expression of detachment, waved his hand, and the armored figures beside him swiftly advanced, lifting Elder Shui from the square. The onlookers remained in a state of stunned silence, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Who could have anticipated that Elder Shui's downfall would be so tragic? Not only had he lost his position as an outer sect elder, but he was also cast out of the Chongqing sect, with no opportunity for redemption. Could it be that this young man harbors some astonishing identity? Many gazes turned toward Yiquang, filled with curiosity and bewilderment. If not, how could today's events have provoked such a decree from the sect? Who, one might ask, is the young lady referred to by the chief elder? Surely, there must be more than one individual within the sect who is worthy of such acknowledgement from the chief elder. It seems there's something fishy going on. That young man must know the young lady, perhaps even share a hidden history. The crowd buzzed with speculation, though most seemed to indulge in a bit of gossip. Wei Yiquang shook his head in mild exasperation, yet within him, a curiosity and uncertainty began to stir. Who is this young lady mentioned by Elder Qingyun? For some reason, he felt an uncanny resemblance between the little junior sister spoken of by that purple-robed individual and the young lady referred to by Elder Qingyun. After a moment, Yiquang suppressed these distracting thoughts and cupped his fists toward the airborne Elder Qingyun, saying, I am grateful to the senior for upholding justice. Had it not been for the appearance of the chief elder today, I might have lost my life, as that old cur possesses formidable strength, surpassing the realm of transformation. Qingyun nodded slightly, his gaze toward Yiquang tinged with approval. The young lady's discernment remains impeccable. She has not misjudged you. Upon hearing this, Yiquang was about to speak, but Qingyun raised his hand, stating, I am aware that you have questions in your heart that in due time, you shall come to know everything. Moreover, there is something you should not have forgotten. Your prior agreement with an esteemed elder. Agreement? Yiquang's expression shifted in surprise, and then he recalled, are you referring to Old Lu? During his time in Qingyun town, Old Lu had mentioned that once he arrived at the Chongqing sect, he would assist in crafting an inscription. Qingyun nodded, affirming, your current strength is somewhat lacking. A little more time will yield the best opportunity. Therefore, if possible, strive to become an inner sect disciple swiftly, and that esteemed elder will naturally seek you out. Wei Yiquang, upon hearing this, fell into silence for a moment before responding. Rest assured, elder, I will honor the agreement. That is good to hear, Qingyun replied with a faint smile, scanning the crowd before declaring, the assessment for today has concluded. 3 days from now, all new disciples shall gather at the Gathering Spirit Square. There, a new beginning awaits you. With these words, he waved his sleeve, summoning a tempest that whisked him away into the distance, vanishing from sight. In the square, the crowd erupted in fervent chatter, their faces aglow with excitement. What is this Gathering Spirit Square? Yiquang inquired, his brow arching in curiosity. It is a treasure trove in the outer sect area. Zhenxiong, the all-knowing, promptly explained. It is said to house a unique formation known as the Gathering Spirit Array. This array can concentrate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, amplifying an individual's cultivation speed. Wei Yiquang's expression turned contemplative. What is its efficacy? Even in the outermost regions, one can experience an almost 30% increase in cultivation speed. Zhenxiong replied, his eyes sparkling with longing. And in the core area, the increase is nearly 100%. Wei Yiquang's expression flickered with astonishment. 100% increase in cultivation speed seemed rather exaggerated. As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly considered his spiritual power stars. If paired with the spiritual power stars for cultivation, the resulting effect would surely be astounding. As Yiquang pondered, his heart swelled with anticipation. Since his previous breakthrough, he had yet to take the time to investigate how many stars had awakened within his galaxy Dantian. Brother Yi, having secured a spot in the top 30 of the outer sect disciples, your position in the Gathering Spirit Square will undoubtedly surpass ours by a significant margin, Zhenxiong remarked. Wei Yiquang chuckled, waving his hand, let us return first. 3 days hence, we shall venture to the Gathering Spirit Square. With that, he showed no signs of lingering, striding towards the direction of the small courtyard. Zhenxiong and the others quickly followed suit. After they departed, Feng Xiaotian and Nie Yun exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with complexity. The individual who had once been the subject of countless jokes now appeared increasingly enigmatic. This young man's background must be quite extraordinary. The two shared a silent understanding, their thoughts aligned. Not only they, but the others also harbored similar sentiments. Evidently, the decree brought forth by Elder Qingyun today had significantly elevated Yiquang's status. Within the courtyard, Brother Yi, this seems rather excessive, Xingxiu hesitated as he gazed at the 100 spiritual stones before him. However, despite his words, his eyes widened with anticipation, fixated on the stones, nearly drooling. He had never encountered such a large quantity of spiritual stones in his life. Yi Kuang smiled and said, "These spiritual stones shall be distributed by you, aiming to enhance the overall strength of our group as much as possible." Today's assessment had made him realize that the unique group system of the Chongqing sect necessitated not only individual strength, but also the uplifting of one's companions. Otherwise, facing various challenges in the future would prove to be quite limiting. "Hehe, Brother Yi is quite magnanimous, so I shall not hold back," Xingxiu said, unable to restrain his excitement. Grinning widely, Yi Kuang returned a faint smile. Addressing the others, "I trust today's events have underscored the importance of mutual cooperation, and I hope any lingering grievances among some can be resolved." Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's expression shifted, for he recognized that these words were directed at him. Yet, due to some inexplicable emotions, he found himself at a loss for words. Yi Kuang paid him no mind. Raising his hand before stepping into his room, he was eager to inspect the changes within his galaxy dantian. In the quiet of his room, Yi Kuang slowly closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to settle. As his awareness surged, a starry expanse unfolded before him. What transformations awaited him here? Yi Kuang's gaze immediately fell upon the forefront, where stars of various hues floated. His expression abruptly froze, a glimmer of uncontainable delight illuminating his eyes. The number of spiritual power stars, devouring stars, and martial arts stars had all reached 3. He had gained so many. Yi Kuang was overjoyed. This meant that the Galaxy Dantian had enhanced his capabilities threefold. However, he noticed the count of mental power stars remained unchanged. Puzzled, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Could this be related to my lack of cultivation in mental power?" After contemplating, he concluded that this was the only explanation. The power stars for techniques should have emerged as well, right? Shifting his gaze, Yi Kuang looked toward the space behind the devouring stars, where 3 peculiar stars radiating an ancient yellow light gradually revealed themselves as the surrounding nebula dispersed. Unlike the other stars, these 3 technique stars appeared extraordinarily ancient, as if shaped by the trials of countless epochs. What are these? Just as Yi Kuang observed the technique stars, ancient rays of light interwove above them, forming numerous flickering crimson characters. Sacred fire technique. Yi Kuang's gaze swept over the ancient characters before finally settling on the uppermost position. There, 3 resplendent characters stood out prominently. This is a technique? His eyes narrowed as he began to scrutinize the crimson ancient script beneath the sacred fire technique. The sacred fire technique, a primordial cultivation art birthed amidst the vast cosmos, though labeled a technique, possesses the miraculous qualities of martial arts. When cultivated to its zenith, its sacred might can shatter the heavens. The text can be translated and refined as follows. It is divided into 2 distinct sections: the Heavenly Demon Fire Steel and the Sacred Flame Immortal Pillar. The Heavenly Demon Fire Steel consists of 72 pieces, while the Sacred Flame Immortal Pillar comprises 36 pillars, totaling 108. Any martial artist who cultivates the Sacred Fire technique can summon a trace of sacred intent from the ethereal realm, invoking the Heavenly Demon Fire Steel and the Sacred Flame Immortal Pillar hidden deep within the void, thereby bestowing upon themselves unparalleled divine power. Yi Kuang perused the introduction to the sacred fire technique, his astonishment intensifying with each passing moment. According to the text, should he succeed in mastering the technique to its foundational level, he would be able to summon a single heavenly demon fire steel. Furthermore, every 12 heavenly demon fire steel would allow him to condense a heavenly demon pattern, granting him extraordinary abilities. As for the sacred flame immortal pillar, it would require the full mastery of the sacred fire technique, summoning all 72 heavenly demon fire steel before it could be accessed. Similar to the heavenly demon fire steel, the sacred flame immortal pillar also operates on the principle of 12 pillars, enabling the condensation of the legendary sacred flame pattern. What kind of origin does this technique possess that it is so uniquely extraordinary? Yi Kuang mused in shock. He had never before encountered a technique that embodied both the dominance and the marvel of martial arts. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, he continued to read. To cultivate the sacred fire technique to its foundational level, the assistance of a strand of sacred fire from the heavens was necessary. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. The cultivation of this technique required the refinement of a strand of sacred fire into one's body to be considered a true initiation. Yi Kuang's lips twitched. Although he was currently unaware of what this so-called sacred fire entailed, he could surmise that such an endeavor was akin to courting death. If he failed to refine the sacred fire, he would likely perish first. After all, He was merely a novice at the beginning stages of the creation realm, unworthy of association with the so-called sacred or demonic forces. What level could this technique possibly be? Could it be? With a mixture of excitement, anticipation, and a hint of trepidation, Yi Kuang gazed at the bottom of the page. Divine grade, divine grade, divine grade. These words struck his chest like a 1,000-pound weight, causing his heart to race incessantly. However, when his eager gaze fell upon the final inscription, his expression gradually solidified. The comical countenance he wore was akin to witnessing something utterly shocking. Yellow grade, initial level. The 4 resplendent golden characters nearly blinded him. He stared blankly for a considerable time before erupting into a string of expletives. What the hell? Yellow grade, initial level. Are you kidding me? Yi Kuang felt as though he might faint. What on earth was this? The introduction spoke of cataclysmic powers capable of annihilating all in their path, boasting the grandeur of being the foremost technique throughout history. Yet, after all that boastful rhetoric, it turned out to be a mere initial-level technique of the lowest grade. The veins on Yi Kuang's forehead throbbed with rage, teetering on the brink of a meltdown. He had been duped for so long only to receive such an unacceptable outcome. Damn it! Yi Kuang cursed, his composure shattered as he turned to leave. Just then, the crimson ancient characters suddenly dispersed, transforming into a brilliant torrent that surged towards him. Before he could react, his consciousness was engulfed by the crimson inscriptions. Subsequently, an unimaginable torrent of information flooded into his mind. Yi Kuang's thoughts erupted in fury. What kind of situation was this, forcibly imposed upon him? Damn it! A familiar voice echoed through the starry expanse. This phenomenon persisted for roughly 15 minutes, during which the crimson characters gradually faded away. Yi Kuang's consciousness re-emerged, suspended in place, his expression shifting dramatically until, after a long while, he began to regain his composure. So it is like this, Yi Kuang gasped in disbelief. His understanding of the sacred fire technique had been fundamentally flawed. Although it was labeled as yellow grade, initial level, it was not truly of such a low tier. This may sound contradictory, but in simpler terms, the technique possesses the potential for evolution, an infinite potential, with the standard for such evolution being the refinement of sacred fire. Yi Kuang's lips twitched once more. Sacred fire again. He felt a hint of frustration at why the sacred fire technique was so closely intertwined with the concept of sacred fire. Was it merely because of the similarity in names? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he felt a flicker of determination in his gaze. While it was true that true initiation into the sacred fire technique required the refinement of sacred fire, prior to that, the technique could still exert its effects, enhancing one's combat prowess. However, the headache lay in the fact that this yellow grade, initial level sacred fire technique could not perform exceptionally well in that regard. With this realization, Yi Kuang sighed helplessly. Now that this technique had entered his mind, he had no choice but to cultivate it. Even if he wished otherwise, it was a case of compelled consumption. He muttered a complaint as he prepared to leave. Yet, at that moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating on a particular spot ahead. What is this? Chapter 102. Decomposing stars. The starry sky shimmered as 3 stars emanating a cold brilliance appeared beside a cosmic river. Unlike any stars encountered before, these seemed to be forged from a myriad of metals, radiating a peculiar and chilling luminescence. What is this? Yi Kuang was taken aback, puzzled. Previously, his attention had been entirely captured by the sacred fire technique, and he had overlooked the emergence of these 3 new stars. Just as he pondered this, a wave of information surged into his mind. Yi Kuang's expression shifted. Decomposing stars? The 3 stars, gleaming with metallic luster, were referred to as decomposing stars. Their function was remarkably unique, capable of breaking down most things in existence and extracting various treasures. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the wonder in his eyes deepened. If that were the case in the future, should he encounter unnecessary treasures, he could utilize the marvel of the decomposing stars to extract what he truly needed. What a splendid discovery! With a smile breaking across his face, he felt elated. This galactic dantian was becoming increasingly extraordinary. Surely, as his cultivation advanced, he would awaken even more wondrous stars. It was about time for me to depart. Yi Kuang collected his thoughts and withdrew his consciousness from the galactic dantian. Within the room, Yi Kuang's closed eyes gradually opened, revealing a glimmer of joy. The changes he had experienced within the galactic dantian had indeed yielded substantial rewards. The only shortcoming was that the sacred fire technique could only evolve from the lowest yellow grade, initial level. However, since the core he had condensed was of the 10th rank, it should compensate for the technique's low level, which could not accommodate substantial spiritual energy. Yi Kuang clenched his fist and murmured to himself. For a martial artist, the primary purpose of a technique is to enhance the capacity for spiritual energy within the dantian. The higher the grade of the technique, the more pronounced the effects in this regard. It is said that some powerful techniques can provide a martial artist at the small completion stage of the creation realm with a foundation of spiritual energy comparable to that of the large completion stage, or even perfection. For now, I will take some time to preliminarily comprehend the sacred fire technique. As for the decomposing stars, I will wait until I find some unnecessary treasures before attempting to experiment with them. With a plan forming in his mind, Yi Kuang organized his emotions and gradually closed his eyes once more. Although true initiation into the sacred fire technique required the refinement of a strand of sacred fire, he could still leverage the profound nature of the technique's stars to gain insights ahead of time, avoiding any future chaos or disarray. 3 days swiftly passed. Yi Kuang's half-closed eyes opened once more. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, the brilliance in his dark pupils flickered. The aura surrounding him seemed to have grown denser and more substantial. The effects of the technique were indeed remarkable. Yi Kuang pressed his lips together and smiled. His foundational strength had increased threefold. Although the sacred fire technique was still merely a yellow grade, initial level, its effect on enhancing his foundation was akin to that of some yellow grade intermediate techniques. He spoke softly to himself. His curiosity regarding this technique was steadily growing. It seems I should find a time to inquire about the sacred fire, Yi Kuang remarked. While refining the sacred fire was a perilous endeavor, his nature would not allow him to let the sacred fire technique lie dormant, incapable of even achieving its most basic initiation. Yi Xiaoga, Yi Xiaojid at that moment. A knocking sound echoed from outside. Yi Kuang smiled slightly, rising from his wooden couch and stepping outside in the courtyard. 9 figures had gathered. Hey, Yi Xiaoga, you finally came out. Xingxiu grinned widely, his face beaming with warmth. Yi Kuang cast a sweeping glance. Raising an eyebrow in surprised in his perception, Xingxiu's strength was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level of the spiritual pattern realm. Moreover, it wasn't just Xingxiu. Others had also undergone changes, their strength having increased to varying degrees. This is all thanks to your spiritual stones, Zhao Qin remarked, her charming face adorned with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Kuang's expression brightened. The stronger this group of individuals became, the more advantageous it would be for him in the future. I will allocate no less than 100 spiritual stones each month according to the circumstances. Yi Kuang pondered before declaring. He needed to ensure that this group could swiftly break through to the creation realm, allowing them to join him as inner disciples. In doing so, he would secure a foothold in the more fiercely competitive inner sect. Xingxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. Yi Xiaoga, where did you acquire so many spiritual stones? For an ordinary outer sect disciple, spirit stones are exceedingly precious treasures, and acquiring even a single piece requires considerable effort and ingenuity. Yi Kuang chuckled softly and remarked, I have a solution for this. You need not overthink it. Just focus on your breakthrough. Possessing a devouring martial soul, he had no cause for concern regarding the scarcity of spirit stones. Upon hearing his words, Xingxiu and Zhao Qin exchanged glances and ceased their inquiries. Lu Qing's expression, however, appeared rather complex. The resentment that once resided within him had nearly dissipated. He understood that as members of the same group, they shared both honor and disgrace. If he continued to harbor grievances, it would likely be himself who suffered the most. Let us proceed to the spirit gathering square, Yi Kuang announced, waving his hand as he led the group out of the small courtyard. On the way, he inquired, by the way, are you familiar with something called sacred fire? Xingxiu furrowed his brow in contemplation for a considerable time before ultimately shaking his head. I have not heard of it. Why do you ask, Yi Xiaoga? Yi Kuang replied with a smile. I am merely curious. Yet, a hint of disappointment flickered within him. It seemed that gleaning information about the sacred fire would not be an easy endeavor. If you truly wish to learn about sacred fire, perhaps the Wanling Pavilion of the Chongqing sect could assist you, Xingxiu suggested after some thought. Wanling Pavilion? What is that? Yi Kuang inquired. It is a treasure house of the Chongqing sect, a repository of vast information from across the world, as well as a storehouse of numerous treasures, Xingxiu explained. Yi Kuang raised an eyebrow and remarked, gaining entry to this Wanling Pavilion must not be a simple task. I presume? Xingxiu chuckled and responded, it is not overly complicated. One merely needs to ascend to the top of the outer sect disciple ranking to have the opportunity to enter the Wanling Pavilion. Yi Kuang could not help but roll his eyes at this. Is that what you call simple? He mused. Nevertheless, it was certainly worth striving for. Clenching his fist, a glimmer of sharpness gathered in his dark eyes. For him, only by first uncovering information about the sacred fire could he hope to refine it. The top position in the outer sect disciple ranking, is it? Yi Kuang smiled subtly, a defiant curve gracing his lips.